Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Looking for something fun for everyone? Join the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area for its 3rd annual Family Festival on Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Sunnyvale Baylands Park. Enjoy live music featuring JD and the Shout, arts and crafts, carnival games, a scavenger hunt with prizes, and special barnyard animal visits. Explore community resources and grab lunch, popcorn, or a snow cone. Admission is free. Bring your family, friends, and neighbors for a welcoming celebration of community and inclusion. Info at sfasa.org. Sponsored by Pettinelli Financial.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from David from Modesto. Aaron did a great job in repairing our commercial roll-up doors. Would recommend RNS to anyone needing door installations or repairs. Our company has used them for many years for all of our roll-up door needs.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Well, San Francisco weather, morning clouds bringing off the sunshine, high is 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Spadoni, Shasky. I took the microphone. Good morning, everybody. You can get the reads going. Obviously, the biggest news of the week, and really for the Giants season feels
I can get the reads going. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all right. Mike Krukow is retiring at the end of the year, and it is a massive, massive, massive blow to baseball, to the San Francisco Giants, to the San Francisco Bay Area community, to baseball as a whole, and the Giants. It's just a huge blow. But I'm so pissed at my crew this morning. You, Sam, Vic. I merely suggested that there are some banger musicals, and you guys looked at me like I said the Pope wasn't Catholic. I couldn't believe it. Okay. You guys have holes in your game.
We don't have holes in our game. First off, and welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Pissed.
There's a lot to get into.
No,
we got Joe Buck joining us in about 23 minutes, Joe. Another Joe. It's going to be two Joes and a cup of Joe. Joe Buck, the Ford C. Frick Award winner this year for the best broadcaster in baseball, and a Pete Rozelle Radio and Television Award winner in his own right, ESPN Monday Night Football. You know him. He's got a lot of Giants winning the pennant, World Series victories, all of that. So we'll get his thoughts on Krukow retiring at the end of the year. And also Dave Fleming going to be joining us. We got a double dose of Fleming this week. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, NBC Sports Bay Area, knows Mike better than all of us for sure. He's going to be joining us a little bit later in the program. But musicals, really? Musicals?
Grease. All-time movie.
See, I think Mark Willard is probably the big musical guy at the station. Him and the lovely Christy probably go like every other weekend.
It's like my number one go-to.
No, but like I am shocked that you are so passionate about Grease.
You know what it is?
Of all musicals.
It's like the
Sandy.
It's like Men, I never cry. It's like, really? You don't?
I cry all the time.
Ever? Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
I cry at commercials.
Like, okay, look, for every hit 'em up day I have where I feel like Tupac, there's a day where I have to feel like Marvin Gaye.
You know those commercials during the Super Bowl? You know those Super Bowl commercials? Like it always has like that horse and like there's like it's like a Budweiser commercial, but it's about like family and like missing your mom or dad.
Yeah.
Those ones always make me cry.
Well,
I'm one of those people.
Look, one day I'll give you Brenda's Got a Baby, and the next day I'll give you, Two of America's Most Wanted, right? You got to be versatile. Or, in the words of Mac Mall, versatile. Da-na-na-na. But the point being is, like, the fact you don't think musicals are any good is absurd.
It's not what I said.
That is not what was said.
I said music, West Side Story.
Hold on.
Grease.
You were, again, pulling a Mark
Wizard of Oz.
Don't put words in my mouth, Joe Shasky. I said it's not for me. I recognize their place in the film hierarchy and how important they are to the art conversation. They are not for me. Just like certain music is not for me. Just like certain horror movies aren't for me. I recognize their places. I'm not a big country guy. I can recognize some music is good in country, some songs, but I'm not going to go buy albums from like Luke Combs, Morgan Wallen, Tim McGraw, all those people.
Albums anymore.
Well, you do. I feel like you do. You're a big album guy. You grew up on that.
He's not a millennial, so he might actually buy
he's
albums.
not exactly. So he's an old man. So that's what they like.
I'll say this, Chelsea, you've done a really good job at like avoiding the allegations of you being a millennial. Like you definitely aren't. I don't think we're ever going to call you one anymore.
What's your favorite musical?
I mean, that's a tough question.
Mount Musical more?
Give me your top 5.
Well, I think it would have to, Grease would be somewhere in there.
Okay.
This is one just to me because I think of my grandmother because we had the VHS forever. 7 Brides for 7 Brothers.
Okay.
It's just a ridiculous concept, by the way.
Don't search that on the internet. Continue.
Right. I mean, I don't consider the Disney movies, the digital Disney movies, technically under the musical brand, but they are musicals.
Yeah, like you go the old school.
West Side Story?
Yeah, it's classic.
I mean, Sound of Music?
Singing in the Rain, Sound of Music. I've seen all of these. Yes. You want me to enjoy them, but I watched them when I was like 8 and 9 years old.
You don't think?
And I'd rather be playing like Pokemon or something at the time. I didn't want to. I was forced.
You're caping up for Pokemon while dissing. All right, whatever.
I was watched them too young, Joe.
I'm all by myself.
I watched too many.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, they're all.
I'll say this, Shasky. 2 things. One, I'm not criticizing your liking of musicals.
I don't care if you criticize.
No, I'm not. I'm literally not.
Comfortable in my taste.
That's
great. I'm
no
very
one's attacking you for that.
I'm very happy for you
like
that. And I'm not attacking you for that. If I were to make a list of all the people at the station who I thought liked musicals, I wouldn't have put you on that list. So I learned a new fun thing about you this morning. And for me, if you want to call me uncultured, sure. I'm not a big musical guy. Joe, I think musicals they stop the plot dead.
I
don't enjoy
musicals than you did. It was required from 6th to 8th grade at my school to perform in musicals every single year. I was the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland, which is a musical. I was also we did a musical adaptation of Willy Wonka. Yeah, how about that one? And then we also did every Christmas, we'd have to perform multiple songs from whatever.
I mean, is Willy Wonka like Wizard of Oz? Willy Wonka, do you consider those musicals?
There is a musical element in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, yes, because Gene Wilder sings.
Yeah, that's a banger.
Cheer
it's
up,
an all-time banger.
Yeah, but it's not in the musical in the traditional sense.
I got a golden ticket.
That one hits. That one actually
Come on, you guys.
I'm not saying that they're all bad. Or just
saying every musical sucks.
It's just not something we rush to.
Hold on. You know what we all can agree on, though?
I can't believe I'm getting backed in by my crew.
No, but we can all agree on this, Joe. Let's find some common ground. Mike Krukow. I mean, talking about musicals during your games that you're watching every single day for the San Francisco Giants. My goodness.
So there are certain people that form your sports love over life and teach you the game of ball.
Right.
Obviously my dad is top.
Yeah.
Right? My dad's the top of the charts. Then there's guys like Racer and Reggie at St. Mary's Park.
Okay.
And little Reggie Gage. God rest your soul, Reggie Milligan. Racer's an absolute legend. Probably rocking a Fila suit somewhere right now. And these guys coached us for years. Brendan and Kevin Schneider were my coaches for many years. Steve Phelps for many years. There's so many different people that fostered my love of sports through coaching and coaching me. And then obviously watching sports, Mike Krukow is as important to my fundamental love of Giants baseball and just sports in general as anybody, as much as John Madden, as much as Hubie Brown, as much as Bill Walton, Tom Tolbert at one time. Mike Krukow is the gold standard when it comes to being able to blend humility and the blue collar, everyman feel, the never lose sight of the joy that it could be someone's first time walking into that stadium or watching that broadcast. He gave you the perspective from the broadcast booth through the eyes of a former pitcher, through the heart of a former Giant, and through the soul of a Giants fan. He and Dwayne are synonymous to me, right? And I think about chemistry in music, think about chemistry in movies, art, theater, sports talk, sports broadcasts. We're going to have Joe Buck on in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
The chemistry him and Troy Aikman have is incredible.
Yeah.
And I think about Pat Summerall and John Madden as kind of the benchmark in the NFL for me, and nobody's going to come close to that. Well, for me, Kruk and Kipe is the benchmark in baseball, and it's not close. And they're both Hall of Famers. They metaphorically, and I'm smiling as I say that, they're like your crazy uncles that you love. They remind me of the Muppets, the two old guys in the theater, where they're just kind of bickering but laughing but fun.
Right. What are they, Stadler and Waldorf or something like that? No one knows their names.
In my mind, that's who they are. And today is a really sad day. I mean, it's obviously on one level, today we should be celebrating him. I mean, we should be celebrating him regardless.
Totally.
But it's really sad because I think about my own mortality and my own age. I think about my dad. I think about the player that I watched at the end of 89 season, go down physically, who transitioned into a broadcaster, who transitioned into a father, obviously, and a grandfather, and then almost came like a hippie character who was representative of this region and of the soul of the franchise and the fan base. And you want to call him a homer? My dad loved Krukow so much. I was thinking about my dad a lot yesterday. I got really emotional. My dad loved Krukow. Krukow wanted it as bad as the fans did, as bad as the players should have wanted it. And my heart, feels really heavy today because it's not like he's physically going away, but he's getting up there in age, and he's been going through something for a long time, and he's been trying to hang on, and selfishly we want to keep him there forever, and you can't. And I can't think of how many people like myself had Mike and Dwayne in their living room for 30 years helping forge their love of baseball and Giants baseball. And I'm really sad. Like I am. I'm really sad. Like I'm getting older. My son's 3 years old. I was hoping that he'd get more of like a taste of what Krukow would be selfishly, but he has to obviously, move on with his life. And he's been dealing with a lot of things behind the scenes. And it just sucks, man. Like it's just, it's like when Vince Scully stepped down for Dodger fans. Yeah. And you're never going to see a combo. And I bring up Summerall and Madden because Summerall was a player. And to do play-by-play as a player is very rare. And Dwayne, similar to Summerall, touchdown 49ers. Yeah. Dwayne wouldn't call balls and strikes. He just let the ball, if you notice, he doesn't go like outside 1-0. He just lets the pitch happen. Right. And kind of lets the action speak for itself. They were great on radio. They're even better on TV. They're great during a high, tense, great moment. And in my mind, and I want to bring it up to Joe Buck, the 2002 at Anthony LaRocca's parents' kitchen, the radio is being played 7 seconds ahead of the NLCS. Giants, Cardinals. Steve Klein's on the mound. Kenny Lofton's at the plate. There's runners on first and second. Bonds is in the dugout, hanging over the railings. And Lofton singles one over the second baseman's head. And the Giants walk it off to go to the World Series. And this is before we won World Series. And Krug and Kuiper on the radio call on the other station. Yeah. We're going. We're going. We're. As in the players, as in the broadcasters, as in the fan base, as in the community. And it felt like one of us was going, all of us were going to the World Series. And it's one of the greatest calls in Giants history. And I think we've forgotten it because there's been so many great moments. But you could feel them hugging each other on air, whether they were or weren't. Yeah. That's how all Giants fans felt. And, it's just, that's one moment. Like, that's like playoffs, high stakes. Sure. Joe, you know when they were at their best? When it was dead boring in a 10-1 game. And it was the early 2000s. And, Madden had made the telestrator really, popular. Yeah. Krukow would take the yellow pen and draw over somebody. I want that, I want that, I want that, I want that. It'd be like a kid with a huge cotton candy thing. They would see something happen in the stands, and then they would turn it into the next 2 or 3 innings, and they would blend, the love of the game with the old stories, and he would teach you things. And I know I'm getting really long-winded, but I could talk about Mike Krukow for 24 straight hours and feel like I haven't scratched the surface. I love Mike Krukow. He is Giants baseball. And if I were to say Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, Oracle Park, what are the greatest things? I close my eyes and I think Giants baseball. Krug and Kuiper are somewhere in that top 5. I mean, the love that they received yesterday. I'm glad you brought up Dwayne Kuiper alongside this because you can't talk about one without the other. The greatest duo in my life. And I wonder how Kuiper's feeling about all this. Obviously, he's getting up there in age as well, and he's dealt with a lot and a lot of tragedies in his personal life as well. And the fact that these guys, in a season like this, too, Joe, as you said it separates the men from the boys, the ladies, from the girls a couple days ago when it comes to MLB trade deadline and how bad this season has been. Well, for the longest times during those lean years, and it's been a lot of lean years, just listening to these two guys has been the highlight, quite frankly. And you know what? I think it speaks to them because I can't name 3 or 4 other broadcast duos that have been doing it this long at this high of level for, 36 years, 30 plus years, 20. You mentioned Buck and Aikman.
Those are the only two I can think about right now. Even Nance has had a handful of partners over the years, right? Jim Nance, CBS. If you go golf, if you go, football, obviously Tony Romo. Now it could be J.J. Watt. It was Phil Simms. Mike Tirico might be the next, gold standard guy, and he's on Sunday Night Football. Well, it's been Collinsworth, but he's also had John Gruden, right? I think it says something to not only those two, but, the fans receiving them in their living room, to your point. Feeling like they're a part of the family, almost. Yeah. On a random summer night.
Every night.
Every night, but, it's the dog days of August, right? You're getting ready for school. You have, Rockies Giants on, and it's Colorado, to your point, and it's 8-0 in, like, the sixth inning, and they're just circling in the telestrator, to your point. A little kid, right? Could be a Rocky fan, could be a Giant fan, sitting on mom or dad's lap and just enjoying a cotton candy or enjoying a sundae and getting it all over their face. And then you hear Kruk saying, that's what it's all about.
I mean,
right? Just something like that puts a smile on your face.
Who loves the game as much as him?
No one.
Not many.
No.
I think about guys that love the game, like love their sport and like have been champions of their sport. He's not a hater of the new era.
No.
He's actually an embracer. He has evolved over time. He's like a character. Like I say Bill Walton, and
it's actually not a bad call.
No, because he is.
Yeah.
Like he's a true, he embraced it. He's a Long Beach guy. He's had this hippie vibe forever. Think about this.
He's definitely California. When I think California, it's Mike Krukow.
Chilled out.
Yes.
Just totally chilled out. You feel like you could smoke a joint or drink a beer with him. No, I really feel that way.
That's, yeah.
And then on top of that, he could also teach your kid how to play catch.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's one of one. And I think we say that a lot in life. But, truly, you could make the argument Kruk and Kipe were as valuable for growing the Giants brand as any player, the stadium, any marketing scheme that they've ever had. I mean, they are, God, they're just the greatest. And I'm really sad because, I'm just thinking about how old I am now, and I've watched this guy age throughout his entire life, and he's got the white hair, and obviously seeing him struggle to move around.
Yeah, it's tough.
Sucks. Yeah. And he's always grabbing the ball. I love to hold the ball here, and it's my OCD.
Yeah.
But I think about, the beginning of all these big games, on the mound right now, he's from, I'm just going to random, he's from the University of Arizona, splitter, four-seam cutter. He really likes to work the outside. This could be a tough one now. You want to make sure you take some pitches. He did his homework, yet he lived in the moment. He was unabashed in terms of his homerism, but also would call the team out when warranted. And, I mean, when we say gold standard of broadcasting, I think we throw that around. No, he truly is. The gold standard of broadcasting. And similar to the way Ray Fosse was the Oakland A's.
Right.
Similar to the way Vin Scully was and is the LA Dodgers. Yeah. Mike Krukow is the San Francisco Giants, and I am so lucky to have seen his entire career. And I've watched the whole thing evolve, and I want to go down the rabbit hole after Joe Buck.
Totally.
About Giants games on TV and the evolution, having watched it from we get 40 games a year to, we're getting 105 games a year if you pay for it, to, oh my God, every game better be on with a pre- and post-game show and this and they've been there the entire time.
Let's get into it with Joe Buck on the other side. Obviously, former MLB on Fox announcer, football there as well. Now he's with ESPN's Monday Night Football. They actually have the Super Bowl this year as well, so it'll be Buck and Aikman doing that at the end of the season. Ford C. Frick Award winner in 2026. And a lot of big Giants games and a lot of big Giants call. All their World Series victories, right? It's called by Joe Buck. So their paths have crossed many a times there, meaning Kruk and Kipe and Buck as well. So we'll get into it with Joe on the other side. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And this segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Bird the heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026 with Stanford Federal Credit Union's Rewards Credit Card. Make the most of your miles. The Rewards Credit Card offers low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Don't miss comedian Joe Coy on his Coy Meets World Tour at Oakland Arena on November 13th. Buy your tickets at joecoy.com for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Icon Live. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area, it's Gabby Williams. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game. Valhalla, we can't hear you.
We're not going to hear Valhalla tonight because the Valkyries are on the road heading to Dallas to take on Paige Beckers and the Wings. Tip-off is at 6:30. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. Joe, we're going to be joined by another Joe momentarily. Joe Buck is going to be talking the retirement of one Mike Krukow at the end of the season. So he's not gone yet, people. And again, I want to be careful here for the next 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, however long we're on air today, because I know Steiny and Goo got that news right at the start of their show. Willard and Dibbs talked about it a bunch. He's not dead, everyone. He is with us. But it does feel like we're losing something on a day in and a day out basis during the baseball season because we are. Yeah. It sucks. It is. And I think you coined it perfectly. They're like your crazy uncles that you listen to, but you love them.
Love them.
You love them no matter what, right? And that's what we're losing in Mike Krukow. And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line, ESPN's Monday Night Football voice alongside Troy Aikman, and the Ford C. Frick Award winner for 2026. Joe, good morning, and congratulations on winning said award. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. So a third Joe in here, but congratulations, man. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Joe,
It's Joe. It's nice to talk to you guys.
Yeah,
let's talk.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. It was a great weekend, and you never feel like you're deserving of that kind of stuff. And I'm sure, according to San Francisco fans, I'm not. But beyond that, it was a great time. And thinking back to when I was out there when my dad went in 1987. And I was a senior in high school. 39 years later, the people that were sitting with me in the seats that day, that summer, were there in the crowd, my mom and my sister. And then I got to share it with my kids, got older daughters, little boys. So it was a great weekend. And the guy that I know you want to talk to me about he has to be in along with his partner. I love those guys. And I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
Man, it's really well said. And Joe, you're being humble, but honestly, you've done a great job over the years in a lot of different sports. And when your father was doing the Cardinals for so long, it felt like he was synonymous with the Cardinals. You know what I mean? Like Sam Usual, Jack Buck, and then you end up taking on a role similar. What's it like doing the day-to-day grind of being the voice of a team throughout the ups and downs of the season? Because they're family, and you're representing the organization to our families in our living rooms and in our cars every single day. And there's just something that connects us to these local team broadcasts. It's different from the national broadcasts. And I know you know what I'm talking about. And what's it like knowing that, being cognizant of it, going to work every day?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I mean, you said it perfectly. My dad, he was the eyes and ears, the conduit between generations. I mean, his first year, Stan Musial hit 6 home runs over the course of a doubleheader, 5 home runs, and he went from Stan Musial to Albert Pujols, and he was there, representing Cardinal fans, being the person who was, especially on the radio, little different than TV, but on the radio, and that was the majority of my dad's career, was radio. Your mind is kind of creating the picture for Cardinal fans driving in their cars on Highway 40 here in St. Louis, or cutting the grass, or in the background of a family gathering, or whatever it is. You're the one who's telling them how their team is doing. And it's different in St. Louis. I can say this because I'm from here. We don't have a lot going on in St. Louis. It's a little different than being in San Francisco, where you want to go hop in a boat and sail through the Golden Gate Bridge. We don't have that. Nobody's really hopping in a boat and sailing down the Mississippi anytime soon. So the summer is meant for Cardinal baseball around here. But that's not to say that the Giants are any less important to Giants fans in San Francisco. And you're right. I think Kruk has always gotten that. Certainly Dwayne as well. They are, I think, the best TV tandem. There's 2 groups that stand out to me: the tandem in San Francisco and the trio with the Mets. That's the gold standard for television broadcasts in this generation and for many even before this. So when I would get to town and I would have San Francisco on a Saturday to do the game of the week, I couldn't wait to just sit in my hotel, have dinner in my room, and watch those guys go to work. And I can't tell you how much stuff I stole from them over the years and regurgitated the next day. And it's frankly why San Francisco fans, when I would show up in the postseason, and you guys had those incredible runs in 2010, 2012, 2014, now it's the national guys. And not only am I, contractually bound and it's my job to get excited for the Giants, but it is for the other team too, whether it's the Cardinals or the Mets, or it doesn't matter. The Tigers, the Rangers, it doesn't matter. I've got to play down the middle. I've got to get it, right for both sides. Well, that's not how San Francisco fans heard baseball all year or over the years. The Kruk and Kipe were two guys that, bled San Francisco Giants colors, and they were happy when the Giants hit a home run, and they were dejected when they gave up a home run. And that's why when I would show up, or any national guy shows up, it hits their their ears differently, because it's just a different tone. So I always paled in comparison to what Giants fans got to hear every day. So I was well aware of that. John Miller too. I mean, it goes on and on and on. So I'm extremely aware, and there's a cool factor to Krukow. Like, to me, if the Big Lebowski had an open casting call and they were looking for the dude, like if Jeff Bridges didn't show up, they could have cast Krukow in that role. Like he was just kind of like a easygoing, funny, smart, aware, just on a different level, on a different plane than the rest of us. So I know why you guys all love the man, because he's easy to love.
Such a really well said. I was kind of comparing him,
Joe. The dude abides.
I was kind of comparing him to
abides.
Bill Walton. He had like a Bill Walton hipster, hippie vibe. And
there was a hippie vibe to him. I always felt less cool being around him.
Yeah. And it felt like he was your uncle, like your wild uncle that had all these great stories. You could drink a beer with him, maybe smoke a joint with him after, Thanksgiving dinner. And
I'll let you say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're in California, Joe.
Yeah, we're
California casual.
But you worked with Tim McCarver for so long, and you guys had great chemistry. You've worked with Troy Aikman for so long, and it's a different sport. You guys have tremendous chemistry. And as someone that does this on a way lower level than you, I've noticed that chemistry is something I have a hard time quantifying, but I know it when I see it and when I hear it, and I can feel it. And when I look at Kruk and Kipe, you can feel the bond and the love between them. And it's hard to describe, but they have perfect chemistry together. And I love that you keep bringing them up as a duo, because to me, they're synonymous, and they're synonymous with Giants baseball. And so as someone that does this for a living, when you hear their chemistry, what sticks out to you?
Yeah, I feel all those same things. I mean, I think chemistry, you're right, you can't define it, but you can feel it, certainly when you're a part of it. And I would assume you and Joe, feel that way when you sit down in the morning. You've got to work off each other. You've got to read the other person. You've got to feel the other person, even if you're not, physically touching them, you feel it. I think what I settled on was, I think you can almost, with the slightest body movement by the other person, know when they want to go, or know when they have something they want to say. You can almost finish the other person's sentence after a while. You know where their mind is. You know what something on the field, whether it's football, baseball, is triggering in their head, because you spend time with them. You sit down, you eat some with them every day during the course of the season, wherever the media lunchroom would be in these different stadiums. You want to be next to that person. You want to be together. You want to see what they think of the Giants bullpen. You want to see what they think of the Giants bench. You want to see what they, you go around the diamond, and you've talked about all this stuff. You talked about it on the bus. You've talked about it on the plane. You've talked about it, sometimes driving to the park, whatever it is. That's the way I feel with Troy. That's the way I felt with Tim. I knew what Tim McCarver thought about Derek Jeter. I knew, and I know what Troy Aikman thinks about, fill in the blank quarterback or linebacker or whatever. And you don't, so where they're going, and how to set that person up. You know how to say the right thing to engage them to go, oh yeah, I heard him say this, in the car earlier today. I'm going to direct this kind of into that area so that they can jump on it and make a great point. The real thing is you can't fake it. And I think you can hear it in other broadcast tandems or trios, whatever it might be, when they're kind of trying to fake it a little bit. But when it's genuine, there's nothing better. And that guy or that girl's got your back. That they're not going to pounce on something you said and refute it or embarrass you or whatever. And they can give each other trouble, and you can laugh at each other as long as that person can laugh at themselves. And that's what they do. They can joke, but they're best friends, and you can hear it. And if they weren't, that would have been revealed by now. So it's genuine with those two. It just bleeds across the television screen and into your ears. And that's what you're going to miss. You're going to miss the chemistry between those two. You're going to miss them playing off each other. It just makes the whole experience better as a viewer or as a listener. There's just nothing like it.
Joe Buck joining us here on the River Islands guest line. And it's funny, Joe, there's a little bit of a generational gap between my co-host and myself. He doesn't consider himself a millennial like me. He's on that cusp. I'm 33 years old. He's in his early 40s. But for my lifetime, I mean, you're the voice of my childhood into my adulthood. I don't mean to, put you on the spot age-wise, but it just, that's the facts.
Yeah, I've given. I'm 57. I'm right dead in the back end of the middle. I don't know. I'm giving up on the age thing. Although I've got 8-year-old twin boys, so I wake up every morning and do math and hope that I can make it to a point where they actually know that they had a dad.
No, that's great. No, it keeps you on your toes for sure. I got 3 of them. I got a 3-month-old too right now. So they definitely do that. But I just wanted to get to, you took over for a guy like Pat Summerall. And, in more recent memory, I think of a guy like a Joe Davis who took over not only for Vince Scully, but you yourself as well. Just, I think of Mike Krukow in similar regards, like tough acts to follow. Like, obviously there's pressure having that job in and of itself. So whoever it is, Hunter Pence, Javi Lopez, I don't even know. I'm not putting those guys, even if they want to do it, I have no idea. But just trying to remain yourself in your authentic, true nature of replacing a legend like that. How difficult is it to just try to be yourself when you're thrust upon that position?
Yeah, you can't go into it trying to be them. You have to go into it being, as you said, your authentic self. And if you can do that, you got a shot. But if you go in and I kind of took the bait. It's funny, when I was a kid and I took over in St. Louis, I was, working with my dad, but I was Jack Buck's son. And so you have to fight the urge of trying to do a Jack Buck imitation. And I had to develop my own sound, my own rhythm, my own cadence. Now, a lot of it is very much like him because that's who I was exposed to and that's how I grew up. Just like I'm sure a lot of young announcers, sound like John Miller, or, a lot of young announcers in LA sounded like Vin Scully forever or whatever. But Joe Davis, I think, is from the upper Midwest. And so he didn't grow up, I'm sure, trying to sound like Vin Scully. He just was himself. And then you have to give it time. And you have to get time from the listeners too, and the viewers. And they have to be, willing to give you time and not just chew them up and spit them out and let them settle in. That's the hard thing. So I started to say, I took the bait when I did take over, and it took 3 people, me, Troy, and Chris Collinsworth, to take over for Pat Summerall and John Madden. And I'm glad it was 3 and not 2. It was probably smart on the part of Fox to do it that way. But I kind of tried to sound like Pat. And I thought, okay, and not only, now I was working with 2 guys, 2 big personalities. And I just wanted to make sure that I kind of stayed out of their way. So I kind of adopted the, Pat Summerall was Montana, Rice, touchdown. And I kind of went down there and kind of smoothed it out and just did an economy of words. And I listened back to some of that and I'm like, it doesn't really work. And eventually I got rid of that. Maybe when Chris left, because it felt like I needed to do a little bit more. Or maybe after my vocal cord paralysis, I started doing a little more, getting a little louder, getting a little more excited, which is what I'm typically like anyway. But my point of all this is whoever it is cannot go in trying to sound like Mike. They have to go in and just be themselves and hope that they get enough time to settle in and be comfortable being in that role.
When was the first time you met Mike Krukow?
Probably when he was pitching. I was around my dad. I was around the Cardinals in the 80s. And I was well aware of Mike Krukow and probably trotting around after my dad when the Giants were in town or out in San Francisco, because I traveled with him a ton, and thinking, I tried to meet as many guys as I could. So I would say, without, giving you a specific day, time, or even year, it was in the 80s when he was pitching. And then obviously when I was doing the Cardinals on an everyday basis, which, every Giants fan, said I was in the bag for the Cardinals over the years. I say, listen to the Ishikawa home run and let me know about that. Yeah. But, I mean, I think, when I was doing the Cardinals every day, those are the guys you want to go see. You go to San Francisco and back at Candlestick, it's kind of a weird setup with the way the press box was set up and whatever, but I wanted to be around those guys. And so I got to know him better in the, let's say, early to mid 90s, late 90s as a broadcaster, but I probably first met him as a player.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up the 90s, because I was explaining to the young guys here behind the glass that, like, not every Giants game was on TV. Now every game is on.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
It's like, I remember when Giants Vision, it was this like local broadcasting. You had to pay, a certain amount of money, and you got like 50 games. And then KTVU would do some of the road games. And like when we got 100 games.
We had none.
You had none?
Had zero.
Oh.
So that's why the game of the week was so big.
That's a good point.
So that's why things changed as time went on. But back when I was a kid, and I mean, I'm 57, I'm not 157. It's not that long ago. It was, you'd have a game here, a game there, but you couldn't wait till Vin Scully and Joe Garagiola did the Cardinals game on a game of the week. And then we would sit back, and then the super stations popped up, like WGN. You'd watch the Cubs every day. WTBS, I'd watch the Braves every night. And you'd see the rest of the league that way. But, yeah, it was radio, and TV popped up on a local level, back in the 80s into the early 90s. But it certainly wasn't every day, not even close.
Well, so I'm thinking about where this is going. I mean, you're part of a very big network, and these RSNs, these regional sports networks, are getting consolidated, and I don't know, maybe they go away, at some point soon. Will there be Mike Krukow, Dwayne Kuiper type guys on television in particular moving forward if we go to a more national format? Because it just feels like, I don't know, like the baseball industry, and maybe the basketball one as well, is shifting more to that NFL national model. And I just wonder if characters like Dallas Braden and going back to Ray Fosse with the A's, like those types of guys are going to exist in the next generation.
I would think. I mean, to me, the production can all go in-house, so to speak. It can be a MLB production. But I think it's always going to rely on that connection between broadcaster and fan. And I think I'm hopeful. I'm beyond hopeful. I believe that it will always be that connection between, your guys and your team in baseball. It's a little different than the NFL. There is no local, except for radio. There is no local TV, as you know, but it's one game a week with your team. It's different when it's night after night after night after night. You're going to have people in there unless everything's AI. Then I'm really screwed. But if it's not everything's AI, you're always going to have a voice in there. And I would think that would be the last piece to go. You're going to want that connection between kind of that three-way connection, team, broadcaster, which is kind of that, these are our guys, and fan. And if that goes away, then good luck. Because I think, to go back to what you said at the beginning, those relationships are special. Those relationships are why when my dad died in 2002, there are people lining the highway on our way out to Jefferson Barracks and the Memorial Cemetery here in the St. Louis area, saluting my dad in a hearse. People people pulling off to the side of the road, people ringing the warning track, and like a de facto wake at Busch Stadium when he passed away. Those are special connections, and I can't imagine that ever going away.
You referenced your father passing. I have, changed a lot in the last couple of years since my own father passed away. And I think about, legacies and then just telling people you love them and that they're important while they're alive. And I'm thinking about Kruk and Kipe and how we can honor them from your vantage point. What's the way baseball can honor these guys the appropriate way? Because I'd love to see them get some sort of a statue out in front of the ballpark. But gosh, it feels like.
Honest to God, I'm surprised they don't. I'm surprised they don't yet. And I guess you're saying they don't. At the end of my dad's career, they gave him a statue outside of Busch Stadium, and I think and his face is on the outfield wall. I think the same for them. 100%. I think it's statue time. It's Ford Frick Award time. It's a day at the ballpark. I'm insane. Tonight there's a Jack and Joe Buck bobblehead doll night at Busch Stadium. And you push a microphone button and it's my dad's call and then my call. And we're sitting at two desks basically, and my hand is on his shoulder, which I never really noted. I didn't really look at it when they sent me the template to okay. And I love that it's that way because I couldn't touch him enough. I couldn't give him a kiss on his forehead enough in the media lunchroom. I couldn't tell him I loved him enough. And I know the Giants fans feel that same way about Kruk and Kipe, obviously. And they're just a tandem. And it's like Thelma and Louise. They're just together. And so they need the statue. I'm not spending Larry Bear's money or anybody else's money, but that should happen.
2026 Ford C. Frick Award winner Joe Buck joining us on the River Islands guest line. Are Giants fans really still getting at you, Joe? Really? I'm
a diehard Giants fan. And I'll make full disclosure here, Joe. 02 Cardinals, Giants, and, the Kenny Lofton walk-off. I was listening to the radio broadcast 7 or 6 seconds ahead of your national broadcast, and, we felt some kind of way, but I am with you over time. You've completely won. I mean, very genuine here. You've completely won me over, and you and Troy have done such a great job, but in baseball, you referenced that Ishikawa walk-off home run.
All time.
It's a goosebumps moment for me, and I live for these broadcasty things. And I just want to say on behalf of all Giants fans, we like you. We've come around on you, all right? And I apologize.
We like you, Joe.
I apologize for the hatred at one point in time. I really do. I mean that very sincerely.
But I get it, and it's the truth. I mean, if I was lying about this, I don't know. I'd probably have a different feeling about it, but it's hard. They're a hard act to follow.
Yes.
And that's kind of why you wanted me on. And I get that. And I experienced that here at home with my dad and Mike Shannon, but I experienced with Cardinal fans. They think I hate the Cardinals. And that's just the lot of the national guy. You're never going to make really either fan base happy because you always have to get excited for the other side. I get it. But add to that, always being compared to those two guys, it's a tough act to follow when it matters the most. And I experienced that as a Blues fan when they won the Cup. I'm friends with Doc Emmerich. I'm friends with Kenny Albert. And I watched him in Game 7. I watched him the whole playoffs. I was drinking in every minute of it. In Game 7, I'm like, why they keep talking about the Bruins? They don't like the Blues. And then I stopped myself. I'm like, wait a minute. This is exactly what everybody thinks to the national announcer and me. You can never satisfy the local fan. So you just have to kind of laugh at it and go on about your life.
Joe, one day thank you for coming on. You got to come back on. Fantastic. And we need to dissect Troy Aikman and his breakdown of Jimmy G in the NFC Championship game in 2021. I have watched that game back maybe 100 times. We have clipped so much audio. Troy saying, I'm terrified that the game lands on Jimmy G's right shoulder is one of the greatest audio clips in the history of 95.7 The Game.
Oh my God, I forgot he said that. Yeah, that one caught my attention, and I think sometimes it's not as I know because I know him and I know how he respects quarterback play, and he knows more than the three of us know how hard it is.
Of course,
I don't think it was said with that intention, but you say things and there's no delete button, and I've lived my life like that, so. I know we're saying goodbye, but I'm here to tell you everything was good with Jimmy G. I don't think it was said as harshly as it came off.
Don't worry. I think Jimmy Garoppolo is doing just fine.
He's doing just fine.
Live, Joe.
Yeah, I think we'd all like to be Jimmy G in our own way.
Oh my God!
Thanks so much, Joe. Greatly appreciate the time this morning, man.
Congratulations.
All right, guys. See you.
There he goes. That was awesome. That is the 2026 Ford C. Frick Award winner. And hopefully, and he was a finalist alongside Dwayne Kuiper this season. It's time to get Krukow and Kuiper both in there. And they should get, honestly, inducted together. I think that's what we would all want. But honestly, what Joe said is better. Get him a statue. This segment's brought to you by Golden State, Sir and the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And the phone lines are open. Any memories you have of Mike Krukow that you want to, come on, divulge to us, text. But we more appreciate you calling in. 888-957-9570 is the number. And if they're good enough, quite frankly, we're going to do a compilation and send it to the Giants, and hopefully it finds its way to Mike Krukow himself. And it's all sponsored by Front Bank, here for you, here for good. Hey, it's Joe Spadoni. Bay Area homeowners, when you're improving your home, a strong lineup matters. This fall, Ashby Lumber and Milgard Windows and Doors are helping you buy more and get more. From September 1st through October 31st, order qualifying Milgard windows through Ashby Lumber and receive a gift card code by email. Buy 5 qualifying windows and receive $200. Buy 10 and receive $600. Buy 15 or more and receive $1,000. This offer applies to V400 Tuscany Series and V300 Trinsic Series windows. Add a qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic patio door and receive $350 per door. Or receive $750 per qualifying VX350, AX450, or AX650 moving glass wall. Lock in rewards while you seal in comfort. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete promotion details. Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Valhalla, it's Veronica Burton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Valkyries back in action tonight, taking on the Dallas Wings and Paige Beckers. Tip off 6:30 right here on 95.7 The Game and the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. And if you just missed it, Joe Buck joined us the last basically half hour. He was very generous with his time and shared some of the stories and, his thoughts on Mike Krukow announcing his retirement yesterday. And he's going to retire at the end of the season, so he's still got a couple months left of Krukow calling Giants games. But it's bittersweet today for sure at 95.7 The Game. And I want to hear from the people, the fans, the Giants fans. And even if you aren't a Giants fan, you've just watched Giants games growing up here in the Bay Area. You've listened to Kruk and Kipe together, and they are the gold standard in broadcasting in the Bay Area and, quite frankly, the national scene as well. You just heard it from Joe Buck. When you listen to Mike Krukow, you felt like you were listening to someone that was just cool, like a California casual, cool guy. You want to have a beer with her. You said, smoke a joint with.
Let's just call it what it is.
No, for sure. Well, it's funny you say that because the amount of references that those two guys had to weed is all time. It's what made them funny. They weren't afraid to push the envelope a little bit, right? And just have those kind of borderline jokes all the time. But they would also have, the wholesome family moments during their calls. I always reference it. Like when I think of Kruk and Kipe, I think of them, the camera panning to the crowd. It's a late night game. Maybe it's 11 o'clock at night. It's, this is before the Ghost Runner. It's like the 15th inning. There's barely anyone in the stands. It's a Tuesday night. And you got the little kid just sleeping on mom or dad's chest. And then they would just say under their breath, you know what? Nothing better than that right there. And they're right. I have 3 kids now of my own.
He's like the local, and I say Bill Walton with the highest honor of.
Bill Walton's one of the all-timers.
But like the way that he would lean into the moment and just give you the wacky grandpa uncle kind of angle. And he's the everyman. He really is the everyman. In the same way,
we have some of the funny lines he's had too. I want to play at some point.
Grab some pine meat is all time. Him and Kipe, were the voice of a video game, MVP baseball, for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
And the one with Albert Pujols on the cover is the one that I think of all the time. And I just, God, I love those two so much. I think the sad part, there's so many sad parts.
Manny Ramirez was 05. I think they did that one too. Yeah.
There's so many sad parts to this. It's really sad that the Giants suck right now.
Yeah.
It's really sad that he's not going to get to do another playoff game.
Yeah.
The final one that he got to do was on radio. It was Game 5. It was a loss to the Dodgers.
You were there in person.
Team that he grew up rooting for. It sucks that, he's physically having this stuff, and, I've seen, people in my life go through things physically, and it wears on you. And it never really showcased itself on air. You didn't know that he was hurting.
Yeah.
Even though you knew when you looked at him that it wasn't as good. Yeah. He loved being a Giant.
It's funny you say that. I don't know if a lot of people know that he did grow up a Dodgers fan. You wouldn't know that. You'd think he was Mr. Giant, right? He obviously, he went to Cal Poly. He was
drafted as a catcher.
Drafted as a catcher by the California Angels once upon a time. He was a Cub, right? He was a Philly.
Traded for Joe Morgan.
Yeah, traded for Joe Morgan. You wouldn't know that, though. He's just orange and black. He is synonymous with the San Francisco Giants. Him and Dwayne Kuiper. And I love that Joe Buck said that they deserve a statue because they absolutely do. Of all the statues that they could potentially get, and Barry Bonds absolutely should be one of them. You have Willie Mays, obviously. But if I'm a fan and I have a statue of Kruk and Kipe, that's the selfie I'm taking if I'm going to the game. It's with those two guys.
Joe, he was he had a 20-game win. He won 20 games, I believe it was 86.
86, he was an all-star.
87, he had the huge win in the playoffs. 89, he was hurt.
Yeah.
And you still see his jersey in the stands. That's how cool Mike Krukow is. You still see that curved Giants 1980s jersey, the T-shirt and the jersey in the stands.
It's funny. I see, on his baseball reference page, they put the MLB debut. So September 6th, 1976, in his last MLB appearance, June 4th, 1989. It's my birthday. Look at that. Little full circle moment for me there. Although I wasn't born in 1989. That was my brother, who was born a day after the Loma Prieta earthquake. Did you know that? My brother Ray.
October 18th.
October 18th,
Nice.
yeah, 1989. I know.
I do want to get into like the evolution of the broadcast over the years, and like, you know, it's funny because like when I was a kid, KTVU was broadcasting the Giants games. It'd be like you'd get road games, and not all the road games, some of the road games. I don't even remember how many, but in my mind it was like 40 to 50. Maybe it was more, but it was Hank Greenwald, Joe Morgan. Then later on, Ted Robinson did it for some time. And then Kuiper did it for a while. Kuiper left. You
go to Cleveland?
No. I want to say it was like the Rockies or something. But Kuiper left to go somewhere, and then he came back. But at one point in the late 80s, you had this cable package. Now, we had just gotten cable in the late 80s. And there was this cable package called Giants Vision. Okay? I'm going way back. And older fans will know what I'm talking about. And Giants Vision was like, pay us, you know, I don't remember, $10, $5, $20. I forget what, I don't think it was 20 because that would have been ridiculously high back then.
Back then, yeah.
But Giants Vision, and I'm sure you could Google it, Giants Vision was like, we're going to broadcast like 50 games or whatever it was on top of the KTVU broadcast. And at one point it was Kuiper. It wasn't Steve Stone, but it was like something, Steve Phillips. I forget the guy's name. There was another guy that was involved, but it was Morgan and Dwayne Kuiper, Joe Morgan and Dwayne Kuiper. And they were doing the games. And then KTVU had Hank Greenwald and then Ted Robinson later on. And then eventually when Ted Robinson left KTVU, they had already switched all the games to Sports Channel, which Sports Channel bought Giants Vision, or Giants Vision got bought by them, or however you want to call it.
Sure.
And then it became this thing called Sports Channel. And Sports Channel literally was that, Sports Channel. They would broadcast Warrior home games, A's games, Giants games, and you had to pay extra for that.
Right.
And I want to say it was called Sports Channel Pacific.
Okay.
That got merged into Fox Sports Network Bay Area or something like that, which eventually merged into Comcast Sports Network,
which is now
CSN, which is now the NBC network. And so I'm going way back. But like they didn't have every game, or at least the bulk of every game, until like 98, 99.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about right. Because that's when my childhood was. Because, again, our generational gap there, I remember damn near all the Giants games that were on. Giants, A's, whatever. I grew up in that generation where it was early 2000s where you damn near got all of them, it felt like.
Yeah. And I get it. But, like, that's what we grew up with. Well, Kruk and Kuip, to me, formed as Kruk and Kuip, late 90s, Giants at Candlestick. Once they started playing every game at night on TV, and that was part of your basic cable package.
Yeah.
Your basic one. And then around that time, Fox, the regional Fox thing, had the Best Damn Sports Show and had all this other programming.
Chris Rose, baby.
Wrapped around broadcasting Giants games, Pac-12 games. It was very local. Remember, they had a ton of Pac-12 games. There was ESPN and that. And those were the two most popular channels for me and my boys. From the time we were like 15 to like 30. You know what I mean? Like that channel just straight up had all the Giant stuff. And I'm telling you, right then and there is when Kruk and Kuip forged themselves to the forefront of being in your living room every single night. Yeah. And I know the younger people don't know a world other than every game is on TV and they're on my TV every single night. But that's what it was, man. And it's hard to describe. And I feel like I watched his entire broadcasting career play out.
No, and it makes you more appreciative, too, I think, how you grew up, Joe, to your point of when you didn't have all these games, when you had to wake up the next morning and read it in a newspaper. I did have to do that when I was younger. I am not, super young that I had to, always just check my phone and wake up there. No. I had to wake up the next morning and just check your local paper. Or if you were up super early and you wanted to, have a TV in your room or whatever, you can watch SportsCenter. But for the most part, it was that. And it just makes you more appreciative when you hear guys like Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow and their chemistry together in an era where I'm going to be honest, Joe. A lot of the broadcast duos, at least nationally, kind of underwhelming right now. I think we're at a low point when it comes to chemistry in the booth. That's why I'm so appreciative that we just had Joe Buck on, because him and Aikman right now, I do think are the gold standard when it comes to the sport of football. Those two guys, and I'm so grateful that they're going to be calling the Super Bowl for ESPN this year. That's going to be fantastic because they've been doing it for so long. And you get that chemistry that is just not there with some of these guys that, in fairness, they're still new at it. But hell, Jim Nance is CBS, right? He's been there forever. He's going to be potentially on his third different, co-host this year. And that sucks. Tony Romo, he had the DUI, and
it is what it is.
It is what it is, but he's probably going to be having JJ Watt there. And he had Phil Simms, it feels like just yesterday. It's crazy. So it just makes me more appreciative when you get a run like these two have had for so damn long, and they sound like brothers when they're on there.
And I want you to think about this. With guys making the money that they make now, do they want to do the grind of everyday television?
It's a great point.
With regional sports networks devolving the way that they are we sure we're going to get local duos like this on TV, or are they going to do this homogenized, you know what I'm saying? National BS.
No, I
don't know.
I'm glad you asked the question to Joe, and he kind of had a political answer to it.
I think he comes of the regional sports network, but he now represents national. I think what his point was, we need to have a place for the regional broadcast.
Yes, and I'm hoping that there's going to be that going forward, but I'm with you. There's a lot of uncertainty right now when it comes to all these cable packages and what have you, and the regional sports networks potentially going away and it becoming more of an NFL model in these other sports. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't think it is.
If I said to you, you're allowed to combo them, okay, in terms of Kruk and Kipe, outside of Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, maybe the stadium, maybe you take Buster, maybe you take Lincecum.
Maybe.
I think they're a top 5 part of Giants history in San Francisco.
I think they are two of the most important Bay Area sports figures of all time. And I don't say that lightly. And a guy that knows them very well, in Krukow specifically, is Dave Fleming. He's going to join us on the other side, NBC Sports Bay Area. Mike Krukow announcing yesterday he is going to retire at the end of this season after 36 years as a broadcaster with the San Francisco Giants. And it's all sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for 1-pound packages of strawberries, 1-pint packages of blueberries, or 6-ounce packages of raspberries or blackberries for $2.99 each. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs. Always in stock, ready to ship same day. And backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline. We warehouse for you.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th Annual Charity Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Bay Area, it's Kayla Thornton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Valkyries, Joe, they're hot.
Give me my money in stacks.
There you go. This is a banger. Valkyries heading to Dallas, taking on Paige Beckers and the Wings. I go for some wings right now. Shout out Wingstop. Tip-off is at 6:30. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game in the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries, again, to hear every single game. Dave Fleming going to be joining us in about 10 minutes. Voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. And he usually joins us every week, and he already has, but we get a double dose of Dave because we want to get his thoughts on Mike Krukow announcing his retirement. And who better to ask than a guy that's worked with Mike, 23 years, something like that? It's incredible. And it just shows, too, how blessed we are in the Bay with some of our announcers and broadcasters. I mean, here's a guy, as I go, Chris Collinsworth. I didn't mean to do that. He was on the television last night for the Hall of Fame game. By the way, Carson Beck. I know it's preseason game one. Carson Beck looks pretty good. I don't know. It's all about the U, baby. I know Sam's loving it, but here's a guy in Dave Fleming that learned under not only John Miller, Hall of Famer in his own right, Sunday Night Baseball, synonymous with just baseball in general, the stories he tells, and he joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. If you missed any of that, find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app. That interview was fantastic and an incredible impression from one Steven Risotto. But Dwayne Kuiper. So Dave Fleming has learned with Kipe, John Miller, worked with Mike Krukow. I mean, if anyone has any stories about all those guys, it's going to be Dave Fleming. So, again, 10 minutes, he's going to be joining us, Joe. Can't wait to talk with Flem about it's celebrating Krukow, because that's what we're doing today. And I want to hear from the people, 888-957-9570. Like, when you think of Kruk, first and foremost, you think of just some of the funny things he said on a broadcast, like one of these ones where a fan is yawning. He goes Tarzan on him. And I feel like he's done a Chewbacca in the past. He's done all these different impersonations.
He's the best, dude.
He's one of the greatest of all time. More often than not, if you're seeing a broadcaster clip on social from Major League Baseball's account, chances are it's a Krukow clip.
Yes.
Because he's that good.
The one that I just close my eyes and I think about it, the two guys playing catch on the other side of the right field wall.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, playing catch, smoking a...
Meanwhile, out on the port walk.
There he goes.
Guy's got a heater going. Yeah, playing catch, having a schmag.
Having a schmag.
Just the way he says it is just incredible.
It was a great weekend, and you never.
Oh, thank you, Joe Buck.
Sorry, my bad. Hit the wrong button.
No, it's okay. It happens. Schmag. I don't think, and prior to that, and maybe that's just me being like unaware of all the different, jargon. I didn't even know that was a joint. Schmag, cigarette. There's so many different ones.
He's the best.
He's
dude.
one of the all-time.
Tell me he doesn't, like, when he had the glasses and the white hair, and I mean this with the most respect, he had like the wizard look going, right?
You know who I thought he was?
Because my uncle had that same look.
I thought he was hippie Santa Claus.
That's a good one.
I thought that's who he always reminded me of.
Dude, when him at the parades, especially 2012.
The best.
We are San Francisco. Yeah. We love you. You're the backbone of this team.
Yeah.
God, he bleeds black and orange.
Well, he also just represents the Bay Area. And I say that in a variety of ways. I think the lifestyle, the culture, the temperament, the advocacy. I mean, Joe, I'd be remiss to not bring up what, the statement that he released in the last couple months in regards to Pride Night.
Yeah.
Obviously. And how it felt like a failure of leadership from the organization. And I'm saying from Buster Posey's perspective in regards to that whole thing. And, Kruk going out of his way to talk about and opening up about his personal life and, how it affected him and his whole family and going out of his way to talk about it and how it is important for this community and for San Francisco in general to put their arms around the gay community. I thought it was very well said. And it was a moment in which the organization needed someone to speak out on and just be a leader. And he was that guy. And that is a guy that everyone respects. Every single Giants fan will respect Mike Krukow in that moment. It's him. It's Kuiper. They are almost bigger than baseball, it feels like. And I know no one's bigger than the game, but they feel that way. And it feels like you are losing a family member in a sense. And you said that beautifully early on in the show. And it's like, again, he's not passing away. He's not going away in Siberia.
No,
he'll be a part of the community. But this era is ending. And it sucks in this regard because it has been one of the worst decades in Giants baseball. But I say bittersweet, and that this is the bitter part, but the sweet part is you got to celebrate 3 World Series.
No
Did
doubt.
you ever imagine, Joe, in your Giants lifetime as a fan, that you would celebrate 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 World Series, and he was able to be a part of that? How awesome is that?
No, it's incredible, but you just like to see the team give him one more shot.
Yeah.
Just give him one more shot of a playoff-like moment, you know? And, my grandfather's 90 right now, and he's not doing the greatest. Yeah. And, you see things coming down the pipe, right? And it makes you sad. And it's like, these days are coming. I kind of knew my dad was going to take a turn for the worse. I knew the day was going to come, and then it happened, and it was still really sad. Yeah. And I still ain't gotten over it, probably, But we all kind of knew at one point Krug and Kipe were going to bow out, right? At some point from the job.
Can't do it forever.
Yeah, you just can't. Yeah. But now that you're here, it's like, gosh, really? Now?
I know.
And you want it to go on forever. I mean, you just do. In the weird way, like, I brought up Ray Fosse, Jim Barnett.
Yeah.
There are certain guys that I close my eyes and all I think of is them bleeding the colors of the team they represent. And the irony is, Kruk, Kipe, Fossey, Barnett, a lot of those guys played on a lot of teams.
Yes.
You know, you were having that conversation yesterday about, Steph wearing another jersey.
Yeah.
Think of how many teams some of these guys played on, and yet when you close your eyes, they're synonymous with that team. Hunter Pence is a great example. Hunter Pence, Astro, Philly, Ranger, Giants. Who do you think of? Think of him as a Giant.
Absolutely. Not an Astro, not a Ranger. Even though he grew up in Texas.
I know.
Yeah.
Will Clark. How many teams he play on?
A bunch. He's a Giant.
He's a Giant.
Yes.
He'll always be a Giant. So it's interesting. And then I think about the Bay Area. You bring up the Bay Area.
The guy we had on yesterday, Jeremy Affel, played for a couple different teams. He's a Giant.
He's a Giant. I'm big on the history of this area.
You are.
And, the gold rush was one of many reasons that people came to California.
For opportunity.
Seeking to make life better for them or their family. And there's always been different waves that have driven people here. First, obviously people were migrating from different parts of North America to reside here originally. Then you had the Spaniards come here and they were trying to, settle the church and whatnot. And that's a whole complicated aspect.
All the California missions, obviously.
The gold rush, people looking to flee poverty, to head west for opportunity, people coming here over the years because of the industry exploding. Obviously, more recently, you'd have the tech explosion.
Sure. Agriculture being a part of that.
Yeah. I mean, you've had my wife's side of the family is Filipino. And so you have this whole immersion in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s of Asian American cultures coming to San Francisco. I think about guys like Krukow. Comes to San Francisco, he's traded here. He chose to make his home. Now, I know he lives up in Reno as well, but chose to make this community his home. And was from somewhere else, from Long Beach originally, but he's got the Bay Area pulsating through his veins.
Right.
And I find it really special. There's the people that are born and raised here like myself, and we're lucky, but I always like the people's story who chose to make this their home.
Right.
Because they made a cognitive decision to stay here.
Yeah.
And I think those are the more cool and interesting ones. Do you get what I'm going?
No, I do, because you give a lot of love to Steiny in that regard. Steiny came from Philadelphia. Now, he's still a Philly guy at heart. He'll tell you that.
He chose to make this his home.
But he chose to live here in the East Bay, obviously. And he's been in Oakland now for a while, and he talks about it. And I always think of that conversation. It was a whole show. You knew it was the dead of summer because the entire 4 hours was whether or not Steiny's allowed to claim the Bay Area as his home. That was literally a conversation. And we had full phone lines the entire day. And your dad, God rest his soul, called in Joe defending Steiny.
He's right.
He's like, no, Steiny's allowed to say he's a Bay Area guy.
He is.
This is his home.
He spent more time here than anywhere else.
He's like, you claimed this place. And your dad, obviously, he's like, I am allowing you to claim it, is basically kind of what he put it at. It just makes me smile every time.
It's equivalent to my Kevin Garnett conversation.
He also talked about getting a new hip. That was another 2-minute conversation.
For anyone thinking about getting a new hip, my dad said, I should have done it 10 years earlier.
Exactly.
But similar to the Garnett thing, Garnett, you have been 1% of 1% of 1% rich for significantly longer than whatever you were poor. Now, I know you grew up poor, but you have been so rich for so long. Can't you mature and evolve a little? That's all. Just a little. Just thinking about it.
You can't say equivalent still. You know who I not liken to? This is no one's going to compare to Mike Krukow, but a guy that gives me Krukow vibes and is just authentically himself. And you brought this up, I think, earlier in the show as well. And we see him on the A's broadcast for the last handful of years, and he took over for Ray Fosse, was Dallas Braden.
Oh, no doubt.
And Dallas is one of the best in the business, and a guy who's authentically himself. Obviously, he's a Stockton native, but he grew up
ambassador of the game.
Ambassador of the game. He gets it.
Yep.
He lives and breathes baseball. Another pitcher in that regard. Another pitcher that played for a lot of different teams,
Can I give you a theory on pitchers?
Yeah.
Why they make great broadcasters? It's not... Okay, so I've had this long theory. So I want you to think about this. When you're on the bench, you have a lot of time to burn. When you're on the bench and you're pitching, well, let's say you're a starter and you're pitching once every 4 or 5 days.
Right.
Think of how many downtime innings where you have to entertain yourself watching others play the game. Think of how many innings you're sitting there playing manager in your mind, watching things play out, watching circumstances, seeing how guys react getting removed from games, right? You're almost creating your own storyboard in your mind amongst the guys that are on the bench with you.
Absolutely.
And more so in that sport than maybe other sports. So I actually don't think it's this crazy thing. Pitchers make quirky, great characters because they've spent the bulk of their baseball life sitting on the bench, messing around with everybody else around them.
Right. I'd say pitchers and catchers in particular, they just have this unique way of looking at the game. And speaking of a unique way to look at Mike Krukow, as a guy that spent, 20 plus years around him? That's Dave Fleming joining us now.
Dave.
Friend and broadcast partner of Mike Krukow, who again announced his retirement at the end of the season after 36 years in the booth working with the Giants. Dave, good morning, and we'll bring you into this conversation. It's just going to be all about Krukow today. We had Joe Buck earlier just sharing stories, and that's just basically what we want to do with you. Just share stories and talk about, this titan of the Bay Area and San Francisco in general, that is Mike Krukow. I mean, just your thoughts. I'm just going to hand it to you right now, him announcing his retirement at the end of the season.
Well, you can ask me some more specific questions than just handing it to me. I guess I could ramble for probably, an hour about Mike.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, here's my big picture thought. It stinks that Mike doesn't totally get to stop doing this on his own terms. Mike has never complained about this illness that has taken away so many of the things that he loves to do. Mike never complains about it, never really even talks about it, has defied 15 years of doctors telling him you can't do this, you won't be able to do that, you won't be able to keep going. Mike is the toughest person that I've ever met. Mike's a lot of things. Mike is generous and funny and extremely talented, great communicator, great athlete, great dad, great friend, all that. But I think in my mind, these last 10 years have proven he's the toughest guy I've ever met. And anybody else that I know would have tapped out long ago with what he's had to deal with over the last many years. And so there's many things that I admire about Mike, but his desire to keep doing this because of his love for the Giants and for baseball and for Giants fans and for all of us and our team and what we have together, what he sort of gritted his teeth and did to keep going is pretty remarkable. And so I'm not shocked that he's saying enough, because any one of us would have said enough long ago. It stinks that it has to come to that, but gosh, what a gift that we got Mike for as many years as we did. Because the last 10 or 15 years is Mike's gift to us. Like he so many other people, everybody else that I know would have just said goodbye. I can't go through what it takes to go through to get into the booth, to prepare for the game, to do the game. So, in a weird way, I felt like the last many years have just been bonus time with Mike for all of us.
That's really well said. And, I got really emotional yesterday. I mean, I was explaining to the guys behind the glass that I've watched his whole career. I remember when he played for the Giants, you know what I mean? And then I watched how television and media, it went from Giants Vision, this little TV show where they broadcast a handful of games, and it was Kuiper and Joe Morgan, and then it turned into Sports Channel. And then oh my God, we're getting almost all the games on this Fox Sports Network. And so that was when I was 16 years old. And I've watched everything, and I've watched his entire career, and, seeing him age and then his hair turn white, and it reminded me of my dad, and seeing my dad's hair turn white. And my dad loved Krukow. And so yesterday I got really emotional thinking about my dad. And My dad used to always say that, like, he's kind of like a Bill Walton of baseball. You know, he's this cartoonish character that you felt like was part of your uncle that you could have a beer with, who could also teach you the game, maybe smoke a joint with, and then play a Grateful Dead album with. You know what I mean? And he really just, he felt like one of us while also teaching you the game. I don't know. It's just, it made me sad on many levels, because it's like, man, we're getting up there, you know, we're getting old, and you're right. We're lucky to have him as long as we've had doing the broadcast. And, gosh, I can't believe that he's done this long, and that duo has been together that long, and their chemistry is just unmatched.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're getting sad, imagine like what I'm going through. I mean, I've basically every day of my professional career, I've been with Mike Krukow, you know, almost. You know, he's a lot of, I talked about some of the things that Mike is. To start, Mike is, what's the word, like a polymath? Mike's good at everything. Mike knows something about everything. Mike is the guy, if you want to talk wine, talk with Mike. Mike ran restaurants. You know, when he retired, he owned restaurants and learned like food and beverage service and how restaurants worked and how to buy wines and taste wines. And, you know, in San Luis Obispo, he got to know all those winemakers. Mike's an incredible musician. I've been at, you know, we've had late night dinner parties where Mike just breaks out in song, and all of a sudden here comes the ukulele and Mike's singing, and you know, we're all looking at each other like, what is going on? You know, Mike knows about just so many things, and history. He's a history buff. He cares about our country and, like, you know, the way people treat each other. Mike is just somebody who's got his finger in almost everything. Mike, you know, one thing that he did for me, among many, many things, my first day, I'll tell you one quick story. My first day in the big leagues. So I'm 25 years old. I didn't grow up like you. Like I didn't grow up around the Giants. I knew the Giants, but I wasn't like, you know, I didn't know I never met Mike Krukow or Dwayne Kuiper. I met John one time before. I show up in Philadelphia. I'm going to do my first Giants game the next day. I show up a day early to like watch and listen and observe. And I mean, literally, I know nobody. I'm not affiliated with this team. I'm just parachuting in. And I was nervous. Like, I wanted to make a good first impression. This is my first big league chance. And I'd never met Mike. And we were in the old Veterans Stadium press box, like dining area. And Philadelphia, more than any town in the big leagues, like the same people work, the security guards, the ushers. It's like they never leave. So, you know, the average age of the workers at Veterans Stadium was like 80. And it was great. It was all these guys who just had been there forever and ever. And there was this guy named Bob who worked in the press box and who, you know, the Krukow and Kuiper knew real well. Well, this one day that I show up, and I, you know, again, I'm nervous. I'm just meeting these guys. I've got my little tray. I'm shuffling into the cafeteria to maybe sit down and get to know them and have my pregame dinner with them before I watch them do the game. And this worker in the lunchroom comes over, and he's got something happened to him. He got like a big cut on his head, and he had this massive Band-Aid on his forehead. And you remember the old Saturday Night Live skit called Head Wound Harry?
Yeah.
And it was like a sketch comedy skit that back then was a little fresher than it is now. Now here we are 25 years later, like, yeah, what's Head Wound Harry? Well, Head Wound Harry, everybody back then kind of knew what Head Wound Harry was. It was this guy who went to a party and he had this gnarly head wound and was grossing everybody out at this party. Well, anyway, so here comes this Philadelphia guy, and his Band-Aid starts flapping loose, and so you can see the thing. And Mike just deadpans. I mean, he knows the guy's name, and it's not Harry. And he just deadpans. Hey, what's up, Harry? And he wasn't being mean to him. It was just a little inside joke at the table. And I just lost it. And I laughed. And I'm trying my best not to just laugh at this guy. And Kuip is over there. He's laughing. every time the guy comes back to like pick up a tray, hey, can I get that for you? His Band-Aids flapping down, and Mike just, without missing a beat, is, Harry, what's up? It's good to see you, man. And, his name tag's like big. It says Bob right there. And I'm just like, I am, tears are in my eyes laughing. And why do I tell that story? Like, because Mike was funny, and he was always willing to kind of be the leader of that. But he was including me in the joke, in the group. He was making me laugh. This was day one. I never met Mike Krukow. And he was including me and making me feel like I was part of the team. And from a broadcast perspective, all of us have always felt this, but Mike is the one who has led the charge for 25 years now. And with, if you include all of his years, almost 40 years of we're a team. We're in this together. We're doing this together. We care about each other. We support each other. And that's what this is about. This is our team within a team. And what a cool thing that is to have had for the four of us to have our team captain be Mike Krukow.
It's a really great story and really well said. I think about the way him and Kipe, like just the way the broadcast feels to me. And I was explaining to the guys, like, there's my dad in terms of influence of baseball. There's my dad. There's all the many coaches that I've had who I was naming earlier. And Kruk and Kipe are a huge part of what's forged my love for baseball and the Giants. And one thing that I have always felt like, they were like the two old guys in the Muppets where I was like eavesdropping on this like bench conversation amongst two ball players, maybe watching the game from center field or whatever. And they were having a good time. They were kind of teaching you the game, but they were never talking down to you. And they always felt like they were kind of a part of the team and also a part of the fan base. Like it's hard to really encapsulate, but their broadcast style as a duo is almost like the most unique duo I can think of in sports.
Yeah, I think it is. I think so. Part of that is Kuiper. Kipe is just an incredibly gifted, he understands better than probably any of us what television is and what baseball on television is. So Kuiper just shuts up, a lot of the time and lets the ball game, lets you as a viewer experience the game without as much intervention as all of us could learn a lesson from him in that regard. And Kipe always was such a great teammate because he would let Kruk be the star of the show and let Kruk be the guy who was the funniest guy on TV and the guy who did all the circling with the telestrator and the guy who did the yawn of the fan and all the funny stuff that Mike did over the years. And Kipe was egoless enough to just step back and let Mike be the star of the show in a lot of ways. And so, the two of them together just worked so beautifully. Their personalities are a lot different. Like Mike is the guy who a fan will, an auction winner will come in the booth and Mike treats him like he's known him his whole life. And this is a person who might maybe just do some innings, just come in here and do the broadcast with us. Why not? You're here. And, Dwayne's always the guy like, oh man, we gotta do the open. Like, let's go, come on. And and they fit each other so perfectly. Their personalities are so different, but so aligned. It has been an unbelievable, team chemistry between them for so long. It's just, that is a special, amazing thing. Their chemistry, the way they fit together, the way that it just happened that those two perfectly synced up together. And, I'm always gonna believe that my proudest moments as a broadcaster, we got to do 3 championship runs together, the four of us. And a lot of, most teams, I would say, almost every team, weirdly, the television broadcasters get excluded from the playoffs. Weirdly, when the playoffs come around, the TV guys go away, and it's the network TV takes over, and the local radio play-by-players and radio team gets to keep doing the games. And we've never done it that way. And it's like, how could we exclude Dwayne and Mike from the playoff broadcast that we do? Like, doesn't that sound crazy? And yet that's what almost every other team does. And so, all those games we did over all those years, the booths are crowded and we got 4 of us and we're swapping in and out, and we've got some spreadsheet that tells the 3 of us what innings we're doing. And Mike was always sort of the constant in all that. And yet if you go back and listen to those games, I would put our playoff broadcast with the 4 of us up against any broadcast that's really ever been done in baseball. And I'm not taking credit for that, but the attention to detail, the sort of heightened sense of urgency, excitement, the big calls, Mike's analysis is just perfect in those games. You could go back and listen to those, and I would be as proud of that as anything that I'll ever do professionally. And I'm just so glad that we do it the way we do, where all of us were able to do that together.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the River Islands Guest Line. It's funny you bring that up, Dave, from the television side, because I'm with you, and I think a lot of Giants fans are with you during those playoff runs. It's like, man, and we just talked with Joe Buck, who was the voice of the television voice of a lot of those playoff runs, and he still gets a lot of hate because on television they were listening to Joe Buck and not their guys that they love, Kruk and Kipe. So he got it. He's a good sport about all of that. And, we're just celebrating Mike Krukow the last 24 hours here and the rest of the season, quite frankly. But, how is it going to be the rest of the season? Because it's August 7th. We still got the month of August and September to go. I don't know, is it going to be emotional for you? Is it going to hit you at different times the rest of the season when you're working with Mike?
I'm sure it will, but I'm going to try my best not to do it that way. I mean, I'm going to try my best to just treat this like a normal couple months until the last day. And the last day I'll be a mess, and all of us are going to be a mess, and it's not going to be pretty. Where it's going to, I'm going to think about what I'm going to say to Mike on that last day, and it's not going to be the right thing. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to express what he means to me. Mike Krukow changed my life, changed the trajectory of my life, has treated me like I'm his kid for all these years. And I read all these tributes and everything great that's been said about Mike. And I read him thinking in the back of my mind, all that's cool. And all these people who have experienced Mike through the lens of being a Giants fan and a viewer and maybe meeting him a few times. And Mike is one of my best friends. He took me under his wing when I was a kid and didn't know anything about anything, and taught me so much about baseball and doing this and having fun and having a laugh and when to laugh and when to be serious. And what an amazing thing that I got to experience through all these years. So I'm sure the last day, all that's going to, be swirling around in my head. But in the meantime, I think Mike does not want this to be a daily. That is not what he wants. So I'm going to respect that, and we're going to call these games and do our post-game wraps and have lunch in the dining room before these games, like always, and laugh and make fun of the people who act like idiots around us. And we're going to do all the same stuff that we've done for all these years. And then the last day is going to be tough for all of us. And it's going to be tough for me to watch Dwayne, those last few days, because I just know what those two mean to each other. But, the good news is Mike's going to be around. Mike's not going away forever. Mike's going to be around the Giants. He's going to be paying attention. I'll be able to call him. I'll go visit him. That's the good, in a way, this is the right way to do it, where we all get to show him how much he means to us while he's around to enjoy all that and hear all that and know how much we appreciate him.
His 2012 speech at the parade is all time for me. I get goosebumps thinking about it, and then seeing some of the videos that were coming out yesterday, you're the backbone, talking to the fans, and we are San Francisco. It's just incredible. You're saying he's one of your best friends, and I only know him through TV, and listening on the radio, and that, what I've seen is what I interpret. So what is something that me from my couch wouldn't know about your best friend, Mike Krukow, or one of your best friends, Mike Krukow?
Well, here's the thing about Mike. I think Mike is an open book on television, and it's probably what makes him great on TV. Mike, the very best people who do this are the ones who their whole selves, just for whatever reason, whether it's through their words or through their body language or the way that they express themselves, like it translates. You know, some people, there's a barrier. That TV screen like prevents you from getting to know who a real person is. And I would say this about Mike, like, you know, I know a lot of Mike's secrets and like all the stuff that we've, you know, talked about over all these 25 years, but Mike's personality comes through genuinely on TV. So, you know, Joe, I think you know him, you know, in a legitimate, genuine way. Like Mike doesn't hide who he is. I think the thing that I have loved about Mike over all these years is getting to know him as a dad. You know, Mike's kids, the Krukows are a crazy group, man. They're nuts. Like I could not be in that family. It's like it's nonstop, 100% all the time. Everybody's got a song to perform or a pickleball game to play or a card game to yell at each other about, and it's like never ending with them. And that, you know, the family's gotten bigger over the years, and there's spouses and there's grandkids now, and there's friends that have come in and out, and but the Krukow family is like nuts, and it's like the great, you know, it makes you jealous. It's like I love my family, and all five of us were together last night for the first time in a long time. Like my two oldest are in college now, and we were all saying how much we valued like just having a night where it was just the five of us together. But it's hard not to be around the Krukows and think, well, wait a minute, we're not inventing songs every night at dinner. We're not like, I mean, it's true though. Like every time you're with them, there's a million things going on, and they're yelling at each other, and they're laughing, and they're hugging, and they're crying, and they're, you know, it's just a crazy family in the very best way. So I would say that's the one thing that probably people who, you know Mike's personality, you know Mike's sense of humor, you know Mike, if you're a Giants fan, you know all that about him because he conveys that on TV. But that's the one thing behind the scenes that is a pretty cool part of who Mike Krukow is.
His daughter did the national anthem again. It was like a week ago.
Yeah.
He was beaming with pride. I mean, beaming with pride. And God, could you imagine Papa Mike Krukow as your grandfather? Like the amount of fun that you would have with him would just be, I can't even imagine it. Gosh.
Yeah, and by the way, for his boys, I mean, I think Tessa was probably different because, he had 4 boys and a girl, 4 slugs and a pearl, as Mike likes to say. 4 boys and a girl, 4 slugs and a pearl. Mike's got a line for everything, including his children. But Tessa, Tessa probably got treated a little differently. Those boys did not have it easy. Like Mike, like you think about Mike as your dad, because Mike's intense. Mike goes one of the things he likes to say is game face, right? Always get the game face on. Well, Mike had the game face as a dad a lot. And, I think especially for Jarek, his oldest, when Mike was a young dad and Jarek wouldn't take out the garbage or would, bring home a bad grade, like the game face came out with Mike. So I've laughed so much over the years just thinking, and I've laughed with Jarek and Bake and Chase and all of them really his kids about like, oh man, you had to stare down the barrel with that as your dad for, if those kids screwed up, they were going to hear about it. It wasn't gentle, I don't think, but what an incredible dad he is. And they've just got the family dynamic they have is hard to describe. It's just awesome.
You brought up 4 slugs and a pearl. That's incredible. In the squat, gamer babe, grab some pine meat. What's your favorite Krukow-ism?
I'll have to think about that one. There are too many. I off the top of my head, I don't want to answer that and give a wrong answer. So before the season's over, I'll think about that.
And there might be some that aren't safe for air.
Legitimate answer.
Yeah, there might be some NSFW.
There are a lot of good ones. Yeah.
I want to play this before you, and you've been so kind with your time. You've joined us not once but twice this week, Dave, and again, we greatly appreciate it. I do have to leave you with this one.
Wait, before you do this, Joe, I will tell you my favorite one just to me. Now, this is the Krukowism.
Here we go.
But my favorite one, I've told this story before, but it was my first year. We're in Miami. We're staying at a hotel by the beach, and there were these beach volleyball courts out in front of the hotel. And I'm 26 at this point, or whatever I am. And these guys have been doing it for 15 years. And I get on the bus. We're going to go to Joe Robbie Stadium, or whatever they called it back then. And I get on the bus to go to the game. And I bounce on with my enthusiasm and, whatever. And I look right. I'm sitting in the row in front of Mike. And I turn around on my bus seat like the kid, turns around. And I'm holding my hands on the headrest of the bus seat. And I turn around and I say to Mike, hey, there's beach volleyball courts out front. So, if we want to get a sweat or, get a workout, that might be a fun way to do a workout. And he looks me right in the eye. This was my moment of knowing what it was like to be a Krukow kid at times. He looks me right in the eye and goes, Dave, this isn't effing summer camp. And he said it in front of everybody's there listening. And I was like, oh, okay. And I turned around, I just kind of slinked back down. And we've used that line a million times since then. This isn't camp. This is the big leagues. We're here to do a job. Okay. Point taken. Anyway, sorry, Joe, I interrupted you.
Dude,
that's my favorite one.
We
that was
needed
just
that.
For me.
No, that made me, because you painted that picture beautifully right there, and I could just imagine that. I just wanted to leave you with this one. It's another lighter note. We had John Miller on our airwaves yesterday, obviously talking about, Kruk announcing his retirement. I got to play this for you because we have this kid, Steven Risotto, producer here at 95.7 The Game.
He does it to me behind the scenes all the time.
He likes to fancy himself, Dave, as an impressionist of sorts. And I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to let the soundbite take it away.
This is not Dave Fleming, but it might as well be with the next question for you here on this interview.
How you doing, John? Dave Fleming from San Francisco at the corner of 3rd and King from the Hawaiian Airlines broadcast booth. And I'm not here to tell you that Ruben Rivera missed second base, but I am here to ask you a question about the rest of the season for the 2026 Giants. And I want to know, what do you think is the outlook after the trade deadline, John?
Slim.
John.
Wow.
Oh,
that's great.
What do you give him? 5 out of 5?
What's that guy's name?
Steven Risotto.
What's that guy's name?
Steven Risotto.
Okay. I'll have to meet Steven someday. I'll have to meet Steven. Let's make that happen.
Oh, that's fantastic.
John for me.
John.
We got to tighten that up a little bit. If we're going to really go with that, we got to tighten that up a little bit.
Do me a favor, on behalf of my crazy family and all Giants fans, when you see Mike, I know he knows and he's heard it from all of us, just give him a big hug and say we love him and thank you for everything and all the years. He feels like a family member. I've never met him, never even talked to him on the air, and I don't know where my fandom would be without someone like Mike Krukow, and I mean that with all my heart. I mean, the guys represented our team, our community, our area, and the game in a way that that's admirable and inspirational, quite frankly.
Yeah, screw that. He didn't want to play beach volleyball. He can.
Nah,
I love the guy.
To me.
I love the guy. I will do it for sure.
Thank you, Dave.
Hey,
You're the man.
Appreciate
You're
it,
the man. And I'll whip up on risotto for you.
Well, no, I want to meet him. I'm doing it.
He's going to get stern talking to from Dave Fleming. Thanks, Dave.
See you guys.
You're the man.
There he goes. Hit it.
Time for the injury report. It really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
That was really funny. Great stuff. We've had 2 tremendous interviews this morning with Joe Buck and Dave Fleming talking about the story of the last 24 hours here in the Bay Area. Mike Krukow announcing his retirement at the end of this season. But in the meantime, let's talk some Niners. 2 49ers who are battling some semblance of an injury returned to practice yesterday. Wide receiver Deshaun Stribling returned from a sore hamstring, but did not take part in team drills. And defensive lineman Osa Odigizua, just a great name, who was battling general soreness, was also a participant in practice yesterday. So all in all, a healthier day of football practice in Santa Clara. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. In about 20 minutes, Joe, we're actually going to have a replay of that Joe Buck interview we did right at the start of the show, because a lot of people are waking up, getting on the road waves. Maybe they missed it. Fantastic stuff. So Joe Buck, we're going to replay in about 20 minutes time.
Go home.
No, don't do that, please, because, it's a Friday, and then 9:45, you know what happens on Fridays. They talk to Steiny and Goo.
Oh.
Come on. You got to stick around for that, right?
Okay.
They were calling Guru the highlighter yesterday because of his shirt. It was so bright. It was a neon green.
I like that color.
They called him a Post-it note, too.
What? I like that color.
I don't do that sort of stuff. I don't name call. I'm a nice guy.
I mean, no one should be talking about fits when it comes to, coming out of you. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
Are you the fashion police?
Yes.
You wear pink hats on a daily basis.
Nothing wrong with that.
And pink sweaters.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Real men wear pink. Ask Cameron.
You wear golf attire when you're not golfing.
It's called business casual.
Business casual.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I am not allowing
Comfort
you.
wear.
So, hold on. The guy that is the expert on musicals now is also the expert on fashion.
Well, more so than you.
Okay. Sure.
You wear Backstreet Boy shirts.
Oh, so what's wrong with that?
I just
I
don't wear Pop Band Boy.
Oh, so wait, so pink Backstreet Boys. What are you trying to say, Joe?
I don't know.
What are you trying to say?
Pink polo is not like a Backstreet Boy
Pink
shirt.
Pony Club? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the Pink Elephant was a bar up in the Russian River area.
Pink Floyd?
Pink Floyd's great.
I think Mike Krukow loves Pink Floyd. Maybe you could play some. It's funny. You go on his Wikipedia page. It says Mike Krukow is a talented musician, proficient in guitar, the mandolin, the banjo, and the ukulele. What a tremendous repertoire of instruments to play, Samwise.
I bet he listens to Backstreet Boys every now and then.
Oh, definitely. Backstreet's back, all right. There's been a giant once or twice that's definitely had a Backstreet Boys as their opening song. Their walkout music.
Oh, in the early 2000s, they had to be.
Absolutely. Them, NSYNC. Shasky, that wasn't your forte, but that's all right. It's all right.
Because he's not a millennial.
I'm glad I missed that.
Well, you got to diversify your portfolio. I mean, you're into everything except for boy bands. You just got to add that to the list. Add that.
Well, no, there are certain boy bands that I acknowledge. New Edition, Jodeci, Boyz II Men. I just don't. When I watched the doc on NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, which was my sister's music, they didn't write anything. And that guy, is it Jerry Heller, whoever that guy was, he's like, I mean, it was really disgusting what they ended up doing with those groups.
Oh, the fact that they were able to overcome some of that just shows how inspirational those boy groups were, And spoiler
Did you listen
alert,
to Cameron, Joe?
What's up? No, Cameron's great. Yeah,
Yeah, I love Cameron.
I got to say this, though.
Oh, Cameron.
Joe.
No, I did Spadoni. Do you listen to Cameron?
I listen to everything, Vic. All right?
Name a Cameron song.
I don't need to.
Uh-huh.
All
You
right?
don't get the computers puking?
Because I'm not going to...
Pandora's box.
I'm not going to...
Cincinnati like a Bengal.
I'm not going to allow you guys to box me in on what I can and can't like. I can like everything. I can like Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera. I could also enjoy Led Zeppelin or Frank Sinatra or Chuck Berry or Jimi Hendrix. All right? I enjoy it all. Don't yuck my yum, as someone once said. Don't do that, Joe. And you know who never did that? Mike Krukow. He was authentically himself.
In the words of Krukow.
I didn't know where he was going with that story.
Could you imagine a young Fleming? Hey, let's go play beach volleyball.
Well, I thought they were going to see some particular individuals playing beach volleyball.
Oh, I didn't even think
I
of
thought
that.
a young Dave Fleming was going to be like, hey, Mike, let's go play over there. But the fact that he said this isn't effing summer camp was just a peak Krukow response. And I think it was well put. The best broadcasters are authentically themselves, and you just know who they are, whether they're on television or off of it. And that's what Dave was basically saying about Mike. Like, if you listen to Mike Krukow, you knew him. That's authentic.
Roxy Bernstein, who was close friends with Bill Walton, discussed how Bill Walton, whatever you saw on TV was a very close version of what Bill Walton truly was.
Totally.
Actually, I got to give Roxy, and Dave Fleming, by the way, like I've seen Dave out and about. Dave is very authentic. He is a great guy. So's Roxy. Like the guy that you see on TV is literally the guy that we see in the prep room when he used to work here behind the scenes and stuff. I love Roxy. I love Dave. They are who they say they are.
I'm glad we had Dave on again too, because Giants fans are in great hands when it comes to just the play-by-play, obviously, of Dave Fleming, because we've had John Miller, Dwayne Kuiper. I mean, all these guys in their own rights are Hall of Fame worthy, Joe. But the fact that Dave has been around these guys for so long, and now and hopefully, God willing, he's going to be doing this for the Giants for another 20, 30 years. Who the hell knows? But the fact that he is this guy that, Giants fans can still have post-Kipe and post-Krukow and post-John Miller eventually whenever that happens. Hopefully they're sticking around a lot longer in the booth. But it does give me at least a little bit of, some calm in my Giants fandom if I'm a Giants fan, that we got Dave Fleming at least, and Hunter Pence does a hell of a job. Javi Lopez does a hell of a job. We got some great guys still to take over the mantle. That it is trustworthy too, because listen, if you're a fan base of a certain team, you take pride in the broadcasters. And it's a thing that, listen, there's a reason why Giants fans like to get on Joe Buck, right? There was a reason why they were pissed that they didn't get Kruk and Kipe on the broadcast all throughout those playoff runs.
Well, as you bring this up, I think about Kalena, replacing Jim Barnett. Jim Barnett and for me, then Jim Barnett is one of the gold standards. Not that I don't like Kalena, but it's just a really difficult act to follow. And it takes time for our ears to be able to accept you. I think one thing I learned in this industry is that change is difficult. And when I got an opportunity to be on air, Bonte was like, everyone's going to be backlashing the change of what was prior. You just need to put your head down and continue to be yourself and move forward. And eventually they'll either accept you or they won't. Yeah. And you'll have to live with that.
No, it's a great point. And again, you mentioned Bonte, me, taking over for him in this role. It's been the same thing. There's going to be people that love me, hate me, indifferent, and they may not listen anymore because Bonte's here. And you know what? I can't react to every single person if they're commenting on this or looking at that. You just got to put your head down, be authentically yourself, and that'll take care of the rest. And you use the word a lot, like imposter syndrome. Sometimes you feel like, man, I kind of, maybe I don't belong here. Maybe I'm in over my head. Maybe should I be doing this sort of thing? And, I marvel at the guys like Kruk and Kipe and Fleming and John Miller that have been doing this at such a high level for so long. They make it look so easy, Joe, when in reality, it's not. Now, it's a different job than what we do on a daily basis, but still, you're trying to paint a picture at the end of the day and tell a story throughout a game and teach an audience something and try to be funny and try to be, you connect to the audience. That's ultimately what all of us are trying to do, connect to the audience. And they just did it in such a way that you marvel at. No one's going to be able to replicate what they've been able to do. And I want to hear from the people at 888-957-9570. Phone lines are open.
I say Mike Krukow. What do you think of?
Right there. You say Mike Krukow, what do you think of? Is a great just question to ask. And I want to throw it to Sam here, who's also one of the biggest Giants fans that I know, that he has the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. You're the only Giants, particularly Giants show here at the station, Sam. You're doing it with Dan Devone every Saturday, 9 to 12. Check it out. When Shasky says that, I say Mike Krukow. You say what, Sam?
Oh, sorry. I was reading a lot of stuff here. When I think Mike Krukow, that is the sound of Giants baseball. That is every game for me growing up, because he joined the TV booth in 94, which was, a couple years after I was born. I was still a wee little baby at the time. So when I started actually watching Giants baseball on the regular, which is when I was around 7, 8 years old, that was my dad first took me to the game. Every game sounded like Kruk and Kipe. And you can't just say one without the other. If you're to ask, what's your favorite Krukow call? It's your favorite Kruk and Kipe call. And Shasky, you brought it up earlier. One of my favorite ones ever might be that 2002 winning the pennant call. The excitement that you hear in their voice, they're going nuts on the microphone. They're celebrating on the microphone the same way that we as fans were. And you hear their excitement, the fact that this World Series run that no one really saw coming all of a sudden is now coming to fruition. And so I just always love that moment. And yeah, those two were just, every game sounded like them. They fostered my love of Giants baseball. And I always say, I love this team so much. I made a career out of following them. Those two are a big reason why I'm here. I do not love this team if those two are not providing the voice for it. And I always think right around trade deadline, one of the greatest trades in Giants history is probably that Al Holland, Joe Morgan trade for Mike Krukow, because can you imagine this organization without Mike Krukow?
No.
You can't. And so it's like, is it a trade that like maybe helped him on the field or something? Yeah, Krukow's a really good pitcher, but when you think all-time great Giants trades, that is right up there in the top 5, not because of anything that happened on the field, but because the impact that went to this organization and beyond, you can't quantify what he's meant. And seeing him at the ballpark, seeing I said there's like a sparkle in his voice.
Oh, yeah.
It's still there. And if you didn't see him in the chair wheeling around, which is a really cool chair if you ever see it, it's like Professor X's chair, but like way, way cooler.
Nice.
You would never know that he has this degenerative disease that he's been battling for, over 10 years now. It's just, he sounds and seems like just the same person from the first time I've heard his voice through now.
I think that's very well said. And, it's interesting in our industry, when we go to broadcasting, we immediately go to the play-by-play. Right, we always go to the guy that has every single call, right? Whether it's football, it feels like we do.
John Madden was the color guy.
Well, I was going to bring that up.
Bill Walton was the color guy.
Sure, but
QB Brown was the color guy. I'm just thinking of like in who I love. Tom Tolbert, who I loved at the time when he was on ABC, was color. I mean, for me, yes, there are a lot of because what's his face? Vin Scully did both because he was by himself.
He was by himself. That was unique, right? He was by himself. You think of, Bill King once upon a time, right? Doing the play-by-play. You think of, we just had him on, Joe Buck. Jim Nance for a long time has been synonymous with a lot of big games. Pat Summerall. Like, you go there, I think it's harder. Again, both of them are extremely hard. To be a color guy that stands out, though, and when we say color analyst, that's not the play-by-play calling every play. It's the one that's offering the analyst is the color. That's the term for it in the biz. It's so hard. It's so hard because we crush, especially today where everything is in the palm of our hand and social media is on steroids. Every single mistake you have today, we are crushing it. Like right now, I even see it. And obviously this guy's going through, more serious life stuff and he had a DOI like Tony Romo. People were crushing this guy, crushing his calls. Like he's not prepared. He's doing this. He's not doing
goes
that.
At him. I'm like, okay.
His shtick is over. He's doing that. We have Troy Aikman. People go at Troy Aikman. Hell, some of the quarterbacks go at Troy Aikman. I'm thinking of Caleb Williams right now. You think of all these people just slicing and dicing. Kirk Herbstreit, right? Working on Thursday Night Football now with Al Michaels. Like, we critique these guys so much in today's society. I can't think of one negative anyone's ever said about Mike Krukow.
Well, no. The only negative is when the Giants would go through a losing funk. I'm sick of hearing Krukow say you got to tip your cap to this random pitcher because he would. I love him for this.
What's the pitcher in him?
Yes, he'd be like, you got to tip your cap. This guy, he had a 7.56 ERA heading into this one, and he threw 8 innings of shutout ball against this horrible Giants offense. You just got to tip your cap. I love him so much for it, but that's the only criticism people would have is, I'm tired of tipping caps, Krukow.
Krukow, this guy has 7 ERA and he shut us out for 8 innings. I'm not tipping my cap.
It was his way of being like, this lineup sucks for the Giants.
Exactly. So this is what we're going to do, all right? Joe Buck, we're going to push it up a little bit. We're going to do that replay 8:50. Join us earlier in the show. If you missed it, we will play that. But this next segment's about the fans. If you loved Mike Krukow, let us know. When we say Mike Krukow, you say what? What did he mean to your Giants fandom overall? I want to hear from the people. You keep telling me how much he matters. This is your opportunity to do so. 888-957-9570 is the number. And baseball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And imagine this, Vic. This segment is sponsored by Fremont Bake, which is here for you and here for good.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. and we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Valhalla, it's Coach Natalie Nakase. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio on 95.7 The Game.
You know, we're talking about authenticity in the broadcast booth, celebrating Mike Krukow as he announces his retirement at the end of the season yesterday. And he's going to, still be doing it the next month or two. And we're celebrating him. But a guy that's also authentically himself on these Valkyries broadcasts is Kevin Dana. Love me some Kevin Dana. And you can listen to him tonight as the Valkyries take on the Dallas Wings, 6:30 right here on 95.7 The Game, and also the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game, and the phone lines are open. We want to hear from you. What is your favorite Mike Krukow memory? Shasky put it brilliantly. I say Mike Krukow, you say what? 888-957-9570.
I mean, I think top 5, but everybody's got Kruk and Kipe as a duo in their top 10 all-time San Francisco Giants, right?
Oh, absolutely. I thought you were just going broadcasters in general. They might be number one as a broadcast duo. But San Francisco Giants?
If I just said San Francisco Giants, top 10 all-time.
Like, I know Mount Rushmore is only, 4 heads, but, you can have a 5th and put those two together. It counts as one.
Sure. I mean, to me, they are synonymous.
They are.
Together.
They, more so than any other athlete, encapsulate the Bay Area.
Yes.
They just have the vibes of those guys. And obviously you got, Mays, McCovey, Bonds, and you said, Posey, Linscomb, whoever you want. Will Clark, right? But
McCovey.
It's just a different kind of admiration for those two guys because you're listening to them for so long that they become a part of your family in a way. No, it's true. They're sometimes for some people, you listen to them more than either your significant other or whoever on a daily basis, because they're just there. Their voices are with you throughout the entirety of summer. And now it's been kind of some lean summers here in San Francisco the last decade. But you remember the good times. No, it does suck.
One part that does suck, just this ending does suck.
Yeah. Yeah. But it gives you more appreciation too. And I don't mean to be that guy. You appreciate the good times and you're going through the bad times. But it does suck that this is kind of be one of the worst seasons we've seen in San Francisco. This is going to be it for Mike.
When you see some of the footage from the 2012 parade and stuff, even the 2012 highlights, dude, they're in low def, fuzzy, it's getting old.
16 years ago, Joe.
You know how we talk about the 94 Niners, the footage gets grainier and grainier?
Yeah.
Dude, the 2012, 2014 parades look so old.
It's true.
It does not look high def and new.
It's funny too because
it felt like yesterday.
Whenever I go through, I was at Costco the other day, and you're bringing up high def, and we're gonna play one of Krukow's
it's
speeches.
$150. You get
it's so cheap.
Remember, 50-inch screen, $150.
Remember how legit it was if you go over to a friend's house, they have a flat screen.
Yeah, what? $1,500. It
was 50. It was
when $1,500 was really $1,500.
And how heavy was that thing that they had to install it? You had to have multiple people carry it. Now you get something that's so damn thin, it costs $200. You install it immediately, and it's crystal clear. Yeah. It's incredible, the technology, to your point. But can we listen to Krukow? I want to listen to more of him.
Yes,
2010 please. World Series speech. It's one of the all-timers.
How great was that parade? I know everybody up here felt it, and I know you felt it. And everybody here today, you are standing here, and you are not standing alone. You are standing with the person that taught you the great story of the San Francisco Giants, whether it be your dad or your mom or a friend or your sister or your grandpa. They taught you right. They taught you had to be loyal. You had to love your team. And to a man on this team, this 2010 team, to a man, back in August, they plugged into you. And you fueled and energized this group all the way through a crazy month of September and into what is an epic month of October and what is one glorious day in November. And you have but one responsibility. And you owe it to the person that taught you the good book, San Francisco Giants. You need to pass this story on. Keep this love alive. And when you tell the story, simply tell them, we're the Giants, we're San Francisco, and we're the world champions.
I mean, 16 years later, Joe still hits.
Tell me we got his 2012 speech.
We'll grab that.
I have not been able to find it. I've been searching all morning for whatever reason. It's not. I can't find it.
That's a great one. That's a great one. The only
thing I'll be able to find is that last line where he says, we're the Giants still, and we're still world champions or whatever. I have not been able to find the full one yet, unfortunately.
Well, if you can find that one little part, it gives me goosebumps every time.
I know this is a lost season, but something does make me smile, and it's going to be pretty cool that the very last game of the season is at home, and it is against the Dodgers. Like that,
the team that he grew up watching.
That is poetic, right? The team he grew up as a fan of. And, I think of Vin Scully's very last regular season game, I believe, was also in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Between the Giants and the Dodgers. So, and I know how highly, Mike and Dwayne always talk about Vin. I think of those three as like the gold standard of this generation. And Vin goes how many different generations he's up there? Like
back to New York.
Back to New York, right? Like, and I think of John Miller, and just knowing the history of the game is also an aspect of these broadcasts that I just appreciate. And I know you do too, Joe, because you're a fan of the game as large. Just all the relationships that these guys have had over the years with all these other different broadcasting booths, like your favorite broadcaster, their favorite broadcaster might be Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow. That's how highly they're thought of in the broadcasting community as a whole.
Have you ever watched he's done 10th, 11th innings, but the 9 innings, it's Ken Burns' baseball doc?
No, I haven't seen that.
You've never seen?
No, never.
Oh my God.
Do I need to?
Well, it's Ken Burns' doc. I mean,
I got to get through a lot of different musicals first, then I'll get to that. Don't worry.
It's one of the seminal pieces of art around the game of baseball.
Everyone keeps telling me Ken Burns is like the guy. He's like the master documentarian. So I got to.
Yeah, he's got a variety of ones that you need to watch.
Okay, I think the one I have seen, I think he has one on the Industrial Revolution that we watched back in college. So, yeah.
You've never seen any of the Ken Burns?
It's just. You're getting on me about musicals and Ken Burns today.
I've seen a few. I haven't seen all of them.
Yeah.
You have no idea what you're even. Okay. You guys are all little line. You either seen it or you haven't.
I told you, I literally have watched one about the Industrial Revolution.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Mike Krukow deserves to be the kind of guy that gets interviewed in a Ken Burns doc about the game of baseball, because he's one of those like Spaceman Billy. He's one of those characters that absolutely has to be documented and has to be, the brain must be picked at in terms of Mike, just baseball and just asking him about players, Like if we were sitting here right now, just hanging out, having a beer, even though I don't drink, and he was like, hey.
Non-alcoholic.
Albert Pujols. Mike would go crazy about Albert Pujols, right?
Absolutely.
He would talk for hours.
Yeah.
Roger Clemens. Doc Gooden.
Yeah.
I mean, just go right down the list. I love those kinds of people.
Yeah. That celebrate the game.
Yes.
Like, obviously,
Yes.
and this is what I always appreciate about their broadcasts, because local broadcasts always have a tinge of homerism, some more than others, and that's why we love them.
Get up! Get up! Hawk Harrelson.
But again, you bring up Hawk. I'm sure Mike and Dwayne have a lot of Hawk Harrelson stories from the past. Mercy. But that's why we love those guys. And I love Kruk and Kipe, though, because they also can feel the moment. And Kipe in particular in this, because he's calling the plays, like, he'll feel a big home run for the opposition and do it well. But he does it in a way where it's like, damn, that sucks, but that was a huge moment. So for the local angle, it'll be, It is high. It is high. It is gone, right? For like a John Sterling or high drive, center field, out of here. Or for the opposition, it's what? Driven deep to right. Gone, right? But it felt big for the opposition. That's broadcasting to a T. Knowing it's a big moment, but doing it in a way where, man, that hurts the local crowd, but it's still big in the game at large. And Mike always was respectful to the opposition. You're saying you just got to tip your cap. Now we're joking about that for like when it's the down times, when it's like, Mike, you've said you got to tip your cap to the opposition way too much. Maybe it's just our bats that suck, but he respected greatness from the opposition. Well, and he felt the big moments, which I always appreciate.
The other thing is he captured the sense of moment of like, I think you got to look at that. I think you got to look at that, meaning like a challenge or something like that.
Yeah.
Or when, for example, Bumgarner and Yasiel Puig were going at it. And he's like, here we go. And like, you can feel it. Like I'm getting goosebumps. Harper and Strickland. Let's do this. And he would like almost turn into like the WWE Jim Ross, where like he would see things happening before they happen. There's one in particular, and I've tried to look for this forever. It was Until There's a Cure Day. And Bob Brenly comes running out of the bullpen. It's like mid-90s. And he's like, oh, boy. And he's like yelling because he sees this big fight about to happen on the field. Oh, man. It's just, I love him. I freaking love him. I'd pitch around this guy. Goldschmidt goes yard. This is why you got to pitch around him.
Yep. You can't give in here. And John Miller joined the boys in the afternoon yesterday, and he also shared a Mike Krukow story, and that's what we're doing right now. Phone lines are open. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to share any Mike Krukow story and just how you feel about him overall as he announces his retirement at the end of the season yesterday.
And like, you always felt like they were in the room with you and they weren't doing a broadcast. You were just hanging out with them, watching the game.
And you happen to overhear what they're saying, right?
Or you were saying something, and then they're like, yeah, that's right. We got to challenge that. And you're like, yes, we should challenge that. It's hilarious.
Here's one that right here. Perfect.
See, look at this guy. He's got a hot dog. He's the happiest guy in the world. Need a napkin? Dude, what? You think I'm messy? Yeah. Plus, he's the only one without a date. That's what you're going to miss.
Well, that means one thing. He's got onions on his hot dog.
Savor it. You only got either one large bite left or, oh, yes.
Oh, man.
Good job.
Seriously, he had to milk that a little bit.
It was like two small bites or just one big one.
And he went for it.
They're doing play-by-play of a guy eating a hot dog.
It's the best.
And it's Hall of Fame worthy.
It's the best.
He's single here. He doesn't have a date. He's like, well, can eat onions then.
Do you remember the one where there was a wedding and there was a woman in a dress?
I think, yeah.
And she was near wherever the Gotham Club is now. And there was a guy that was in front of them blocking the bride the entire time. And they're like, get this guy out of the way. He's got to move. He's got to move. Oh, terrible awareness. You make a better TV than you do a window. It's just hilarious. Or a door instead of a window.
There's so many good ones here. And shout out to whoever cut these in the back. It might have been risotto. Sam, yourself, obviously.
A little bit of Grandy, too.
A little bit of Grandy. Thank you guys so much. I just want to play a couple of these.
Yeah, give them to me.
Because they're just...
I want to hear them all.
It just makes me laugh. It makes me smile.
Just have it in your mind that the Dodgers are never going to lose.
Never, and then just be really shocked and surprised.
And just be happy.
Be happy, enjoy it, have a cocktail, celebrate, some popcorn, have a gummy, whatever. Just enjoy it.
Hey, it's legal.
Hey, it's like that little part right there. Have a gummy, you know? Hey, it's legal. There you go.
I'm telling
and
you,
I love that I said that because I wanted to say that to Joe Buck earlier because he said, feels like you have a joint or a beer with these guys. He's like, your words, not mine. It's like, it's California, man. We're chilling.
We're chilling.
Again, they got the area.
I know.
You have to know the area, and in particular the Bay Area, which is different from LA, but he gets the California lifestyle to it. When I think California, I think Mike Krukow.
The other thing that John Miller, Dave Fleming, Kipe, and Kruk all have in common, the best storytellers.
Baseball, you have to be able to tell a story
100%.
too. You have to.
Yeah, but look at the national, in these national broadcasts, there's not a lot of storytelling.
No.
That's more of a local broadcast thing.
Yes.
And I want to defend the national broadcast people. That there's a time and a place.
Yeah.
But I think it's more the down and out random 8-1 game on a Tuesday night.
All right.
Have a gummy. I mean, that's incredible.
Great. I can go for one right now. Will and Marin wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Any Mike Krukow stories you want to talk about, or just talk about the person himself, as we are celebrating Mike Krukow today as he announces his retirement at the end of the season. What's up, Will? You're on the roast.
Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, this one, it's bittersweet because, like, obviously it's, it's selfish. We want him to do it forever, but we understand that, 55 plus years, that's a very long time to dedicate yourself and, stay away from family and travel. And I know he doesn't do it as much, but he used to and stuff. So it really does hurt. The last time I really got teary eyed was when my daughter was born. And when I heard that, I legit did, because, some kids growing up, they had Mr. Rogers or they had someone to look up with. I had Krukow and Kipe, I had those guys. I watched every game, and my grandma would always have them on the radio, and, my brothers would always be listening to them on the radio. And if it was on another broadcast, like if it was a Sunday night game and it was on MLB Network, the TV would be on, but the radio would be on so we could hear our boys. And it just, it hits different. I'm sure this is how Dodgers felt, the older Dodgers generation felt when Vin Scully went around, when he left. You're not going to, you understand that there's probably going to someone's going to come in and fill their shoes and probably do a good job and be good at it, but it's just not going to be the same. It's almost like it's the same thing but a different recipe. You try it, it's okay, but it's just not the same. And my story that I have is I got really good seats from work long time ago when I was a kid, and I took my girlfriend to the game and a few buddies, and we were down over by the first base dugout, so the visitor side, and Big Tiny Minor, the guy who was a first baseman, smoked the ball foul, and I caught him on a one hop.
Or Damon Minor.
Yeah, I think Damon Minor. Damon Minor.
Travis Minor would have been a running back, but he was a left-handed big white guy first baseman. Damon Minor.
And Krukow called him Big Tiny because he would smoke. He was the only guy out of bounds that was like splash hitting legit on the Giants. And he smoked the foul ball on a one hop, and I caught it barehanded, and oh man, it hurt. But I had it, and I chose to. My girlfriend's like, "Oh, I really want the ball," and I go, "Sorry, babe. There's a rule. There's a kid here. I got to give it to the kid." And so my homie Victor calls me, and he goes, "Dude, I just saw you on the game," and he goes, "You gave the ball." He goes, "Krukow called you a gamer," and to me that was the highlight of my life. I was like, "There we go." He was just like, "What did he say?" He's like, "You handed the ball to the kid," and he goes, "Gamer, absolute gamer." And then Kipe was like, "What a stud. Could have given it to his girlfriend, chose the kid, but I'm sure his night's going to end just fine." Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
That's Will and Marin. And they would always have those funny little clips like that.
Gamer babes.
Gamer babes, absolutely. And, during that run, it was a party out there. How we view the San Diego Padre crowds right now was the San Francisco Giants for a very long time during that World Series stretch there.
Remember when Dog used to be in left field? Do you remember Dog?
Dog, I remember the Dog.
And then he got in trouble for touching a home run.
I do remember. Yeah, he reached over the fence. I remember watching that. And he was hanging out like 140 something, and then he would just slink back. It was
like 139, 140. You're right, that section. But he would Dog's in attendance today. We got Dog in here. Right. Then they had the Milkmen. Remember
the Milkmen from Melky Cabrera? That was great.
I'm trying to think of somebody.
Pete with the Milkmaids.
The Milkmaids. Weren't they plants?
Well, all these are industry plants now that we realize that. The
it was fun in the moment. Right? That's all that matters.
Yeah, there you go. That's all that matters. Just have fun. Don't yuck other people's yum, Joe.
What about Crazy Legs, the guy that was the vendor?
Legs. I don't remember that one.
You don't remember Crazy Legs?
I don't remember that one.
That's John in Napa. John in Napa has a Krukow story. What's up, John? How you doing, man?
Hey, doing really well. I got two of them real quick. My family's been going to spring training for 30 years.
Wow.
So I remember going there, and this is when Torture was the other one. They torture all the time.
Napa money.
And so we got to go up to see them broadcasting at Scottsdale. So I got to meet Cook and Kipe, and that was really cool. The other one was my father and my best friend were watching the 2010 World Series run, not even the World Series yet, just the run up to it. And it was so good, but the national broadcasting, we were not into it. So we had to sync up the radio just so we could hear the broadcasters. And, and that was a whole challenge getting that, synced up right. But just it's going to be a different sound coming into the living room for the future. And, I just wish the best for them both, for Mike Krukow and all that.
Very well said, John. And yeah, we're getting a flood of text this entire morning in regards to, just what he meant. And we got one right here. 650, you guys should play Krukow talking about the Neffy chicken?
The Nafy chicken.
The Nafy chicken.
For Nafy
As
Perez.
in Nafy Perez, the shortstop. Who also
had the Nafy cannon,
I don't know if this person spelled it
Nafy
correctly.
Perez also had a Rawlings glove that was developed just for him because he had a shallow pocket. Nafy Perez was a good infielder at one point in time.
Dude, again, rocket of an arm.
He did. He was a Rocky Giant.
Yeah, he was a Rocky. He was a Rocky.
415, Shasky at is a candlestick faithful like myself. Please tell him you remember the red rope guy, Mo, from South City.
Red
there you
ropes.
Go. There you go, baby.
Well, the best was when people used to do the carnation. They were like these little ice cream bricks. I don't know how to describe it other than like a brick, but you get the wooden spoon and it would be this frozen ice cream and it was like a swirl. It was chocolate and vanilla, and you'd stick the little wooden spoon.
Oh, of course, you gotta get the wooden spoon.
And the spoon would snap off, and they would always pan to some kid that kid is never gonna finish that ice cream.
Well, that hot dog, I always think of the Seinfeld episode when George is at the U.S. Open and he's eating the ice cream and it's melting all over his face, and he doesn't realize that he's about to become that version. Now we would call it a meme basically.
Yeah.
But they did that so well. Just
the best at it.
Play-by-play of people eating food. I could watch entire hour compilation of them doing that.
George Borges, if you're out there somewhere, earlier this year,
Borges
fell asleep at a Giants game, and Krug and Kuip were roasting him, and it went viral. How about when the guy at Dodger Stadium showed up with the Dynasty newspaper in the front row, and they kept bringing it up?
Do you
remember that, Sam?
Vaguely.
You don't remember the guy showing up to Dodger Stadium with the Dynasty newspaper?
Again, that just shows you there were so many different moments.
I might have been in Miami when that happened, to be honest.
Oh, you're in Miami. Well,
so I wasn't able to watch the game when that one happened.
He was hanging out the beach volleyball
So I'll give it to you. A guy showed up to Giants Dodgers. It was the first series of the year after we won the World Series the third time.
Yeah, so I wasn't able to watch that.
He showed up in the front row. You could Google it. Look it up.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
And the guy had his legs folded and had, for the whole first couple innings, pulled out the full newspaper that said Dynasty and was fake reading the newspaper in the front row of the Giants game.
That's how you do it.
It was incredible.
I see it right here. Look, great trolling by Giants fan reading 14 World Series paper at Dodger Stadium. The guy just has a mustache, a hat, and a polo, and he's crossing his legs, and he's like,
it's incredible.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It's incredible. They spent the whole inning talking about him. The day that Mattingly went to the mound twice, Krukow was going crazy.
What's coming up the game was sponsored by Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Joe Buck on the other side, Ford C. Frick Award winner this year, and he's going to talk about the greatness that is Mike Krukow.
If you've ever reached for a cheers when your favorite song comes on, you're ready to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy but not sweet, hoppy but not bitter. America's best-selling hazy IPA for good reason. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Get ready to grill some tasty USDA choice boneless beef tri-tip roast untrimmed twin packs for $6.99 per pound when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 2 packages. And before we eat that, I'm thinking maybe some charcuterie.
Yeah, take a picture and say cheese because you can enjoy Sargento shredded or sliced cheese, 5 to 8 ounce selected varieties for $1.99 each when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 4 items, juicy 1 pound packages of strawberries, 1 pint packages of blueberries, or 6 ounce packages of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
what if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Constipation with belly pain back again? Huh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Relax, our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Don't miss comedian Joe Coy on his Coy Meets World Tour at Oakland Arena on November 13th. Buy your tickets at joecoy.com for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Icon Live. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Bahala, it's Kia Stokes. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Mark Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you are. And check out the Valks tonight, 6:30 tip, taking on the Dallas Wings as your home for Valkyries basketball, 95.7 The Game. And earlier in the show, Shasky and I talked to another Joe That being Joe Buck, voice of ESPN's Monday Night Football, obviously longtime MLB on Fox, called all 3 of the Giants' World Series victories for Fox. And we had him on to talk about Mike Krukow announcing his retirement. They crossed paths many a time. And we started the conversation by congratulating Joe on his induction into the Hall of Fame as a Ford C. Frick Award winner.
Thank you. It was a great weekend, and you never feel like you're deserving of that kind of stuff. And I'm sure, according to San Francisco fans, I'm not. But beyond that, it was a great time. And thinking back to when I was out there when my dad went in 1987. And I was a senior in high school. 39 years later, the people that were sitting with me in the seats that day, that summer, were there in the crowd, my mom and my sister. And then I got to share it with my kids, got older daughters, little boys. So it was a great weekend. And the guy that I know you want to talk to me about, he has to be in along with his partner. I love those guys. And I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
Man, it's really well said. And Joe, you're being humble, but honestly, you've done a great job over the years in a lot of different sports. And when your father was doing the Cardinals for so long, it felt like he was synonymous with the Cardinals. You know what I mean? Like Sam Usual, Jack Buck, and then you end up taking on a role similar. What's it like doing the day-to-day grind of being the voice of a team throughout the ups and downs of the season? Because they're family, and you're representing the organization to our families in our living rooms and in our cars every single day. And there's just something that connects us to these local team broadcasts. It's different from the national broadcasts. And I know You know what I'm talking about. And what's it like knowing that, being cognizant of it, going to work every day?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I mean, you said it perfectly. My dad, he was the eyes and ears, the conduit between generations. I mean, his first year, Stan Musial hit 6 home runs over the course of a doubleheader, 5 home runs, and he went from Stan Musial to Albert Pujols, and he was there, representing Cardinal fans, being the person who was, especially on the radio, a little different than TV, but on the radio, and that was the majority of my dad's career, was radio. Your mind is kind of creating the picture for Cardinal fans driving in their cars on Highway 40 here in St. Louis, or cutting the grass, or in the background of a family gathering, or whatever it is. You're the one who's telling them how their team is doing. And it's different in St. Louis. I can say this because I'm from here. We don't have a lot going on in St. Louis. It's a little different than being in San Francisco, where you want to go hop in a boat and sail through the Golden Gate Bridge. We don't have that. Nobody's really hopping in a boat and sailing down the Mississippi anytime soon. So the summer is meant for Cardinal baseball around here. But that's not to say that the Giants are any less important to Giants fans in San Francisco. And you're right. I think Kruk has always gotten that. Certainly Dwayne as well. They are, I think, the best TV tandem. There's 2 groups that stand out to me: the tandem in San Francisco and the trio with the Mets. That's the gold standard for television broadcasts in this generation and for many even before this. So when I would get to town and I would have San Francisco on a Saturday to do the game of the week, I couldn't wait to just sit in my hotel, have dinner in my room, and watch those guys go to work. And I can't tell you how much stuff I stole from them over the years and regurgitated the next day. And it's frankly why San Francisco fans, when I would show up in the postseason and you guys had those incredible runs in 2010, 2012, 2014. Now it's the national guys. And not only am I, contractually bound and it's my job to get excited for the Giants, but it is for the other team too, whether it's the Cardinals or the Mets, or it doesn't matter. The Tigers, the Rangers, it doesn't matter. I've got to play down the middle. I've got to get it, right for both sides. Well, that's not how San Francisco fans heard baseball all year or over the years. The Kruk and Kipe were two guys that, bled San Francisco Giants colors, and they were happy when the Giants hit a home run, and they were dejected when they gave up a home run. And that's why when I would show up, or any national guy shows up, it hits their their ears differently, because it's just a different tone. So I always paled in comparison to what Giants fans got to hear every day. So I was well aware of that. John Miller too. I mean, it goes on and on and on. So I'm extremely aware, and there's a cool factor to Krukow. Like, to me, if the Big Lebowski had an open casting call and they were looking for the dude, like if Jeff Bridges didn't show up, they could have cast Krukow in that role. Like he was just kind of like a easygoing, funny, smart, aware, just on a different level, on a different plane than the rest of us. So I know why you guys all love the man, because he's easy to love.
Such a really well said. I was kind of comparing
abides, Joe. The dude abides.
I was kind of comparing him to
abides.
Bill Walton. He had like a Bill Walton hippie vibe, and
there was a hippie vibe to him. I always felt less cool being around him.
Yeah, and it felt like he was your uncle, like your wild uncle that had all these great stories. You could drink a beer with him, maybe smoke a joint with him after Thanksgiving dinner, and
I'll let you say that. Yeah,
we're California, Joe. Yeah, we're
California casual.
But you worked with Tim McCarver for so long, and you guys had great chemistry. You've worked with Troy Aikman for so long, and it's a different sport. You guys have tremendous chemistry. And as someone that does this on a way lower level than you, I've noticed that chemistry is something I have a hard time quantifying, but I know it when I see it and when I hear it, and I can feel it. And when I look at Kruk and Kipe, you can feel the bond and the love between them. And it's hard to describe, but they have perfect chemistry together. And I love that you keep bringing them up as a duo, because to me, they're synonymous, and they're synonymous with Giants baseball. And so as someone that does this for a living, when you hear their chemistry, what sticks out to you?
Yeah, I feel all those same things. I mean, I think chemistry, you're right, you can't define it, but you can feel it, certainly when you're a part of it. And I would assume you and Joe, feel that way when you sit down in the morning. You got to work off each other. You've got to read the other person. You've got to feel the other person, even if you're not, physically touching them. You feel it. I think what I settled on was, I think you can almost, with the slightest body movement by the other person, know when they want to go, or know when they have something they want to say. You can almost finish the other person's sentence after a while. You know where their mind is. You know what something on the field, whether it's football, baseball, is triggering in their head, because you spend time with them. You sit down, you eat some with them every day during the course of the season, wherever the media lunchroom would be in these different stadiums. You want to be next to that person. You want to be together. You want to see what they think of the Giants bullpen. You want to see what they think of the Giants bench. You want to see what they, you go around the diamond, and you've talked about all this stuff. You talked about it on the bus. You've talked about it on the plane. You've talked about it, sometimes driving to the park, whatever it is. That's the way I feel with Troy. That's the way I felt with Tim. I knew what Tim McCarver thought about Derek Jeter. I knew, and I know what Troy Aikman thinks about, fill in the blank quarterback or linebacker or whatever. And you don't, so where they're going, and how to set that person up. You know how to say the right thing to engage them to go, oh yeah, I heard him say this, in the car earlier today. I'm going to direct this kind of into that area so that they can jump on it and make a great point. The real thing is you can't fake it. And I think you can hear it in other broadcast tandems or trios, whatever it might be, when they're kind of trying to fake it. a little bit, but when it's genuine, there's nothing better. And that guy or that girl's got your back. You know that they're not going to pounce on something you said and refute it or embarrass you or whatever. And they can give each other trouble, and you can laugh at each other as long as that person can laugh at themselves. And that's what they do. They can joke, but they're best friends, and you can hear it. And if they weren't, that would have been revealed by now. So it's genuine with those two. It just bleeds across the television screen and into your ears. And that's what you're going to miss. You're going to miss the chemistry between those two. You're going to miss them playing off each other. It just makes the whole experience better as a viewer or as a listener. There's just nothing like it.
Joe Buck joining us here on the River Islands guest line. And it's funny, Joe, there's a little bit of a generational gap between my co-host and myself. He doesn't consider himself a millennial like me. He's on that cusp. I'm 33 years old. He's in his early 40s. But for my lifetime, I mean, you're the voice of my childhood into my adulthood. I don't mean to, put you on the spot age-wise, but it just, that's the facts.
Yeah, I've given. I'm 57. I'm right dead in the back end of the middle. I don't know. I'm giving up on the age thing. Although I've got 8-year-old twin boys, so I wake up every morning and do math and hope that I can make it to a point where they actually know that they had a dad.
No, that's great. No, it keeps you on your toes for sure. I got 3 of them. I got a 3-month-old too right now. So they definitely do that. But I just wanted to get to, you took over for a guy like Pat Summerall. And, in more recent memory, I think of a guy like a Joe Davis who took over not only for Vince Scully, but you yourself as well. Just, I think of Mike Krukow in similar regards, like tough acts to follow. Like, obviously there's pressure having that job in and of itself. So whoever it is, Hunter Pence, Javi Lopez, I don't even know. I'm not putting those guys, even if they want to do it, I have no idea. But just trying to remain yourself and your authentic, true nature of replacing a legend like that. How difficult is it to just try to be yourself when you're thrust upon that position?
Yeah, you can't go into it trying to be them. You have to go into it being, as you said, your authentic self. And if you can do that, you got a shot. But if you go in and I kind of took the bait. It's funny, when I was a kid and I took over in St. Louis, I was, working with my dad, but I was Jack Buck's son. And so you have to fight the urge of trying to do a Jack Buck imitation. And I had to develop my own sound, my own rhythm, my own cadence. Now, a lot of it is very much like him because that's who I was exposed to and that's how I grew up. Just like I'm sure a lot of young announcers, sound like John Miller, or, a lot of young announcers in LA sounded like Vin Scully forever or whatever. But Joe Davis, I think, is from the upper Midwest. And so he didn't grow up, I'm sure, trying to sound like Vin Scully. He just was himself. And then you have to give it time. And you have to get time from the listeners too, and the viewers. And they have to be, willing to give you time and not just chew them up and spit them out and let them settle in. That's the hard thing. So I started to say, I took the bait when I did take over, and it took 3 people, me, Troy, and Chris Collinsworth, to take over for Pat Summerall and John Madden. And I'm glad it was 3 and not 2. It was probably smart on the part of Fox to do it that way. But I kind of tried to sound like Pat. And I thought, okay, and not only, now I was working with 2 guys, 2 big personalities. And I just wanted to make sure that I kind of stayed out of their way. So I kind of adopted the, Pat Summerall was Montana, Rice, touchdown. And I kind of went down there and kind of smoothed it out and just did an economy of words. And I listened back to some of that and I'm like, it doesn't really work. And eventually I got rid of that. Maybe when Chris left, because it felt like I needed to do a little bit more. Or maybe after my vocal cord paralysis, I started doing a little more, getting a little louder, getting a little more excited, which is what I'm typically like anyway. But my point of all this is whoever it is cannot go in trying to sound like Mike. They have to go in and just be themselves and hope that they get enough time to settle in and be comfortable being in that role.
When was the first time you met Mike Krukow?
Probably when he was pitching. I was around my dad. I was around the Cardinals in the 80s. And I was well aware of Mike Krukow and probably, trotting around after my dad when the Giants were in town or out in San Francisco, because I traveled with him a ton, and thinking, I tried to meet as many guys as I could. So I would say, without, giving you a specific day, time, or even year, it was in the 80s when he was pitching. And then obviously when I was doing the Cardinals on an everyday basis, which, every Giants fan, said I was in the bag for the Cardinals over the years. I say, listen to the Ishikawa home run and let me know about that. Yeah. But, I think, when I was doing the Cardinals every day, those are the guys you want to go see. You go to San Francisco and back at Candlestick, it's kind of a weird setup with the way the press box was set up and whatever, but I wanted to be around those guys. And so I got to know him better in the, let's say, early to mid 90s, late 90s as a broadcaster, but I probably first met him as a player.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up the 90s, because I was explaining to the young guys here behind the glass that, like, not every Giants game was on TV. Now every game is on.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
It's like, I remember when Giants Vision, it was this like local broadcasting. You had to pay, a certain amount of money, and you got like 50 games. And then KTVU would do some of the road games. And like when we got 100 games.
We had none.
You had none?
Had zero.
Oh. So
we had, so that's why the game of the week was so big.
That's a good
point. So that's why things changed as time went on. But back when I was a kid, and I mean, I'm 57, I'm not 157. It's not that long ago. It was, you'd have a game here, a game there, but you couldn't wait till Vin Scully and Joe Garagiola did the Cardinals game on a game of the week. And then we would sit back, and then the super stations popped up, like WGN. You'd watch the Cubs every day. WTBS, I'd watch the Braves every night. And you'd see the rest of the league that way. But, yeah, it was radio. And TV popped up on a local level, back in the 80s into the early 90s. But it certainly wasn't every day. Yeah. Not even close.
Well, so I'm thinking about where this is going. I mean, you're part of a very big network, and these RSNs, these regional sports networks, are getting consolidated, and I don't know, maybe they go away, at some point soon. Will there be Mike Krukow, Dwayne Kuiper type guys on television in particular moving forward if we go to a more national format? Because it just feels like, I don't know, like the baseball industry, and maybe the basketball one as well, is shifting more to that NFL national model. And I just wonder if characters like Dallas Braden and going back to Ray Fosse with the A's, like those types of guys are going to exist in the next generation.
I would think. I mean, to me, the production can all go in-house, so to speak. It can be a MLB production. But I think it's always going to rely on that connection between broadcaster and fan. And I think I'm hopeful. I'm beyond hopeful. I believe that it will always be that connection between, your guys and your team in baseball. It's a little different than the NFL. There is no local, except for radio. There is no local TV, as you know, but it's one game a week with your team. It's different when it's night after night after night after night. You're going to have people in there unless everything's AI. Then I'm really screwed. But if it's not everything's AI, you're always going to have a voice in there. And I would think that would be the last piece to go. You're going to want that connection between kind of that three-way connection, team, broadcaster, which is kind of that, these are our guys, and fan. And if that goes away, then good luck. Because I think, to go back to what you said at the beginning, those relationships are special. Those relationships are why when my dad died in 2002, there are people lining the highway on our way out to Jefferson Barracks and the Memorial Cemetery here in the St. Louis area, saluting my dad in a hearse, people pulling off to the side of the road, people ringing the warning track and like a de facto wake at Busch Stadium when he passed away. Those are special connections, and I can't imagine that ever going away.
You referenced your father passing. I have, changed a lot in the last couple of years since my own father passed away. And I think about, legacies and then just telling people you love them and that they're important while they're alive. And I'm thinking about Kruk and Kipe and how we can honor them. From your vantage point, what's the way baseball can honor these guys the appropriate way? Because I'd love to see them get some sort of a statue out in front of the ballpark. But gosh, it feels like.
Honest to God, I'm surprised they don't. I'm surprised they don't yet. And I guess you're saying they don't. At the end of my dad's career, they gave him a statue outside of Busch Stadium, and I think and his face is on the outfield wall. Wow. I think the same for them, 100%. I think it's statue time. It's Ford Frick Award time. It's a day at the ballpark. I'm insane. Tonight there's a Jack and Joe Buck bobblehead doll night at Busch Stadium. And you push a microphone button and it's my dad's call and then my call. And we're sitting at two desks basically, and my hand is on his shoulder, which I never really noted. I didn't really look at it when they sent me the template to okay. And I love that it's that way because I couldn't touch him enough. I couldn't give him a kiss on his forehead enough in the media lunchroom. I couldn't tell him I loved him enough. And I know the Giants fans feel that same way about Kruk and Kipe, obviously. And they're just a tandem. And it's like Thelma and Louise. They're just together. And so they need the statue. I'm not spending Larry Bear's money or anybody else's money, but that should happen.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always off in the Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. A great conversation with Joe Buck this morning. And again, if you missed any of that, find it on the free Odyssey app or on YouTube, where we are streaming all day long. And every Friday around this time, we let you know who on the Valkyries was built like a baller. Brought to you by Baylord. Wealth management for the Bay and the people who built it. This week, Kia Stokes is not just a baller. She is a blocker, like as you did there, Sammy, as we saw in the Valks win over the Tempo on Tuesday night.
Here's Savali driving right alley on Stokes in the lane, pivoting and blocked by Kia, the number 2 shot blocker. Blocker. Kia Stokes.
I mean, he's just the best.
Did he really go blocker?
I love Kevin Dana.
Oh, my God.
Baylord presents Built Like a Baller.
Cut that up and put that on our board.
Discipline and integrity paying off. That's Baylord, and that's how they manage the wealth you've built. Baylord.com/baller. We'll put a bow on this thing. Hey, if you have any Mike Krukow stories, now's the time to get them off your chest and talk about the legacy that he has built here in San Francisco as he has announced his retirement at the end of the season. 888-957-9570. Plus, in about 30 minutes from now, it's the crossover. Every Friday, Steiny and Goo join us. So we'll talk to the boys, obviously, about Krukow, amongst other things. And it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. Being built like a baller takes years of doing the right things. So does building real wealth. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. Independently owned, no corporate parent. They work with founders, executives, and families whose financial lives are anything but simple. From liquidity events and concentrated positions to decisions that span generations. The kind of experienced people who do right by what you've built. See if they're yours at Baylord.com/baller. That's BAILARD.com/baller.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. And we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, Flex Car. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
Flex Car is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. Flex Car. You drive everything.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Bay Area, it's Tip. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe, Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. That's what they call me, Joe Hold On Spadoni. The Valkyries head to Dallas to take on Paige Beckers and the Wings. Tip off 6:30 right here on 95.7 The Game and also the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every single game. Brought to you by Unstoppables as the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA. Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. In about 30 minutes, Stanley and Goo are going to be joining us. each and every Friday at that time for the crossover. We have talked all morning about the legacy and love that we all have for Mike Krukow, who's been a part of the Giants broadcasting for 36 years. 36 years, Joe. It's incredible. Just say that out loud. 36 years in any industry is incredible, but how cutthroat and how tough the broadcasting industry, easy enough for me to say, has been just more recently, but always. The fact that he has been a mainstay in that regard is incredible. And I think that we're not going to be able to do justice what he means in 4 hours, but I hope we are able to celebrate him as he is still calling games for the rest of August and through September.
And you never really, really, truly miss someone until they are gone.
Yeah.
You think you know, but you don't.
Thank you. And that's very well said. You may think you know, but you just don't. Reminds me of Jim Morris Sr. and is one of his famous rants. And we talked to Joe Buck, and Joe was like, these guys need statues. Talking about Kruk and Kipe, because you can't have one without the other. And I was just looking up, I was like, how many broadcaster statues are there in sports? I just, did a Google search, and a handful of them come up, right? And most of them are actually baseball related. Bob Uecker, right? Mr. Brewer, rest in peace. He's just synonymous. I think of Bob Uecker for a lot of things, obviously Brewers being one of them. He was just a national character in his own right, too.
Major League made him an incredible, but he was already on commercials.
Harry Doyle? Yeah. It was Miller Lite, you think of, right? And it was Miller Park for the longest time.
Harry Carey,
that's another one over in Chicago. Marty Brenneman with the Cincinnati Reds is out there. Keith Jackson actually has one for the Rose Bowl down in Pasadena.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Wow.
I've never been to the Rose Bowl. It's one of the places I would love to go to. And then Chick Hearn for the Lakers has one down in Los Angeles, obviously synonymous with the Showtime Lakers. I'm sure there's some other ones I'm missing, but Kruk and Kipe, obviously among those legends, they belong there too.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what it would be of too.
That's a great, what should be the statue be of Kruk and Kipe? Just them sitting, Krukow with the baseball in his hand, right?
Absolutely.
Like, come on. What should it be, Sammy? You have some thoughts?
Or them at the podium in front of City Hall.
That's
during the World Series parades.
That's a really good one.
That's really good. And it's, again, I feel like I know more bad statues than good ones because it feels like they mess up the faces and all. Like Ronaldo's one, Cristiano Ronaldo. Yeah, he looks like he's on like meth.
Well, the
way they did his face.
The one thing I have a question with the Giants, they were in such a rush the first 15 years or so to build a ton of statues. And then now, like, there's like this slowdown, like, hey, relax on the statues. It's like, what?
How long has Barry Bonds been retired?
He's been 07.
I mean, Larry said last year on this show, the Barry statue is coming, and we haven't heard anything about it since.
19 years for the greatest home run hitter ever? Greatest player maybe ever?
Bochy will get one.
Boch deserves one. Absolutely. Who else?
Well, I think Lincecum and Posey.
Yeah.
But I'm sure a lot of people will disagree with me on Lincecum, but
I mean, can you imagine just that wind up alone?
You'd have the leg.
Iconic.
Yes, I agree.
He deserves it with the hair flowing out of the cap and everything.
I feel like you can make cases for Lincecum, Kane, and Bumgarner to a certain degree.
Sure, I'd listen to that.
We talk about toughest acts to follow, and I had tweeted this out yesterday when I, found the news. We talk about it a lot with athletes. Tough, like Michael Jordan, first and foremost. You think no one's going to follow that. And still Chicago.
Derrick Rose.
He had a moment.
He had a moment. I'm not here to say that he's even remotely near Jordan, but
he's a great what if, right? If he had stayed healthy, maybe he could have been something there. And I know Chicago, Landers, they hold him in a high regard, but Jordan, no one's touching, right? And I think of, Steph Curry's getting older. Like tough acts to follow. I mean, my goodness. No one's ever going to be the next Steph Curry. You just got to be, the next best whoever.
Think of how long they've been waiting for the next Bonds.
There you go, the next Barry Bonds. Hell, I'm looking at it right now. Drake May got to a Super Bowl last year. You ain't touching Brady unless you get to how many Brady got with that organization and winning 6 of them there, for God's sake. So, like, we think about it from the player perspective, but from the broadcasting perspective, it might be even harder. Might be even harder. Like, no one's replacing John Madden and Pat Summerall. It was, and we just had Joe Buck on. You just heard him right there. It was Buck, Aikman, and Collinsworth. They had to go to a 3-man weave, Joe. Not just 2. What?
Collinsworth sucks.
No, he doesn't suck. Come on. He's not John Madden. You think he sucks, really? He's solid.
What has he ever? No. I just want to ask you seriously. When has he ever been like, wow, that was profound? This is what he usually does. I mean, look at this. Look at Aaron Donald go at him. Boom. Yeah.
I mean, here's a guy.
Collinsworth stinks.
No, I think he actually struck the perfect tone when they decided to throw the ball when it was the goal line stand from Malcolm Butler and company with the New England Patriots against the Legion of Boom. And he immediately says, I don't understand the call. How do you not give it to Marshawn Lynch? He struck the moment right there.
Now, here's a call I don't understand.
But that's what he's known for. I get
it. He's a yodeler.
I don't think he sucks. I think he's solid. I don't think he's the greatest.
No one will ever remember him when he's done. He's not going to be remembered. Would you agree with that?
Patrick Mahomes will is a great call, Sammy.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he always says the Patrick Mahomes. He always inserts him into every conversation.
I'm just telling you, like, Niner fans
I liked him.
despise him.
I just don't think he sucks. I just don't think he's the greatest.
He's just a Niner hater and has been forever because he played for the Bengals and the Niners beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl twice. I mean, it's just, it is what it is. Terry Bradshaw was a hater of the Niners forever. It's just, some guys are just.
Terry, though.
Now, because he's goofy as hell, but there was a long period of time where Niner fans hated Terry Bradshaw.
What I'm getting at here is tough acts to follow. Chris Collinsworth never is going to sniff where John Madden is.
Not even.
Troy Aikman, no one's going to view him as the same level as a John Madden, but I think is a tremendous color analyst in his own right. But no one views him that way.
One day will be missed big time in college football.
I totally agree with that.
I can't think of who the next up-and-coming color guy in college football is.
Yeah, I'm trying to think right now. Who's even on the broad guy? Greg McElroy is not going to be that guy.
No.
And he's like the number 2, right, with Sean McDonough.
Brock Osweiler did it with Flem. I thought Brock and Flem were pretty good together.
Solid.
Just listen to what you said, though. Yep. Brock Osweiler, it's going to take some time.
It's going to take some time.
Kirk to Brock, that seems like
but Kirk wasn't he was a good player, but he wasn't some like phenomenal, oh my God, look what he did in the league.
I don't remember what he did at Ohio State.
No one does.
Yeah, exactly. But you think of him on that, college game day show, him and, God, who's my coach? I can't even think. Lee Corso, who is the head coach. Like, it was those two guys for a long time, right? And then Chris Fowler, and then Brent Musburger was him. And then so that's a great point. And we're just talking about tough acts to follow as Mike Krukow is going to announcing his retirement. And I was just, God bless whoever's going to take over that helm. And right now, like, is it Hunter Pence? Is it Javi Lopez? Like,
I don't know.
Exactly. I don't know. I don't know. I know it's going to be Dave Fleming eventually. Yeah. It's going to be the play-by-play guy, but who's going to be his running mate?
I don't know.
I don't know. And
who is it in college basketball? We had Clark Kellogg for so long.
Yeah. The big games is Jim Nance still, right?
On ESPN.
On ESPN, but it's not Jim Nance anymore, right? It's going to be Ian Eagle.
Oh.
Right? Is Ian Eagle going to be that guy to kind of usher in those big games? But now you're not in your head.
He's just so young. He does a great job. He's just so young. I don't know. I guess.
No, not Noah Eagle. Ian Eagle, I was saying. His father.
Ian. Noah.
Not Noah Eagle, no. But he's kind of the next up-and-comer, right?
That's who I was thinking
for NBC. And
he's doing a lot of stuff.
He's doing a lot. And I appreciate...
When I hear him, I think of Nickelodeon. I don't know why.
Oh, because he did the slime games?
Yeah, but he also looks young.
Well, he is. He's like our age, Sam, or if not younger.
Yeah, I think he's like 25.
Is he really that young?
He fits in on the Nickelodeon
That's
crowd.
Incredible, but... Dave Fleming was 25.
I know.
And he joined
and he looked young.
He did look young.
I mean, somehow he looks younger than Grandy right now.
Dude, I think Grandy's...
Put Ian Eagle a year on the Warriors. We'll see how that looks.
Seriously. Grandy's now the director of sports, and he has aged, I think, 10 years in the last 3 months.
Yeah.
He has. It's a big job.
I know.
Big shoes to fill, too.
Got to get those credentials in on time. It's a total inside joke. What?
I'm sure people can figure it out.
You're so seething about that. You want to hear a story?
It's not his fault. He's new.
You want to hear a story from John Miller talking about Mike Krukow yesterday?
No, I want to keep thinking about people in right now.
What's up?
It was Joe Morgan and
John Miller.
John Miller as like the voices of baseball nationally.
And then it was...
Who is it currently? Well, A-Rod might be it for some people.
Who took over? It was Dan Schulman for a while. Hold on. I respect Dan Schulman. He does the Toronto Blue Jays broadcast now. I know. But he called a lot of those ones on ESPN radio.
Boog Shambi.
Boog Shambi's great. Now he does Cubs.
But again, these are guys that to me are they're not of the John Miller character.
They tried Michael.
Boog I like a lot.
They tried Michael Kay.
I can't stand Michael Kay.
I know he's a Yankee guy.
And he's just insufferable.
Okay.
I just think he's extremely arront. You know who he is?
Who?
He's the guy in the South Park episode where they talk about San Francisco and they fart into a glass and then sniffing like, that's him. He is just insufferable New Yorker.
Carl Ravitch isn't going to be that guy anymore.
He wasn't great.
No, he wasn't. It wasn't
He's
his
a
role.
studio guy for me.
I think so too. And then you have a couple different names. Like Roxy does it occasionally.
I love Roxy.
I love Roxy too, but they haven't had a signature voice like John Miller since him. And you can't replace John Miller like you can't.
No. Roxy right now would probably, for the average fan that doesn't know him as well as we all do, would probably go Roxy Bernstein. West Coast college football and baseball and basketball. Maybe not so much baseball, but basketball and football. Like as in West Coast college stuff.
Right.
That's what you'd close your eyes. You're like Gonzaga USF on a Wednesday night, or St. Mary's versus whomever.
Yeah.
Or UCLA.
I guess Brian Anderson could be that guy.
That's a good one.
He's really good.
That's a good one.
And he could do, obviously, college. He could do pros.
It's actually a really
And
good
he's
one.
a basketball, baseball
I do
guy.
like him.
I love him a lot. We've had him on these airways many a time. And he's called a lot of big Warriors playoff games, too.
Yeah.
So he's probably one for me as I'm looking at the next iteration of baseball announcers. And we've obviously mentioned him and we'll continue. Joe Davis is the guy right now, the big national guy for television. He does a lot of Dodger games, which, again, I know it rubs a lot of people. Mike Mad Dog Russo has been all this. He's like, he can't be calling the game. He's a Dodger guy. But we had no problem with Mike Breen calling the Knicks in the NBA Finals.
Joe Buck being a Cardinal guy.
Or Joe Buck being a Cardinal guy.
You got to be a something guy to get your teeth wet.
But you just said it. They start somewhere with the local team.
Yeah.
And you have to start somewhere. And what makes those guys great, whether you believe it or not, they do have to put their biases aside and they're calling national games.
Yeah.
So they have to be excited both ways for the Dodgers or the Blue Jays if you're Joe Davis, for Joe Buck, for the Cardinals or the Giants, right? But Giants fans, to your point, you're just never going to buy it. This guy's going to hate our team. He's a lifer. His dad called games for the Cardinals. He called games for the Cardinals. We'll just never buy it.
Well, we're just older, and so there's certain things that are just synonymous in terms of your fandom,
Right.
Like Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
Reggie's kind of a hater.
Well, he'll go on Dan Patrick's show and he'll say as much.
No, I know, but he likes Steph, but Reggie Miller, you're just kind of a hater. And here's the problem, Johnny Miller could have been a hater in golf. He was a great, golf analyst. I love
Johnny Miller.
I do too. But that was his thing, was that he didn't care what anyone thought. I think Reggie wants to be liked, but he's just a hater and he's boring. Well, and I like Reggie, but he's boring.
Something I appreciate about Sir Nick Faldo was, now that he's doing Sky Sports.
Upsetting everyone.
He's upsetting everyone, but he's salty.
At least he's saying something.
But he's saying something. And he has the gravitas of winning a bunch of majors, Joe, to say that. And it holds weight, right?
Agreed. They have Kevin Kisner, who's
Kevin Kisner,
he's just boring.
Is it still Immelman? Is he still doing it at times?
Trevor Immelman.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, if you're going to be have a European accent on the broadcast,
South African,
you've got to have
the cachet behind it.
You just got to say something.
You got to say something.
And I like Trevor Immelman. He's actually much better in long form podcasts, on the Fried Egg.
Is he? Okay.
Than he is on the broadcast, because he even explains it it's so hard to get your words in a window because they're trying to show so many shots and you don't get to break things down.
And golf is such an interesting sport in that the old heads, right? The traditionalists of the world. It's a very exclusive kind of game. And now it's becoming more inclusive, right? Yeah. And there's this kind of blending of now different cultures of the Live Golf Tour, which is more rowdy, right? And Live, I guess, is going to survive. They got a new investor by the skin of their nuts, right?
About that.
But they have, I remember the Open that just happened. Bryson has a distinct kind of fan base that are loud and boisterous. And the old British talking heads were not about that. No. They're like, we love that there's new fans of the game, but we don't love this type of fan, is basically what they were saying. But I was like, hey, you got to grow somehow, golf. And
it's true.
Whether you like it or not, these are the people that are, drawing numbers and eyeballs.
Who's doing Thursday nights for Amazon this year?
I think it still is Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit.
Yikes.
Yeah. But I just saw, interestingly, this is the final contract year for 3 of the major broadcasters in the color analyst game.
Who?
Kirk Herbstreit, Troy Aikman.
Kirk for Amazon or Kirk for ESPN?
For Amazon, I believe.
Okay.
Kirk for Amazon, Troy obviously for ESPN, and Greg Olson for Fox. They're all in contract years, which is fascinating.
If I'm Amazon, I'd have swooped up Greg Olson. I would have paid him a boatload of money. and I would have said, you're our guy. Who do you want to work with?
That's a great question. Who do you think it should be? As we just saw the Hall of Fame game last night, this was NBC.
Greg Olson's an A-level broadcaster.
I agree.
Like A+, I would say. He's phenomenal.
I know. I still think he probably should be the A crew, and I like Brady. He's fine. But, like, Tom Brady, the name alone, the gravitas alone, he had to be the A guy. And they're paying him, $300 million or something ridiculous?
Brady's also gotten a lot better since his first game,
yeah,
too.
sure. But
that first game was
Olsen
rough.
is
and now,
great, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, yes, Brady is good. He's gotten better. I'm a Brady guy. Olsen's better than him, dude.
No, now he is.
Really good.
I agree with you.
And here's the thing with Olsen. It's the way that he delivers things where it's super easy to, as like a listener, even if you have no fundamental football knowledge, you understand what he's saying, and he's excited, and he gives you insights, and he's like he's really, really doing his homework. Like, he's just really good. And I think what's funny that I found, I think we got quarterback crazy, and he gives you that tight end kind of mindset. He's clearly brilliant.
Yeah.
And he also has this everyman quality about him that I think the tight end position kind of gives you, where he's got a little bit of everything. I really like him.
He's funny, too.
Yeah, he's good,
He's
dude.
quirky.
Kane's legend.
Yeah,
And
he's at
guys
Miami.
respect him. And I think he gets a lot of info during the week because of the respect level.
Absolutely. And he pairs very well with Joe Davis. And I wonder, because Herb Street does the ESPN and Amazon, I wonder if Fox would allow Joe Davis to be the lead guy on Amazon to pick, because they're great together.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would love that.
Watch, it'll be Noah Eagle.
I wouldn't hate that either.
Yeah,
though.
no, I'm serious.
No, I would legitimately not hate that move at all.
I mean, Noah Eagle and Greg Olsen would be a very interesting pairing,
but
as a growth experiment for them.
You just said it's an experiment, but it goes back to chemistry. Would they have the chemistry? I have no idea. I know that Kirk Herbstreit and Al Michaels do not. I just know that for a fact.
I know he doesn't want to do it, but I still think Peyton Manning would be incredible.
Yeah, he likes his whole shtick.
No, he
with
has
the
his
Manning
whole
cast.
setup and everything.
He lives and dies with every quarterback in their play. Like, he puts them.
I know.
He puts
I love
himself
him.
in their shoes.
I love him.
And like, you see him like put his arms up. He's like, "No, you can't do that interception right there." He goes nuts.
I didn't realize how much personality Peyton had.
He's hilarious.
No, he's really funny, and Eli is hella funny, and their brother dynamic is great.
That whole Manning family is hilarious. Archie, like, you see where they get their humor from their dad. Older brother Cooper, obviously father of Arch. I wonder if Arch has any of that in him. Maybe not. We'll see. And this is a big year for him coming up, right? Apparently, this is supposed to be the next big quarterback class. There could be like 4 or 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round. That's what they're projecting anyways. I mean, when I hear Brady Quinn talk about it every morning at 5 a.m. with two parts and a cup of Joe.
You guys watched that game?
A little bit. I just watched the highlights. Carson back?
No, wait. You just watched the highlights?
Yes, just the highlight. I'm not gonna tell you.
And
guys
then you texted us after watching the highlights.
I said Carson back. He's looking good.
Jacoby Brissett's finished?
Probably. I mean, his days are numbered in Arizona.
Okay. I didn't watch a snap. Did anyone play for?
I'm the one who said Jacoby Brissett is done.
Yeah, he said that, not me.
Do you believe that?
Honestly, like, to be real, remove the Miami homerism here. Like, why not? If you're the Cardinals, your season's going nowhere. You got 3 juggernauts in your division. Like,
I hear you.
Why not just go with Beck?
Because they paid him. Because they paid Jacoby this year.
Who cares?
Yeah, it's the Cardinals.
I
They're
agree,
dumb.
but
you play the best player.
Carson Beck's going to be 25 in November.
That is kind of crazy.
He's been around in college a long time.
Well, he was during like a lot of these kids who were, I think you're probably starting to see the end of it, the 2020 COVID year. A lot of guys got the extra year of eligibility because of that. So I think that's why you're seeing like a lot of 24, 25-year-olds coming out of college now.
He was Georgia, the U, and that was it?
Yep.
He sucked for Georgia.
He looked good yesterday. I'll give him that, though. And who was the guy, the undrafted quarterback for the Panthers yesterday? Haynes King?
Haynes King.
He looks sweet.
Haynes
like
King.
the underwear?
Yeah, you don't spell it like that, but it's Haynes King.
I think it is spelled like that. Haynes?
I think it's Haynes.
Isn't that how? Oh, Haynes is no Y.
No Y, yeah.
That's right. Is Michael Jordan still doing the sponsor for them?
Possibly.
Remember for the longest time he would do that? And he'd have that certain mustache that I guess only he and another person
Adolf.
ate.
Sure, steer into the
Could
skid.
you imagine? He's like looking in the mirror and he's like, I'm Michael Jordan. I'm just going to do the Adolf.
I thought you were going to go Charlie Chaplin. That was the only other one that went top of mine.
No, it's the Adolf, right? I mean, that's what it is.
Chaplin did it first, I think. Well, popularized it first.
Final thoughts. Hit it. Oh, my God.
What? What? How am I crazy?
You're not.
It happened. I studied it.
I studied it. Hold on, there's another one that rocked it. J. Jonah Jameson in Spider-Man. He can pull it off. No,
Barty Crouch in the Harry Potter books had the same mustache too.
Oh, Barty Crouch, you're right. Yeah, no, Barty Crouch Sr.
Yes.
There you go.
I mean, guys, if you were to describe that to someone, you would call it the Adolf.
Oh yeah, no, it's
facial hair.
You would say it's a Hitler stash.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like, why are we? Am I not allowed to say?
No, you're
that?
allowed to say it. It's just Michael Jordan's the only one that has tried that look.
Yeah, and he's the only one who can get away with it. Think of how much gravitas you have to have. You're looking in the mirror like, yeah, I'm going to do this today.
888-957-970. Who could get away with it?
No, but like, think about this. Like, if you or I did that, like, you would never even think about it.
No.
Well, I can't grow facial hair. But
I would be the only one like hair color wise that could do. Yeah, no, I'm not going to. Hey, Vic, I'm going to go to you. What do you want to talk about? I'm throwing you a dead fish right now.
Nah, it's good. Let me tell you something, man. I drove in today, right? First time driving all the way into work.
Okay.
How fast do you guys go when you're in the left lane?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, it depends. What freeway is it and what time of the day is it?
I plead the fifth.
We're on 80, I-80.
Okay, but it's 5
coming
in the morning.
into the city.
5 in the morning.
Okay, so you're coming through the back of Richmond, through the worst stretch of freeway in America,
It's
the Berkeley stretch.
I'm hitting 75
and I'm
or 80.
staying in the far left lane because I want to get all the way over into that carpool lane, even whether it's carpool or not, so I can shoot on over to get to the bridge and bypass all the traffic as you're coming up the hill toward Emeryville.
It's before 5 a.m., so you can do that. So there's no carpool kicking in yet. I have
a lead foot.
I'll go between 75 and 80.
Easy.
Easy. Okay. Please, PSA. If you're not going at least 75 or 80, get to the right.
I agree.
Please.
Now,
I'm with you.
That's an interesting perspective because if you are 75 or 80 and someone's riding your ass behind you, I'm not moving.
No,
I don't have to move.
If you're going to be on me,
out the way.
I'll just slide on over.
I'll just scoot over a little bit.
Yeah, just slide on over. I'll get right back into the lane.
See,
I'll get right back into the lane.
No, but they can, if they want to speed around you and go like 90, they should have to move. I shouldn't have to.
I see the lights coming behind me. Like, I'm going to get out the way.
You got to have peripherals. Like,
but if you are in the carpool lane, you're not legally, I can't do that. Like if it's the solid white line or double white, you're not allowed to do that.
That's more like a 680 thing.
Yeah, okay, I don't think that's on 80.
No, but it is on 580, I think it is.
Yeah, 580, yes.
So you can't do that, is what I'm saying.
Into the lane.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so some people ride me on there. I was like, dude, I can't move over.
Well,
don't be doing that.
But in 9 times out of 10, if you're going to like come up and ride me and be able, A, like, that's dangerous. And B, I'm like, all right, as I see you coming up, like storming like you're, Mufasa, I'm like, all right, I'll hit a little quick right, and I veer, and then I veer right back after you go through me. Yeah, I'm right back where I need to be. And then, you know what I end up doing? I try to catch up.
When I first got my license,
I go, if officer pulls me over, I'm like, hey, the guy in front of me was actually setting the pace.
Oh, I hope that excuse works for you.
Yeah, because it never did for me. My first ever ticket was like when I just got my license to start summer of 2010. And
so you'll try to make a point?
That was $375.
So
that was a motorcycle cop. Yeah, I literally was like 18 or not even. I was like 16. Yeah.
You if a guy comes up and is riding you, you'll be like, ride me. You're like slowing down. You're that guy.
I'm not going to move if I'm going 80 miles an hour. They should have to move around me, dude. Like, no. That's reckless, by the way. If you're going 90, that's like reckless driving at that point.
Here's how I view it. I've got people in the car 9 times out of 10, and it's like, well, I'll just get out your way. You go, you keep it moving. Good. And then I'll take a deep breath and I'll get right back to the lane I was in.
I'm not going to do that if there's multiple traffic cars next to me, though, beside me. Like, if there's no
that's
one.
All within reason, right?
Well, if there's no one, occasionally, sure. But if you're like trying to haul ass and like ride me and I'm going 80 miles an hour, it's like, dude, like you clearly are, something's wrong with you. Like you need to go around.
Yeah, but see, for me, like I always think of road rage and the extremes. And I'm like, I'll just get out of this. This person's clearly got something going on.
They got to get somewhere.
Yeah,
they got to catch a train or something.
100%.
Or they're trying
Live to fight another day.
What do you got?
Joe.
Well, hold on. Sam's got something. We got to hit the break.
Oh, no, before we hit the break.
You in the car.
I just want to give a quick special shout out to my mom. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Jamie Rucky. Gonna take her out for a fun birthday celebration day of some sort on Sunday, and so happy birthday, Mom.
Hey,
love
Vic,
you.
Vic,
Love
get
you,
the
Jamie.
ludicrous because Philmo Mike's coming in saying, Spadoni, move, get out the way.
Move, snitch, get out the way. There
if you
go.
see me on the highway.
Luda.
Hey, the other move that I'll do, if there are 2 cars next to me and I can't get right, I'll speed up enough to get in front of them to allow said individual to get through.
You guys are pushovers on the roadways is what that tells me. I would never give in.
Do you know what maturity is? Knowing that we're all just going to get to our destination when we get there.
See you in the light.
If you're speeding behind me, so be it.
We'll ask Steiny and Goo and their thoughts next on the crossover.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Ugh. Constipation with belly pain back again? Huh? Who are you? I'm Future You. Future me? Relax, our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chasing Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
Welcome back. It's the crossover every Friday at this time with Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson. And boys, we've just been talking about it all day and the last 24 hours. Mike Krukow saying goodbye to the airwaves last season. How'd you feel? Yeah, it broke right during your guys' show, right?
Yeah, it did.
Right at the
You got to turn him up.
Yeah.
Right?
I'll answer. Yeah, it did.
There's no snare on your headphones?
No, I can hear.
Okay.
Does it work now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, now I hear you.
Yeah, it broke right at the beginning of our show, so we're gonna do him the the courtesy of talking about how great he was and why, and that's to me the 36 years. 36 years. So that means he must have started right when I got out here, like 1990.
So
1991.
I was looking at I started writing down in my life watching Giants games. And Sonny and Goo, you guys could both understand this because I think the younger crowd doesn't understand what it was like trying to watch these games.
I don't. I was born in 93.
Yeah, Warrior games were on KICU.
Go ahead.
Occasionally.
Steve Physiak.
Yeah. My man.
6 and 3 and 36.
Yeah,
Remember?
yeah.
This was 636.
Sports Channel.
Well, that didn't come out.
Okay.
It was Giants Vision
Look at it.
first. Do you remember Giants Vision? Late 80s.
Vaguely.
I did.
Then it morphed into Sports Channel. I think it was called, in my
Sports
mind.
Channel Pacific?
Pacific was what I called it.
Yeah,
Was that what it was?
yeah.
Okay. Then they did that for a couple years, and out of nowhere, I want to say it was 97 or 98, it became Fox Sports Bay Area.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's when, oh my God, like 100 games are on TV. But it was KTVU would do some of the road games, and it would be Ted Robinson, before that Hank Greenwald.
Hello, everybody.
Exactly. So my earliest memories were Dwayne and Joe Morgan on expensive cable Giants Vision, and then Hank Greenwald or Ted Robinson with Joe Morgan and or Dwayne Kuiper as well. And then eventually Kruk came like early 90s.
And held it down.
And it's all it was everything.
I didn't want to get corny, but I told Steiny, I just feel like when guys and gals are in your living room to the degree and that much, they become your family.
Yes.
I've watched Giant games throughout my life, my adolescence, with good news, death, but there's Kruk and Kuip in the background, Spadoni, and I'm like, man, Butch, you hit it on the nail. He's leaving, but he's still here, so I'm just locked in as if they're trying to win the pennant just because you don't know.
I was trying to say to Spadoni that to me, he's got a Bill Walton-like kind of vibe to him for baseball. He part hippie, part ball player, part stand-up comic.
But real.
Yes.
Not fake.
And it was like the two old guys in the Muppets were Kruk and Kuip up in the theater, I don't know, man. I
love it,
and I
Butch.
mean this with the highest love and the highest praise. I love Kruk and Kuip.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're irreplaceable. Legitimately. You think of tough acts to follow. We've been talking about that just in the broadcasting perspective. But we always say athletes, right? MJ, Steph, Kobe. You think of just certain athletes, you just can't replace them. There's no replacing Kruk and Kuip. And you have to say both of them, right? You can't bring up Mike Krukow without bringing up Dwayne Kuiper. And I do think I think it was Buster Olney that tweeted it yesterday from ESPN. He's like, these guys need to get inducted into the Hall of Fame, or whatever the sports equivalent of that is, the Ford C. Frick Award winner. Like, they need to get inducted together. Like, that's only right to do that.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or get a statue. That's Joe Buck said they're statue worthy, and I agree with that.
You know the guy I keep thinking about for the last 24 hours, and I'm not comparing him, and I'm not saying one guy's better, one guy's not, but I think there's a guy out there that I wish would have been getting like a day like this, Jim Barnett.
Oh, wow. I literally brought him up earlier.
Yeah.
Did you bring him up?
Because here's why. Barnett bled Warriors.
Yeah.
And he played on a variety of teams, but yet in my mind, no one cared more about the team.
Nope.
And he gave you the player, the fan, part of the organization. He also felt like the guy at the top of the bleachers, and also felt like your quirky uncle who you could have a beer with or smoke a joint with.
Yeah.
And I felt the same way about Krukow.
How long was his run, Steiny?
34.
Wow.
Yeah. 34 years for Jim Barnett.
Man.
And so I was just thinking, look, I don't want to, I ain't comparing the guys, but hell, if we're going to talk today about Mike Krukow, I wouldn't mind talking a little bit about Jim Barnett, because I think the similarities are evident. You mentioned the point about both, Krukow and Kite played for a bunch of different teams, but they're Giants. Barnett played for a bunch of different teams, but he's a Warrior.
Man.
And I just think the connection Barnett made with the Bay Area was very similar to what Dwayne and Mike have done. And it's why I don't know. It's not why we love them, but after 34 years or 36 years, you can't help but love them.
100%. My favorite Jim Barnett moment to this day, I think about it all the time. I've said it to you 50 times. Barron's in the backcourt. They're going to inbound the ball right in front of him, and Fitz, Barron, behind you! And it was him doing the broadcast, but also telling Barron a defender was coming behind him.
I gotta find it.
It's the greatest soundbite ever. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's that one, and we have the drop. But don't talk about that. Mayweather in Miami, right? It's all time. I also think about when I think about Jim Barnett. What is it? It was LeBron James. It might have been like his first year with Miami Heat. He had the game winner, right?
Oh, yeah, and he did the knee thing.
He kept saying, Jim Barnett, the entire time, he was talking over Fitz. He was saying, gotta make someone else beat you, gotta make someone else beat you, gotta make and then no one, and it was ISO ball, night, see you later, game was over. Yeah. That's a great call, Steiny. Yeah. I don't think they ever had like a really true announcement, like on social media, like they did.
It was the playoffs, because they weren't in the playoffs?
Or I think he knew they moved him to radio.
No, that's exactly what happened.
And he came back, and then he didn't. Yeah, it was.
So beginning with 2019-2020, which ended up being the COVID season, they moved him to here at 95.7 The Game as the full-time kind of analyst with Tim Roy. But obviously what happened that year, the world shut down. And it kind of was just lost in the shuffle. And I think that's apropos. You can do that today. Celebrate
the Book of Barnett is very similar to Krukowisms.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Right? Like, so I can see a lot of, leapers like to leap, one of my favorite ones of all time, which is the most real, statement ever. Air balls often go back to the offensive team.
Look at you,
my favorite Krukow.
Grab some pine, meat.
Oh, so good.
Squat.
Buster
Posey in the squat.
Yeah.
Ownage is ownage.
Yes.
How about this for...
Gotta tip your cap.
How about this for Barnett? Remember this one? That always drove him crazy? The plastic on the side of the sneakers that were new.
Dude.
And how you would slip.
Hilarious.
And he's absolutely right.
100%.
Like the old Converse high tops were rubbery, so they would stick.
Right.
Dude, Barnett was...
I'm trying to find a local angle to where there's duets like Kuiper and Krug.
The duos, right? Yeah.
But it's like Summerall and Madden. I know you're not a big Collinsworth fan, but I love him. Loved him in Al Michaels, and that's over. But then when I go low, I think of Bill King, Papa, but they're solo.
Yes.
And I'm being honest here. I'm going to savor every moment, obviously, of Krukow and Kuiper moving forward, and hopefully he goes another 10. But I told Steiny out there, I'm thinking of Fitz. He might go another 15.
I know.
But he's heading into year 30.
It's a great call.
Dude, Spadoni, I didn't see this coming.
No, and we had Dave Fleming on earlier, and
hello, everyone.
Right, and we played the impression from Risotto.
What did he say?
He said he's going to meet with Steven personally. That's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to.
Who is?
Dave Fleming. You didn't hear the impression yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were in the room.
Oh, you guys were there?
Yeah, we were
with John Miller.
Yeah. Did you play it for Fleming today?
No, he did it on the crossover on our show. Then they played it for Miller.
So if you brought up duos, if I just took away you know the Splash Brothers or Katie and Steph, like the athletes, let's just remove the athletes. In terms of duos, I think it's a really interesting question. I think of a young Joe Starkey with Lon Simmons doing Niner games. Okay, I think of Murph and Mac. I think of Steiny and Goo.
There you go.
Like, I'm being real.
That's love. If you
I
thought
mean that sincerely. Wow. Like, how many other duos? Like, you got to give Murph and Mac their love. Like, they were together for 20-something years in the Bay Area. Like, I'm talking like from like a television or broadcasting point of view, right? Like,
that's wow.
In today's like national broadcast, we had Buck on earlier. Like, it's Buck and Aikman right now, or like the longest standing. 20 plus years they've been doing this.
Lord.
Nance has had like Sims, he's had Romo, now he's going to get JJ Watt. Like, in this industry right now, more than ever, it feels like it's just ever changing these different cycles, and they're trying to make it work.
I mean, obviously, there's a lot of news going on, and I don't want to touch that specific news, but Ralph Barbieri and the Razor and Mr. T were legendary. And that was like the first true combo outside of the King and the Kid, which was Pete Franklin and Bob Fitzgerald, which I used to call into. and so, but like, again, you're talking about things that have shaped me. Like, all of those shows did shape me.
That's incredible.
I guess to a lesser degree, and this is a fun one, but Mr. Involvement in Gary. Because I think of Vern, Glenn, and Gary. They were together for a long time, but they weren't, but they were. Do you know what I mean? Gary was a solo act, but he was also with others.
Was his
Tony Bruno and Gary. It's the greatest 30 minutes of sports radio in this market.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio.
There it is.
That's great.
7 years
together.
27.
Yeah, Lamont and Tinelli. They were together, 30-something years? I see Paul Tinelli all the time.
Snotty, I did something for you three.
What?
Don't laugh at me. Guru Trivia.
You look good, by the way. This suit you're wearing, my goodness.
Going to see Tyrese at Thunder Valley. Nobody cares. How many managers has Krukow called games for?
Managers.
In the Giants.
So Dusty Baker.
Skip that.
Okay, that's number one. Then it was Felipe Alou after Dusty.
Bing.
Then it was Bruce Bochy after him.
Bing.
Then it was Gabe Kapler.
Bing.
Then it was Bob Melvin.
Bing.
And now Tony Vitello.
You're missing one.
Roger Craig.
1992, but he didn't start in 92.
90. He started in 90.
Oh, on the radio, not on TV. I thought you were going on TV. Because I had him at 94, 95 starting on TV. So if you get your information right. Because he wasn't on Giants Vision.
Okay.
So, obviously Roger Craig.
So you got it.
Who taught the splitter to everybody, and he was part of those miracle Mets teams.
I defended you, by the way, yesterday and today, Goo. I like the highlighter shirt you wore yesterday.
Well,
the green looks good.
I caught a lot of
And I caught you with Marcy Weiser, who joined you guys.
Yeah, she's out at Outside Land.
Is that this weekend, Outside Land?
Yeah, it starts today. But you ever been? You're Frisco. You ever been?
No, I'm an adult.
But when you were young,
when you were high school kids, dude,
like Kenny's going Kenny's going every day. Our Kenny boy,
let me give you an example.
38 years old. I kind of ripped him.
Okay, good for him. But like my nieces, like when they were like 15. Like that, we're going to bury some 40s in the park, and then we're going to go and
bury some 40s.
I'm joking?
No, I know you're not, because I've seen.
Well, now you can buy the hippie lettuce there. They got the stores there to where you can purchase the Snoop Dogg.
It's just
who's performing this year?
Can I be honest?
I don't even know.
The older I get, general
Death
admission.
Cab for Cutie.
Yeah, look at
I heard them in studio here at the old building. That was cool. They did like a little, whatever they call them, those like
sessions, like those little
the studio session. Yeah, they were great.
Yeah, but like general admission on the grass at my age at a concert.
Wow. Steiny, did your daughter get the other 300? Steiny gave her 5. She needed $800 worth of tickets.
Wait, is she going all weekend?
For all weekend.
What?
Like one day.
I texted her yesterday, and I said, "What'd you
hit
decide?"
Up that golf buddy and asked him for some
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
He's right.
She's struggling with her decision because I said to her yesterday, hey, what'd you decide? And she goes, "Dude, chill, bro."
Oh, she went to dude on you?
She hits with a bra?
Oh, yeah. She hits me with a bra all the time.
Do you like that? How old?
20.
She's a firecracker, man.
Charlie XCX, Rufus.
43-year-old Joe Shasky should not be at said concert.
I thought it was weird for Kenny at 38.
But I'm not
we
mad,
love you, Kenny.
I'm not mad at those who want to stay
30.
young at heart and go.
Yeah.
It's just not my jam.
Hey, do I sound selfish? Just back to Krukow real quick.
Yeah, sure.
What if I'm selfishly nervous about the replacement? Who's going to fill that void?
Well,
and it's going to take forever for that said person who can knock it out the parks, but I need a decade for two. I might not be here if they reach the Krukow plat if they last that long.
It's a great point because I was trying to make the point earlier for Joe. It's almost harder to replace the color analyst sometimes than the play-by-play guy, but the Giants are blessed with Dave Fleming to take the reins over from Kipe whenever Kipe and John Miller obviously hang it up. But at the same time, I don't know, has Hunter Pence done enough for you? And then these guys, I like Hunter.
If you make a lot of money.
And it's not fair to compare and contrast these guys, but we're just talking about who's going to take over for Krukow. Yeah. Is it going to be Hunter? Is it going to be Javi? I don't know.
I have a hard time seeing guys who've made a lot of money and have status and are used to doing whatever they want, whenever they want, saying, sign me up for 225 days a year working on the road.
Baseball's different than football, right? It's just different.
A grind.
It's a grind for sure.
It's a grind.
So to answer your question, Goo, it's a tough act to follow, and I have no idea who's it going to be. But thankfully, they got Flem there.
Yeah,
and he's the pro's pro, and he's been doing it. Flem's been working with Krukow since he's 25.
Yeah. No way to be an outsider, right? No, you got to be giant, orange and black, right?
I mean, I haven't even contemplated.
It's a good question. I would assume so.
I don't know.
Be a giant.
Okay, that's
or having had to play for them at some point.
Yeah,
it could have been the thing where it's 1 or 2 years, but if you could not replicate, but just get the soul and feel of the city, right? You gotta know it.
Let me throw a name at you that I think he's been out of sight, out of mind, and he does live in Missouri.
Oh.
I have always been surprised they haven't reached out to Kirk Reeder because he is such a quirky dude. He's a quirky, goofy guy who I think would be brilliant.
55.
Wow.
55. Do they go young?
I think he'd be really good. He is good. I like listening to Kirk Reeder.
He gets it.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really have anything to hide, and he's just scrappy enough. Another guy I'll throw out, I think a Ryan Vogel song. Someone like that would be, those are the kind of guys you're getting. Hunter's almost too high profile.
And they've tried a lot of different people. Yeah.
Think of Joe Morgan. I don't think we understand. Joe Morgan's one of the greatest second basemen to ever play.
Salty Joe.
Yeah, but I played in an era where they didn't make the kind of money.
Exactly.
Right? So it was like a prerequisite to continue to work beforehand. Now they make so much money. Like Chase Utley. You think Chase Utley's I got to get on that Philly broadcast. No, not a chance.
John Kruk is on there. He's great.
Jimmy Rollins is just happy enough doing a couple days a week on the MLB network.
But y'all say this, I don't want to speak for you. Some of us in here are married to Badoni. Some like to get out the house. You know what I mean?
No, that is true.
When you had a job,
real element.
Hey, I got
it's a real element.
I'll be back.
Hey,
gotta work tonight.
I hear you.
Oh boy,
I'm going to Scotland to play golf for a week.
You're burying the lead. We haven't talked to you since.
So jealous.
He's been in a great mood, man.
How'd it go?
It was incredible.
Was it the greatest experience of your life?
Where'd you play?
One of them?
Yeah, it was a bucket list type stuff for sure. Played everywhere. Played. You want me to go through all 9?
Yes.
We played North Baddock.
Yeah.
Public course. We played Gullen.
Wow.
Then we played the old course.
Oh yeah.
At St. Andrews. Then we played Jubilee at St. Andrews. Then we played Muirfield. Then we played Carnoustie.
Keep going.
Did you see Vanderveer's body somewhere?
No, but we made note of where it all happened.
Yeah.
And then we played a course, my favorite course at the very end, called Crail. It was
Crail.
5,800 yards.
So shorter?
No.
Oh.
What do you mean?
All into the wind. It's just
okay.
It was just like a 6,500.
How does the ball
yard.
run out there?
It's links, so you got to hit everything short, and it bounces up.
Interesting.
If you land it pin high, it goes over.
In terms of your yardage versus Bay Area yardage, what was it like? Because when you go
like a club down. Well, it's hard because it's like a club down, but you're into the wind.
Yeah, and it rolls out.
Exactly. It even rolls out if it is into the wind once it lands.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's cool.
Wow.
It was really cool.
Real quick,
I'm so jealous.
The committee, have you guys already decided where you're going next year?
Wait.
Yeah.
They do it every year.
Are you guys in a group chat? Is that how you do it? What do you mean committee?
My guy runs groups,
Like 12 dudes.
Yeah, it was 12 of us.
Wow.
Yeah. So next year we're going.
Oh, so it's already decided. That's what I was asking.
We got the next 2 years decided. We're going next year's Wisconsin.
Oh, really cool.
And then the year after that, we're going back to Ireland.
Are you
But
going to
Wisconsin don't hit like
we're going
this.
back to Ireland and Scotland.
Aaron
My
Hills?
God.
That's
yes.
wow.
Aaron
Spadoni
Hills,
for free.
Whistling
Whistling
Straits.
Straits, yeah.
There's a
that's-
couple others up there.
You have the coolest best friend
I know.
ever.
Yeah.
So are you
God,
going to
I'm
do
jealous.
Old Head
I love
in
you, Keenan,
Ireland?
if you're
We've done that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
dope.
we're going to go Northern Ireland, like Port Royal,
Nice.
Port
Nice.
Rush, and then we're going to go over to Scotland and play up in the Highlands.
Look at it.
Royal Dornoch,
Oh, yeah.
Inverness.
Dornick is
Because
what?
Dibbs has his thing on NCAA tourney. They
You know,
need
if Dan
Vegas.
Dibley's
I
listening
like
right
that
now.
stuff.
He's starting to get mad.
Who?
We're
Why?
Now, why would he get mad?
You know, because he's
jealous? Jealous?
Nah, but
The
you know.
J-word?
No,
Okay.
he's not. But you
When
know,
your
he gives,
friends
he
have-
gives me grief about the perks
What perks?
About
of
being,
having a friend like I have.
So what?
Yeah.
It's called
No, he's
you
supposed
gotta
to
grease the
embrace
wheels.
that, right?
I mean,
My
I
uncle.
would hope. I always think. See, I have 9 brothers and sisters, and me and my sister talked about this. If we had ever win the lottery and get like $100 million,
Yes.
See, I said to her, I was like, okay, I feel like every sibling should get $1 million, right? And she's like, $1 million. I was going to give you guys each $5 million. I was like, oh, excuse me.
That's
a little. I was like, that's a
cap on
little
that.
much.
Can I go cap on that? Because just my experience, anytime someone dies in
That's
the family with
45
money,
million.
everyone's like stabbing each other for a nickel. I think it's easier said than done. Some individuals have hearts of gold.
Yeah.
Most
Wow.
would step over you and on your throat to get a nickel.
Well, these are brothers and sisters. I hope they're not doing that
They're
for
the
me.
worst. Family? No, I'm just being real.
Well,
most
some are.
arguments during estate issues are family members going for the jugular over very small amounts of money.
In my experience,
Wow,
it's more the in-laws.
No, am I wrong?
than
No,
the,
you're
the
right.
full-blood.
I don't want to tell him myself, but mom's passed in 15. Pops was over the money and gave somebody in the family some bread. And I doubled back like, why did that? What was that?
Well,
Right.
wow, dude. We call it the little black book that my grandfather had.
I could have broke that up. How
And
did that?
he's got like, you know, he gave this
Norm.
person a little something, he gave that person. And I'm like, we got to get that little black book before he, you know.
Right.
I got to make things right
Oh
back
my
here.
God! Hey, have you
God
seen
forbid it.
Spider-Man of the Odyssey yet?
No, and Evan and my son have just made me into a IMAX snob. I used to go watch it on regular screen, get the now I'm like, you know, it's sold out for 2 more weeks.
It's
Both.
not that amazing to go to IMAX.
And you know what?
It's
And
not
I'm gonna
that
go
great.
like a regular
Yeah,
guy that
like,
I am
God.
and just watch the damn movie.
Who's Evan
IMAX.
Spielberg over here? Jeez, it's not
Hey,
that
get
amazing.
this. Can I get a quick Evan story? In New York,
Where
Central
is he?
Park yesterday, meeting his sister.
Okay.
Guess who he runs into?
Wait, he's in New York right now?
Yeah, he's in New York.
I don't know. Yeah,
Guess-
what?
Dan Devone.
Oh,
Right
no, he
in the-
didn't.
Look to the left.
Still from the parade?
From the parade. But he was in there. I said, now how crazy. Life is
Devone doing?
amazing.
Waiting for Lubman to come up for air so he could talk?
That's his second home or what have you. But how crazy is that, Spadoni?
Orange and Black Weekend Wrap tomorrow. But first, Steiny and Goo next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Let me turn my stuff up. We got Friday Variety Show today.
Let's do it, baby.
You get settled. When you get a minute in here, it's a little tricky, but...
I got to tell you,
yeah,
I'm
just keep
living
talking,
my
buddy.
life vicariously through you. I got a problem with Wisconsin. Right? He's like,
What?
how did y'all decide on that one? Wisconsin.
Wisconsin has a couple areas where there's a lot of great golf. They've had
Well, there it is. Okay.
I mean, they've got some, and you know, we don't go overseas every year. We just try to do it every other year. So we keep it in the States.
Whoop. Yeah.
We keep it in the States, and then we'll go to like Ireland.
Yeah. Snotty, I love you for bringing up Barnett, man.
Okay, here we go. All right. Yeah, he deserves it. He deserves it. But no, Mike Krukow. I was just thinking about this. Like, what is it? What was it about Krukow? What is it about a guy like Krukow? What's the connection? What was the allure? What what was the reason, or what are the reasons that he hit everybody, whether it was a hardcore fan, a casual fan, an outside observer, maybe like me, but it seems like everybody just recognizes that this guy struck a chord with a fan base, and, along with Dwayne, obviously.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. Is it worth trying to dissect why this guy has elevated himself to this kind of stature where we kind of feel a little empty because he's going to be gone after almost 4 decades here?
No doubt. And Stoney, I love the question. It's well-deserved, right? Because he is a legend. And I can't wait to listen to him tonight as they take on and host the Tigers. But people, don't take this out of context. But Bonte, Butch gave, and we're nowhere near those guys, but we've been together going on 10 years. And I got to tell you, I've been out with you where people have given you credit, not on your takes, but just what your person means to them. I've heard it with my 2 ears. So when you say, why do you think, Goo, people gravitate to Kruk and Kipe, and obviously Krukow in this manner, I believe because it's what you possess. It's Kruk, it's Mike being his true self, man. And when you are open and you don't fake or change up, and I just think you get the stamp of approval from baseball fans and anybody listening to you in whatever realm of, you know what? That Mike Krukow, that Matt Steinmetz, they're real. They're being themselves. And I'm telling you, Stoney, that's how I believe it starts.
Well,
I feel like I know the guy. You know what I mean?
No doubt. There's no doubt. Like, and to some extent we do. Like, I feel like I don't know Mike Krukow's heart, but I know his sense of humor. You know what I know? You know what I mean? I know what he thinks is funny, and a lot of what he thinks is funny is what I think is funny. I think he's pretty clever with his words.
Yeah.
I love that. I've learned enough about him personally over the last 35 years, at least about his family and his kids. I know a little bit about them. Obviously, more recently, the whole Pride Night thing, he shared a lot about, one of his children. And just over the course of 35 years, you get to know somebody, even though I met him one time.
Okay.
Oh, by the way.
Your video was great.
No.
What happened?
I made a mistake.
Dude, I watched that thing 3 or 4 times. I go, that's my partner.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at Foster.
In our video, I said, Mike, the first time I ever heard your name was in 1975 when I saw your first Stratomatic card. He broke in 76.
Oh, count the bucket, right, Risotto? I'm sure.
You know what?
Count the bucket.
Count the bucket.
No. You know why? I tried to get cute. I tried to get freaking cute. And I don't know why I just didn't say in the late 70s, because that would have made it easy.
Look at you.
So
when did you realize it?
About 5 minutes after I said it, I'm like, you know what? He may not have broken in by 75.
You're fine. We're
counting
the bucket over here, baby.
I had the minor league version of Stratomatic.
All right,
on the Sergio Garcia, throttle, that is like way down.
Okay.
Nothing to worry about.
Especially on the Google meter. Yeah, you're 1 year, you're fine, baby.
No, it's definitely beneath me telling Kevin McHale something happened in the wrong year and him correcting me.
I was there.
And it's also not even close to when I said to Reggie, I attributed a quote to Reggie Jackson that was actually Billy Martin. And he said, well, Matt, that was actually Billy Martin. I'm like, oh, my God, that's right.
Don't forget John Shea. Remember?
Yeah.
He wrote a few more books.
Hey, we're talking about Reggie Jackson and Kevin McHale. John Shea can live with that one. So anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. We can definitely get into Mike Krukow at any point in the show if you want. Anything about him. What makes what do you want at? Like, he wasn't a homer. And now he loved the Giants.
Yeah.
But he wasn't a homer. Plain and simple. And that to me is for me personally, I love that. Now that may not quite be others' cup of tea.
Yeah.
But I thought over the years similar to Jim Barnett. I thought they were fair, they were critical, but at no time did we ever think, they weren't on quote unquote our side, but they kind of told it like it was. And I think a lot of people respect that.
And Steiny, I grew up obviously in Union City real quick here, and the cable package had WGN, so I used to get the Cub games, and I'm giving these two guys compliments because regardless of how good the Cubs were, I don't know if you're familiar with this name, I'm sure you are, but Harry Carey and Steve Stone, they were just fire and ice and just music to my ears. But I was just, it was hard for me to come up with a duo like Kuiper and Kruk. And Willard hit it out the park yesterday, too, I thought, with what he said to us and on the video to Mike Steiny, like, Kruk and Kuiper were damn near bigger than the players. And that wasn't by design, No. I mean, it's the greatest compliment.
I mean, they're obviously outside of some of those, championship years. Kruk and Kuiper were kind of the faces of the Giants at various times over the last, 30 or 40 years. Coming up at 10:45 today, we're going to have Javi Lopez. Javi obviously he works in the Giants organization, but he also does some work for NBC Sports Bay Area. And he was among the first, when Kruk started taking a little time off years back. Remember the Giants brought in a little bit of a rotation.
Yeah, no doubt, I remember.
Javi was one of those guys.
He was good.
So we're going to talk to Javi Lopez about Mike Krukow and his career. And the other thing is now,
how different do you think tonight will be for Krukow, knowing that the announcement is out there and we'll truly never get an answer? But if it were you, would you feel any different, or it's like just another day at the office?
I think tonight is going to be nothing's going to. So they're honoring Mike Krukow on the last game of the regular season against the L.A. Dodgers.
Okay, awesome.
So that'll be the tearjerker. I think tonight, though, if I know Mike Krukow, and I don't, but like we're saying, but I do, I think that people are going to bring up during the telecast that it's his last year.
Hype will do it for sure.
And Mike will be like, yeah, that's not the time for this now.
It's early.
We got a game. We got plenty of time, but I appreciate it. He'll probably try to take the focus off himself tonight if it's brought up and put it on the game. But, Mike Krukow, hell of a career, man. Mm-hmm. Hell of a career. Got a couple other things I may want to get into today. And I'm working on a list. Maybe a little game.
Am I on it? Finish that. Is everything about you? You know I'm not that type.
It's not.
Okay.
You're not on this. You're not on this list. But already some people are saying, well, who's going to replace Mike Krukow? And whoever does it is going to have a hard job. Made up a list of how tough it is to follow a legend.
Ooh, wow.
And the guy, when we lose somebody, not lose life or death, but when somebody retires, sometimes the shoes to fill are quite big. Yeah. And Krukow's shoes are going to be quite big. Couple other things I was thinking about. 49ers, obviously. I want to get into this first game in Australia a little bit. I want to get into, I think something happened NBA-wise that could not impact Steph Curry.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Could spark a conversation about Steph Curry. I don't know if anybody saw the press conference in Philadelphia on Wednesday with Jaylen Brown. Anybody see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Was that unbelievable or was that unbelievable? I mean, Bob Myers' leadership was on full display on Wednesday in Philly. Bob Myers showed everybody what kind of leader he was.
There's no doubt.
And he is on Wednesday in Philadelphia by not being there.
That is wow.
Bob Myers has orchestrated one of the greatest off seasons in basketball history. So Wednesday there was the big press conference, and Bob wasn't there. He let the GM
Gansey
take
I think
all
Evan told me
the
was
credit.
Gansey. Yeah,
he wasn't even around, and I was just thinking about that. Like, wow, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That we all know that he was involved, and the first-year GM is in his first year, and he let that guy sit at the podium and take the questions about, about what the Philadelphia 76ers did in the offseason. I thought that was pretty cool.
When you just hear his name, Bob Myers, our friend, do you feel like the Warriors let one get away or the ship has sailed goo? But I don't like it. I don't like the fact he went somewhere and had something to do with Brown and LeBron and made that pitch like showing you how to talk to a woman if you're nervous at a bar or a public setting on the fly on the Rich Paul podcast. Do you come down my road if I feel like I wish we still had that in the building? Well,
I want to kind of get into that. We can get into that a little bit on the other side because I think there's something there too. And I think it's worth a discussion balancing what you just said about do they miss Bob Myers, but also being, factual about some of the picks at the end of his tenure.
No doubt.
And kind of where he fits in the grand scheme of things. Who knows? 20 years from now, Bob Myers may be Mike Krukow, and we'll be talking about who replaced Bob Myers. Remember, he was a legend. Remember Dunleavy? He failed, or remember Dunleavy, and he brought the Warriors back after Myers left. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk some Mike Krukow today. Once again, Javi Lopez at about 10:45, and we'll get into some Niners. We'll get into some Warriors. And then the other thing is I may need some help from some people who were supposed to go to a show last night. You know what happened at Chase Center?
Dude, it bothered me.
Did you hear though?
Yes.
We got to get to the bottom of what happened at Chase Center.
That's not cool.
And hopefully somebody can give us some insight. All right, 888-957-9570. It's the Friday Variety Show today. Guru and Steiny. We're brought to you by Cash Creek. Is it payday today?
No, it's
not. On vacation.
No, it's not.
Okay. Yeah. Shoot. We're brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cash Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cash Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. And we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Willard for Sierra Nevada. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, if you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Come find them during Outside Lands at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Residents of a Sherman Oaks condo complex say burglars stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of their property while their building was tented for fumigation.
Don't put your home or valuables at risk. Pacific Coast Termite's Orange Oil and Ultraset treatment means no tent, no move out, and no poisonous gas. With highly effective termite treatment backed by a 2-year warranty. Call today for a free termite inspection. Protect your home without turning your life upside down. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Pro baseball action continues next week as the regular season plays on and the stretch run toward the postseason begins. One highlight is the classic field game return to Dyersville, Iowa on Thursday, August 13th, the first edition since 2022, as Philly takes on Minnesota for this showcase event.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal too, right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Steiny and Guru with you. Variety Show Friday. Let's have a little fun throughout the show, Goo. Test your knowledge. I'm here. You know, it's tough to replace a legend. Somebody going to find that out here.
Man.
At some point pretty quickly.
Okay.
With your boy, if you know what I mean. And
you are the
you know, replacing a legend is tough, and sometimes these guys get lost in the shuffle. How about this? You think John Wooden was a great coach?
Come on now, one of the best to ever do it.
All right. Who replaced John Wooden?
Oh, God.
John Wooden. Who was the coach that had to succeed John Wooden? I'm not going to give you an answer now. I'm just going to maybe we're going to have some fun with that throughout the day.
I could Google it, but can I tell you what really came to mind? I know it's wrong.
What?
Larry Brown.
Yeah, he was after, but a little bit more.
All right.
But anyway, Bob Myers. Real quick.
Yeah, no, take your time. It's bothering me, man.
So, Bob Myers left here in, I don't know, what was it, 21, 22, 26, whatever.
Never forget that presser.
And, he won 4 titles as a president of basketball operations. All right. But he had reached a certain acclaim with the Warriors. He had, over those 10 years, he kind of elevated himself into a stratosphere with guys like R.C. Buford, and just by the sheer numbers, guys like Pat Riley, not quite Jerry West, obviously, but up there with Jerry West, when they talk about Danny Ainge, he's a great, Bob Myers is right there with all the big boys. And there's something about those guys that they have a juice that is beyond what they're offering just as the general manager of a team. And so Bob Myers is here, and he helps the Warriors win 4 titles, and he's been here for 10 years, and he's getting tired, and he's working too hard, and he needs to take a break. And and at the end of his tenure, let's just say, he messed up. He messed up with Kuminga and Wise.
Okay, no doubt about it.
Put the Warriors, set him back just a hair. Okay, that's what happened. Now he leaves, all right? When he left, the Warriors automatically lost some juice. And no matter what Mike Dunleavy could do or was going to do, he just doesn't have the juice that Bob Myers has. Bob Myers goes to Philly, and that, just by him going to Philly, replacing Daryl Morey, it's just a perception change. Then he makes the Jaylen Brown trade. Then he gets LeBron James. And it's like, geez, Bob Myers just turned around the Sixers like that. And the thing that I would say is, if you're a little disappointed at the tenure of how it ended with Myers, and the last couple picks at the end didn't really work out, I think you're right. But I also think not having Bob Myers after that meant that the Warriors kind of were going to drop in the echelon of NBA teams simply because he left. And I think, I don't know where the Warriors would be had he been here for the last 4 years. I'm not saying they'd still be in contention.
Yeah.
But I do think when you have a Bob Myers as a president or a GM, it gives you some allure that most GMs do not afford their teams. And he just proved it. Yeah. I mean, he just proved it.
I want to hug you, man.
Not many GMs or presidents could have gotten done what he got done in Philly.
Yeah. And again, I'm projecting, but Stoney, I do want to hug you because I feel everything you just said. And I'm going to be careful, but there's a street term. And it's when a guy or gal has the gift of gab. They call it game. And I think Bob Myers has game. Okay? I'm not saying Mike Dunleavy doesn't, but he's stoic and he just comes across different than Bob Myers. Bob Myers is not perfect, but you left out, because I think Bob was a big part of Kevin Durant coming here. And I'll say this about Joe Lacob, and I've given him all his flowers, but that presser when Joe Lacob alluded to, like, I didn't think this was real, I just found this out, that was the first time that I felt like, my gosh, on the flip side, your main man is telling you he's leaving, and you're kind of taking it like you didn't know or it wasn't serious. That's how I took it. So to me, that was the first signal of what I deem disconnect. Now, I'm married, but I've been single and in relationships. And if somebody approached me, my significant other, and said, hey, you know what? I just don't want to be in a relationship, and we break up, and then 2 weeks later, they're in a relationship, then I got to look in the mirror and say more was going on than what you told me. And that's why I couldn't believe Bob went back to work to whatever capacity. But the bottom line is his fingerprints were over the Jaylen Brown trade and the LeBron coming as well. And I just wonder, do we need, and you tell me what you think, the best version of Bob Myers now where the Warriors are not at? If that makes any sense. Do they need the best version of Bob more now where the team is currently at?
Well, I mean, they don't have him, so it doesn't matter. Then they're not getting him back. But think about this. What was the biggest move Joe Lacob made when he bought the team? This is my way of thinking.
The biggest move?
By far. This is to my way of thinking. You can disagree.
Going to get Durant.
I would say hiring Jerry West.
Oh, wow.
At first.
Right. Okay.
So the Golden State Warriors were a laughingstock, and Joe Lacob brought Jerry West in, and boom, things started happening. Plain and simple.
Jerry West.
In the snap of a finger, the Warriors' reputation in the league had changed overnight. And then Jerry West hires Bob Myers. 4 titles later, Myers is now considered an elevated president or GM.
Okay.
And he gets burned out. He got burned out. Simple as that.
Great.
Needed time off, took it, jumped back into another opportunity. But all I'm saying is those guys make a difference. And I just the Warriors may have suffered at the end of the Bob Myers tenure, but they don't have a Bob Myers who can put them back on the map.
Right.
You know, the great executives sometimes have down periods, but because they're great executives, they come back and they end up being successful again.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Chase Center last night. Earth, Wind, and Fire with Lionel Richie.
Mike, what a show.
Concert was supposed to start at 7:30. At 7:22, they canceled it because of a medical emergency, but it was unclear if the medical emergency involved the band or not.
I got to believe it had to, right?
Let's go to Mark Anthony in San Lorenzo. Hey, Mark. How you doing, man?
Fellas, I'm doing okay considering what happened last night.
Ooh.
Let me give you a little background on this. I've been following Earth, Wind, and Fire since my high school days in the 70s.
Mark, real quick. You want to hold on a minute or two? Because I'm right up against the break. I got a minute and a half.
We want to hear it.
Oh, that's right. Go ahead.
You got it, guys.
Can you call back in about 10 minutes? I forgot we got Javi Lopez, but I want to hear it.
Call back.
You got the other Lopez. You don't got this Lopez. You got the other Lopez.
That's right. Hey, no, seriously, thank you very much. I appreciate it, but we'll definitely get you in about 15. Javi Lopez is coming up on the other side.
Wait. Yep.
No.
Dude, I saw that news and I couldn't study. I was all over it. Like, what happened? It had to be like Lionel, right?
I don't know.
Just think if you were in line or in your seat.
There was people that were in the arena.
Yeah.
Getting ready for it, apparently. Gene Bartow.
Okay, gotcha.
Gene Bartow.
Wow. How'd he do?
Not well. Well, not as well as John Wooden.
All right.
Who succeeded Bobby Knight at Indiana?
He's a brother.
Correct.
And that would be one. What's my boy's name, Steiny?
It's a common type of name. It's not like
a black
it's
name.
Not like Theodore
right. That
Roosevelt.
Come on, Good. That's my man.
Short name.
Smart.
Mike Davis. It was Mike Davis. I got a bunch of
I wouldn't
those.
have got paid had I got it right. But
those are kind of tricky ones, so I'll...
I got the ethnic background.
Yeah, I got some...
Austin coming down my road saying Bob had nothing to do with Durant. Stop it, he did.
Okay. Yeah, well, he gets the credit because he was at the top.
Love Austin.
All right, Javi Lopez on the other side. Going to talk a little bit more about Mike Krukow. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Valkyries are back in action tonight, taking on the Wings in Dallas at 6:30. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. All brought to you by Unstoppables as the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA. Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Dana from San Francisco. Alejandro and Alex did a wonderful job installing the MyQ garage door system on my extra tall 1906 24-hour delivery service entrance. I appreciated all your attention to detail. Thank you, RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving.
you've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Don't miss comedian Joe Coy on his Coy Meets World Tour at Oakland Arena on November 13th. Buy your tickets at joecoy.com for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Icon Live. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Boston comedian, I'm going to kiss you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Javi Lopez, four-time World Series champion, special assistant to Buster Posey, and he made the Giants Wall of Fame 2 years ago. Javi, thank you so much for joining us. I understand you're on your way out here for Saturday's Wall of Fame events.
Yeah, if everything goes right, I'll be heading out there tonight. Living in Atlanta, you always have afternoon pop-up thunderstorms, so you never quite know when kickoff will be, but you hope for the best. But thanks for having me, fellas.
Absolutely, and obviously we want to talk to you about Mike Krukow. And I guess my first question is, if you don't mind me asking, when did you first come to know Mike?
Actually, I didn't even, not till I got traded. And I tell you what, like he was one of the first guys. So Kruk and Kipe had been one of the first guys that I saw in the clubhouse as a broadcast team that would be in there kind of hanging out with the boys. And he came up to me pretty early and said, hey, shook my hand and welcome to the Giants, and kind of went through a brief history of what goes on with the Giants, and then quickly dug into what I do, what my pitches are, how do I like to work hitters. And it was an interesting thing to do, because that's the conversations that you have every day in a locker room, that you just, with people that you don't know. And he's been in there. He's been in the fraternity. He's one of the boys. And it was very great to kind of just be able to go over those things. And, obviously used it for those telecasts, but it was nice to just have make the introduction with both him and Kipe. He was doing the same thing, kind of bouncing around, and they're very much of that salty nature where it's like, hey, we want to be calling good things, so make sure you don't screw up when you're out there, just joking around. But it was fun. It was that's the first time I got to meet him, and then spending my last 7 seasons in San Francisco was, I finally got to actually hang out with him a little bit more and be able to spend some time with him, and it's bittersweet. It's not one of those things where we want to eulogize, we want to celebrate. And I think it's an amazing time for many Giants fans. It's a sad day, but it's also a time of reflection and time to enjoy what we get to hear for the next couple months.
Javi, that was well said, man. Spot on. And, I told my partner and the listeners here, I've never met Mike, on an individual basis, but I felt like he's a family member, a friend, And I want to ask you, what do you think made Mike so successful, and a lot of baseball Giant fans here in the Bay gravitate to him, and how he lasted this long?
Well, I think first and foremost, he's a great storyteller, and he's been in the fight. Like when you've been in the locker rooms, you know how much work goes into that and the preparation. And just because you put in work doesn't mean you're going to nail it, right? You're going to fail. The whole sport's built on failure, and it's oftentimes how do you bounce back from that failure. And so he understood that, and I think he did a great job of relaying that to the audience. And I think another thing about what he and Kuiper would do as far as making themselves part of what was going on in the locker room, and this is a credit to him, and this is kind of things that I've learned from him since I started my broadcasting, is always be available, always be around. So if he ever said anything that you might have taken offense to or whatever, he was always in there to have that conversation. And he was never too, it's like the way he would deliver it was just great. It's like when you go in there, understand that we've been in this, and now that I've been removed, his playing days are long over by the time he just when I was here in 2010, he would be in there. He's like, hey, listen, sometimes I might say something in the heat of the moment and somebody catches feelings and you just talk it out. And he's like, I've gone through that moment with many a guy, and after that we've bonded even more and become stronger. So I think that's what I think the players really enjoyed from him. I know I certainly did, is that he knew what it was like to be in the fight and could explain away some things, but he wasn't short of criticism too. When you weren't doing the job you're supposed to do, he'd let you know. And I think that's what you also appreciate, and the fans appreciate too. You can't fool the Giants fans. They watch it and they can see what's going on during the game too. So you can't sugarcoat everything.
Well, that's an interesting point, Javi, and we're joined by Javi Lopez, 4-time World Series champion. It sounds like when he was a player, he probably had those conversations with the people who were announcing him and realized the other side of the coin at that point. It probably helped make him a great announcer as well as a great player.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I think when you talk to him about his playing days and what it was like, it was definitely a different time. We understand that. Social media and all that stuff is even different from my playing days to what it is now. But ultimately, he really grasped the idea of what a guy was trying to do. He tried to learn everyone as quickly as he could, especially in this world of a lot of roster churn and you're not getting the usual 25, 26 guys that you're seeing all the time. You're getting a lot of new faces. So he was quick to try to make those introductions, break down any walls that might be up that are just inherent in a locker room when you don't know anybody, and especially when it's a media member. Even though he's calling your games, you still kind of are a little cautious around those kind of guys. But he was quick to break those walls down and have those conversations. And it's something that I've always enjoyed and taken pride in. When I do get to call games, whether it's with John Miller or Dave Fleming or when I get to work with Kipe, and you get that same experience. It's kind of, you want to be the same guy every day. You always want to be around people that do that. And I think the Giants fans have been blessed to have 4 guys that constantly do that every single day.
No doubt, Javi. You kind of just nailed it, earlier too, when you said, this is a celebration and I'm going to be a part of that celebration. We all are. Javi, I got a lot of personality faults, but one thing I try to do is keep it real, so I'm going to be real here. When you were doing the games, my goodness, I told my partner, I'm finicky on announcers. They matter. They just do, and obviously Krukow and Kipe. But, man, can you share with us as much as you can? Because I know you're working for the Giants, but are the play-by-play or the announcing days, are those over? Because when you were in there, man, you nailed it, and a lot of people want to know, what's up with Javi Lopez and calling games? Is that over?
Well, honestly, I really appreciate the comments there. I think it's something that I've taken pride in, and again, to touch on what we've just been talking about, it's you're never going to replace guys like this. These are true legends. These are they're the unicorns in the field, to be honest with you. You're never going to replace them. But I've learned so much from them and how to try to broadcast the game and talk about it like you're sitting in a bar and you're talking to buddies, and always be mindful that you're going to talk to the significant other of a player and their parents, and, be mindful of your words and things like that. So I take all that to heart and know the situations and innings and outs. And I try to, again, I learned all that and just been reinforced with the group that the Giants have. And as far as the broadcasting days, again, the front office, I enjoy doing it. I did a 1-year deal here with the Giants as far as the front office is concerned. I wanted to make sure I was going to be a value add, and I think we'll touch base on that at the end of the year when the contract is up and see if it's a fit. I've enjoyed my time doing that, but all this stuff is very fluid, so I have no idea what the future looks like. But again, I appreciate the kind words.
Got you. Absolutely. I know I speak for a bunch of fans out here. We'd love to have you more involved. We all think you're a class act out here, and as long as you're part of the Giants, that's a good sign. But I just wanted to say that, and thank you for coming on and sharing some of these stories about Mike.
Hey, no problem, fellas. I really appreciate you guys reaching out. And again, we're going to celebrate this and enjoy every call that we get.
Hey, Javi, before we let you go, I got to share with you, I had predicted the Giants this year to win 90 games. I felt it, so obviously that hasn't happened. But real quick, when you look at this season in a nutshell, Where do you think it just got out of hand? Like, how shocked are you that it's not going like we thought?
I am a little shocked, to be honest with you. I wasn't as bullish at 90 games, but I thought it was going to be a really good team. I thought the offense was just way better than the Giants had in recent years. But obviously, everything begins and ends on the mound, and I think the pitching just unfortunately never got into a good rhythm. And as a former bullpen guy, you know, you got to be able to shut the door, and the Giants have struggled to do that. I mean, they've been walked off 10 times. Blown, I think, 11 or 12 saves at this point. And that matters. And I think the big punch in the gut was, for me, it was in Philly, that double dip that they had in Philly in April.
Wow.
Where they got walked off on both ends of it. And I think that was just a big punch. And I think the bullpen kind of just struggled to kind of find a rhythm after that. And, you know, it's tough to win when you're not closing out games. And, you know, ultimately, I think that's going to be a focus, as you can see by the draft, getting a bunch of arms, trade, getting a bunch of arms, like trying to solve that problem from within the best you can.
Javi, thank you so much again for joining us. Really appreciate it, and best of luck to you.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks again.
All righty, that's Javi Lopez, 4-time World Series champion, 3 with the Giants. Right now, he's a special assistant to Buster Posey, and
for one more year.
Yeah, he'll be in San Francisco tomorrow, hopefully, if the weather stays kind back east,
that's going to be
awesome.
Never
really count on.
Steiny, that's a former, like you mentioned, a 4-time champ, 3 with the Giants, saying a game where a season has 162 games, but a game in April had a lot to, in his opinion, to derail this, to let the air out the balloon.
Yeah, it was 2 games.
But I remember them. It was raining.
I remember that too. I remember that
like,
too.
You got so many more, but like he remember, like I asked him and he said it like ape. So it, like you said, we'll get to it. This Ram game or NFL game week 1, but Steiny, and you didn't say this, but they all count the same, man.
Wait, we're talking about baseball.
Yeah, but you were I'm looking at it from the prism of,
I got you. One game. Right, I got you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting for the Laughing Monk Studios. I want to get back to Mark Anthony. In case you just joined us, just getting some details on last night at Chase Center. Earth, Wind, and Fire with Lionel Richie set to go on stage at 7:30. And at 7:22, the show got canceled. I guess there were a lot of people in the building. Mark Anthony was there. What's going on, man? What went down at Chase?
Fellas, let me first say, Javi Lopez, I have his jersey because him and I share the last name.
Cool.
Classy dude, man. You want to keep a guy like that in your organization
absolutely
for as long as you can. 'Cause he's part of the core 4. Just a great – I mean, I'm listening to the interview. That's his personality. He's so calm. He's so collected. He's so intelligent, and he's a great guy. So that's a good guy to have working with Buster. I hope he can straighten things out,
Definitely.
Now, getting to my little situation last night, we bought these tickets, I don't know, back in March, April. I'm a child of the 60s and the 70s. Earth, Wind, and Fire was our band in high school. We danced to that music all the time. Beautiful, beautiful music. Maurice White was the leader of that band. Great leader. And so we planned for this. It was myself, my beautiful wife, Carol, and our friends, David and Patty and Donald and Maggie. We're all grown up in San Francisco. We all grew up together in the 70s. And so we planned this like a little reunion. We went out to dinner. We took public transportation. And I've been out of the city for 22 years. I said, I ain't getting on no BART and I ain't getting on no Muni because I know what it's like. But it was beautiful. Everything is cleaned up. It looks a lot nicer than when I last experienced it. And so we took public transportation, went down to John's Grill down there on Powell, had a great dinner, headed towards the stadium. And when we pulled up, I knew something's not right because there was tons of people just standing anywhere they could in line. And nothing was moving. And we got there at 7. I go, man, we got here too late because the line is backed up. Security's probably really, really tight. And we're going to miss Earth, Wind, and Fire because we're not going to get in till like 8 o'clock. But we were there for 15 minutes standing. There was a lot of confusion, a lot of geriatric people like us, standing there freezing because it was kind of cold and windy. And then I decided to take a walk because I looked on my phone and I go, the east side is a little easier to get in than the west side where we were standing. And so I walked over there, and I saw a San Francisco police officer explaining to somebody that there was a situation inside Chase Center. And I was listening, as he was talking to this gentleman. And I asked him, I go, but the public hasn't been let in yet, so how can there be a situation going on inside? And he said, I can't divulge exactly what it is that's going on. And he goes, but I suggest that people not even stand in line, and most likely the concert's going to be canceled. And at that moment, that's when my party called me, because they were back there standing in front of the billboard out in the street, and they said it had just been announced. My question is, which member had a medical emergency? Because Verdine is 75, Philip Bailey is 75. And ironically, we went back to Donald Maggie's house in Westlake, and we watched Earth, Wind, and Fire for about 2 hours.
All right. Hey, Mark, thanks for the update. That was very thorough. And
man, he didn't leave nothing out.
No, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it.
Let's groove tonight.
No, that's not the one.
Which one you like? That's my jam.
Come and see to me in a land all the fantasy.
Oh, you brought it
home. That's the
wow.
That's they always used to play back when I was growing up.
And I like that. I couldn't hit the note.
They always used to play that, and I just what I equate with that song is watching Julius Erving and Philadelphia 76er highlights. Because they would put like Irving's dunks to that music.
Wow.
And it was pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Somebody saying they were at the concert too and it was kind of a mess. I mean, what can you do? It just sounds like an unfortunate situation.
But you get a refund. And hopefully whoever had the issue, Stani, they get better. But man, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, if you were in that situation, do you go home? Are you bummed out? Or are you like, let's go get something to eat? Or even grab one. I think I got to stop and grab one.
I'm trying to think if
how would the Steiner do it?
It's a great question.
I got to stop.
Go out if I'm out at 7:30. That's a
great question.
That's I'm usually not out at 7:30 at all. I'm usually all getting ready to get tucked in. But if it's 7:30, I'm already out. I got to believe. I'm gonna take a little walk around Chase Center, see what's
I got to.
What's going down.
Yeah.
All right, Goo. Who replaced Phil Jackson as the head coach of the Lakers?
I want to say Mike Brown.
Correct. Yep. Mike Brown.
Now, is that the one didn't last long? Or
right.
How many?
Why are you asking why these people followed Phil Jackson? I don't know, Mike Krukow. It's tough to follow a legend. Somebody's going to have to do it. And it's going to be an unenviable task.
Wow.
Who replaced Pat Riley in L.A. for the Lakers?
That would have been...
This is a pretty good one.
Mike Dunleavy's dad. Yep.
Give him the ding, baby. That was a tough one.
Hey, you give me one more for the one previous.
One more for the road? Oh, yeah. This one I think you're going to nail. Who replaced Chuck Noll? Pittsburgh Steelers.
Cower.
Okay. Yeah, I knew you. How about this?
They didn't have many.
I think you're going to know this one, too. Who replaced Don Shula?
That would have been... Oh, man, I'm getting bothered. Good God, Goo, come on. That would have been his son.
Nope.
No,
you have ties to this guy. Not personal ties, but... He would go on to win Super Bowls with some team that you like.
Who are you?
Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, my God. I want to throw the towel across
I forgot
the room.
he was in Miami for a little bit.
But they didn't do anything. They were bad.
How about them?
And then Saban came after him, right?
I guess so,
That was bad for
I didn't go, here's one for you. And this is going to...
I almost want to ride off in the sunset.
I think you're going to get this one.
All right, let's see.
But it's also...
What sport?
It's football, but here's the thing. And I don't use this term. You use this term, the black card.
Okay, right.
I think you're going to get it, but if you don't...
I'm all right in the streets.
Who replaced Eddie Robinson at Grambling?
That would be one... Doug Williams.
Yes. Doug Williams. Ooh, I'm impressed.
Stop.
No, seriously.
Well,
I could stump you at any moment.
All right, I
you ready?
It's easy.
You ready? It's a little bit of a
that
cheat.
That wasn't an easy one right there.
No, I know.
Right.
That wasn't. Who replaced Scotty Bowman, head coach of the Detroit Red Wings, who won 3 Stanley Cups?
DeBoer.
Somebody named Dave Lewis.
Okay, you're right. Oh, man.
I had to.
Yeah. All right, man.
I had to get
No,
that.
seriously, Steiny, did you think my question to you, Spadoni and Shasky, about, and again, it's about Mike Krukow, and it's going to be for me until, the season's over. But is there a possibility you think the Giants could do bring somebody in that's not in the Giant family?
No, I don't think so.
And I wouldn't want it to be that way.
The problem they're going to have, I think, is, and Shasky was talking about this, you got to find the right ex-player. Like,
well, you try to do that, right?
Yeah, but you can't. Like, Hunter Pence is out. Like, he's out.
But we don't know that.
He made way too much money as a player. He was too big of a name as a player, and he's not going to want to spend 140 games in the booth.
He's not here. I think you're so wrong. I think he would love that's why he got his feet wet, and he's doing it to get this call up.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think a guy like Hunter Pence with his profile likes, we're both guessing.
Yeah.
But I don't know. He seems to have a lot of other things.
So you think this is just a hobby for him?
Yes.
Oh, no. I think everybody in that, and Javi included, like Steiny, I really like him on the mic. So it'll be interesting.
All I'm saying is when you have a player who made $50 million the last 4 years of his career, and then they're like, you want to do the booth, here's $600,000, but you have the exact same schedule you did as a player.
Yeah.
A lot of really good players are like, that's just too much hassle for me.
But what if you love ball?
It still might not be worth your time, So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. But I think,
it's just going to be weird here.
Javi Lopez probably has a case, but
FP.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Where is he now? In Washington?
No, with the.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, shows you how much I know.
Oh.
With the Giants.
That ended a while ago. Washington.
Oh. Okay.
Dude, I feel bad for Earth, Wind. Well, as long as the person's doing better, but yeah, that's
somebody saying TMZ reported it was the drummer who suffered the emergency.
Like, I don't even want to know. I'm thoughts and prayers to that person,
Yeah. Anyway, that Chase Center last night must have been an unfortunate situation, but
a tandem we didn't mention. Our guy Brian texted me, Tom Tolbert and Tim Roy.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Tom Tolbert and Ralph Barbieri.
Man, oh, man.
Absolutely. Let me ask you this, Goo, on the other side. Yeah. You want to go Krukow? You want to go Niners? You want to go something I saw Warrior type related?
Give me a little Niners. Can I get a little dab of Niners?
Right. And
because football started last night, we got it every Sunday until February.
And here's my I'm gonna need some help on the other side. But I'm not going to tell you
anything but bread.
What it is now. And it's not about money, but it's I am just fascinated by something that the 49ers are doing and something that the LA Rams are doing. And I have no expertise on this topic, but I've got to believe that somebody out there who listens to 95.7 The Game and listens to Steiny and Guru will have information that could help me understand why the 49ers are doing one thing and the Rams are doing another, and it has something to do with Australia. So I'm gonna need some help on the other side. 888-957-9570. Our basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. And we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you know how to time the beer run so you don't miss a second of the action, catch every game, no matter the time. If you're up for whatever the season brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy, but not sweet, hoppy, but not bitter, bursting with fruit flavor and aroma. There's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Sierra Nevada brews Hazy Little Thing with the purest ingredients for the finest quality in every sip. Velvety smooth and handcrafted with Citra and Mosaic hops.
Whether you're anchoring the tailgate before kickoff or running the clock down with classics on the patio, nothing hits the gap better than the rhythm of the city and a cold Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing IPA. It's the ultimate clutch play for your summer, so embrace the haze.
When you're living in the moments that matter, it matters which beer. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. That's Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Right now, Milwaukee is trading at a 10% probability to win it all come the end of October, and that means a $100 trade pays out $880 if they prevail at the end of October. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade 25. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned here. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Milgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, risotto just on top of it with a little earth, wind, and fire.
Reasons.
For those of you that unfortunately didn't get to see him last night at Chase because of the medical emergency.
That was a hell of a lineup, too. Lionel, don't forget, hello.
I'm so upset.
Yeah.
You just,
all right.
Yeah, I was going to say last concert you've been to, but you were in one in Edinburgh.
Yeah, Luke Combs.
My man.
Yeah. All right. Here's what I need from somebody out there. I've never been there. I'm pretty sure Guru's never been there. Australia. I've never been to Australia.
Land down under.
The 49ers are playing. The 49ers are playing the Rams in the opening regular season game in Melbourne, Australia. And I find this so interesting.
I find it interesting that you go ahead.
The Rams, okay, how long do you think the flight is to Melbourne, Australia?
I'm going to say 15 hours.
Now, you're right on the money. 15 hours.
Wow.
It's 15 hours
I'm on fire today.
To Australia. The 49ers are getting there a week before the game and are going to practice there. The Rams are getting there the day before the game. They're going to play the game. Then they're getting right out of Melbourne. And my question is for people that have been to Australia after a 15-hour flight. Like, what's that going to be like for them? I mean, they're going to be jet lagged.
No doubt. I don't like it.
So I'm trying to figure out if the 49ers have an advantage in this game or the Rams are going to
real. Your body clock is just getting back to.
I know, but maybe they're hoping.
Tell me.
Here's 510 Steiny. The Rams are counting on their adrenaline when they arrive a day before game time as opposed to possible jet lag. The Niners may experience coming in a week early. Also, the Rams feel more comfortable practicing back home. What's it like to get off a plane in Australia after flying for 15 hours and then having to play a game as opposed to
being there,
sleeping in a bed in that area for 6 days? I guess what I'm saying is, how bad's the jet lag to Australia? I don't even know which direction you go in to get to Australia. Like, are you losing a day? Are you gaining a day? I don't even know.
Yeah, your boy don't know either.
So anyway, 888-957-9570. If anybody's been to Australia and can tell me what they think the Rams are thinking.
You travel southwest, apparently,
That
across
doesn't
the
help
Pacific.
me. What time zones? Like, are you going, it doesn't matter if you're going one way or the other?
He's not a pilot, Sonny. Damn, Foster, give him a break.
Nobody could probably impersonate a pilot.
Man.
Hello? The way
This is your captain speaking. 75 degrees when you touch down to the SFO.
You
Thanks
got to
for
cut
flying
this
with us.
out.
This dude, man,
Oh, my
I'm
God.
telling you should have seen. He went viral, man. Everybody was commenting on that great impression.
Hey, what do you think about, so Outside Land starts today, too.
We dropped the ball. We had Marcy, who's there today. We should have had a street call check-in.
It's not over.
Oh, okay.
It's not over. Risotto, I'm going to ask you for the call-in line. Maybe get Marcy to call in 1 o'clock or so to.
And I'm going to read some of the
give
acts.
us a little lowdown on what's going on.
See how familiar you are with. See if you could get 30% of.
There's no chance.
Well,
I've already heard some of the names, and
all right.
I got trouble brewing. Put it that way. I don't know. Death Cab for Cutie. That's it. I can tell you one of their songs.
For Cutie.
Huh?
That's their name of the band?
What?
Death Cab for Cutie?
Correct.
That's a little too wordy for me.
Steiny, it's currently 4 a.m. Saturday morning in Australia.
Wow.
So the Rams will leave on Sunday, and then we'll play on a Sunday.
That's not right.
All right. That's Jim Mollet.
That's our guy.
You going to question Mollet?
No.
Don't question Mollet.
How are you going to leave on a Sunday and get there on a Sunday?
It's
just not easy.
It's
you
possible.
leave on a Friday and get there if it's
somebody help Goo. Okay, so you've heard the story about Marvin Bad News Barnes, right?
No.
So they have these things called time zones.
This is right.
Where it's 4 a.m. now in Australia, but here it's whatever. Back in the old ABA days, Marvin Bad News Barnes played for the the Spirits of St. Louis. And they were flying, oh God, I don't know the cities, but they were flying one time zone over. And it was a short flight. So the itinerary said, I'm just going to say we're leaving Lexington, Kentucky at 1:30 p.m. and we'll arrive back in St. Louis at 1:20 p.m.
It was from Louisville.
Okay. So, they took off at 1:30, but they got to the new city at like 1:20 because it was a different time zone, but it was under an hour flight. And Marvin Bad News Barnes said, I'm not getting on that plane. I ain't getting into no time machine. Anyway, if anybody can help us with time zones.
Oh, that's pretty time. Marvin is not a time machine. Oh,
that'd be all right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tyler. Tyler's in Napa. What's up, Tyler? How you doing, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to give you guys a little bit of knowledge. So in Australia, they call it Melbourne, not Melbourne, like we call it here.
Okay.
And it's 19 hours ahead. And in order to get there, you either go through Hawaii or sometimes China. So you go the other side of the world versus, going to Europe. So,
okay.
It's quite different, and Melbourne is on the East Coast and near Sydney. And,
well, you know what? You're breaking up a little bit.
Info
but,
there, though.
I
you
appreciate
can go
it.
through China or where was the other part?
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Thanks.
I mean, theoretically, you could go through anywhere. and eventually get to Australia. You can go through Wichita.
But are the Niners going to be there and sightsee because they're going to be there so long, or is it a business trip?
It says here, flying to Australia is similar to flying to the Philippines. You lose a day on the way there.
How
about Dale and Hollister? What are the 49ers facing down under? They'll be there for a week. Hey, Dale, what's up?
I've traveled to Japan and Taiwan a lot. In fact, I went to Taiwan for a 4-hour meeting and came back right away. Boy, that was hell on the body before and after. All I can say is, yeah, you land a day later getting there, and you land before you take off when you come back. Flying in just for a football game, which is way more grueling than a business meeting of 4 hours, I don't see how they're going to be functional. And when they get back, they're going to even be worse. So that's good for anybody playing the Rams the next week, too.
Interesting.
I flew business class in those cases. So, I mean, I was even flying decent conditions, not packed in the sardine cans.
Right.
But it is grueling.
So you just help me here, if you can do the math, because if you can't, you can't. If you leave San Francisco, let's say Friday at noon, what time and what day do you get to Australia?
Well, I can tell you right now, it's almost midnight. It'd be midnight. That would be the equivalent of midnight in Australia already.
Okay.
Because right now, in Australia, I have a daughter that lives in Australia, in Melbourne. It's 4:20. Oh, no, wait. Sorry. I had the wrong time. It's 4:28 a.m. in Melbourne right now. So noon means it's already 5 o'clock of the next day.
Right. So they're not going to they're going to lose pretty much all of Saturday, the Rams, if they were to leave on a Friday.
Right. If they leave on a Friday, it's already Saturday there. So they're going to have to leave like Thursday night to get there a day before.
I got you. Hey, thanks, Dale. Appreciate the call.
Somebody said I'm getting a headache trying to do the math, making
Just
fun
know
of,
this.
I'm not. I got it.
Just know this. If you leave San Francisco at noon on a Friday to fly to Melbourne, it doesn't sound like you're getting there till Sunday morning.
See, I had Saturday late night. My math.
Well, you do realize that if it's after midnight, it could technically be early in the morning.
I got you.
Just because I hate to lose any kind of argument.
But listen, some people are like, Guru, they're going to play football. If you're there a week, Austin, you don't practice all day. You got stuff to do after. You know what I mean? Let's keep it real. That's why I was like, is McVay trying to avoid that? I mean, let's get off the plane.
Yeah.
We had no movies. Right. You know what I mean?
Do you want to hear the reasoning?
Yeah.
So it says that the team tested jet lag patterns using staff trial runs and concluded that staying home longer keeps internal clocks stable, relying on adrenaline for the game and avoiding heavy overseas fatigue. So my question is, they use staff trial runs. So did they just say, hey, go to Australia for the weekend and tell us like how you felt?
Yeah, that's what it's truly now, in fairness, I'm sure like the Rams and the Niners had to send personnel down there, in the past year to get the game set up, and maybe those guys had to fill out a form. I don't know, you know what I mean? Fill out a survey or pass along the information.
So with what you know now, if you were the coach, would you do it the Niner way or the Ram way?
Well, I don't know. The 49ers are going to win the game. The 49ers are going to win the game. The problem's going to be. I think the Rams.
I don't like. Yeah, that's too much analytics. What did they use? Yeah, I ain't with that.
Although it's pretty interesting that the caller said it's going to affect the Rams the following week, so it'll clearly affect the Niners too the following week. So we'll see. Big Smoothie,
our man.
He's in Oakland. What's up, Smoothie?
Gentlemen. Hey, Bad News Barnes wasn't completely wrong. That was somewhat of a time mechanism. He went back in time. But anyway,
well, he was probably also late for the flight, but that's neither here nor there.
Hey, Steiny, I know you saw that ADA special that came out. That was on Netflix.
Incredible.
Man, wasn't that great,
That was great.
That was great.
It was like 4 parts, I think.
Man, that thing was fire.
I agree.
Was fire. But anyway, so I did fly to the Philippines, which was a 16-hour flight back in my heyday, if you will.
Oh.
Yeah, give me another drip for that. But listen, here's what I think I would do it the Rams way. Why? Because they're showing, man, I don't want to go to this. They don't even want to go. It's like, man, we're getting in there, play the game, and we're getting out. We're going to sleep all the way back. This is a dumb idea, but hey, I get it. Marketing, global, whatever. But the Rams clearly don't care about this game. They want to just get it over with. This reeks, get it over with. I'm showing up so I won't get fined. You know what I'm saying? I think the Rams just don't want to. They just want to just knock it out and be done with it. That's right.
I actually agree wholeheartedly with you, Smoothie. And it doesn't mean they're going to tank, or it doesn't mean they're not going to try. Yeah. It's just they're not going to invest a whole week into Australia. I think they figure, you know what? It'd be better to get a week's worth of practices at home. We'll just fly there, play, get back, take a day off when we get back, and see if we can, get right back on schedule. The Niners, I don't know. I think that's the other thing. If a team is in Australia for 36 hours versus a team that's in Australia for a week, do they come back kind of in the same physical shape if they're doing a turnaround, one turnaround within 2 days and one turnaround in 8 days? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you this, and you can tell me if I'm doing too much. I look at what the Rams are on paper. Let me know if I'm doing too much again. And I'm calling them the Warriors with Durant. Niners, injuries, we don't know, but they're not the Warriors with Durant. So that the lesser team or the less talented team gets there, takes no chances, gets there a week before. I bring that up because I thought, okay, what if the Durant Warriors were on the flight? Yeah, it could be some jet lag, but because they're so talented, Stoney, could they win the game with their B- or C+ version of themselves?
Yeah, maybe. They might. They might be able to.
I have a question for you guys on this.
Yeah.
So if the NFL really wants to appeal to Australia, why is the strategy to just be in and out of there, right? Like, wouldn't NFL marketing have an issue with the teams barely being down there and interacting with the fans?
That's what
It's about the gate, though, Pasta. I got to believe the money, the game day. But I hear you.
I mean, I can't imagine it would have been worthwhile if both teams were doing this. You know what I mean? Like, you're right. You can't have a game in Australia, but the teams don't show up until kickoff.
Well, only one of them, basically.
Yeah, and I mean,
NBA used to do. Remember in China, they'd have the games, or MLB. It's a festivity.
Part of me wonders. I guess part of me, Shanahan didn't want to make this trip either. They didn't want to go to Australia.
I wonder if he makes it.
And so I kind of wonder why the Niners weren't like, look, we don't want to do. Like, think about, okay, George Kittle, week 1.
Yeah.
Like, why not just get there the day before the game, leave Kittle at home, and, if he misses the first game?
Hey, that very well may happen.
Well, no, it won't, because he's either going to have to be in Australia a week before the game if he plays or not. What I'm getting at is, if he thinks he can play, he's going to fly to Australia probably when they leave a week before the game. Is that beneficial, or would you just say, you know what, George, you don't need to go to Australia for the week.
Yeah.
We need you for week 2. You stay in the Bay, and, we'll get you for game 2.
Now, how about Kyle? I mean that, Stoney. Do you think this trip and this trek could keep him off the sidelines for week 1 with what he's dealing with?
I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. We know.
No doubt.
Concussions can be
linger. Yeah,
and they can also get better. So,
and you ain't going to Vegas. This is how many hours did you say? 15?
15.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have an imprint on this game if he can't be on the sideline. Time will tell and reveal itself, but we talked about it. There's a select few coaches that if they're not on the sideline, you almost feel like it's a player.
So, do we know who would coach the Niners?
I thought it was Forster.
If it'll be Forster?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. It was kind of along the same lines as yesterday. Who would you rather, what's a better case scenario? Hold on, let me write it down.
All right.
And this is kind of getting back to our discussion about Shanahan's importance.
Okay.
I'm going to give you two choices. Not just for week one, but, maybe for a stretch of games. Would you rather have Shanahan coach with Mac Jones, the starting quarterback, or would you rather have Forster coach with Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy. You don't get Shanahan and Purdy together. If you get Shanahan,
it's got to be with Mac.
Yeah. And
so can I say that's my answer without dissing Brock? Because I know the smart asses are going to be like, oh, you're dissing Brock. But what if I told you I want Kyle and Pasta? I want to hear your answer. I want Kyle and Mac because Forster's the weak link in it.
Well, we don't know that really.
Yeah, Purdy might go though I don't know. I'm drunk on Kyle right now in regard to, I come down this road and kick him while he's down because I feel like he should already have one. But I'm running the streets naked celebrating how important he is. How would you answer it, Pasta?
We've seen Kyle and Mac Jones before. We've seen that work. We have not seen Forster and Brock Purdy work.
Okay, I thought you were saying it like hell no, but how would you do it?
Boy. I think it's kind of a fun little exercise. I can throw it out at 888-957-9570.
Forster's the weak link to me. That's all. That's all. Sonny.
Yeah, so if Kyle Shanahan can't go week one, well, then it's going to be Forster and Purdy.
Which could be enough, but
sure. Boy, that's a tough one.
I don't think it is.
Well, who do you take?
Well, number one of it all, and we talked about it yesterday, is Kyle.
Okay. Well, then, if you say you want Shanahan and Mac Jones, to me, what you're saying is Kyle's more important than the quarterback, right?
I'm saying some of that. I'm saying some of that. I just don't trust Forster with Purdy.
Okay.
I know what I'm getting from Brock, but what if he's not getting the necessary stuff and Forster's not seeing what Kyle's seeing? And again, we're having some fun, but do you understand, you make fun of me real quick here, how I'm irritated with, that's too strong. You said I never let the Super Bowl losses go, and they were in the game.
Brought it up right now.
But, yeah, he's brilliant, Stoney, but I still can get mad at him. That's all.
What are you mad at him for?
Running the ball passing the ball in the 2019 Super Bowl in that last drive when you should have been running.
You're mad at a guy for something he did 7 years ago, and then you had the guts, you had the gall yesterday to say you don't hold grudges? What are you doing?
Well, okay.
You're a man of contradiction.
No. What about the Super Bowl where we were at?
Praise him.
What about not knowing over? I'm just
okay.
The team not
you're
knowing.
Still mad about that means you hold a grudge. There's just no other way to put it. I mean, goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness.
Is that a grudge? No, that's just fact.
You said you're still mad at him.
Maybe I'm holding. Hey, wow. I hadn't looked at it like that.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to give 49er fans two choices for week one.
That's pretty good.
Considering Shanahan's still not 100%. Would you rather go play the Rams with Shanahan and Mac Jones or with Forster and Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570. Let's start really talking about who we think's more important, Kyle or Brock. Kyle or Brock? Wrong, Steiny. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. You're still mad at the guy in Muscle Beach. You're still mad at me for that.
Well, yeah. I didn't say I don't hold. I'm trying to get better at it.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah.
I don't think you have. By the way,
Guru made me. I mean,
everybody is just
Shasky made me
enamored with your attire today.
It's a linen suit.
It's nice.
Somebody say
is
I
it
look
hot
like
enough?
a lemon mamba.
Wait, where's Thunder Valley though?
Past Sac.
Oh, so it'll be hot there.
You would think.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, I could take it off, but
I got you. Yeah.
But can I say something? What Shasky and Bonte said?
I was worried that the concert was here and it was going to be overcast and cloudy, and that clearly wouldn't be working.
No,
but in the sunshine, that hits.
Well, it'll be night.
That'll still be warm up there, though, right?
No doubt. Yeah, you would think.
Okay.
Oh, we're up against it. I'll bring up Butch and Bonte on the other side. Because I think
Butch works with Joe Spadoni.
Yes, but Bonte and Butch said something. I think
what? Oh,
you didn't give
they do a show on the side?
No.
What's going on
When
here?
you did the show with B and Butch said something, I think you just blew past it.
Oh, okay. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see the calls on the other side. I'll get to you all. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The Valkyries are back tonight, taking on the Wings in Dallas at 6:30. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
To make exercise a habit, find something you enjoy, like shopping. It counts as a workout when it's Kohl's Active Sale. Get 20% off across the store and 25% off top active brands that'll have you feeling your best. Adding to your cart is pretty much cardio, right? Find out at Kohl's. Select styles. 25% offer ends August 15th. 20% offer ends August 16th. Exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
San Francisco weather, morning clouds are burning off. 57 now, high of 68.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Timmy Roy.
Yes, sir.
My main man. Well, I should say one of my main men. All right, listen, it's the Friday Steiny and Guru variety show, and we hit on a myriad topics, and I see we've got a lot of people on hold. I'm going to beg them to bear with us.
And that's your doing.
Because we're going to have, we're going to go out to the River Islands guest line. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. She usually joins us Fridays at 10:30, but Marcy Weiser of Live 105 joining us right now, and she is at Outside Lands, and we just wanted to get a little scouting report on what's going on out there. Marcy, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
Hey.
It's pretty chilly. I got a couple layers on already. I probably should have brought another parka. I'm not even kidding you.
Really?
But people are rolling in, and the food smells phenomenal. I've already been. I bought a hat already. I'm in trouble because it's early.
What kind, Marcy?
Baseball, probably.
Well, yeah, you know me, Goo. It's a trucker hat.
Oh, okay.
Outside Lands trucker hat.
I got
It's
you.
got. I also got a beanie, and it's got a little pom-pom on top. It's real cool. I'm going to put it on social. But the food smells incredible. The stages are, I don't know if you can hear the music thumping in the background, but I think I'm going to go catch a band called Bad Nerves in a minute here.
That is dope. Hey, real quick, women in hats, I love it. I got to ask you this. How did you park?
Yeah.
Did you take Uber, or you got a good park because you got there early?
So I parked where I normally park for work, and
said it.
This is, you guys, I feel like a pro this year. This is my second year. I grabbed an Uber, and I got dropped off really close to where the media tent is, and came extra early this year. Because last year I gave myself about an hour and a half, and I was thinking, oh, that's plenty of time. This year I gave myself about 3 hours.
Wow.
And because last year I was late, there were technical problems. It was, but I didn't know. But this year, I gave myself 3 hours. It was less stressful and having a good time so far.
So you're broadcasting for Live 105 right now, or later on this afternoon?
I'm on right now. I'm on until 3, and then Dallas is going to be taking over after that.
Okay. Yeah, we were just arguing. I said, I want to invite our girl to the cafeteria. He's like, she's got to work to 8 or 9. I go, I don't think she's working that late, but 3 o'clock's our time. What's up?
3 o'clock. Where are you guys going?
You know.
You okay? All right. Well, I'll be in touch.
All right, we'll text you. Yeah, you'll text her. We'll text her.
You go ahead and text.
Yeah, Marcy, I'm going to text you. And if you can't make it, no pressure. No pressure.
Why don't we create a group text?
There we go. I'll do it right now.
You guys can handle it. I'll tag
Marcy.
along. I'll tag along. Give me one or two bands that you're looking forward to seeing today or checking out.
Tonight, I have to look at everything that I got my little lineup sheet in the tent. I walked out of the tent for a second. Bad Nerves. I really dig Wet Leg.
Okay.
You guys need to check out that band. They are phenomenal. So, yeah, I'm going to definitely catch them. And yeah, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be here. Quite honestly, I'm just kind of,
hey, Marcy,
rolling with it. Yeah.
Don't tell them if they're listening, but I love name Wet Leg.
I love that band, you guys. You got to check
the name,
them out.
Marcy. The name. I don't know.
I know. And go watch some video, and then you'll be
all
like,
right, I got it.
All right, well, listen, have fun out there. Be safe, and hope you have a great time.
Group text coming.
All right.
Yep.
All right, signing you. Love you guys.
Thank you. See you, Mars.
Yeah, she's big. Yeah. Steiny Wet Leg. I need more.
It's not about that again.
What happened?
Oh, man. Somebody get Goose some Gatorade.
That would mean,
thirsty.
Oh, Steiny, that's the co-worker. That's our girl. But she's off at 3. She'll be there.
So, okay.
Yeah, you said 8.
No, this is where you... Okay. So let me get this straight, Goo. You think she's going to do a show from 11 to 3. She's going to be in the middle of Outside Lands, but she's going to leave right at 3 to go see you. You don't think she's going to stay for a few hours to check out the bands?
You got a point, and it could be a possibility, but I created the group text thread already, but
I'm
never
blocking
know.
that.
And it's not like we haven't hooked up before, all of us, so, yeah.
All right.
She may be dying to get out of there, being there that long.
Well, I guess what I'm super curious about is why you care so much, if she's going to leave at 3 or not.
Because that would be on our time.
Oh,
yeah. We've coincided.
All right. Here we go.
All right.
Where were we?
You got calls. You threw out that provocative question.
Let me see. Tips for, you know what? Let's go. Who's been waiting the longest? Let's go to Joel from Berkeley. Hey, Joel, how you doing, man?
Doing well, fellas. How about yourself?
All right.
Dynamite.
Wait. Okay, I got an answer for you and a little philosophy thing here. We don't know Forster's a weak link. He's an untested link.
Good. You know what? Before you, Joel, that's a great point. And I usually like to get Goo on those, but I couldn't because I forgot. But I do think you're right. Maybe Forster's phenomenal.
Yeah, he may be as good as Pastas Fleming. Who knows? Maybe he'll do a Kyle impersonation that'll rival the Fleming.
Maybe.
You never know. But here's what we do know is Purdy is better at off the cuff doing things that need to be done, whether he was told or not, than Mac is. Mac's great at throwing the ball right where you told him to, but if something comes up, Mac's got a couple of steps before he figures, and Purdy just flies through the figure and throws the ball where he wants to, and 9 out of 10 times he's right. So you got an untested coach, not a weak coach, but untested, a tested quarterback who's good on the fly. I go with those two rather than,
Shanny in the backup.
And let's say an injured Kyle and Mac doing what he's told.
Yeah.
Anyway, my other point is I think it's worth talking about since the next week is going to be affected. Who are the Niners playing next week versus who are the Rams playing next week? Maybe the Rams have a tougher game coming up next week, and I think we got the Dolphins, who I think we should just stomp a mud hole in the Dolphins and move on to the week after. But, you can't overlook the Dolphins, but you can certainly not – they're not the quality of team as the Rams are. So we're taking the Rams seriously, and next week we may be under a little bit of a black cloud playing the Dolphins, but I got to believe that a lot of people are saying, so what?
Right.
It's the Dolphins.
Right.
They don't even have a quarterback yet.
Yeah. No, good stuff, Joel. Appreciate it. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I heard him. He broke it down.
Yeah, I don't think you plan.
He gave Forster the benefit of the doubt, and I get it.
The following week is going to be brutal for both those teams. Yeah. I have a feeling.
And he's right. Niners hosting the Dolphins,
regardless of the regardless of the opponent. Let's go to our good friend Grandpa Daddy.
Oh man,
in Hayward. What's up, Grandpa?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
What's up, baby?
Man, I'm recovering, man. I just got back from PV, Puerto Vallarta was there for a week. Woo!
Look at
that. Down there.
Look at you.
Boy. Oh, I meant to text you some videos, text you some sites. It was beautiful down there.
Okay,
beautiful.
good.
But hey, so the flight thing, I got that down to a science. You know, I married a Filipina, and I've been to the Philippines like 15 times.
Wow.
And here's what I always did. Yeah, oh yeah. When I was courting her, I got married, and then it took 16 months for her visa to come in. During those 16 months, I went back and forth to the Philippines 10 times, and we've been married 9 years, and we've been back, 4 times. Yeah, 4 times. So we were coming on 14 trips. So what you do is you take the 1 a.m. flight out of SFO, and then you get to the Philippines, like say, for instance, Friday morning at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
You would get to the Philippines on Saturday, right around the afternoon or late afternoon. And what you do is you take a nap Friday here in America. You take a little nap, and then when you jump in a plane, you don't sleep. You don't sleep on the plane. You ride it out, kick it, whatever. You get to the Philippines, you stay up for a few, and then it'll be like 7 o'clock in the evening, and then you go to sleep, and you wake up the next day. I'm telling you, man, you'll be on their same time frame. Done it 15 times. Wow. No problem. If you got a bad body clock, 1 extra day max, it might take you a little extra. So who's going early and who's staying for a week?
The Rams
I didn't catch that.
The Rams are going the day before. They're going to get there right before the game, and the Niners are going to be there for a week.
Ooh, well, the Rams are toast. They better do my method. They better take the 1 a.m. I'm telling you, boy, they're going to be toast.
All right.
But, hey, man, good to talk to you guys.
Always.
Man, love you, man. Take care.
Thanks, man.
I love the Philippines.
Hey, Risotto, what did you say the Rams did with the staff?
They did like a staff trial, and they figured out that it resulted in it being easier to go the day before, I guess.
Why would they do a staff trial when they could have just asked Grandpa Daddy? They didn't need to send their whole staff over there. Grandpa's got it locked in.
It's a very reasonable solution.
It sounds good to me.
Well, the game's in Melbourne. He was giving it to you to the Philippines.
Well, 16 hours. 16 hours. I mean, goodness gracious.
Good Lord.
By the way, I gotta up my plane game. It's terrible.
Talk to me, Steiny. I got it all.
I don't do anything on a plane.
You don't watch a movie?
No.
Old games?
No.
Read?
I haven't brought a book on a plane the last 6 trips.
Are you sleeping? Because that's the only way I could do it your way.
I'm closing my eyes and readjusting my position for 6 hours. I don't know if that's sleeping.
Yeah, you got to up it.
I try to close my eyes and fall asleep, and then I won't. And then, of course, I'll go with the 3D in-flight. It's the greatest thing ever invented.
You got your laptop right there. You can have it on, watch a movie, a game.
I'm on a plane, dude.
They got stuff you pay to hook that up.
You can't get internet on my computer when I'm 38,000 feet.
You could write your book.
Yeah, but then you got to write it like this.
Hold on, man.
Like the
Steiny,
little
you
short
get internet.
What's that?
You get internet.
But you have to do something.
But you got to pay.
Nah, I'm out.
Look, you don't want it, then. Dude, I'd lose my hair up there just having to sit on my thumbs and fake sleep. And people next to me watching movies, I'm looking at what they're watching. I
do that.
But that's not fun.
I don't watch my own movies, but I'll look at what are they watching? That looks actually pretty good. You know what I found? Most people they're watching that. What is it? What's it called?
Desperate Housewives?
No, when they got different creatures and they're fighting, and then there's humans, but then there's like big bugs, and then there's like warriors. And
I'm lost.
I am too. It's just all like violence and Shazam and explosions and big fight scenes.
What is going on here, Bob? I don't know.
And sabers. It's just that all those movies are the same. And I can't even describe what I'm talking about.
Dude, you're all over.
I got to do the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, they got a great selection of movies. The Airplane, depending on what, whoever you use, but Southwest, they have a great selection, man. I'm all in. I can't fly without doing that. And you're just up there restless.
Yeah.
Holding the restless.
Hey, this is not for anything, but since we're talking about planes, I was having a discussion with a woman. No, just any old one.
Yeah.
And we got into a discussion about, like, vapes on a plane.
Okay.
Vapes.
Boy.
And she's like, oh, yeah, you can't. We were talking about going to Scotland. She's like, oh, weed's illegal in Scotland. You get arrested. Okay, fine. I'm like, but you do realize that you can bring them on plane now. And she's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, you can't take weed on a plane. I'm like, well, if you have a vape, I mean, you don't even have to check it anymore.
No, right.
She's like, no chance. I'm like, hey. 3 months ago, I was on a flight, young couple. We're in the, what's it called? The runway?
Yeah.
Where you boarding the plane. Yeah. We're about to get on the plane, and the dude in front of me takes a big hit off a weed vape right before he gets on the plane.
I got you. I seen
the flight attendant saw him.
Yeah.
And she's like, you can't do that on the plane. You shouldn't even be doing it here. Okay. He just put it in his pocket.
Yeah.
You just don't, you just can't do it.
And they got the vapes, the kid on the plane with me, where it's not weed, it's tobacco or whatever. They let him hit it.
Not on the plane.
No, just
right.
All walking up and down.
So then I got to thinking.
Smelled good.
You know I love hypotheticals, right?
That's your nickname.
And I know this has probably happened before. But let's, not quite that. Let's just say I'm flying from San Francisco to New York. And we just passed Chicago.
All right.
And I reach into my pocket and I pull out a cigarette and a lighter. And I just light the cigarette and start smoking.
You'll get jumped.
I assume I would get jumped. Would the plane make it to New York? Or would that be like some kind of an incident where they'd have to land the plane?
I'm being real. This is crazy that you brought this up. It would all depend on me, your attitude, once they told you to put it out. If you obliged and were like, okay, I don't know what I was thinking.
Okay, I light up, I'm smoking.
But if you were if you went acted like an ass, I think they're like, hey, just land this joker. We got to get him off.
You know, I'm thinking I take a puff or two, and the person to my right is probably like, what are you doing? You can't
Austin,
do
this
that.
Is weird,
and
man.
I'm like, really? Okay. And now it's the smoke's
Stop it.
The smoke's over, maybe 2 aisles. And now here comes the flight attendant. What are you doing? Okay, they confiscate it. But then what happens? Like, what happens the rest of the trip? What happens when you get off the plane?
If you're cool, I think you keep going. But if you're ass, they're getting you off.
I'm not leaving.
I think you're in trouble either way.
What made you come up with this scenario, though?
I think about this stuff all the time.
You should write that man.
I think you're probably going to jail.
I think you're also testing the authority of the flight attendants. Like, do they turn into security guards at that point?
Well, they're here primarily for your safety.
Yeah, so if I didn't know, blah, blah, blah. You know, always go to the bathroom and light it.
But they'll find that out, too.
Not that I've ever done it.
Let's go to Andrew. Andrew's in the East Bay. Wants to talk about Mike Krukow. Anything goes on a Friday. It's our variety show.
Yes, sir.
We'll talk about smoking on an airplane if we want. Hey, Andrew.
How we doing, boys?
Hey.
We got some wild topics on this Friday.
No doubt. For sure.
I got to give my flowers to Krukow, man. I mean, quick background on me. I grew up in the South Bay. Krukow and Kipe, best in the game by far.
Yep.
But just grab some pie meat, talking about the ball dudes, just being able to have the ability to turn everyday moments of the ballpark into his ability to tell a fantastic narrative and the story is just, I mean, I'm going to miss him. I love him. It's just part of my childhood. And I really got to get the Giants to turn this around. It sucks to be able to see what they're going through right now. But Kruk, we love you, man. Keep doing your thing. We're all pulling for you. And yeah, just got it. Like, it's times are changing. And so it's just crazy to be able to see everything that we're going through. But yeah, man, it's just part of my childhood. So I had to just call in and say thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it.
No doubt.
Yeah,
we're here for you.
That's what it's.
And we're doing the same. They had Joe Buck on this morning. The Joes. Did you get a chance to hear?
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good. It was so good that they replayed it.
No, that's when you know it's good.
How good is it? If it's really, really, really good, maybe we should replay it.
I think that's what I'm hitting at.
Oh.
Well, that's my thought.
You know what?
Krukow's a legend, and you got a legend talking about the legend.
Yeah. Oh, let's go to TJ in Oakland. Hey, TJ, how you doing, man?
Good, guys. How you doing? Great show as always. I work for an airline, and if you are on there and you whip out a cigarette and start smoking, they'll confiscate it. They will not necessarily make you land somewhere shorter. They're going to get you to your destination, and then there'll be police officers and airport security waiting on you.
In New York?
Yeah, in New York.
Could that be the last flight you take? Do you think they would come down that hard? Nah.
You know, they won't. I have been on a plane I have been waited on a plane that came in and the guy vaped in the restroom and smoke everywhere. And they opened it up and he landed and then we dealt with him there. And then I called our security and they said, no, he's not going to be on the no-fly zone. We'll just, watch him and see what happens again or something. But he's not put on any list or anything. You got to do something really bad to do that.
Do you get fined or do you get, is there any punishment? Or do
you
they just
get fined. I mean, yeah, exactly. Is there any punishment? So they do that and then I just pass it on to the, next level up. I don't think there's any crazy repercussions for it, but they could press charges when you get there, especially if you're smoking on the aircraft.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Hey, thanks, TJ. Appreciate it. These are the kind of answers I like to get.
No fly zone. Hopefully that's the Niners secondary.
Well, I don't joke about the no-fly zone. And the reason is because my good friend.
Is he on it?
No, he's not on it. But But he's run into some issues, especially in a post 9/11 world.
Who are you? Is it his fault?
I'll tell you. No, it's not his fault. So my buddy Dana.
Ali.
Well, then that's the problem.
Oh.
So my buddy Dana, originally his name was Dana Bell.
Okay.
His father was how do I want to put this? A little bit of a
Muslim.
Yeah, Malcolm X.
Yeah,
follower. Yeah, and he changed the name to Dana Ali,
like Cassius.
And Dana to this day says, "Boy, it's giving me a lot of hassle. You tend to get hassled less if your name's Dana Bell than Dana Ali,
but still both.
I don't know. Well, you would know.
Yeah. So, Steiny, wow, man. Just off his name, huh? The new name.
Yep. I mean, he's never been in any trouble.
People don't know how hard it is, man.
I don't. I know I don't. I've had it easy. I've had a blessed life, a charmed life. I've just been lucky. You just got to count your blessings.
No doubt.
I am AI.
You can't even get internet in the plane. You ain't AI. We know you ain't AI, Stoney.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you really think I can't get internet, or do you think that I'm just doing this for shtick?
No, you're...
Because I'm really not sure.
I know you can get internet and have your devices. Like, that I know. You're just a guy that, just like the expense account report here. It took you 5 years to finally figure it out.
Well, actually, I haven't figured it out.
Well, you got somebody to show you.
Yeah, but I never got that. I never got it. The other thing is, I need somebody who will go through my devices and just fix up all the stuff that I have no idea how to do.
You got 3 daughters. That's my what do they call it? Geek Squad.
Like, I must be the only guy in the Bay Area who cannot get his email on his phone.
That's a freaking joke.
No, Evan, like Steiny, that's starting to bother me and hurt the show. It's so simple.
Well, I'm out of space.
Call yourself smart.
No, I don't. I've never called myself smart.
Well, yeah,
I'm okay with words, but not with internet stuff.
Sonny, that is embarrassing, bruh.
I know.
I'm going straight, bruh. Bruh, that is embarrassing. I know. Risotto could probably do it in 3 minutes.
Well, I'm going to ask Dylan maybe. He tried to get my Twitter going, but he couldn't. There's a good drop for you.
Pasta's a legend right
all
there,
right.
Sonny.
You know what? On the other side, you've heard all about it. I'll play Risotto's Dave Fleming call. That's been a highlight of the week.
Oh, God.
All right. You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way, one chance to get the compensation you actually need, and one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early and it's final. Say the wrong thing and it's recorded. Take a low offer and you can't go back. So before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. And we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/Inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th Annual Charity Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Steiny. Crack it open. Let's groove tonight. Music, man. It just does something to us, man. Now, I want to say this real quick so that I'll get back to you. A lot of people say I look nice.
Oh, really?
But it's really official now. I looked at the phone. One Mark Grandy said I look fly. That means it's official. Grandy, you fly. I'm ready, Steiny.
But
that's Grandy. Grandy said fly. I'm ready.
But that's the point.
What's the point?
Grandy said fly.
Grandy got swag?
Mark Grandy.
The Grandy, man. It's official. You ever been to Thunder Valley?
No.
Wow. It's in the
is
city of Lincoln, a casino.
No.
Yeah. They got a stage there.
Where is it?
Lincoln, like Roseville, past yeah.
Is Roseville nice?
Roseville's very nice.
Good place to retire? Get out of there in the summer, though, huh?
No, it's hot, but Steiny, I'll just put some respect on Roseville. It's nice. Now, is it for everybody? I don't, Would
it be for you?
You know?
Would you live there?
I work there.
Oh.
But
would you live there?
Let's just say Dana might have some issues. Your boy Ali.
But you...
You know what I mean?
But not you?
Me too, but not... I'm just... It's a nice place.
It's a suburb. It's a nice...
No, yeah, but it's...
You belong there, Goo. Everybody
Not a lot of me
there.
Not a lot of me there. How about that? Yeah.
I don't like it.
I just want to go somewhere like seriously, if I could just, you say, where you want, it's Vancouver, man. It's calling my name, Vancouver.
What do you want to know about it?
Just,
been there
is
many
it as
times.
nice and safe as I think it is and clean?
Yes.
Beam me up.
Yes.
We got an Odyssey in Vancouver. I had no idea.
That's a good question.
Man. Dude, I see these movies and I'm like, where's this? Vancouver.
Vancouver's off the charts.
Wow.
There's no doubt about it.
Can't be more expensive than where we're at. This is hell on earth. Cali is it. Ain't nothing more expensive than Cali. I'll wait.
New York.
I'll give you that. All right.
Okay.
I got you.
Yes, there is.
All right.
All right. I see a guy, Frank, in Redwood City. Okay.
Frankie.
All right. Let's have some fun. Yeah, if you haven't heard this is
it's
classic.
incredible.
Yesterday, we set it up. The Philadelphia Phillies let a fan broadcast an inning of a baseball game in Philly. He was good. He was really good, actually. He was so good that I was like, yeah, he's done it before.
Yes.
So we had some people call in, and I would set up a scenario, and I let him try to do play-by-play. A couple guys did all right. And then we put this to Steven Risotto, our producer here, who's known to do impersonations. Yeah. He's our own Rich Little, if you will.
Or John Miller, because John Miller can do a lot for the Giants.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Steven Risotto's impression of Dave Fleming, the Giants announcer, calling a Rafi Devers double, and I'll just let him take it from here. This is Steven Risotto as Dave Fleming.
This is not Dave Fleming, but it might as well be with the next question for you here on this interview.
How you doing, John? Dave Fleming from San Francisco at the corner of 3rd and King from the Hawaiian Airlines broadcast booth. And I'm not here to tell you that Ruben Rivera missed second base, but I am here to ask you a question about the rest of the season for the 2026 Giants. And I want to know, what do you think is the outlook after the trade deadline, John?
Slim.
John.
Wow.
Oh,
great.
All
they
right.
sounded like chickens all over.
That wasn't the call, but that was just as good.
Willard Dibbs and John. That thing blew up, man. Dude. Sonny, can we call that perfect?
It's pretty good. It's pretty darn good.
Wow.
Let's go to Frank in Redwood City, see what he's all about. Hey, Frank, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener, and I want to do some play-by-play.
Oh, okay.
So you just think you call in and say, I want to do play-by-play, and you get to do play-by-play?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Steiny said if listeners had guts yesterday, so I'm raising my hand.
Okay,
wow.
Fair enough. What's your sport? Ideally, what's the sport that you'd like to call?
I can do baseball, football, basketball, whatever you want.
All right, here's what I want. San Francisco 49ers are down late in the fourth quarter to Seattle. They need a touchdown to win the game. There's 45 seconds left, and they just hit. Purdy just hit. Do they have any healthy receivers?
Stribling.
Purdy hits Evans or Stribling for about a 25-yard gain to get him into field goal position with about 25 seconds left in the game. There you go.
So
hold on. Do you need any questions, and then I'll count you down?
Just so if you could repeat the scenario one more time. Purdy throws it to Evans.
Yeah, or Stribling, whoever you want, and it's a big 25-yard gain to keep a drive alive and keep them get a shot for a field goal to win the game. Yeah, about a 30-yard pass from the 40 to the other team's 30. Create a little excitement at home for the comeback. You got it?
Okay.
All right, here we go. 3.
Yes.
2. 1.
So here comes Brock Purdy at the 30. He's got the Jordan 1s on. He wipes his hand on the right towel, standing in shotgun formation. Now he lifts his leg. Now claps. Now wants the ball. Now snaps it. Here comes Purdy. Now gets his blitz. Now flushes. Flushes the rush. Now goes around. Now looking around, trying to go through his progressions. Eludes another rusher. Now here comes Purdy on the move. Throws it across his body. Deep. To Mike Evans, one-handed catch, climbs the ladder to the 30 and down at the 25. Keep going, and Mike Evans is going to step out of bounds, and the 49ers are in great field position to take the lead late in the fourth quarter. And
dude,
we're going to pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. Listening to 95.7 The Game.
Hey, wow, I tell you what, Frank, it wasn't perfect, but there were certainly some good moments there. No doubt about it.
Well, Frankie did a read.
Thanks, Frankie. Appreciate it, buddy. It was, Frankie. First of all, let me tell you something. If the 49ers line can give Purdy that much time, I think he's going to have a hell of a year.
He said the Jordan ones, if I'm correct. That's pretty good.
All right.
Only one thing about yesterday I'm always making it about me, but Stoney, we went around the room with the great impressions from Dibley's Trump, Pasta's Phlegm, Willard's Infinite Outcomes, Kapler, and Harry Callis. Nobody brought up my Obama.
You're right. Let's go out to Daryl. Daryl's in San Jose.
Oh, man.
Daryl's in San Jose.
Hey, the Guru and Steiny, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Dynamite.
Hey.
Hey, I know you were talking about Bob Myers earlier. You said he didn't show up for that press conference. So I got to thinking, what if he doesn't produce? I think he's got a position where he's a high roller.
Yeah.
And he's very confident because if he doesn't produce, he wasn't at that interview. But if he does produce, then he was the Jerry West that the Warriors let go. So if they can't keep a Jerry West in-house, and I'm not saying he's totally comparable to Jerry West, and they're losing these free agents, my question is, how does that residual fall on the Warriors? I'm a lifelong Warrior fan, but I don't know how that's going to look if he's successful. And this got me thinking. I just watch Warrior games all the time. Every time they even got a preseason. But now I'm going to be watching the Philly 76ers.
I'm with man.
To see what Bob's going to do, to see what LeBron's going to do. Is that going to cast a shadow on my Warriors?
It's already already doing that for me, my friend. I'm just being real. I love the thought, and it doesn't sound like I'm by myself. You didn't ask me, but it's already casted that spell to me.
You hear me, Guru? You hear me? So I'm just saying, I'm hoping he's not successful, but man, it's going to look like they let another one go, and here we go again.
Yeah, it's a good point,
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
But it's why he left. And again, I don't know the whole story, but from afar,
well, actually, it's
when
not
that
from
spouse
afar.
tells me she doesn't want to be in a relationship, we break up, and then she goes and gets to the relationship.
He was burned out, and
man,
part of it was because of Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob is a pretty demanding, competitive, and he and Bob worked together for 10 years, and Bob
helped.
Got done. He was just done after a while. It was too stressful. It was too time consuming. It was too much time away from his family. So, but what the caller's alluding to is, I was a little bit tongue in cheek, but kind of not really. And, Bob Myers oversees 5 teams, and the Sixers are one of them. And he hired, what's the guy's first name? Chris?
I want to say Mike Gansey.
Mike Gansey.
Yeah.
Mike Gansey.
I could be wrong. It's Gansey for sure.
First-time GM.
Yes.
Because the owner of the Sixers didn't want to retread. So Bob goes out and hires this guy, Chris Gansey. Now, Bob's not running the team, but Bob's advising the team. And so Philly ends up getting Jaylen Brown and LeBron James. Does anybody think that without Bob Myers, they could have pulled that off?
I don't.
There's no chance.
Yeah.
There's no chance. Like, that's
Mike Gansey couldn't have did it without Bob. I don't believe.
No, I don't either. And that's what I'm talking about. Nobody's going to make great moves all the time. Bob Myers wasn't perfect. The Kuminga and the Wiseman things hurt. There's no doubt about it. But he brings a stature to that position that gets him in the room.
Wow.
My buddy Dana, he's always one of these guys who says, just get me in the room with big boys.
That is big,
and I'll try to do the rest of the work. Just get me in the room. And I feel like Bob is one of those guys. And so Bob orchestrates them getting Jaylen Brown and LeBron James. And Philly's super excited. They're now a championship contender. And Wednesday's the Jaylen Brown introductory press conference, and Bob Myers isn't even there.
Just beautiful.
He's just not even there.
You couldn't draw it up any better.
He let Chris Gansey or Mike Gansey do the whole interview. Wasn't there?
Wow, man.
So I don't know. Just another reflection of Bob. And I'm not saying all his moves were great.
Nobody's saying that.
But the Warriors. You think about it. I mean, they had Jerry West, and then they had Bob Myers, and those two guys were big boys in this league.
So, tell me it's my Bobby Brown, right? My prerogative. But you saw Bob Myers on the Rich Paul podcast. We all did. And on the fly, in a T-shirt, not dressed, just regular Bob Myers, he showed the world what his pitch would be to one LeBron James. And some people could be out there, Goo, you're making something out of nothing. I'm not. It was just an illustration to me, Steiny, a guy in real time, on the fly, gift of gab, golden tongue, and just said what he would do and how quick he did it. Was like Pasta doing the Flynn impression. The Warriors are missing that. Now, hopefully that will come to an end this upcoming offseason. But I think about Sam Presti. I'll give it to him right now. And you can still Guru's got 1 million picks, Brad Stevens. But whatever role Bob Myers is in, he's in that. Because, you can't tell me they don't get Jaylen Brown and LeBron James without Bob Myers.
No chance.
That's just how I feel.
Absolutely no chance.
Damn.
None.
And maybe Mike Dunleavy
is
going to show us he can be that.
And you know what? Maybe the Warriors don't get Kevin Durant without Jerry West.
Now that's wow.
Jerry West. Remember 10 years ago, Jerry West called Kevin Durant. It was one of the last calls before Durant made his decision. And I think he was just like, well, do you want to win? You'll win here.
That's what Bob's pitch was to LeBron.
So,
man,
I think I might have said earlier, Bob Myers was the president when they got Durant, but Jerry West was still an elevated guy in the Warriors organization. Those are two big boys, and they reel in, and I'll give all three of them, Lacob, Jerry West, and Bob Myers, and the players. They got Durant to come here.
I got to give you credit along with Evan. I'll never forget, rest in peace, Jerry West, when that day did happen. You guys did a show dedicated to him, and I was listening from afar in Texas, and it was awesome. I'll never forget that, but not as quick as you can. We got time. You got me thinking so much about Jerry West. What led to him leaving in your estimation? Or was he just, I done everything here, see you later? Any acrimony?
I don't know if it was acrimony, but, the thing about Jerry West is some of the places he's left, it's over. You know what I mean?
But why, I guess I'm asking.
Jerry was very sensitive and he likes to be listened to. And I think if he ever feels marginalized, he's a guy who needed to feel like you were really taking his input, because if you weren't, he would just say, well, then why am I here? And obviously he was instrumental in Durant, and obviously he was instrumental in not trading Klay Thompson. And, those turned out to be huge moves that obviously helped the Warriors win 4 titles. And remember, Jerry West, Joe Lacob hired Bob Myers, but Jerry West recommended Bob Myers. And then Bob Myers worked with Jerry West for a few years, and then Jerry left, and it was Bob Myers, and the rest is history. Yeah. Frank's in Atlanta.
Frankie.
Hey, Frank.
Guys. Hey, hope everybody's doing okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, first things first. Krukow, thank you. I got to the game late in 2008 because I was a business traveler and didn't get to watch a lot of baseball. But after that, I started watching the Giants. I thought Kuiper and Krukow was the best thing it was. It was as good as it got. Thank you for your service. You did a wonderful job. You will be sorely missed. I hope whoever they hire is half as good as you were. Thank you. 2, This 49er expedition to Australia is going to be a you-know-what show in a dumpster fire. It's the worst thing that the NFL could have done. Those guys, it's going to cost both of those teams 2 or 3 games. I've been to Australia 3 or 4 times. What that other guy said is kind of true. But the first thing those guys are going to need when they get off of a plane is an IV. And then they're going to need an IV the next day because they're going to be so dehydrated, they're not going to be able to stretch out. That game, in the football, those guys are going to do that caffeine pregame where you get hyped up and you get accelerated so you can play the game.
Yeah.
That's going to be pulled muscle waiting to happen. Those guys are going to crash sometime between 4 minutes to go in the first quarter and 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. And they're not going to come back. And the quality of the product is going to be so bad that at halftime, everybody's going to be mad. None of those guys are going to want to play anymore because they're going to feel it in their muscles, and they're going to know, if I go out here and go 100%, I'm going to pull something. It's going to be horrible. I feel sorry for them. And it's going to take them 2 weeks to get back over it when they get back. So hopefully the NFL won't ever send people to Australia. Again, that's too far. Your body just, no. Because when you do that 16-hour trip, you're so dehydrated and you need electrolytes and magnesium and all that. It takes too long for your body to recover to do the kind of exercise a collision sport requires you to do.
Wow.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate you, buddy.
And just go ahead.
I mean, the one thing is like a lot of this is already taken care of. Like they will begin they'll start hydrating 3 or 4 days before they even take off.
Well, the Rams are getting there a day before.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel better.
You can hydrate everywhere.
Yeah,
and then
I got you.
But, that's the stuff that I think the 49ers and the
Well, this is my math, guru math. Tell me if you like it. If Frank is right or there's something there, would you want to play a football game 14 hours after you've gotten off a plane or 108 hours after you got off a plane like the Niners for being there a week? That's got to alleviate something.
I don't know. I don't want to be I don't want to play this game at all if I'm a player.
Why are they? The NFL's $1 billion.
Because of money.
But how much more? We're not going to have a team there.
Don't, hey. Don't blame
seriously.
me. Don't blame me.
You raising your voice?
Because the NFL is just about being a money-making machine. Did you just find that out?
And you know me, I love the world and everybody. I hate games that aren't in the team's natural stadium.
Oh.
So we got to watch a bootleg stadium.
A what?
A bootleg like Rams-Niners is not really the Rams' home.
Well,
I'm not into that.
What do you know about Melbourne?
It's not about that. I know their field is not the Rams' home field.
Their turf is said to be much better than the turf at Levi Stadium.
You know what I mean.
The stadium's gorgeous. Have you seen the stadium?
I have. But
it's absolutely
all of them
gorgeous.
Are gorgeous. Even in Berlin, when I watch all these, come on, man. It's just not right.
Yeah, I mean, Frank, I love you, but, they're probably... I got to believe with a 14-hour flight, Frank, I got to believe there's probably some water on the plane. Probably have some water on the plane.
But he could be right about it. I can't plant my flag, Steiny, into it's going to affect him the next week.
I can. You don't think it'll affect him the next week?
I got to believe.
Now, the good news is...
how good is the team? Like, if you're the Rams, if it affects you, you still can win. If you're the Niners and they're banged up, then we're like, okay, what do we got? But, I guess we just wait and see. I just don't like it at all.
Well, what was I going to say?
The rest, I was saying it'll hurt you the week after.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to say. Well, the good news for both teams is both teams get at least 10 days off. So their game 2 for both teams, they get the 49ers get 10 days off and the Rams get 11 days off.
Got you.
So they're at least addressing
We
that.
should do something for that game.
Like what? Like watch it?
Yeah, together.
I don't even know what time it's here in the States.
5.
What time? Well, what day of the week?
Thursday, our time. Isn't it Thursday, Pasta?
It is.
No,
hang on.
It's not.
I'll bet you it's at some goofy time.
No.
They're not going to
Thursday
play
night.
it.
Oh, it's Thursday.
What time?
5. Our time.
No, I'll bet it isn't.
Okay, let's see. That's better pop.
Because that's going to be like 3 a.m. in Melbourne.
I'm trying to get it.
I don't know
All
what
right.
time it is. I'm sure Risotto's got it. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number.
5:35.
So they got to play the game at 1 a.m. in Melbourne.
5:35, 10:35 a.m. Melbourne time.
That's a joke.
That is. Well, they actually got it lined up. But.
So in other words, think about this. The Niners will be there all week, and they're going to play a game at 10:30 in the morning. The Rams, at least, like they're not getting there till right before the game. They might even not know it's 10:30 in the morning. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. 888-957-9570. By the way, anybody see what happened? Not big story, but story coming out of the NBA, and all I could think of was, ooh.
I don't like it.
Steph Curry.
Somebody's snitching.
The Valkyries are back in action tonight. They take on the Wings in Dallas at 6:30. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. That segment also sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Oh, holla!
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FAST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FAST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FAST.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now it's
It's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jessica from Pleasanton. Jake has been our go-to for our property in Pleasanton. He always comes with the right attitude, ready to help us with our pedestrian gates. Also, shout out to Gil, who also frequents our community for common area doors.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Savor the last days of summer at Kiki's Breakfast Cafe. Try the new favorites like avocado toast, caramel coffee, cold brew, and a Bloody Mary. Visit kikis.com for more info. And for a chance to win a gift card courtesy of Kiki's, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we're getting there. It's cold in here. You feel cold?
Not really. You put your coat back.
I did.
Hopefully you guys in Philly aren't
I'm not getting rid of it. The hell with them.
Wow. It's not a bad one. It's just
what?
If you got it, it's old. If you just got a newer one.
I just washed it.
Just
put it in the washer. I was going to dry clean it, but thought, it's too old to dry clean.
I got a Steph Curry theory before I get out of here and the guys come in. I want to share with you.
I got some ideas too.
Dude, wow.
I got some ideas too.
All right, I'm serious, man.
Oh God.
Well, we have an hour left. I mean, what are you waiting on?
Okay, so I've told you my hobby has been basically since the Warriors did make the playoffs. I've been watching, along with my son and daughter, old Warrior games from 16, 17, 18. No,
I hate to stop you. I hate to stop you.
I can't even get started.
Risotto, do you believe it?
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, I got pictures. I text Bonte and Shevsky. I'm watching.
You've taken pictures of you watching Warriors games with your family.
Oh, no, they're not in the picture. Just the TV will be Game 6 OKC or the closeout of OK. Yeah, come on, Stoney. So anyway.
That's pathetic, actually.
No, but
going back to 2012 Giants.
Dude, I go back further. I've been watching the 1972 All-Star game. Jerry West, Chamberlain. The game was different. Listen, so you know nothing scares me and Dub Nation more right now than Steph Curry's new normal. That's just a fact for me. Stoney, he went on a shoe tour this past season.
Okay.
Paying homage to all the great guys that wore shoes in the game.
All right.
Which were not his. And the goo guy, when Rick Henderson, rest in peace, third person, it just got me to thinking him playing games in all kind of shoes may have led to this runner's knee. Now, I've never heard you laugh. No, but think about it. Steiny, he was wearing shoes, his feet.
It could never just be the result of him being old.
It could. But think about it for a second. You know that meme on your iPhone where the brother's pointing to the side of his head? Like, Pasta, he's
wearing shoes.
Everybody's that are not his.
That fit him perfectly.
Exactly.
Otherwise, he wouldn't take the floor with him.
Dude, it's a theory, Stoney. Like I just wonder how much of that might have had to do with something we've never expected or seen from him.
You know, I got to tell you, this is one of those things where, with all due respect,
Tupac ain't dead.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
And in fact, even for the sake of my argument here, I'll say you're right. It might have been the shoes. So what? He still got it. He still got runner's knee.
No doubt about that, right?
I think, okay.
I was like, whoa.
I got something to throw at you.
All right. Let's see if I laugh at it.
So, how do I want to start this?
Well, you have to. We're on radio.
Okay.
Yeah. That's like,
all right. There's different level of superstar, right?
No doubt about it.
Okay. But, you know, regardless of whether you're a superstar that's won 4 or 5 rings or you're a superstar that's won 1, you know, don't you think all players, you know, want to be respected?
All day.
Okay. And I get it. One of these guys.
You're standing up. Wow.
I get it. One of these guys has achieved more than the other player. However, the other player is still a high-level player when he plays, similar to our guy out here, Steph Curry.
Okay.
Did you see what the Washington Wizards are going to do?
No, I have not, man.
The Washington Wizards and Anthony Davis have agreed to table contract extension talks till during the season. During the season. In other words, the Wizards clearly have asked Anthony Davis,
can we see
let's see you play for a few weeks, at least a month or 2.
And Davis was okay with it.
And then we'll talk.
Yeah. Can we see the goods? Yeah.
So, apples to oranges, right? Right. Hey, Anthony Davis, he ain't no Steph Curry. He only won 1 title.
I get what you're putting down.
The Washington Wizards and Anthony Davis aren't going to talk about an extension until he plays 20 games. Is it so disrespectful? Because we talked about this yesterday, and I get it. Steph is different than Anthony Davis. Can't you just say, hey, you see what they're doing in D.C.? How about we get together, Steph, in November, December? We'll talk about the extension. See how your leg, see how the knee's going.
It'll never happen.
What won't? What will?
That conversation.
Why not?
And it goes back and it stems from
I think it's reasonable.
Callers, dibs, making points about Steph is underpaid, and he's been underpaid for what he's been and meant to this organization. But when you have that conversation with said player of that caliber, why to me it's offensive and disrespectful is, Steiny, you're saying we did all this. You've helped me build all this, Steph, but now this new money is going to be predicated on a tryout. And because his Carfax report, Steph's, is not as long as Anthony Davis's, which is from here to Union City, I get why they would put that in there. But I guess what you're missing, Steiny, is it would just, to me, come off offensive for Steph to have what we hope is an anomaly with this knee and not really, like, the dude's underpaid is where I plant my flag.
You know,
that's why it would be disrespectful.
I heard the guys talking yesterday with Ethan Sherwood Strauss, a writer from the Bay Area.
Yeah, the Joe.
Works for Substack. And he actually said something and I was listening, and I was like, that's it right there.
Oh.
And he's absolutely right. And I never went this far as to say it, and I should have. But
Had you thought it, though?
Yeah. I just, but
He's in
I'm too careful as it relates to Curry. He's talking about Curry's extension, and he put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo
and
Pest
said,
Control.
If they give Steph Curry $67 million for the year after this upcoming year, they cannot win. Like, he put it that simply. You cannot win if Steph Curry is going to be making $67 million year after this. You can't win.
And I think Steph knows that, and that's why that won't. I just really believe it, partner. That will not be. He will not ask for that. That Steph's coming in. I don't know where it's going to start, but I know what will happen is he ain't trying to. He knows that. Yeah, it's like Ethan felt it or knows it. Steph knows that, and Joe and Mike know it. You got to leave something for the squad and yourself this go-round.
No. You know, and this is all semantics, but can you really be underpaid when you're making the most possible money that you can make in your field? You can't make more money than Steph Curry's made the last 5 years. Like, it's illegal. Like, he makes you can't pay him anymore under the rules.
Okay, but Sonny,
he's still underpaid.
But how much is he making?
What do you want the Warriors to do?
How much is he making the Warriors?
And it doesn't matter. It's like
I think
they can't. They couldn't have paid him more than he got.
No, I'm saying he's such a big star, transcended that Joe Lacob's pockets.
Let me ask you a question.
Not because Joe's not doing anything smart or good, Steiny. We can't ignore the rat on the table. Again, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Steph is making Joe Lacob and the Warriors buku money that he's not getting. Yeah, he's getting paid out the gazoo. Okay, but if
Steph Curry signs a 2-year extension for $135 million, what are you going to think? What are you going to say the next day?
He's greedy, and then he's okay with them not.
And I'll
winning.
also say the Warriors are dumb.
Oh, well, that too.
Okay,
yeah.
So
that would be all bad. I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, we'll see. All the Steph Curry stands out there like, hey, you got to do whatever you got to do.
No, we got to do what Steph wants to do.
Well, and you know what? That's my main problem.
I don't think he's asking for 67.
Curry. It's not like we continue to make it about Steph Curry.
But the conversation will be because it's his extension. You know what I mean? And I don't think he's asking for the max. Who
knows what he's asking for? I have no idea what he's asking for. But if this is who he is, no matter what he asks for, is going to kill you.
Hey, let's do this. If this is who he is, and I'm being proactive, wouldn't we already know that, okay, that type of guy is going to ask for the max no matter what? Wouldn't we? We know who Steph is. We think he's not that type of dude.
He's never taken a pay cut in his entire career, ever. And once again, for those that say he did on that first contract, no, he didn't. He was injury prone when he signed that contract. He wasn't the player he was. He got exactly what Drew Holiday got, who was at that time considered a little bit better than Steph because he was healthier. I
questioned that contract, Donnie, when it came out. Like, whoa.
So in other words, Steph Curry has never taken less money. So if not now, then when? I agree with you there. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, here's the other thing. I was thinking about this. How important, and you say you're Mike Dunleavy or John Lynch or Buster Posey, how important or not important is what you expect a fan reaction to be? In other words, I think for the most part, you can make a move that's received well or received poorly. You know when you do it, it's going to be one way or the other. Right. How much should a general manager or a front office executive take into account what the fans, what the sentiment of the fans is?
I love this. And my answer, quick and to the point, is it's all, to me, predicated on, are we successful at the time, or are we not successful? And if we're not successful, just like the Warriors right now, if they put out a Pods extension, I think it would be bad PR, nothing to do with Pods, because I like the player. But I think it is predicated on how successful you are. And when the Warriors were at their highest powers with Durant and the Niners were going to the Super Bowl, you can do whatever and ignore the fan outcry or what they're going to think, because you're giving them that Billy Badass on the field, court, or diamond. But when you're hemorrhaging and your team ain't doing a damn thing, I think not everything, with the fans, but you got to be very careful about losing those asses in the seats predicated on a good or bad decision that you make. That's
so
me.
if you're Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, and let's say you, fan sentiment aside, you believe in Brandon Podziemski. You believe in him.
Gotcha.
Don't you have to pay him?
Yeah, but
what?
I would have to wait because he can wait.
You have to wait?
I would wait because I don't want. What did you guys do this summer?
Okay, so you would wait solely because of the reaction.
Yeah, no doubt.
See, listen. I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can do that.
You think it's ever been done?
I know it's been done. It was done when the Warriors traded Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut, and the Warriors weren't very good at that point. They hadn't been good. They trade Monte Ellis. The fan base goes absolutely berserk for a short period of time, and then they realized it was a great move.
Now, can I just add this to you tell me what you think. The Mike Dunleavy extension kind of went quiet and unheard of. What do you give me for that? Well, nobody heard nothing. There was no fanfare with Mike D's extension. Remember, we were kind of, when did that happen?
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, no, I got you. But
I was shocked.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I was shocked. I mean,
so that wasn't calculated.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know why they didn't announce it. But I'm more concerned. I'm more interested in Brandon Podziemski. You know, if he signs a 4-year, $88 million contract, and that's part of the Warriors offseason, it's like this is where if they like him,
go ahead.
They better do what they think they should do. They can't not do something because of a fan base that doesn't like a player.
Yeah, but I wonder
you
how
bring back Pods at $20 million or whatever it's going to end up being
in an offseason where you did nothing.
Aren't people going to dislike Pods even more?
That's why I was trying to protect him.
Well, he doesn't need to be protected because he would willingly take that money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but as far as when
the Warriors aren't going to offer him a contract because they don't want to put that pressure on him.
It's just a wink, wink. We'll announce it later. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Like you come to the agreement with the player, but for the betterment of his reputation, you kind of will announce it, as soon as the season starts. Right before a couple, something, man. Like, Snotty, I'm being real. Let there at least be basketball. And then, oh, by the way, but right now, I said this to you.
Pods gets an extension, that's going to get reported.
No, I got you, but right now it's dead time. And Warrior fans are mad that they quote unquote didn't make any moves. And if the move is Pod's got an extension, I just think where Pod's rep is at, nothing to do with him, but I think that wouldn't be good for him. That's just me.
But then if it truly weren't good for him, he'd say, I don't want it. But he's going to take it.
No, right.
Right, but then he's got to deal with it. I mean, that's just reality. Both sides would have to deal with it. Let me look something up here.
And I think he could get that money that you just brought up.
So there's a deadline for Pods, October 31st. So what is it, August, September, October? So he's got 3 more months. They've got 3 more months to extend Brandon Podziemski, or he'll play on a 1-year deal.
And they're going to extend him, partner.
I mean, we said Curry was automatically going to get an extension, and now there seems to be, a little doubt that we'll see what he's going to do. I have no idea what the Warriors are going to do with Podziemski.
But we know they love him, right? Or like him.
That's what I'm saying. So if they like him $25 million worth, then you've got to pay him $25 million if you believe that. But like, what I'm wondering is there anything in that front office where you're saying, well, the fans, they really don't like Pods, and if we give him 2025, that's going to be more pressure on him. They're going to come down. He's like all that stuff.
I misheard you, partner. I was looking at it from, no, they love him. They're going to get it. I was talking about when you announce it.
They're going to have to announce it when it happens. I mean,
but what if you had basketball and we had games to look forward to, and then you announced it?
He's eligible for an extension. There's an October 31st deadline.
And we'll have ball by then.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Like, I know you know what I mean? Like, fans would process
we're only
it better
gonna have like a week.
Yeah, you're right. But that matters to me.
Pods. The haters of Pods is a very small percentage of the Warrior fans.
He's getting money.
And they all have to just get over it. I agree with you.
Yeah, he's getting paid, Steiny. There's no doubt in my mind with what I'm looking at.
Dude, you really I wouldn't even say that. Like, I have doubt that he'll get paid this summer.
To the point to where you would be shocked if he did.
No, I wouldn't.
Like, I think they love him.
They probably do, but that doesn't mean why not wait a year if that's the strategy? I mean, like,
the dude's playing all games. Like, I'm just telling you, I know people hate on him. I'm just telling you, I think they love him, and he's done nothing to make them fall out of love with him. That's just me, man. Steiny, he's starting this year. If we put the 5 Pods is going to be a starter again.
We'll see. I mean, we'll see. Maybe Melton is at another level. I don't know. I think the Warriors
would bet on it, is what I'm saying.
I think the Warriors would like to extend him, but I don't think they want to, extend it at a number they don't like.
So that was 22 you had, huh?
What?
$22 million.
I just threw 20 to 25
Brett Siegel
out there.
Puts something out at Brett Siegel NBA. I don't know how accurate it is, but he was talking about 25 to 27 for Pods last night.
Yeah. Philmo Mike.
Moody. Yeah.
What's up, Philmo Mike?
Mike.
Yo, what's poppin'?
Hey,
before you get started, Mike, real quick, I was a little, I thought of you driving home. You should have called. You got a voice and did the play-by-play thing. Why you didn't call?
Oh, man, I can't do play-by-play.
Oh, okay.
Man.
I'm sorry. My bad. Go ahead, man.
All
right.
No, you did your thing. Risotto, his Fleming, bro, that's A1, man. That's just crazy. I texted you and did. But now,
bruh,
I thought of Monte. I thought of Steiny when you talked about Monte Ellis trade. And I remember the tone shot was Monte Ellis shot, and then Steiny was right there, and he's like, Monte, where you going? He tried to get him, and he couldn't kind of get him. It was kind of funny. But anyway, y'all having a great conversation. I'm the type of player, I didn't want LeBron. That's just me. I'm a Warrior guy. I didn't want LeBron on that level. But say they went for LeBron. I'm not the type of person that, first of all, to me, we talk about the fan base a little too much. Like, the fans is cool, but we don't know everything, right? And so, like, things happen in the year, we're going to react. You cannot not or make a move based on your fan base, what their reaction gonna be, bro. Like, you just can't do that. You gotta man up and do what you gotta do. With that being said, Steiny, I know you remember this too, Guru. Remember when they got Corey Maggette?
Yes.
Just be making moves. Just to be making a move. Like, seriously. So if you gotta stand pat. Now, from what I hear, Corey Maggette was pretty professional. Everything happened for a reason. But I used to watch that team, and I used to hate that team. I forgot who was on the team. But it was Corey Maggette. We made a big signing in Corey Maggette.
Claxton.
And it was like, bro, just don't just sign somebody just to sign somebody, right? Sign somebody for a reason. For example, flip side, Danny Fortson. They had a reason to sign him. Yeah, he was an undersized four, but they needed rebounding at the time. So, you sign him in for, 15, 20, 25 games. He kind of worked out kind of cool. But, it is what it is. Make a move for a reason. Don't just make a move just because, the fan base is thirsty for a move. We may end up with money next year. Don't just make a move just to be making no moves, people.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'll never forget? It was like 5-6 years ago. We had Brian Sabian, former Giants GM, on.
Okay.
And, the Giants fans are entrenched, with their team, especially during the championship years. And I'll never forget, I asked him if he has to take that into consideration. And I figured he was going to say no.
Yeah.
But he said, yeah, you do. I do take it into a little bit of a consideration. Yeah. And so, that's why when it's probably, what led to the lunatic fringe thing is because, he got some negative feedback on some stuff, but you'd be foolish to not take it into account, but you cannot let it dictate your strategy.
So real quick, you don't agree at all that if things are going well and you're at the top, you totally don't do that. But if people are mad, you could. No, and I was just saying, hang on to the announcement. Pods is getting that bread.
Well, they can't hang on to it.
Delay it. Yeah.
I mean, there's a deadline, October 31st. And on October 31st, he's either going to be re-signed or not, and then that'll be a story if it wasn't a story already sooner. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Valkyries are back in action tonight. They take on the Wings in Dallas at 6:30. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. That segment also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. And we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Inc. credit cards. Earn on everyday business purchases with Chase Inc. credit cards. It's cash back built for every business. Compare options and see details at chase.com/inc.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You hear that? That can only mean one thing. Your WNBA team, the Golden State Valkyries, are back, and you don't want to miss a single moment in Valhalla. You can feel the energy. Get your tickets now at Valkyries.com.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Milgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber. Giants Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
Now through August 31st at Big O Tires, receive $80 to $120 in instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Can I ask you a question, Goo?
I'm right here, baby.
And this is for our listeners, too. Can somebody explain to me what the hell kind of satisfaction you can get? Somebody explain to me what kind of satisfaction you get when you lie and you cheat about golf. What is the satisfaction?
I wouldn't know.
When you cheat and lie at golf. Goo, ask me what I shot at Carnoustie.
So Donnie, what did you shoot at Carnoustie?
I shot a 70.
Wow.
Yeah. What about, ask me about Muirfield.
Muirfield, what did you
70.
shoot?
I shot a 70 there, too.
I know
and then lastly, at the old course. What do you think I shot?
What'd you shoot at the old course?
I shot a 70.
I
was the best player on our trip. I won our trip trophy.
Oh.
Yep.
That's the leader of the free world.
What a horse is behind.
I mean, you knew this already. Not cheating hoop, but that's different.
No, it's exactly the same, actually. No, I'll say this.
Yeah, get to it.
If you're in a 5-5 game and a pickup game, and the ball goes out of bounds and it hits your fingertip, and you say, I didn't touch it, and nobody really gives you grief about it, fine, take the possession. That's fine. That's a possession. You don't shoot an 85 or a 90 and say, oh, I shot a 74.
That's terrible.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Now I know what's bugging you.
You didn't have a career.
You should have saved it.
Hey, did you see Pablo Torre?
He's getting on my nerves.
Why? Because he's
doing what you called me. He needs some Gatorade.
He's on the case.
Yeah, he's trying to man. They don't want him on this Niner accident case.
No, Kyle Shanahan wants nothing to do with Pablo Torre.
Boy.
Anyway, he found out that
what's happening? Because a lot of people are saying that scoreboard company or whatever it was is a nothing burger. They didn't even have that type of money to pay Kawhi. Like
he didn't do anything.
But
it's a salary cap circumvention in any league.
Ballmer.
So is he league?
Stoney, is he going back to the Clippers?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
but I don't know.
Well,
I have no idea.
Dude, you were hot.
What?
The cheating golf.
It's so stupid.
That right there.
Like, it's just dumb. Dumb.
But how do we know he's lying?
Okay. I'll tell you how we know he's lying. Nobody can shoot a 70 when they're 80. It's virtually impossible.
He's too old.
Please.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
Oh, man.
We move on.
All right.
Who's been waiting? Gary in Daly City. Hey, Gary. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, you guys. Prayers to both of you. It's like, Matt, it's like the gambler, the guy that always wins, and you go with him to the track, and he gets his butt kicked, and he's going, what? Nobody wins. The house wins most of the time. I know where you're going.
That's pretty good. Wow. Oh, man.
It always happens. I win all the time, and you go with them, and they lose. I just want to talk two things real quick. Well, first, Brian Sabian took a lot of heat when he made the Kent trade, and he goes, I know what the hell. I don't want to say the words, but I know what the blank I'm doing.
Right.
He proved it. The game last night, the Indiana game, was a great game. Chelsea Gray was incredible.
Wow.
I mean, that was just basketball. That was just great.
Clark had a bad turnover.
Clark messed up it.
Make your free throws.
Competitive basketball. Go ahead, you guys. Sorry.
Oh, that's me buttoning. And I was just like, Clark's done that. Missed the free throws and had a bad turnover.
Yeah, exactly. Right at the end. And then she made those shots. The girl made a great block of the pass, and then we'll get it right to her. I just want to ask you guys a question on Brzezinski and DeRozan. I know the Warriors aren't going to go anywhere. I've watched them since the 60s. We deal in reality. But if you had to give a 2-year contract to DeRozan or to Brzezinski right now, just say same money, who would you go for? Because DeRozan's going to put points on the board. He's not going to play the Warriors style, but at least he'll show up for every game and play every game. That's his history. I just want to, what do you guys think about that? Plus, the game, like I said, the game was great last night. But go ahead.
Go ahead, Goo.
Listen.
Thanks,
and
Gary.
I'm seeing this happen more and more, and Westbrook's a part of it. You could come for me. I like pods. But in no world or planet is he better at getting a bucket without needing help than DeRozan. But what's happened in sports is analytics make a 24-year-old draft pick seem old, or maybe he'll fall. And a guy, it's like we forget what they're good at, and we just get fixated on their age and birth certificate. So to answer your question, mine is DeRozan. But he's old, and I think if you sign DeMar DeRozan, it looks like you're going the other way. But if anybody were to sign DeRozan, it would be us, because we signed Porzingis, we signed Al Horford, we signed Melton. But I'm long-winded, Stoney. I say that to say it would be DeRozan, man.
Well, I mean, the thing about DeRozan is, yes, he's old, but no, he's not broken down. I mean, he's an Iron Man, basically.
How is he not in a Warrior jersey? I just asking.
What's he going to do? That's why.
Score 18 a game.
Okay, and how many games does he help you win?
But couldn't that be?
And whose minutes is he taking?
At this point, it doesn't even matter. My question is,
I don't want DeRozan playing over Pods, Santos, or Lendabord.
Oh, so your answer would be Pods then?
Well, that's not my answer. It's just...
No, if you said it, you don't want to play...
I'm not answering that question.
No, you just did.
No.
Pasta, he just did.
You know what? I'd probably sign Pods for 2 years because I know exactly who DeRozan is. And he's a good player, really good player. But he ain't helping the Warriors win any more games.
But it's Horford and Porzingis. I guess what I'm saying is we could go down the list on if you want to play that game. I agree with you. But, man, how many other names that are in Warrior jerseys on that metric of they ain't helping you win? You know what I mean?
Well, that's the point. They're not even close. So what does DeRozan get you if you're the Warriors? Okay, who's he playing for? You want him to play over Lendeborg? No. I don't want him playing over Pods right now. Why? Listen, not because I think Pods is great. Again, let me be clear. I would probably take Pods only because DeMar DeRozan has no chance of helping your franchise in a year or two. None. Pods still has a chance, so that's why I would take Pods. And you're not going anywhere in the next 2 years, so I would probably shy away from DeRozan. I mean, if the Warriors have signed DeMar DeRozan, everybody's going to go, all right, well, okay, fine.
Yeah.
But everybody knows really what they're doing with that. Bernard, they're dressing up a pig.
Yeah.
Bernard in Antioch. Hey, Bernard.
Nard.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Doing great.
Hey, just always good to hear from you guys. And Guru, I know people probably called in and commented on your rise to stardom, man. But I think I called in before I told you I've been listening to you since old Pete used to flush you down after talking about the Cowboys.
That's love, man. Right on.
So yeah, man, you made it, man. We love listening to you. And Stymie, you too, man. Your writing, I don't think you write as much as you used to, but I love reading your columns. But I just had a quick thing. I think the Warriors franchise, they were a model, right? Model franchise.
Yeah.
A lot of teams try to copy their success, and there are some down times, obviously. But to have one of the biggest superstars in the league and never really had some of the contention that you see with some of the other teams, and that kind of brings me to I never heard anybody talk about Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I want you guys, who's the best player? I know all the other stuff that's going around about him being Jaylen Brown, too smart for his own bridges and activism and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But just basketball-wise, I've never heard anybody say Jason Tatum is the better player or Jaylen Brown is the better player. Who do you guys think is the better player? And then another quick thing on Kyle Shanahan. Do y'all think he's ever going to win a Super Bowl? To me, I'm not a 49er fan. I'm a Raider fan, but I love football. I don't think he's going to win one with the 49ers. I really don't. I think it's going to be like an Andy Reid thing. I think he's going to go somewhere else. The team is getting older now. They seem, for whatever reason, they're snake bit with injuries. And I think he will win one eventually because he's still a relatively young coach. But I just don't think it's going to be with the 49ers. And I just kind of want you guys, thoughts on a couple of those subjects.
Snotty, I just feel like we're at the cafeteria, like I'm ready. But you go first on the Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and I'll give you my thoughts.
I'd take Brown now just because Tatum's coming off that injury. But the bottom line is I would actually say you take the guy, I'll take the other.
Okay. Now, there was one juncture before the injury I thought it wasn't close, and that was unfair to Jaylen Brown. So he has shown me he's better than I even thought he could be. But now with the injury, I really believe it's Jaylen Brown. And I'll say this to Celtic fans and just basketball fans. Steiny, it was almost my what's bugging me. I hate that we live in a world where these two dudes couldn't coexist, but there's something going on. There's some jealousy somewhere. I won't blame anybody. But I am fixated to see if Stevens and company got it right, to see if Tatum, without Brown, can do what Brown did without Tatum. And I feel like Brown is at fault. He did a lot of stuff I didn't like this was my favorite season. Then there was some possible jealousy from Tatum that when they won and reached the greatest heights, that Brown got the NBA Finals. I just hate that they've been to so many wars together, got to the mountaintop, and should grow old together in a Celtic uniform. That won't happen. And the Kyle thing, hey, man, I lost one of our biggest fights, you and me, Ali Frazier, when Andy Reid left Philly and went to do what he did in Kansas City. And I would bet it's not much, the caddy and something else, that he, if it's not here, before he retires, if he goes somewhere else, Kyle Shanahan will hoist the Lombardi Trophy. Here or somewhere else, and that's the field, and that I believe.
Yeah, I would say that what happened between Tatum and Brown is as old as sports itself. And while you were on that soliloquy, I just wrote down, this was all in the span of a minute.
Who you got?
Shaq and Kobe.
No doubt about it. And it hurt me.
George McGinnis and Julius Erving. Kevin Durant and Draymond Green. Reggie Jackson and Billy Martin.
All right.
Nelly and Weber. Sprewell and Tom Gugliotta. And Rony Seikaly. How about the 3 J's in Dallas?
No, I'll never.
That happens all the time, in other words.
Real quick.
It's a sport of ego.
So who was at fault with McGinnis and Doc? Was it Doc? Was it McGinnis?
Both of them. They both were one-dimensional.
I can YouTube that. But
this
they didn't like each other, though.
No, they didn't hate each other. They didn't fit together.
Right.
And it's something that, it's a lesson that, I'd love to see you learn at some point. Like, you just can't put 2 30-point scorers out there.
They won a chip.
No, they didn't.
No, I'm talking about Tatum and Brown.
I'm talking about McGinnis and Irving.
Right. Well, you didn't say they didn't fit Tatum and Brown, but that's how I took it.
No, I'm talking about McGinnis and Irving. They had Tatum and Brown are more versatile than McGinnis and Irving.
Yeah, but the basketball savant in me hates that they broke up.
Do you have any of that?
No,
do you really have a savant in you?
Sonny, come on,
man. Come on.
Seriously, man.
All right, what were you going to say?
I didn't forgot, but I didn't tell you this real quick. I played Sunday night in Rockland on my son's hoop team. Stoney, we were getting hammered. I got so frustrated, threw the ball to my son. He wasn't looking. Youngster picked it up, going the other way. Everybody from the families, their in-laws, stuck my foot out. The game stopped, and I'm being real. Daryl's varsity coach in SAC, Kennedy High, was there. We were playing him. Everything was cool. But Stoney, they just and I didn't do it to trip them.
Well, what did you do it for?
It was frustration that another turnover.
Out there anymore.
No, it wasn't my fault.
It was your fault.
No, it was a bounce pass. He wasn't looking.
So you tried to trip a guy on the other team?
No, it looked like I tried to trip him, but the leg went out, and they didn't like it.
Let me get this straight. You go play pickup basketball with your son, and your family goes to watch? That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
I'm living hoop dreams.
I've never heard anything like that before.
They got stands, but Stoney, it helps me just.
Helps you what?
Show my niece Mila. Uncle D got skills.
What? And she doesn't have anything better to do?
She did say this. Uncle, you're good at passing, because I didn't have a good night from the field. Stoney, the leg went out, and and we fixed it when game was over, but I said, this was Stoney was talking about.
Thank you.
No, but I didn't do it on purpose. And he wasn't looking, my son.
When
they hammered us.
You shouldn't have told that story.
I told it to Evan.
On the air?
Yeah, on the air. It wasn't a trip. The leg just kind of. What's my boy with the gray from Utah?
What did you just do?
Yeah, what's my boy's name? Allen.
I've lost a lot of respect for you now.
But you got to have respect for me telling you.
You're a 56-year-old guy, and you get upset and you try to trip a guy on the other team because you turned the ball over?
But I'm telling you.
Get out of the game. Shut it down. What are you doing?
He wasn't looking. It wasn't a bad pass. But, Stoney, I'm not that player. And Daryl's coach came up to me. He goes, what if that, and this would hurt. He didn't know. What if that was your boy?
Thank you.
Oh, that hurt. I just was.
I'll tell you what.
I'm telling you my bad
I
stuff
haven't had,
Give me something for that.
I haven't had a lot of girlfriends in my life. Trust me. I've had a couple sporadically over the last, 30, 40, 50 years. But I'll tell you what words have never come out of my mouth. Hey, babe, you want to watch me come play pickup?
Pop, I feel like I'm hardly on the team with the audience, dude. It's just.
Hey, babe, what do you say we drive over to the pickup courts and you watch me play for 2 hours?
No, that's happened, Stoney.
Oh, my
Bye, Felicia. Hey, Stoney, that happens. Dudes bring their chicks now. Don't get come
Nobody
on.
does that.
I need an audience, man.
I mean, bring it on, man.
We got to check on her. I ain't heard from her in a while.
Let's go to Moose. Moose is in San Jose.
Oh, man.
Hey, Moose.
Moose.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Guru, that story about the pickup thing is just hilarious. And the fact that it's like a young kid, too, I just laugh. I laugh even more.
But go real quick. I admitted my error and it bothered me. But, yeah, I don't play like that. But I'm just telling Steiny.
Apparently you do.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Moose.
Admitting it's a good sign.
No doubt.
Saying it on air, I think, is a good sign. But hey, I got a story. I got a story that I think Steiny will enjoy. So you're bringing up the lying about your golf scores thing, and I back in college, maybe 15, 16 years ago, I had a break between. I had morning class, afternoon, so in between, I would go try to squeeze in 9, maybe 18 if I could over at Paul Alto Muni. And I went one day. I'm a single. And I see another guy in the parking lot. He sees me. We kind of lock eyes. Say we're both single players. And he walks over to me. He goes, "Hey, you're looking to go play. We're both singles. Would you like to join up, play together?" I said, "Yeah, of course." Older gentleman, and I'm 19, 20 years old at the time. I'm years into my game, but and obviously not as flourished as he is. And he says we're on the course playing. Older gentleman. He ends up being. Turns out he's like attorney for the San Francisco 49ers, something like that. Big shot guy. And he tells me, he goes, look, in golf, it's all, he was gaming me up the whole time. He goes, in golf, it's all about integrity. And what you do on a golf course and the integrity that you have on the course, counting all your shots, counting that number up and being truthful, it goes with you everywhere in life, in your work, in your school, in your family life, your marriage, whatever it is. So if you are the type of person that isn't true to their self and doesn't have integrity within the game of golf, and it goes for any sport, but this is, I believe it to be wholeheartedly true within golf, because you'll be in the trap sometimes. You play with a guy, he's grounding his club, he's swinging multiple times. Oh, I got it out up and down. If you have integrity within that game, it travels with you everywhere in life, and I've always tried to live by that mentality. When he told me that day, it was a big deal for me. Looking at this OG, and he's telling me these things. But yeah, you take your integrity with you everywhere you go.
Yep, that's right. Thanks, Moose.
No, that's beautiful, man.
In some other cases, you never leave home with it.
Well,
650 didn't like that story. You should have kept that one in the holster.
I let it out.
If you stick your leg out to trip my son, we're holding court right there in front of everyone. Get ready to get after it.
I believe it. Hey,
that's from the 650.
No doubt about it. I thought that was coming, but and then the youngster came up to me and said, "Good game." After he said, "My bad." I go, "No, it was my bad." Because
why was it his bad?
Well, no, he reacted some type of way.
Why did he even apologize?
Well, it was
over. He started calling you old man. Old man, get off the court.
No, it wasn't that.
Was he dropping F-bombs on you?
No, they were just flabbergasted that the foot was.
No kidding.
I ain't playing this week.
They're not going to let you. You've been banned like Kramer from the fruit stand.
That hurt me, Snotty. I'm not a dirty dude, man.
When do you think you'll come to your senses?
Injury.
Okay. All right. How about this? You'll never get this one. Who succeeded?
Oh, look at you.
Dean Smith at North Carolina.
Oh, my guy who had the jumper. He played for Dean. What's my boy's name? Silk Basie. That was his team. Good looking dude.
Hubert Davis?
No, white guy. Or what's my man's name? He coached for the team. I probably got it wrong. He played for Dean.
Jawan Jennings.
No, hold on. Give me the name and I'll give you
the guy who took over was old. Oh, a guy named Bill Guthridge.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm talking
about.
Who
are you thinking about?
I got it. I'm about to get it right now. He didn't play in the NBA. He played hard. And
I think I know who you're talking about, but it's not North Carolina.
Who you got?
I think you're thinking of this guy, Wojciechowski from Duke.
No, hold on.
I'm trying to think of a white guy who played at North Carolina who ended up coaching.
I want to say he's more Italian. But he played.
Vinny Del Negro?
No.
Chris Corciano?
No, keep going. I got it right here. I brought it up. Just keep going. Hold on.
Well, then I don't think you're right on this one.
He's gray head now, and he played hard.
Roy Williams?
No. Just give me 1 second.
No.
I got the list.
I'm saying no.
Now. All right.
I'm willing to
I'm
be
picturing him right now in the T and everything. We got his name is. Give me 1 second.
Who are you?
It is Steiny, my man.
Oh, boy. He's a former white player who played for the Tar Heels.
Matt Doherty. Remember Matt? He played for Dean.
Damn it.
Yeah, Matt Doherty. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Steiny, I got it.
Well, you didn't get it. You didn't. I got to be a jerk here. No, he did.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, he coached. Yeah, no doubt. So I don't even remember that dude.
He was an older guy.
Okay.
Like with gray hair. All right. Crossover coming up next. No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, and they push for answers. One wrong move, maybe saying too much, signing too early, or trusting the process can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, and before you risk your case. This isn't just a claim, it's your recovery. It's your income, it's your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits. August 12th. Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs.
Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th Annual Charity Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Station. All right, welcome back to the crossover. It's time for the crossover, brought to you by Atco Pest Control on a Friday. And coming up in 10 minutes, the What's Bugging You segment. And one of the things I think that makes for any successful organization, whether it be in sports or even the radio business, is communication.
Yeah, I'm
Y'all want to be on the same page.
Yes.
I had no idea you guys weren't going to be in here today, guys.
I'm waiting for you two to come through the door. DMs, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Willard, and you don't even tell us you're not here.
Where
you
at? Well, we're in Oakland. That's where we are.
Yeah.
We're at the Sephora Performance Center. That's where we are. We are where the Valkyries practice. We are where the Warriors used to practice. And we are where the Golden State Sports Academy camp is going on right now.
Wow.
And we are where Guy Santos and Will Richard are. And they're going to be on the show later.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Yeah.
You know what else was going on there back in about 1997, don't you?
Oh, I do, Steiny.
Yes, sir.
You were out here covering S, and I was just telling these guys off the air. I wasn't, but it's the house that Steiny built. Like, because you spent, I can't imagine how many times you went here to the 5th floor and came in the facility. It's different now, but it's mostly the same. Has to be thousands, Steiny.
Yeah. It's the place where Sprewell choked Carlissimo.
Wow.
December 1st, 1997. Is there any blood still on the floor?
Yeah, there's a little statue in the back to commemorate the experience. So that's exciting that you brought that up.
Yeah, sure. That sounds fun.
Sorry we didn't tell you.
Yeah, that's on us.
I mean, where are you guys going to be tomorrow? You haven't told us.
That's fair.
I didn't even think to tell you that we wouldn't be there today.
Well, it was in an email, but I'd forgotten.
I didn't see it. Nobody checks their email.
No.
There's bad stuff in there.
Steiny doesn't even have access on his phone. Man, get out the Stone Ages.
We've heard that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't have access to my work email on my phone.
Are you kidding me?
No, but it's a choice.
Yep.
It's a choice.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
because that's where my personal email is, and I don't want to get those all overlapped. It's just too many emails. And then that way I can also do the plausible deniability whenever there's one of those, like,
I got you.
This training session will only take you 14 hours. Go ahead and sit down and do that. And I'm like, sorry, didn't see it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys got going on today other than some Warriors talk? Like, hey, Dibs, remember we had an old assistant programming director who used to always say, Steiny, what are you hot on?
Yeah.
What are you guys hot on?
We're hot on a number of things. Primarily, we're certainly hot on talking to Guy Santos and Will Richard later, and getting their thoughts about the summer and summer league, certainly for Will, and moving the year forward. But we're going to take a look at wide receivers in the NFL, because it seems like the prevailing notion is you've got to have one of these fancy, highly paid, highly touted guys in order to be good. I did a bit of a deep dive to try to see if that actually is the case, and I've found some things out through my research side.
Nice. Does it bode well for the 49ers receiving core versus the league?
I'll just give you a little nuggy nug, and I'll just tell you that last year they were 30th in the league in percentage of passes completed to wide receivers. They were 30th.
Wow.
Okay.
And of the teams that made the playoffs, the teams ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, they all made the playoffs. The Niners are kind of the anomaly, so I'm interested to see with Stribling and Evans and Kirk and all the rest of the fellas, do they pass more to the receivers or do they kind of stand pat?
How weird is it, all four that you mentioned, because that's my top four. Willard, you guys tell me if I told you this or asked you yesterday. All four of them were not on the team last year. Any big deal or nothing to see here?
I don't think it's a big deal because, first of all, to say Debo wasn't on the team sort of insinuates that he doesn't know the quarterback or the system, and obviously he does. So there's that. Mike Evans is such a veteran. Stribling's a rookie, so that's going to be that way either way. Christian Kirk, also longtime veteran. Don't love that he's missed all of camp basically so far. And then, I don't know, this could play other ways. Demarcus Robinson, Jordan Watkins, these guys could really end up playing a role this year. So I get what you're saying, and you want him to hit the ground running, and it hasn't been a perfect week for that at camp, but it's not a concern yet. I wouldn't say that.
This is goofy me, but it's kind of the kind of thing I like to ask is, okay, so Shanahan is, still fighting through some symptoms. Hopefully he'll be fine. But let's just say hypothetically, week 1 against the Rams, he can't go the first game. Would you rather have Kyle Shanahan as coach, but he has to play but it's Mac Jones as his quarterback, or Forster with Purdy?
I heard this earlier.
Shanahan and Mac Jones, or Forster and Purdy, and I knew Willard would get a kick out of that.
I'm going to take a play off.
Yeah, as the president of Brakistan, I believe your Emirates. I think that your answer is already on the record. And honestly, Steiny,
but I live at Kyle's house.
You do, so
you're
a little
what I'm about
you're
to
a little
say.
bit torn and stuff.
You don't know what I'm going to do.
I was going to pull over and text you guys, but Steiny wouldn't read it, and Goo probably would. But I wanted to save it for the crossover, which is it's not about Forster, it's about Clay Kubiak, because if Shanahan misses that game, that beloved laminated spreadsheet, the play sheet, it's going to Kubiak. It's not going to Forster. Forster he'll have the red hanky in case they need to challenge. So really the nuance, Steiny, as a man of nuance, Steiny,
who will be
it's about Kubiak.
Who will be the active head coach if Kyle Shanahan can't go, let's just say Friday or Thursday?
It will be Forster.
Oh, okay.
Forster.
But
okay. that makes the comparison kind of work.
No, the comparison works, but honestly, the most important thing for Brock Purdy is not Forster saying 3rd and 2, I think we're going to go for it. No, it's the guy holding the laminated play sheet, Steiny.
I'd also argue we're living in a post-COVID era. You telling me they can't just put him on Zoom? I mean, you can't give that guy a headset and tap him in from anywhere in the world so that he could see the plays and call the plays and get a message to the sideline?
Unbelievable.
Easy.
No, Kyle, you mean Willard. Kyle.
Mike Krukow has been doing Giants games from San Francisco for years.
You guys ruin everything. You just ruin everything.
Yeah. That's what we do. That's our job here. But the answer is Purdy. The answer is Purdy. I would rather have Purdy and trust that sort of what Kyle sets up is going to bleed over into that game as opposed to going with the backup quarterback.
Okay, in this new scenario, Kyle Shanahan's unconscious before kickoff.
Wow. Okay.
How far before kickoff, Steiny? Was he able to put in a game plan before he goes unconscious?
And how unconscious? Is he just groggy?
Yeah.
Is he kind of rolling around, or is he out stone cold off?
No, he's not out stone cold. It's kind of like he's having a colonoscopy or something like that.
So can he watch the game, or he has to hear about it later?
These things happen.
Those are your boys.
I'm getting a procedure.
Hey, he's also fixated, and I want your guys' thoughts on the Niners getting there a week before the game, and the Rams getting there, a day before. Steiny can't let it go.
I just think it's
Where
interesting.
Are you at? I like getting there a week early.
I thought it was super interesting. This is the portion of the show that I heard a lot of today, so wait, when you guys say the Rams are getting there, how far before kickoff are they arriving? That was the question I kept wanting to know, and because I don't know.
So the game starts at 10:30 local time in the morning.
In the morning, okay.
My understanding
on a Friday, right? That's on a Friday, and we watch it on Thursday night.
Correct.
Okay.
I get the sense they're going to get there approximately 24 hours before kickoff, and then they're leaving after the game.
Damn.
I know.
That is why? Why are they doing that?
I mean, I guess, and I heard someone say that, was it one of you guys that said the Rams did like a bunch, they sent some coaches over there to do a test or something like that?
They sent a trial staff over.
It's a wild analytic play, isn't it? Like, it sounds awful.
I know.
I mean, you've all, like, Steiny, you just did this.
I
We've
know.
all, and I know we're much older than football players, but, like, landing across the world and then being ready for a football game?
Why would you do that?
It sounds terrible.
Well, it worked for them in England, and I know it's a much shorter flight, and they actually were on the East Coast when they did that, and they flew 30 hours before kick, and the adrenaline kicks in, pun intended, and they went out and they rolled. But this is a different animal. It's a 15-hour Steiny, as you said. So if they land at 10 and you've got 24 hours till kick, what's your sleep plan?
I know.
Is it like, all right, you guys, everyone in bed by 2 p.m., and then you're going to be up at 11 p.m., and we're going to start our day? That just is kind of a threading of the needle.
Like, they've got to have a reason, though. Like, they're not dumb.
Well, they
they're
trying to win the game.
Well, Risotto.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, Risotto, because he saw a story on it that, can you get it going? Go ahead.
Yeah, there was something about the reason is because they have to feed off the adrenaline of getting there right before.
First of all, hello to America's newest sports broadcasting star.
There he is.
Steven Risotto, ladies and gentlemen, with the 24 hours of his life.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a run for Risotto.
Kudos for you guys playing that for him, Will.
I've signed so many autographs.
Can I just say, and we'll play this, I have yet to hear Fleming's reaction this morning.
I'm so glad you brought that up.
I haven't heard this.
I have it on the board, and I haven't heard it either. So I'll play the call.
You hit the button.
Did you do it? How do you want me to do this, Risotto?
I could play it. The one to Miller first, and then Fleming's reaction to hearing the impression to Miller.
All right, play them both.
This is not Dave Fleming, but it might as well be with the next question for you here on this interview.
How you doing, John? Dave Fleming from San Francisco at the corner of 3rd and King from the Hawaiian Airlines broadcast booth. And I'm not here to tell you that Ruben Rivera missed second base, but I am here to ask you a question about the rest of the season for the 2026 Giants. And I want to know, what do you think is the outlook after the trade deadline, John?
Listen to you guys.
John!
Wow.
Oh,
great.
What do you give him? 5 out of 5?
What's that guy's name?
Steven Risotto.
What's that guy's name?
Steven Risotto.
Okay. I'll have to meet Steven someday. I'll have to meet Steven. Let's make that happen.
Oh, that's fantastic.
For me. And I'll whoop up on risotto for you.
Well, no, I want to meet him. I'm doing it.
He's going to get stern talking to from Dave Fleming. Thanks, Dave.
That was good.
Hey. Dave.
Not quite as playful as what I would have expected.
I need that laugh track of Willard, Dibbs, and my guy, Miller laughing.
John himself.
But you three, that was great, man.
I mean,
I'm starting to get worried about why Fleming wants to meet Risotto now.
Like, it was kind of a back alley meeting, it sounded like he was planning.
Exactly.
But somebody remind Dave that imitation is the sincerest form
doubt
of
about it.
flattery,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What did I do wrong?
Nothing, Steven.
All right.
You're doing great. But
Time for the What's Bugging You segment. Drywood termites live inside wood and they stay hidden while causing damage. Atco Pest Control finds infestations and stops further deterioration. Visit atcopest.com. Mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment, and you get 10 off Drywood termite treatments this month. Anybody?
I'll go first.
You think?
I'll go first. So there's this really cool Shoot 360 basketball technology that Dan Dibley and Mark Grandy just got to experience a short time ago out here at the Golden State Sports Academy.
You can see it on our Twitter and IG pages right now.
Yeah, so really cool.
Don't.
All of us were really looking forward to. Yeah, we're all looking forward to trying that out, and we were asked to come out here early so that we could experience it and then share with the audience a little bit about it because it's really cool. And what's bugging me is that I missed out on the whole thing because you guys will not believe this. I just got hit on the freeway again.
Oh, my God.
Come on, Will.
Yeah, I did. It just happened again. Got a hard rear-end accident on 80 on the way out here to the East Bay. Yep, it just happened again, and luckily this time, car's drivable, and I was still able to get here at work, and I don't want to, these things happen. This is life. Everybody, again, was okay. The other woman was in a whole lot of tears, and so I actually feel for her more than being mad at it, but good Lord, I am bugged. My gosh.
Wow, man.
Could we all please stop playing bumper cars with me for crying out loud? That is what's bugging me right now.
But Will, go real quick on the flip side.
Yeah.
Somebody loves you because it could go a different way. And
it sure could.
You get hit more than Muhammad Ali.
No joke.
That's
so funny. I
want to hug you through the computer.
They're like, what's your license plate? I'm like, it's one of those piece of paper license plates because this is my new car and I don't even have my license plates yet. And so back to the shop. It was fun to get on the phone with insurance and walk them through the process.
Wow.
Because I was like, they're like, what garage do you want? I go, just hit F5 on your laptop there. I know exactly what garage we're using. I know what rental car company we're using. Don't worry. I know exactly how this process works.
Well, let's hope whiplash can often come a day later.
No, I know. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was.
You don't think it was that bad?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, no, it was not that bad. The cars are not in great shape. But
Will.
But I am. So it's fine. We're good. I appreciate your concern.
No,
but
man.
A little bugged on the way to work today. So,
all right. What's bugging me is
I ain't got over that one, but go ahead, man.
It's not Guru.
What?
But it's one of Guru's habits that I finally noticed and put together. He's got this behavioral tick. And here's how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. We go into a break, and Guru and I are just hanging out in the studio. And what will frequently happen is someone will come in and chat us up for 3 or 4 minutes, and then they'll leave the studio. And I've noticed Guru's got this tick where they'll be like, all right, guys, it doesn't matter if it's Chase, doesn't matter if it's Risotto, doesn't matter if it's Evan, doesn't matter if it's Shasky or Nahigian. On their way out the door, they open the door, and it's one of these doors that just delays in closing maybe 2 seconds. So the door will still be open even though they've departed the studio by about 4 steps. And it never fails. He's got to say, I love that guy. Knowing full well that the door hadn't shut they could hear it. And it's his way. It's his way. Like Shasky goes, I love Shasky. And he knows Shasky can hear it. And I just think it could be a touch disingenuous.
Stop it. That hurts, man. That's all natural. Yeah.
It's pretty good. I'll go next, Goo. It's always best when you close the show. And what's bugging me is people who are overly impatient when you go to the emergency room. And as Guru told the world, yes, I was in the emergency room on Monday. And
my bad.
It's not, it's all good, Goo, because I was in such a state that I didn't have to wait. No rhyme intended, but I've been there before, and people get really, really impatient. And you go in there and you realize the people who are doing what they do, they are so selfless and so helpful. It's incredible what the nurses and the RNs and the assistant doctors and the doctors and the techs and all the rest of it, these people are amazing. So next time you're in the hospital, which for me will probably be Tuesday, I would guess, based on my current state, but give them a little grace. They're doing it as fast as they can.
I hear you, Dibs, and I was just there with my son, so I'm glad you're doing better. But I'm trying to be healthier. One day I will stop drinking Red Bull, but I couldn't get one this morning. So I came to work and depended on our vending machine, $1.25 for a soda. It was a 7-Up. And I got to tell you something that really bothers me. And I know people out there can say you don't need that sugar. I trusted the vending machine. It's happened 4 or 5 times, and today it was it, and we broke up. If I put my $1.25 in there at work for a soda, I need a cold soda, not a hot soda. Who do I find to fix to whatever's going on? And Risotto came in and asked me, as I was disappointed when I cracked my 7-Up, my hot 7-Up open. He goes, Guru, was that cold? I jumped up and hugged him. He's going through the same thing. Who do we talk to get the beverages on ice? That's bugging me.
Yeah.
Good question.
It's fair. I mean,
have no idea who you
soda
asked.
is the worst.
No,
you might have just got caught in the reload, because when they reload the machine, it's going to take some time for those beverages to get cold.
Dibs, I'm on 4 or 5 sodas. I'm just in the last couple of weeks.
You're on a bad streak. Can I give you the insider tip? And I shouldn't say this out loud because it really is a hack. So when you go to E3 to get the 7-Up,
talk to me.
Go to F3. It's not labeled, but that is the overflow column. I guarantee you the F3 will be colder than the E3.
I'm going to try it on the way outside.
Do you know what you're getting?
You're getting the exact same one. It's just the overflow section of the one that you want. That way, sometimes you go to, like, I'm a Diet Coke guy, E1. I'll go to E1 and it'll
F3.
go, and it'll give me the D, like, we're all sold out. And I go, no, you're not, machine. I'm going to F1, and it will dispense the soda, and it'll be colder.
Why do you know this? How do you know this? Do you
want to know?
I do.
Do you really want to know?
I think I deserve to know.
You can't handle the truth. I'm standing there one day about 4 months ago trying to get my E1 on. Beep, 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 beep. Up walks somebody who's having a look. And so I look over my shoulder and I go, yeah, soda's all sold out. He's like, you want a Diet Coke? Try F1. If E1's out, you go to F1. What? So I go F1, and it vents, and I look over my shoulder, and he gives me, and you know the Nahigian, the smug, he gives me like the, huh?
The half wink?
It was the half wink nod, like, now you owe me.
Yeah.
And so I'm like,
why
thank you,
does
boss.
he know? How is this? Plus, you have all the numbers and letters memorized?
That is
what
great
kind
stuff.
Of Rain
I can't
Man
wait.
crap do you have going on over
Mark,
there?
I mean, look at my penciled out wide receiver percentages. I'm
Dustin
different.
Hoffman.
I'm different. Anyway,
different.
Hey,
F3.
You're him.
Willard, do you ever drink coffee at work?
I bring the coffee. That's like my process is I make iced coffee right before I get in the car to come to work.
Okay.
And luckily this time it didn't fly all over the car and spill all over everything like the last one.
Like, for example, the coffee shop here at work, I have a number, 161.
The coffee shop at work? Or do you mean
the machine?
The machine. Well,
The
the machine just has like the names of the different coffees. You just
That's what you think.
Educate me. Go ahead.
When you first start, the first time you get coffee, like for me, it was 2 milks, sugar substitute, coffee, boom. The first time you do it, then it'll give you a number, and then that's the number that programs in your coffee. So a 161 on our coffee machine means usually a little extra cream and some sugar. You see what I'm saying?
I've never been more confused in my life.
No, I'm totally with you, Sonny.
Everybody around me is nodding their heads, and all I know is in that work machine, I hit latte, and out comes a latte.
Okay. Wow.
That's all. I have no idea what you're talking about, but that's okay.
But if you get a latte, I think you have a chance to get like extra foam or double shot of coffee or maybe a different kind of flavoring, and then you push all those in. But for a regular latte, you should be fine.
Yeah, I'm still in the no modifications zone on that machine. I don't even know how to get to where you've arrived.
You know what? Let's get together Monday.
Yeah.
And I'll just kind of show you what I mean, and then I tried to tell everybody here at the office, and some
that
people
didn't come out until Dibs did his F stuff.
Yeah, F3.
Yeah, I got
F3.
you, baby.
Yeah.
Look at you,
F3.
Willard. I'm being real with this because you're
What's
my
up?
brother, man.
It's almost 210, Goo.
Before the last 2 accidents, how long had it been before you got in a car accident? And the reason I'm asking that is I think it's going to be a long time.
Well, this is classified information. I normally wait 11 days to talk about accidents.
That's a damn 9.
But because I love you guys so much, I'll talk about it publicly. No, I honestly, I don't even remember it had been so long.
Wow, man.
I don't even remember the last time I was in an accident. And so now we get 2 in a 4-week period.
And 1 on the freeway.
Yeah, before that, it was, all I can say is years. I literally
You're
would
lucky,
have
man.
to. Yeah. I'm very, very lucky, and very lucky that both of these, and for the other drivers too. Nobody was hurt. I think people's emotions were a little bit, but yeah, all good, and you're welcome for me telling you right away.
Before I leave real quick, Sonny, I should have said who was bugging me is Pablo Torre. Let it go.
Really?
Yeah, what?
Why? Like, you should be offended
he's in it
by
for
this.
the Denzel, the glory, and the other one didn't work, Steiny, and now he got part 2. Just
yeah, but
leave Kawhi and
What do you mean the
Palmer
other one
alone.
didn't work? They rescinded the trade.
Well, no, he's still a Clipper. He's still a Raptor.
No, he's not.
No, he's
That's
not
pending.
necessarily. Yeah, the Raptors could back out of this. And Goo, to me, if you're a Warrior fan, you should be offended by this. You should be offended by this. This is circumventing the rules that many people say are in place because of the Warriors.
All right.
No,
if that's
second
the case.
apron, I mean, they're giving this guy. How much did Kawhi actually make on this deal? $100 million a year? Like that should. I think that should bother people.
Yeah, I'm looking at Steiny. He's irritated.
He wants to go.
All right. Well, you guys have a great weekend. Have a great. What is the facility you're at? The Sephora.
Sephora Sports
Performance Facility.
Yeah,
Yes.
Performance Facility. It's where the Valkyries now work out. You know the place like the back of your own hand, Steiny. Come stop by. Yeah. We got turkey sandwich.
Yeah,
All right, bring it home, guys.
God, I love Guru, man. I love that guy.
On 95. Nice, Dibs. On 95.7.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 more seconds.
Hit me.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
No, I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again. Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this. And I love what's developing on Fridays at this radio station. Steiny and Goo all day were calling it a variety show.
Yeah.
Going all over different directions. I sort of have the feeling out here at the Sephora Performance Center, the same thing's going to happen with us today. Yes, later on this afternoon, Guy Santos and Will Richard are going to sit down here at our set. At certain points, campers are going to be walking right by the set.
Including your camper.
I'm related to one of them, yes. And then also apparently we've got word that Bob Costas, who was on the show yesterday, would like one more word, if possible. And so he might call back again today. And then you're doing deep dives on wide receivers. So whatever your jam is, hopefully it will get spread on your bread at some point today on Willie and Dip.
And we get a little higher or lower later.
Yeah,
and
too.
so, we're here at the Sephora Performance Facility. And, man, I can't wait to watch you go through the paces and do the stuff that Grandy and I did with the passing and the dribbling and the shooting. It's pretty fun, even when you play as badly as I did.
I want to do it. I don't know if I'm going to get to do it. The campers are here now.
Yeah.
They're doing it.
They're doing it.
This is their camp.
That's right. And they actually held off the campers a little bit as Grandy and I were going.
Really?
Kind of. I mean, the kids were champing at the bit a little bit, but Grandy and I had to wrap up our one-on-one. Score it for Grandy. He wins it 3-2 in a best of 5.
Not surprising.
Can't pass, though.
Really?
Grandy's a mean guy.
Also not surprising.
Yeah.
Not surprising. If you're that good at shooting.
Man, I can shoot.
Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason, Kobe. But anyway, it's all good. you can make it up to the kids in a little bit. If there's one thing I know, it's that little kids love sports radio.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sure as they're coming by, all you got to do, wave, maybe sign a jersey for them or something, and they'll forgive you for taking their time.
No doubt. I mean, those kids, and you have number 3 of 3, and I'm on number 3 as well. The short-term memory is so non-existent. Like, even if they were peeved at having to wait 7 minutes, by the time you get to minute 8, it's already gone.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
why was I mad?
Just let them get their energy out, and everything is fine. And that's definitely happening here. Golden State Sports Academy, Shoot 360, awesome camp. And yes, we're mentioning Guy Santos and Will Richard because they will also be a part of the camp. And this is something that is completely, when I say open to the public, like not now, not anymore. You can't come over here today, but this is a camp that is done, I think, at least twice a summer. So you can Google it and check it out. The overnight camp with the Golden State Sports Academy. Maybe it's something that you can involve your kids in next summer when it comes back around. So, yeah, lots going on the show today, and that's our setting. That's why we are out and about, and we're very, very glad that you're with us. I love what you did on your deep dive today because you remember that old ad campaign, Dos Equis? The most interesting man in the world.
Great campaign.
Right, and he would say, stay thirsty, my friends, and, I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. I think that the Niners wide receiver room is the most interesting room in the world right now as far as the NFL is concerned. There's so many different pieces of that puzzle that are bringing out discussion, whether it be what happened with Debo and a contract situation years ago, followed by Brandon, everything that's happened with Brandon Ayuk since then, bringing in Mike Evans, the drafting of Ricky Pearsall and Dejon Stribling, and then the Pearsall injury, sprinkle in some other young guys that might be interesting, a Jacob Cowing, a Jordan Watkins, you get another veteran in there, Christian Kirk, you got DeMarcus Robinson. There's so much going on there, and I mean this both in the near term and the far term. And then you add in the conversation we had yesterday about what I think you and I agree, which is that wide receiver contracts are a little out of whack. And so the Brandon thing is about Brandon, but there's a tucked underneath the covers, I think, result from that, which is the 49ers have now rejoined the group of NFL teams that are not paying premium dollar for a wide receiver. And I think that unless you've got somebody who is uber special, and Jackson Smith and Jigba applies, I think that's the place to be, man. I think we're not giving somebody $35 million a year at the wide receiver room is the place to be.
Unless you have somebody that you totally love and that person is going to help lead you to winning. And I think about Amon-Ra St. Brown as a great example, a guy who is that good. He got paid. And I think that this year they're going to have a bit of a bounce back year. And I think also that when you look at Detroit, he's pretty much the only guy on that offense as far as receivers go that make that much money. And Montgomery had to go. And now Gibbs has his deal. And so Detroit, I think, is in a little bit of a tight window because they're paying that guy that much. But the more I looked at it, Mark, and looking at the Niners, who were 30th in the league in percentage of passes to wide receivers, and I did percentage because different teams throw it more than other teams, and so just looking at the percentage, they were at 40.5%, the lowest in the 9-year Shanahan era, and yet they went 12-5.
Right. I mean, and I think somewhat circumstantial. Usually when I see a team that struggles to get the ball to wide receivers, it usually means you have an inexperienced or ineffective quarterback. But in the case of the 49ers, I think, certainly last year, it came down to just an absolute bloodbath at the position wide receiver. And then add in that they had very elite performances and elite players at the running back and tight end positions. Right. So you might utilize that a little bit more. I don't think the Niners are ever going to be at the top of the board as far as throwing at wide receivers. I do think again, unless there's another bloodbath of injuries, they're going to be much higher on that list this year.
Yeah, you'd like to be. And just looking at last year again, the two teams behind the Niners, they play right into what you're saying. Arizona was 31st. They didn't have a quarterback, and their wide receiver one just really can't catch the football, unfortunately. Mike Wilson's, now Wilson's the one
anymore.
But he was last year.
Sure.
The other team is Cleveland. They were dead last in percentage of catches by wide receivers, and they had like 5 quarterbacks.
Exactly.
And none of them could really throw. But the Niners last year, CMC himself, 25.6% of the catches.
Wow.
Just him.
Wow.
And the tight ends, the exact same number, 25.6. So you had 52% go to McCaffrey and your tight ends, and then the rest of it was the receivers and then like other running backs or other people who maybe there was a lineman who caught a ball last year on a deflection.
There was?
I think it was Connor Colby.
Did
had
he
a
catch
catch.
one?
I think so.
Yeah, good for him.
I think so.
That's a little feather in the cap for one of the big guys.
But it was just a little bit alarming when I looked at the Shanahan numbers over his tenure. The one year where they completed the most to receivers was the year that McCaffrey got hurt, 2024.
There you go.
So that makes sense. But Shanahan's generally in that 45 to 50% range. Last year was 40. This year, can they bring it back up? I think they kind of have to.
Boy, something's wrong if they don't. And then don't forget, even though he's very capable, the 49ers had a year where the quarterback position was split almost down the middle between two different people. I think it was 8 games for Mac Jones and 9 for Brock Purdy. Is that where we ended up? Purdy at times was also playing a little bit hurt. Did they call plays in order to get the ball out of his hands a little bit more? Hell, I remember that Carolina game on a Monday night where Purdy was so bad, got picked off, I think, was it 3 times in the first half?
Yeah.
And they came out in the second half with a very conservative game plan and kind of won the game with defense. So I get it. I do think kind of circumstantial. But, where's the sweet spot is the question. The other sort of observation I had based on this list that you put together is you look at all, because what you sent us is a list of the teams that all made the playoffs last year in the NFL and where they sit. And the Niners are at 30th, but there were a couple other playoff teams that were down low, but some of them were like, those are not the playoff teams you want to be. Carolina, they win a horrible division. They've got a losing record. They were 21st. Pittsburgh is 27th. Their quarterback is 48 years old.
Right.
And they weren't that good either. Now, Buffalo's the interesting one. We talked about this yesterday, where Josh Allen, I do think he's the best player in the NFL, but I think it's kind of different than most people sort of view it. He's not the downfield slinger that you think he is. He's just the best fantasy football player, and he rushes a lot, and they throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage a lot. They didn't have great receivers. They wanted to upgrade. They got DJ Moore. Somewhere in the middle, to me, is the sweet spot, but all of these teams you listed, almost none of them are paying someone.
Right. As of last year, exactly.
And if they are, they did it very, very recently. Eagles, a little bit of an exception, but just dumped their guy. Seattle has now. They weren't then. Rams, they got rid of Cooper Kupp. They haven't paid Puka yet. Houston is paying Nico Collins. They ended up kind of in the middle. But the best receivers on this board are either young guys or guys that teams like A.J. Brown are looking to move off of. There's no Jamar. There's no Justin.
Right.
There's no, even Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't make the playoffs last year. There's none of those guys.
Yeah, and Detroit was 12th on the list in terms of percentage. Cincinnati, with their 2 fancy wideouts and Yoshivash and others, they were 19th. So they completed 55% to their wide receivers. Their wide receivers put up good fantasy years, but they don't win because they have no defense. And, Minnesota's another good example. And as you go through all of the highly paid fancy wide receivers, it doesn't necessarily portend that you get success.
So where's this going for the 49ers? So they paid Brandon. They immediately regretted it. And then that story has taken on a complete life of its own. So I don't know that they're necessarily applying that experience to others. But when they needed to go out and get a wide receiver, they got one who is advanced in age and paid him for a very short period of time.
Yep.
Debo's now on a 1-year deal. Christian Kirk is on a 1-year deal. Demarcus Robinson's got 1 year left on his deal. You've got a couple other young guys waiting in the wings, rookie contracts. You have Ricky Pearsall, who can't stay healthy. Therefore, I don't even know how or if or when they'll address an option year for him. And then you've got Stribling, who just got here. And I wonder, when you look at this, what's the right way? And we'd love to loop you in this conversation. 888-957-9570. Perfect world for the Niners over the next 3 years. How does this play out?
I think it's this construct. I'm not saying that this is going to work and be amazing, but you've got a veteran toward the end of his career, a little bit like when they had Anquan Bolden, or even when they had Isaac Bruce, who was a Niner, somebody who's toward the tail end, a veteran who still has a lot left or has something left. You got a couple of highly drafted guys who are on rookie deals, and then you go ahead and sprinkle in your Demarcus Robinsons, your Sky Moores, your Kendrick Bournes, your Emmanuel Sanderses. I think that the way they're building it is the right way. Nobody's making too much for too long. You've got talented, highly drafted rookies who you hope will actually work out. Ricky, big setback this year. And then you sprinkle in with good veterans, question mark veterans, mediocre veterans.
I mean, there is a scenario on the table where if Ricky were to play, if this were to go well for him, the surgery, and if he's going to get back on track, and next season, let's say he has a solid season, the Niners could be interested in keeping him, but it's not going to be terribly expensive. Here's what I would sort of say. This is my suggestion, and I don't think the Niners need it because they already do a pretty good job of this. The way I'd like for them to approach the wide receiver room over the next 3 years is to be completely unemotional. That's what I would suggest. I hope that they are completely and totally unemotional. I think they got emotional at times a little bit with Debo. They got very emotional, both good and bad, with Brandon Ayuk. And to me, it's a cautionary tale. Ricky Pearsall, look, if Stribling is amazing, let's say he's amazing, then fine. Like the same thing I'd say to Seattle with Smith and Jigba. Yes, that's fine. You want to do $40 million a year? You don't have a choice. That guy's your best player on offense. So if Stribling is amazing, then fine. But other than that, unemotional and be willing to go turn and burn every single year at the position.
Yeah, you have to. And, I'm looking at the Chargers, who are number one on the list in percentage of balls to wide receivers, 64%. Keenan Allen is that veteran.
Yep.
Ladd McConkey is that drafted rook. Quentin Johnson, in his third year, also drafted. So that, to me, becomes the blueprint where if you could have Pearsall in a fourth year next year, Stribling in the second, you keep Evans, you add in a couple other vets, you need that mix of not only prices, but also experience levels.
888-957-9570 is the number. Where do you want to see the Niner wide receiver room go over the next 2 to 3 years? Valkyries are in Dallas today, taking on the Wings, 6:30. You can listen to it on 95.7 The Game. And, of course, the free Odyssey app. You search Valkyries, you'll find it. It's all brought to you by Unstoppables as the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA. Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. And we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
Hey, it's Willard for Sierra Nevada. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, if you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Come find them during Outside Lands at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now through August 31st at Big O Tires, receive $80 to $120 in instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hobbs is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible port and no cash access and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
So we are live out at the Golden State Sports Academy. at this point, youth overnight camp. We got the Shoot 60 technology in the other room. This is the home of the Valkyries now, the Sephora Performance Center in the East Bay in Oakland, looking out on our beautiful view here.
Oh, yeah, Old Town, baby.
Of Oakland. Oh, and by the way, here come some campers now.
I love it.
Here they come. And we're huge, I'm told, in this age group.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. But anyway, Willard and Dibs here live out in Oakland. And later on, you guys all ready to see Guy Santos and Will Richard? Yeah, us too.
Oh, yeah.
Us too. So here come the campers, and those two warriors will be having some fun and showing them the ropes a little bit later, and then they'll stop by and talk to us.
You guys are all like, what, between 12th and 14? Is that fair to say? I think
9 to 16 is this camp.
Dude.
Yeah, y'all look great.
88% of them are taller than me. Like, what are you parents doing to these kids these days?
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm not.
You're shrinking.
But I'm not like jockey height, like Eddie De La Houssaye. I mean, 5'8" is still like, it's a thing. I mean, I'm not like.
I mean, it's just a number.
Age ain't nothing but a number either.
Exactly.
But, and you look at these kids and they're 13 and like, there's some stretch fives in there.
Sometimes I do wonder about, to take your joke to actual sports, and everyone's always like, everybody's bigger, stronger, and faster. Is that just omnipresent? Is that forever true? And where does that go? They had the tiger-proof golf courses for a while.
Right.
I mean, someday are they going to hit the ball 450? Is it going to Happy Gilmore it? Is 10 feet for a rim going to be too low?
Yes, and yes. And by the way, the RNA, the Great Britain body that goes ahead and officiates golf, they're rolling back the golf ball. So in 2029, the golf ball is not going to travel as far as it does today.
Right, but let's do all sports.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, already.
Do we have to get to a spot where a quarterback is not even allowed to be sacked?
Maybe. I'm thinking about baseball, and I go all the way back to the days of Bob Gibson, and I thought it was 1968, the year I was born, where they had to lower the mound because you could not hit Bob Gibson and others. And right now in baseball, the biggest problem that they have is guys can now throw 103, 104, and it becomes almost impossible to hit.
What's the highest number? Do you know, Grandy, Miz with the Brewers? What's the highest number that he's hit? Is he at 106? Did he hit 106?
I'll double check that for you.
106.
105
With movement.
Yeah. We're not hitting that.
No.
We're not hitting that. But why? I guess to use this analogy, if the pitcher is getting bigger, stronger, and faster, aren't the hitters? Aren't there reaction times also?
Yes, 105.5.
105.5.
Hey, it's K-Miz.
Exactly.
Catch me at 105.5. All fastballs all the time. K-Miz. All the hits. Actually, we're playing none of the hits because you can't hit me. It's K-Miz. We're playing no hits here. Strikeouts only. K-Miz.
I just want to know how long you go with it. I like it.
105.5.
It's funny. It's very funny.
I don't think that the quick twitch reaction is yet able to catch up to 105. And I don't know if that, being able to see it and decide and hit it, I think that is more limited than these pitchers now, and they know, I'm going to go max effort for maybe 3 or 4 years if I can make it that long, and then I'll have Tommy John, and then I'll take 18 months off, and I'll come back and do it again.
2 miles an hour faster.
Exactly. So
I just don't get it. I don't get, where's that all going? I guess it doesn't matter. For every generation, it doesn't matter because you'll be gone by the time maybe they answer that question. But at some point, and I feel like we've been saying this our whole lives, at some point something's got to give. But nothing yet.
Right.
We've just recalibrated to teams' batting average used to be 260. Now it's 220. And then they've convinced everybody who is younger than 40 that batting average doesn't matter, which is why all you ridiculous young bucks didn't want Luis Ariz.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. No, it's because he's a terrible defender.
No, it was both. Everybody said the same thing.
And now he's out there in the Phillies bomb squad.
He is. Dude, what happened to him? He is energy in a bottle. He lit the stadium up the first 3 days.
Yep. I mean, and he was delivering too. I mean, all the guy does is hit, and he's fantastic. So I love that. And the interesting thing about this conversation is football as
comes my favorite camper.
There we go.
What's going on, buddy? How are you?
as the offense gets bigger, faster, stronger, so does the defense. So the balancing act in football is such that it doesn't really change the nature of the game or the sport because, yeah, you've got a guy running a 4.2 40. Well, now my cornerback is running a 4.3 40. And, my D lineman, who might be 290, he's running a 4.5, and he's incredibly quick, and so is the offensive line. There's a balancing act in football.
No doubt. All right, and speaking of which, so let's borrow something that happened a number of years ago, because I think how many did Smith and Jigba get over 40? Did he get over 40 a year? I think that's about what he got. Jamar Chase.
42.1. I have it right here.
Is Jamar over 40?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So not that many years ago, the idea of a wide receiver making $30 million a year was ridiculous.
Right.
And the Kansas City Chiefs were on an unprecedented run. Patrick Mahomes was running the league, and we weren't that far removed from the Chiefs beating the 49ers in the Super Bowl. And then Tyreek Hill's deal was up. And Tyreek Hill was like, I'm going to need 30. And the Chiefs, without even blinking, were like, that's great. We're going to need you to play for a different football team.
Yeah.
And they sent him out. And he was everything the Dolphins wanted him to be. He was the top wide receiver in the league in terms of yardage. He was, for a year, he was damn well on his way to a 2,000-yard season. He was incredible. He became a top 5 fantasy pick. He was all of that stuff. But the Chiefs kept on winning, and the Dolphins didn't do squat. Now, that's not Tyreek's fault, but I guess kind of here's my question. If 3 years from now, Dejon Stribling is one of the best wide receivers
Jackson
in the
Smith
game.
and Jigba. I mean, if you want to put him in that category.
What do you do?
I mean,
are we doing $45 million a year for Dejon Stribling?
Pay him.
Are we doing $48 million a year?
It depends on what success you've had with the player. I do think that's part of it for Jackson Smith and Jigba. Would they have paid him anyway? Probably, but you just won the Super Bowl.
Sure.
You can't keep everyone, but you keep that guy, and so he gets 168 over the course of 4 years. And, yeah, I hope it all works out for you, Seattle. P.S. I don't.
And I mean, obviously, each one of these situations, you have to kind of tuck it into who are you as a team. Seattle is not paying a quarterback over $50 million.
Right.
And Jackson Smith and Jigba is not just special. He's, like, incredibly special. I wouldn't even blink to give Smith and Jigba what they did, because that's, as Kyle Shanahan said once upon a time, that's what wide receivers cost at the top of the market. So
another one's like Chris Olave. Chris Olave just signed, and he got $124 million over 4, not fully guaranteed, but the sticker shock number is $31 million a year. New Orleans might start to be better / good if their quarterback is the real deal, but they went in and gave Olave that big chunk of change, even though they've never done anything as a team. So should they have paid him that much? I mean, it's a little bit of a risk.
I mean, the answer is probably not.
Right.
That's the answer.
But New Orleans doesn't have anything else going right now, really.
Yeah, but can you afford to look at it that way? I mean, honestly, like, what are they trying to do? And sure, if they do, if Tyler Shuck ends up being a really good dude, and a couple years from now you feel like, hey, we're ready to actually compete at a high level, this Olave deal's in our way, yeah, you probably tuck out of it. Or you could trade the guy or whatever. So I'm not criticizing New Orleans for doing this. Everything is circumstantial and about timing. But I think unless you're in a rare circumstance, like they were with Smith and Jigba, probably how the Rams are with Puka if he wasn't in rehab. I don't know where the hell that one's going.
Right.
That one got weird. Because
is he still in rehab? Or?
No, not that I know of. I think he's in camp. Anybody's phenomenal, but they didn't pay him.
Right.
Like, I don't know where that's going. You got to, at a certain point, I mean, if they don't do this during the season, is Puka a free agent at the end of the year? If they don't pay him? I mean, you don't want that to happen. You don't want the guy to get to free agency. Nobody lets that happen.
Yep, his last year.
Okay, he's going into the last year of his deal. They haven't done a damn thing yet. So they'll probably get him on the field, make sure everything's okay, Let him move through a few weeks. My bet is you'll see that extension pop up. If not between now and the start of the year, then maybe during the year, whatever. I don't think they're going to let the guy out of the building. But interesting question, Los Angeles Rams, for example. If Matt Stafford is retiring at the end of the year, do I want Puka making $40 million? Do I want that? I know it's so easy to be like, yes, he's great.
It's Puka.
Right. The Rams are not your fantasy team. They're not. And what the hell is a $45 million receiver when I've got a might as well be rookie quarterback out of Alabama calling the plays? I just think my hope is that the Niners get unemotional. My hope is that, and this is the only thing you can do when you screw up in life, is learn the lesson. And my hope is that the 49ers get a little bit less enthralled by the shiny object like they did with Brandon Ayuk 2 years ago.
And I do think that they have, quote, learned their lesson to the extent that you drafted Ricky, and his first 2 years were not great. He got shot. He wasn't healthy. The PCL. We know the 2-year story so far, but you got to last year in the draft, and you felt like you needed another receiver. You gave Ayuk the contract, and that went the way that it went. Maybe you learned that lesson of, hey, we don't need to, unless it's an absolute clear case, we're not going to overspend or pay top dollar for a receiver again. You did it for Debo, and you were able to move on, and you did it for Ayuk, and you could void the contract because of what he did. It doesn't mean that you're going to be all in for Stribling if he turns out to be the real deal, or if Ricky Pearsall next year has a bounce-back year. And by the way, if he doesn't play at all this year, he'll be on his third year next year.
Right.
He has to repeat the year.
Right. But it's still, I think, no matter what, this is almost like Steph Curry's bargain 4-year, $44 million deal years ago. No matter what happens with Ricky the rest of the way, his next deal is going to be less than it would have if this all had not happened.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? It's funny. People get on the 49ers for drafting wide receivers and running backs so much. I think they should do it every year.
Well, maybe not with the high pick, depending on where that pick is.
Correct. But top 3 rounds, that's where the good players tend to be, or that's where your scouted players who you really love are supposed to be. My point is I would much rather the 49ers are a team that is constantly trying to regenerate that position. And that way you have, everyone's favorite word,
optionality.
I need some optionality
up in here.
When that receiver who's good gets to contract time, I want to have options as to, do I let him go, or do I love the guy so much that I will pay him? Plus, if you've got, and this is where it sounds really brutal, but if I've got a stable of receivers, in theory, it's going to lessen all of their numbers. And therefore, I have no problem paying you, but I'll need to pay you 45. Can we pay you 25?
The value, yep.
Well, look at what did Green Bay just pay Jaden Reed and Christian Watson? To me, they are the perfect example. They're constantly drafting receivers.
Reed got 16.75 a year.
Okay, let's play with that. What did Christian Watson get?
23 a year.
23 a year. Okay, these are good receivers. And what did Romeo Doubs get? A plane ticket.
Yep.
That's the way I would do it. I have a stable, have optionality, constantly regenerating and drafting guys. Watch the Chiefs. Watch the Chiefs. We're going to grab Rashee Rice. He's going to be good, but he's also getting into hot water in the offseason. When that option year is up, I could be wrong, but I'm going to bet the Chiefs are not going to do 33 a year for Rashee Rice. They're going to go, it's time for Xavier Worthy. They've got this kid Cyrus Allen that they just drafted they really like. They're going to keep the train moving. If you love him, great. Keep him. But this model that we love in fantasy football doesn't win real football. See Cincinnati Bengals if you need an example.
See the Chicago Bears and what they just did. They sent DJ Moore to Buffalo, And in his place, they've got Khalif Raymond, who's making $3.5 million. He's a good receiver. And Rome Odunze, who still is on that rookie deal. So you replace DJ Moore with a guy you've already drafted. And, when Rome Odunze has to be paid at the end of a couple more years, you may decide that you want to have him go elsewhere, and you draft the guy who comes in and his replacement.
I just think a lot of this has to do with, and this is why I want the Niners to be unemotional, I think wide receivers are fancy. They're fancy. And that's part of why their number goes so high. They're very visible. They're very high on the whole fantasy football world. They tend to have
big personalities,
big personalities, a lot of them. And therefore, they become, like we are today, the group that we talk about a lot. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're the right thing for winning. So I guess the larger point is, I find myself as a 49er fan looking at this wide receiver group, and I know that a lot of people just want to get stuck on injuries and whatnot. On August 7th, I'm not terribly interested in that, other than Ricky Pearsall. I don't think anybody's got a really bad injury right now. But I really dig where the 49ers are at from a business perspective on the wide receiver room. A lot of one-year deals. A lot of guys who are going to be motivated then to ball out. A lot of options in terms of where you can go next. Mike Evans type contract. You can keep him if you want him. You can move on if he starts to look old. Keep drafting people, bring them in. The Pearsall thing is super unfortunate. Hopefully the Stribling thing won't go that way, but keep developing the others as well. Jordan Watkins. And hopefully you get a lot of production out of that position, and then keep the youth coming again every single year. I love where they're at, because they're tied to nothing, but they're in a spot where they can stick with a lot of it if it's working.
It depends on, the player and how long you want to keep them for. And you mentioned the Packer model earlier, and I'm just going back at their drafts. In 2018, they took forever Niner Marquez Valdez-Scantling in the 5th round, and he played for them and he moved on. 2020, you drafted a couple of other guys. 2021, Amari Rodgers. Then you got into the Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson draft, which, you still have one of those guys.
Yep.
Then Dontavian Wicks and Jaden Reed. They were drafted in the same class.
Wicks is another one they just traded to the Eagles this last offseason.
And then this past draft, they took a kid, Matthew Golden, not this draft, but the draft before, Matthew Golden in the first round.
And they like him.
Right, so you like him, so then you go ahead and let the guys who are about to come due, you let them go, and that's where the Niners, where they sit. Ricky Pearsall is going to have 1 year, probably 2 when he comes back, to show that he can be worthy of a first-round draft grade. If not, he'll be gone. Stribling, same thing, same timeline, and meanwhile, you've got Mike Evans. Hopefully he's here for a year or 2, and you can kind of piecemeal it, and next year in the draft, you can just take another receiver.
I mean, it's just different now, too. I know that we all love the idea of the career athletes. We talk so much about it right now with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and fingers crossed about them finishing careers or whatever. I know some of you want Draymond on the next trip out of town, but we look back, and I'm not saying these guys never wore another uniform. Jerry Rice certainly did, but you want to have guys like that who you identify as Niners. And believe me, I'm a kid who used to ask my mom if I could have a dish rag so that I could write Flash 80 on it and then tuck it into my pocket of my pants and run around out on the front lawn pretending like I was Jerry. Believe me, I get it. I'd love to have players like that. But the business model is different now. I'm looking around, and I know that the Packers have not won a Super Bowl or whatnot, but they are solid every single year. The Chiefs, the Patriots with Tom Brady, they all kind of went about it the same way. I don't remember any of those organizations ever bending over backwards to pay a receiver. Tom Brady would make the receiver, Wes Welker, and then boom, on you go to the next. Julian Edelman.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you know what I mean? Like, they never got to that spot where they were going to be at the top of the market with one of these dudes.
And that's what surprises me about the decisions that the Niners made. And, Kyle Shanahan famously, allegedly ran up the stairs to stop the call that would have traded Brandon Ayuk before they actually went out and signed him. So maybe they've actually recalibrated what they're trying to do, because when you look at that contract, which obviously didn't work out for either side, the Debo deal, similarly, I do think that you look at the Shanahan offense and it's not predicated on being able to throw it to the receiver all the time. You don't do a lot of 3 receiver sets. So as long as Shanahan's here, I think it makes great sense to just continue to try to churn the wide receiver room and not get married to any of these guys unless somebody goes out there and shows that they're a top 5 guy.
I mean, I want Stribling to do that. I would love that.
Sure, and you wanted Ricky Pearsall to do that.
And I still do. I still do. And I will, believe me, I will go to my grave believing that Ricky Pearsall is a really, really good player. I hope his body gives him a chance to actually show the world that. I would love for Stribling to crumple up everybody's mock drafts and shove them down their throats.
It was a consensus mock.
It was.
Wasn't just one, it was all of us.
I hope that happens. But I also hope that the Niners, look, I hope that they, and I have no doubt that they will, as they move forward, you see some of the teams that are able to go, hey, we're going to do all in on a receiver. It's because they either don't have to or don't want to do that at the quarterback position right now. Like, what would the Seahawks have done if Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith-Njigba were both up for massive extensions at the same time? What would they have done?
It would be a challenge.
I don't know. You look. The Vikings can do Justin Jefferson because they've decided to totally make a hot mess of their quarterback position.
Atlanta's got Drake London, who is the 3rd highest paid on overall value and average annual in Atlanta.
And
kind of the same thing, right?
A hot mess of a quarterback position. Or you could do what the Cowboys and Bengals did, which is just take all of your money and make it about the quarterback and the wide receivers. But I don't think that.
Well, they both pay their quarterback too.
That's what I mean. Yeah. But then you can't pay anybody else. And so those defenses have really suffered because of it. So
Baltimore becomes interesting with Zay Flowers, and you were talking yesterday about what an overpay that is, $35 million a year, and you've got Lamar Jackson making a lot of money as well, and Derrick Henry, I think he's going to be up for a new contract after this year. So Baltimore becomes interesting now with a new coaching regime as well.
So the Campers' 1 hour break is over. They have just gone back into the Performance Center, and also during that last break, I was able to take a look at some of what you did before the show started.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Little dribbling, little passing, little shooting.
You got a
Mark
good one-hand pass.
Yeah, pretty good.
They put up a video where you made 4 in a row.
Yeah, that happened.
And then you missed a couple, which is fine.
I think I made 6 overall. So
how many overall did you shoot?
25.
So
25.
You took 25.
So what it
was?
You
made 6, but 4 of them were in a row?
There were 5.
And that's what you chose to post?
Yeah, I'm not going to do them dirty.
Where's the Brick Fest? What do you mean not going to do them dirty?
Well,
this is sports radio. This is all we do to each other every day.
We later had a competition, and the full video of that is going up momentarily.
Oh, this was during my practice, my warm-up.
The 25 shots were the warm-up, where you made 4 in a row. I posted that for you.
Right. Okay. So where can people find this?
It's all on our IG and Twitter. There's one more going up here momentarily.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So the good stuff's coming.
I think the good
stuff.
stuff.
Like Dibs just making shots is up there now.
Uh-huh.
But the embarrassing part is about to go up.
I guess you could call it that. I sped it up. It was like 2 minutes of a contest.
Exactly. We took 25 shots, and I think I was 6 of 25, 7 points, because your 5th ball on each rack was the money ball. And I knew I didn't do great, and I had set the spread at 6.5. Grandy's favored by 6.5, and so I'm done. And I look up at the scoreboard. Hey, Grandy covered. It was an Ottoman game, as he said.
Yeah.
It was Ottoman.
He can shoot.
He can shoot. That's about it.
Our guy, Jeff Adiego, who is basically in charge of this camp, is going to hop in here real quick, and we're going to talk and learn a little bit more about what this is all about. The campers are next door, so you may hear some bouncing balls. Guy Santos and Will Richard are going to be along a little bit later. We're at the Golden State Sports Academy here at the Sephora Performance Center with the Valkyries and the camp, and we are live on the scene. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Get ready to grill some tasty USDA choice boneless beef tri-tip roast untrimmed twin packs for $6.99 per pound when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 2 packages. And before we eat that, I'm thinking maybe some charcuterie.
Yeah, take a picture and say cheese because you can enjoy Sargento shredded or sliced cheese, 5 to 8 ounce selected varieties for $1.99 each when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 4 items, juicy 1 pound packages of strawberries, 1 pint packages of blueberries, or 6 ounce packages of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FAST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FAST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FAST.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you ride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Looking for something fun for everyone? Join the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area for its 3rd annual Family Festival on Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Sunnyvale Baylands Park. Enjoy live music featuring JD and the Shout, arts and crafts, carnival games, a scavenger hunt with prizes, and special barnyard animal visits. Explore community resources and grab lunch, popcorn, or a snow cone. Admission is free. Bring your family, friends, and neighbors for a welcoming celebration of community and inclusion. Info at sfasa.org. Sponsored by Pettinelli Financial.
Residents of a Sherman Oaks condo complex say burglars stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of their property while their building was tented for fumigation.
Don't put your home or valuables at risk. Pacific Coast Termite Orange Oil and Ultraset treatment means no tent, no move out, and no poisonous gas. With highly effective termite treatment backed by a 2-year warranty. Call today for a free termite inspection. Protect your home without turning your life upside down. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
what if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
I noticed you looking at yourself.
Yeah, I am.
How's it look?
It looks better than I thought. I mean, your boy's got a nice little jumper, quote unquote.
Well, in that video, yeah.
It's not really a jumper. I do jump, but it's well after the hoist.
How far was that shot?
46 feet.
No. Okay. How far was that shot?
About 28-footer mark.
All right.
One more time.
Yeah. How far was that shot?
About 15 feet.
Okay.
It was a free throw, and I still had to jump.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right. All good.
God, my back
No.
hurts.
Some of them went in. Congratulations. We're
A lot
at
of
the Sephora Performance Center, and Dibbs was performing, and you can find it on our social media platforms here at 95.7 The Game, and we love being out and about, and this is kind of a special one because this week, one of 2 weekends at this spot so far this summer where they've had the Golden State Sports Academy and the Warriors overnight camp. And so we got a lot of campers playing basketball here next door, working directly with all kinds of coaching. Some of the Warrior players will be on here shortly. And the director of the camp in the Golden State Sports Academy, Jeff Adiego, is with us here on set at Willard and Dibbs on the River Islands guest line. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
It's great to meet you. It's great to have you. Tell us a little bit about what's going on here, because even as we were just talking during the break, I'm learning a little bit more about how this is out and about all over the Bay Area.
So this session's our grand finale of the summer, our second overnight camp. We have Guy Santos and Will Richard joining us a little bit later today and tomorrow. So a real treat for the kids to actually play in the same facility Steph played in for 10 years while he was developing into an MVP and a champion and that kind of thing. And now it's the home of the Valkyries, and the kids get inspired by that. And hopefully tonight when the guys show up here, a little bit more inspiration.
It's incredible, and just having gone through the Shoot 360 portion of it, how much of that plays into not only the camps and the kids, but for the Valkyries and the Warriors as well?
Yeah, so we're going to integrate that tonight when the guys show up. So after dinner, we'll have a little Shoot 360 shooting session with the fellas and have the kids join in there. And then we'll get them on the skills courts as well, which you did a little bit of, Dibbs, and work on some ball handling and passing. And what's really exciting for us is we've expanded this now beyond Oakland. So now in the last couple of weeks, we opened 3 new facilities, one in San Francisco at Stonestown and 2 in San Jose. So kids can train with us, experience this technology year-round. And, you know, it really does what Shoot 360 says. It helps players get better faster. And so that's what we're trying to do, is just help players of all skill levels get better faster.
Share with everybody a little bit, and you can nerd out on this if you want, but like Shoot 360, what is it?
Yeah, so it's performance technology that's designed to help players help with shooting, passing, and ball handling. So in the skills courts, we're working on passing and ball handling. It's tracking your passes. So there's a screen in front of you. You're seeing targets. You're throwing passes. Things are exploding. You're recording your high score. So they've kind of added this video game component to it. So I think they've done a really good job of integrating technology with being active and being physical. And so hopefully it gets kids putting their phones down, their video games down, picking up a basketball, and being more active on the court. And then on the shooting side, the same NOAA statistics that 29 out of 30 NBA teams use, our players are getting that feedback in real time as they go through their workout. In a 30-minute session, you're taking about 250 to 300 shots, and you're getting all the metrics associated with it. So you're getting arc of your shot, depth of your shot, left-right differential, along with makes and misses. So it really helps players get an efficient workout, and at the same time, they can see what they're doing wrong and make the right adjustments.
Is this basically something that is largely just for kids or young players who are coming up, or like are the Warriors and Valkyries using this stuff?
It's really for all ages. We have a ton of adult members here in Oakland and plan to have the same in our new locations as well. We've seen players all the way from age 8 all the way up to the professional level utilize this technology and get better. I'll tell a quick story. Sean Livingston, a few years ago, right when we installed here in Oakland, he was retired for about a year and a half, hadn't touched a basketball. We came in and showed it to him, and he shot for about 45 minutes. Okay. And he said after that, he said, Jeff, if I had this as a kid, I would have been so much better. Sean was the #1 player in the country his senior year. He was the 3rd pick overall out of high school. And he's saying he would have been better if he had access to this. So it kind of let us know that we're doing the right thing by exposing kids to this.
And is there a bit of a workout piece to it as well? I know I was doing the dribbling and the passing, and not that I was getting winded, but I could feel the heart rate go up, and it's a little bit of a workout. So is this part of the application for you guys, is getting to people like Guru, for example, our midday guy, who still hoops, looking for those weekend warrior types as well?
Do understand he gets winded going up the stairs, so you just know that before you answer.
100%. You know, for me, I love getting out there and getting in the shooting course specifically, and I'll shoot for 45 minutes and look down at my watch and see that I burned, 800, 900 calories. And, if I have the choice of doing 45 minutes in the shooting cage or doing that on the treadmill, I'm picking shooting every single time.
Tell us about the camp and how kids can be a part of that.
Yeah, so we do camps year-round all over the Bay Area. This summer we did 42 total camps.
Did you really? 42 camps?
Yeah, most weeks we have 3 to 4 camps going on. Usually there's one in the Peninsula, one in the South Bay, one in the East Bay, one in the North Bay. We're kind of bouncing around and getting our players and legends out to those sessions as well. Kids, we kind of unite the experience by adding some game tickets to that. So they're going to a Warriors game after they come to camp. They're going to a Valkyries game after they go to camp. We do it year-round. So in the fall, we have a schedule just came out. So we do one-day clinics all over the Bay Area, and then obviously winter break, spring break. Anytime kids are out of school, we're offering sessions. And, our hope was to bring these sessions to wherever you live in the Bay Area. So it's been our mission since we started, 26, 27 years ago. We started with 4 camps in the first summer, and now we're up to 42. So it's grown quite a bit.
And how much of that, too, is now centered around here? Like if the Valkyries aren't playing and the Warriors, of course, are now training at Chase Center, are you trying to tap into more of the Oakland population and bringing people into this facility with the 360 that you have?
And not only this facility, we try to use the resources we have to expose kids to some really unique experiences. So obviously, one, playing here at the Sephora Performance Center where the Valkyries practice, where the Warriors used to practice, is super special. And then we actually do game day clinics at Chase Center. So you're doing a 2.5-hour clinic on the floor, and then you're going to the game that night, whether it's a Valkyries game or a Warriors game. And we do camps down in Santa Cruz at Kaiser Permanente Arena. So they're playing on the G League floor and that kind of thing. So we really want that experience to be immersive and really inspire those kids by letting them play in those settings.
Golden State Sports Academy. Jeff Adiego is with us here on Willard and Dibbs. We're in Oakland at the Sephora Performance Center. One of the camps is going on right on the other side of the wall that's behind us right now. As you mentioned, Guy Santos and Will Richard will be here later tonight. Pods did one a few weeks ago. Is that correct? What specifically are the Warriors doing with these kids when they come?
Yeah, no, it's great. So Pods did one over 4th of July weekend, and when we have the guys here, we really make it fun for them. So like I said, we do some shooting competitions with them. Last year, I think Guy played in 3 or 4 different 5-on-5 games where he actually put a jersey on with the kids and he was going up and down the floor. His energy's contagious. This will be Will's first time. I'm sure he's going to be great. Pods is just a big kid when he shows up here, so he's doing full court shots. He's eating dinner with the campers and having a lot of fun. And this all started with Steph. We did our first overnight camp back in 2013 down in Pebble Beach at a private school down there. So we told Steph, hey, you can play golf in the mornings. Come spend the evenings with us.
You knew how to get him.
And he was in. So we got it done there, did 4 of those with Steph. And then it's kind of been a rite of passage for our guys when they come onto the team. So, we've done it with Draymond. We've done it with Looney. We've done it with GP2, Zaza, Sean Livingston. So you go down the list, pretty much every guy that's been on the roster for the last decade or so has done an overnight camp with us.
Now, does Draymond trash talk the kids too? Or like, how does that go?
I'll tell you what, when we did an overnight camp with Draymond, he probably gave the best speech to the campers that a player's ever given at any one of our camps. It was amazing. He went for about 35 minutes and just super inspiring stuff, and the kids were all motivated coming out of that.
So Yaxel probably won't appear. Is it a thing where you let the rookies kind of have their rookie year, and then in year 2 you go ahead and bring him in?
Yeah, I think we'll definitely ask Yaxel once the season gets going, but typically, we get guys to agree to do this usually around the winter time, and then we have time to promote it and get it out there. So we'll talk to Yaxel early in the season and hopefully get him out here next year.
How can people find out more if they want to dig in?
Yeah, gssportsacademy.com is where to go. You'll find everything about the camps. You'll find everything about our Shoot 360 facility. So we really have something for everybody, no matter where you're at in kind of your basketball journey. If you're just picking up a ball for the first time, or you play year-round and you're super serious about it, we have something for everybody.
Okay, great to meet you. Great work here. Thanks for showing my son a thing or two.
Yeah.
Will he be able to dunk when he gets home on Sunday?
No, but his jumper's going to be a little bit better.
Okay, good. We'll take it. Hey, man, great to meet you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you
Jeff.
so much.
You got it.
Jeff Adiego, Golden State Sports Academy. The shoot. What was your experience like when you did this?
It was incredible, and I love the fact you took a shot at me that I get winded like even taking a shower, and you're not wrong, but being out there, like there's a dribble thing, and there's dribbling and passing, one hand, two hand, and it's fun and it's interactive, and it is a little bit, it's not a big time workout like if you're normally one of these people doing 45-minute, high intensity, but if you don't exercise a lot, which I don't, you definitely get the blood pumping a little bit.
Sure, it's movement.
Yep.
You get out there and shoot for a while.
Yeah, and it's fun because
it looked fun.
Oh, it's super fun.
I'm super pissed that I didn't get to do it.
We'll get you in there. I have a feeling we'll be back. And I didn't realize that this facility had gone from, yes, the Warriors practice facility.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they had taken it and brought it up a couple notches, not only for the Valkyries, but as Jeff was saying, for the community, and being able to have this Shoot 360 available to bring, kids in and get them this immersive experience. It's incredible, especially here in Oakland.
I mean, I know that people hear this a lot on 95.7 The Game. The Warriors and Valkyries are our partners. So if you think we're biased, maybe we are, but I was just having this conversation with a few people. In fact, it was my daughter, because drop-off for the camp yesterday was in the 2 o'clock hour. I don't know if you know this. I'm busy in the 2 o'clock hour.
You're usually talking in the 2 o'clock hour.
Exactly.
And the 3, and the 4, and sometimes even in the 5.
You don't even know. I talked to myself the whole way home. I'm like, why'd you let Dibs talk so much today?
Damn it.
But anyway, so my daughter was the one that brought my son out to drop him off out here. And it ended up kicking into a conversation. She didn't know this existed. She'd never been to the Valkyries, Sephora Performance Center. And she was just kind of taken aback about the whole picture of everything, which those of you who ever get a chance to kind of either get behind the scenes or dip into something like this with the Warriors and the Valkyries, you are struck with the same thing, which is that they are incredibly detail-oriented, and they love to, I'm not saying they're perfect because that doesn't exist in the world, but they very much try to do things the right way. And this is another example of it. And you're right, like you and I have not been to this facility in a little while. It used to be the Warriors facility. Yeah. It's now the Valkyries facility. There's stuff like this going on all the time. And it's just really well done. It's just really well done. There was a whole article, I think it was in The Athletic, that came out earlier this week. I'll check and make sure. I might be wrong on the platform. But there was a whole article about the Valkyries from a business standpoint and how that has come to be over the last handful of years and what they've done with it to literally exist for the first time one year and then be one of the more dominating teams in the league the very next year, and also be the highest valued franchise in the entire league, all within 1 year. This is not, no one's asking me to say this. This is not an advertisement. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing what Joe Lacob and the entire umbrella that's underneath him, is pretty amazing what they've put together.
Well, and it's the vision of the entire organization, and I haven't been to every practice facility in the league, let alone the W, but when you walk into the Performance Center here, the Sephora Performance Center, it just reeks of first class. So if you are a WNBA free agent and you're wondering where you might want to land, and you come here to downtown Oakland and you see this as their practice facility, let alone Chase Center, but this is where you're going to practice. And this gym, for lack of a better way to describe it, is phenomenal. You've got 4 full courts. You've got about 16 hoops. And if you're a WNBA player, this would be a great place to go out there and improve on your game.
I loved hearing. Thank you. I loved hearing him tell stories of the way the players interact with the kids. That was interesting to me. Guy Santos is out there playing 5-on-5. If my son trips him tonight, I swear to God, this kid. But no, they're out there playing 5-on-5. He said Pods acts like a big kid. Draymond gave a 35-minute speech years ago. That was the best one, and it started with Steph 13 years ago. That's
in Pebble Beach.
Yes, of course,
by design.
Of course. Are there good golf courses in Arkansas?
Couple decent ones. I'm sure he could find them.
Moses' camp, but anyway, cool stories. Really cool event. Check it out. Did I get the website wrong? He said gssportsacademy.com. I think that was it. I want to make sure I got that right, and I'll confirm that with you. But check it out. I know my kid's having a great time at this camp.
It is correct. gssportsacademy.com.
Okay, and you guys had a great time with the technology that they've got at these facilities.
Oh, yeah.
Really cool. All right, transitioning from that to this. Max Crosby and Kirk Cousins got in a fight today.
Okay. I like Crosby's chances in that one.
Me too. You
like that?
He's like, I don't like that. And I bring that up not because of the salacious details of it, and it was just a little scuffle, and these things happen at camp. It happened at Niners camp last week. It usually does not include the quarterback. That's detail number one. And detail number two is, boy, it has gotten very, very quiet all of a sudden in the Max Crosby camp. And I think there are those out there reporting that what was true earlier this year remains true now. And that is that Max Crosby does not want to play football in Las Vegas anymore. And I wonder. I know that this is so risky. I know that the 49ers are not in a spot where they want to take on more large contracts. I know that they don't want to give up a lot of draft capital. I don't think the Raiders are probably thrilled with what's happened to the price on Max Crosby after the whole Ravens experience. That said, boy, it is alluring. It is enticing to think about Max Crosby if you are another team, because I really do. They're in a spot, man. They're in a spot. They traded the guy, and now he's back.
Right, which is awkward.
It's super awkward.
And I'm sure he doesn't want to be there because they're still a year or two away from being a year or two away. But as far as the Niners part of that goes, this is where it's just kind of an unfortunate circumstance, because I don't believe that Mark Davis in any way, shape, or form would trade Max Crosby to the Niners. I just can't see that based on their history of the ownerships and the organizations. But it's a possibility, I suppose. I just don't see Crosby being dealt to the Niners. Someone's probably going to get him, though, if the Raiders do need to trade him. And I think you're right as far as the end game of this. Whoever gets Max Crosby, hell, just give him to the Rams, Mark. Just give him to the Rams.
I mean, their defensive line could use some work.
Yeah, could use an upgrade, no doubt.
Quote, when you get out there and the bullets are flying, I'm not thinking about not finishing the play. That's just not in my nature. That's something I've been dealing with my whole career. It's not easy. Crosby said that just about a week and a half ago before camp started. He has a hard time rushing the passer, and then when he gets there, he doesn't do anything. He don't like that.
Yeah, I understand, but, you know, in this day and age of pro football, you just have to find a way to pull up, even if it is Kirk Cousins. I mean, he's not the franchise guy. I guess if he was going after Mendoza, maybe it'd be a little bit more alarming because he's the Raiders' future. But if it's Cousins, go ahead and take a swipe at Kirk.
I mean,
it's been a good run.
He's going to be the week 1 guy, don't you think?
I think so, but he probably won't be the week 5 guy. Or
that's probably true.
I mean,
it's usually about a 3, 4, 5 week thing in this
when you're going to hand it over
particular case, and if it's not, then it's immediately a concern.
Unless they start out 4-1, and then you could
sure. That's true. Although that's hard to believe, but
of course,
but sure, they're allowed to. And so that could be one scenario. The other scenario is that they're not seeing from Mendoza early on what they want to see. And I have no idea in camp what they're looking at right now. But compare it to Cam Ward the year before. The Titans were like, your job, week one, go out there and do it. Look, we don't do a whole lot of Raiders. I think that's an interesting one to watch. To me, when you take someone number one overall, that means you're in a spot where you're ready to play him. Like, what are you worried about? What are you trying to do? Well, you going to win that division this year? Give me a freaking break.
Yeah.
So, why would you not put him out there? Let him be the starter. Why did you sign Kirk Cousins? How about that? Why did you get him?
Probably for insurance and, because you want to have a vet there, somebody who can mentor the young quarterback, or perhaps you don't think that the young QB is absolutely ready to go, maybe not till October, so you have an insurance policy, but I don't know if the Raiders are in a mode of just throw them out there and let's see how we do. I do think the Max Crosby thing has to get sorted out first, and then you figure out from there exactly what kind of team you're going to be early on.
I'm so excited for this season to get started. And
it started last night. Pay the over.
Oh, God.
Cha-ching! That was an easy one.
Carson Beck's now going to be the next big thing, I see.
Oh, yeah.
Let's welcome the Cardinals to the NFC West party. Who knew they're going to be amazing?
They're for real. Niners have trouble with Arizona, Mark.
I can't stand
always
preseason football reactions.
Hall of Fame game.
I mean, look good. Looking good is better than not looking good.
Right, and
that's fine.
that game, take it for whatever it is. For me, that game is always the symbolic start of the season. You've got Roger Craig high-legging it into the Hall of Fame this weekend.
Yes, no, he had just a wide smile out there yesterday. That was the good part.
Yeah, no doubt. And then when he goes in, and it's going to be emotional, and a lot of his Niner teammates will be there, and it's going to be an awesome ceremony.
888-957-9570 is the number. Do you have something?
I was going to ask you guys, talking about the division, how many games do you think the Niners will win in the division this year?
Well,
what will their division record be?
I mean, I don't want to, we got into a fight about this earlier in the week because was it the Niners or was it the Bills?
It was
the
Bills.
That you were going to go 5-1?
Right.
How many? I would like to think that the Niners can win 4. I would like to think that they could win 4.
I think if they go 3-3, you're happy.
Are you?
Yeah.
That feels defeatist to me.
Win 1 out of the 4 against the Rams and the Seahawks, and then beat the Cardinals both times.
What? 1 out of 4?
I think 4-2 would be amazing.
I do too, but I don't think
that feels difficult.
I don't think that's asking too much. That's so defeatist to think that you're automatically going to lose 3 out of 4 to the Rams and Seahawks.
They could lose all 4.
Of course, they could win all 4.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I don't know what these teams are. I mean, the Rams largely, that's who they play first, and that one's going to be really hard. But at the same time, I don't know what these teams are going to look like when they end up playing them. Everybody's got to experience their injuries and deal with what's going on there and whatnot. I also think every year is a new year, and this goes for the Niners too. All 3 of these teams could be, in theory, worse than we think they're going to be. They've all had departures. They've all had additions. How well does it go? I am not in the camp. The Rams, from a roster standpoint, that looks like something you can hang your hat on. I am not convinced that the Seahawks return to this season as an automatic top of the NFL type team. And I'm not convinced that about the Niners either.
The Seahawks weren't that even last year. If you think about how the West was won, it was won on a funky, nobody knew that the ball was live 2-point conversion, that they were able to just pick up the ball in the end zone and get the 2-pointer and beat the Rams. And so if it wasn't for that, they travel to L.A., maybe they don't beat the Rams. So even last year, you look at the margins between the Rams, the Niners, and the Seahawks, they aren't as wide as I think Niner fan is trying to convince himself. Seattle, they won the whole thing, and oh my God, the Rams are amazing, and we're way down here. Last year you had injuries, and still you split with both of them. Then you lost in the playoffs. I get it, but the margins last year were not that wide.
Niners fans are kind of, and maybe this is me just listening to the buzz, or maybe I'm about to state something obvious. Niner fans are wounded, man. They're wounded.
Yeah.
I'm so excited about this year, and I don't see any like Sharpie reasons why the Niners can't have a really good year. I'm not saying like for sure they will. They've all got a journey that they've got to go on. But this idea that like, oops, division's too hard, I don't know, man. I don't see it that way.
No, and the odds makers don't see it that way either. Right now, looking at FanDuel, they have the 10th best odds to win the whole kit and caboodle. They're tied with Detroit. They're behind the Rams, the favorite. They're behind Seattle, the third choice.
Sure.
But among NFC teams, only Philadelphia is ahead of them, and it's barely in terms of what the odds makers are saying.
Would love to talk that out with some Niner fans, actually. And Guy Santos and Will Richard are going to be on the show a little bit later. But we have some time for calls right now, 888-957-9570, on the optimism, the pessimism, the wounding for the Niner fan base. The Valkyries are in Dallas against the Wings at 6:30. It's here on 95.7 The Game and the free Odyssey app, live at the Sephora Performance Center in Oakland for the Golden State Sports Academy. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. And we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're heading to see the Giants-Tigers game at Oracle tonight, the Bay Bridge is cruising through the Toll Plaza and the Island Tunnel. Then you're going to be under the speed limit all the way past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 gets heavy from 280, and northbound 280 is solid from Cesar Chavez to the ballpark.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chasing Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for for the red truck.
Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
3 Giants things I'd like to pass along briefly.
All right.
One of them,
Brubaker,
is Brubaker. Nice job.
Yes.
Brubaker? That's your starting pitcher tonight.
Brubaker?
Yeah, Brubaker.
Ah,
Yeah.
everybody's terrible.
This is starting pitcher tonight.
Ah,
Opener.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So, Mike Krukow announces that this is going to be it for his season, and the Giants respond with Brubaker?
Brubaker.
Yeah. Here's your going away present, Mike.
And then they made a roster move as well.
Okay.
Made a roster move. The Giants have sent Tristan Beck to Sacramento. He's a River Cat again. They keep trying to jam him in there as the closer. It keeps not working. Tristan Beck, River Cat. Trent Harris, Giant.
All right. Get excited.
No, you know it's my rule. I want to say these names as much as possible because now everybody's going to be checking out Giants games at night on NBC Sports Bay Area because they want to hear Kruk. And it's very jarring to me as a Giants fan when people enter into the game and you're like, I don't know who that is. I've never heard of that person. So I want to try to help Giants fans out. Trent Harris, he's a Giant. He's now on the team. They're probably going to pitch tonight. That'd be my guess.
Okay. Turns out he also used to be a hitter in college, so maybe they'll give him out there and have him play a little second or third as well. You never know. Trent Harris, come on down.
Is this where we are?
This is where we are.
This is where we are.
And, I mean, he's been a starter this year at times, so maybe Brubaker gets this start, but maybe Trent Harris gets the start next time around.
I don't know. Or they'll probably you're going to need a different pitcher almost every inning tonight. So I bet he gets one of those innings.
Yeah, probably.
Trent Harris. All right. Now to something that I think people care about, and it's this. And it came up on the roast this morning with the Joes, and then another Joe. Joe Buck joined Joe Jasky and Joe Spadoni, which is too many Joes. But they're all named Joe, and they were all talking. And they brought up what I'm sure the Giants have already thought of, at least I would hope. This one seems like the easiest thing I've ever heard. But as quickly as possible, or I don't even want to wait for Dwayne to be done whenever that day comes. I hope it's a long time from now, but it's statue time. It's Kruk and Kipe statue at Oracle Park time ASAP.
Okay, like 2 statues together, I would imagine.
I would imagine.
You'd want to have them both
there. If we
there.
want them to go into the Hall of Fame together, I want them on the statue together as well.
Makes sense. And what is your vision for the statue as far as like the location or the motif of it? Because I love the idea, and you are 100% right in terms of their worthiness and all the rest of it. So where are you putting it? And
where are we putting it?
Do they get their own? Because I always do this, and I think it's genius if I do say so myself. But the levels to all of this, like the statue level is the second highest level. The highest level is you get actual geography. McCovey Cove, Willie Mays Plaza. Like you've got part of the earth is named after you. So do you get like a Kruk and Kipe gate? I know we already have like the Lefty O'Doul gate, and we have various gates.
I mean, they should be naming they should certainly be naming the broadcast booth after them.
Fair.
We can start with that.
Yep.
But do you want it inside the stadium or outside? Something tells me that I like the idea of inside the stadium.
2 statues inside
the stadium.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Just because, a lot of the statues are already outside, and maybe this is me overthinking it, but Kruk and Kipe were all about, like, being inclusive, like they were the fans. They thought like fans. They made fun of the fans. They played with the fans. Put the statues where the fans are.
I like that. I like that.
I know the Giants are not going to like the idea of taking up a few seats, but I would like, what if the statues were like out there in the seats? Like, what if the statue was right in front of the press box in those behind the home plate seats up against the bricks there?
Pretty good.
That's what I would do.
I like that thought. It might be a little difficult with the walkway and the ingress and the egress.
Yeah, you can do it.
The American Disabilities Act, accessibility and all the rest of it. But
no, you could just, give up 7 seats.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Johnson's.
Sure.
Give up 7 seats.
You want to go ahead and pencil that out, what that's going to cost them?
I don't care.
It's going to cost you a middle reliever.
It's going to cost you a lot less than Rafael Devers and Willie Adames.
That's a sunk cost. This is a new cost, but I'm not against your idea. I do think that statues among the people, I was just thinking like the left or the center field arcade area where you've got a lot of room anyway, a place where people can walk around and, be able to see the statues and check it out as they're moving out. I don't know. I think it's a good idea as far as, putting it somewhere where maybe you have a little bit more space for it.
Or what if we put Kruk and Kipe out where sort of like something along the lines of their most famous calls? It is out of here.
So their statues are now out of here.
No, but on the other side of the fence.
Right. I mean, you could put them out there on the
Well, we'll put them in the bleachers.
The right field walkway, promenade.
Put them underneath the Coke bottle.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was just saying.
Yeah.
Like out there where you have a little bit more room. And honestly, if you go to a game and you are with somebody, a date or a friend or a kid who's not locked in for 9 innings of baseball, that whole area out there is where you want to be. You walk along the fence in right field, the wall. You go out there, maybe you get a crab sandwich. You play wiffle ball with your kid. They go down the slide. There's so much to do if you're not totally yacked in on the game. That would be another great thing to do out there.
My mind went in a completely different way when you talked about being on a date. God, I think a game is just the perfect early in the relationship date. It's just perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
I had one of our greatest dates, my lovely wife Supper and I don't even know how I pulled this out. The worst date was when we hopped a fence to play Frisbee and my shirt got caught trying to hop the fence. That was embarrassing.
Did you end up shirtless?
Oh, no, but the shirt was totally shredded. And
it was a total loss.
We didn't go tarps off because then relationship over. I'm so canceled. But we went
over.
We went marriage over. We went to the game where Yaz hit that splash grand slam. That was a date in 2021.
Where they were like down 7-0 to the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
how'd it go after?
I mean, we now have an almost 4-year-old.
Okay.
So
all right, but that wasn't that night.
No, I don't believe that Mike Breen was on the call.
I'm just checking.
Nah, it was more of like
How many dates in was that?
That probably was about 3 or 4. It's pretty early.
How many dates?
4.
Okay. No, I just think it's like, isn't it it's a pressure-free kind of a date. Yeah, a lot of people around. There's an activity.
It has a finite endpoint.
You can watch the game without her getting mad. Like, if you're out a date at a dinner and the game's on behind her head, she's going to get pissed off.
Good point.
This is like, we're supposed to watch the game.
Yeah.
But it's also casual enough that, you know what I mean, you can interact a little bit. Maybe you can, if you care about this, you can find out how each of you are as sports fans, and does that sort of work?
Yeah, I was just thinking you can vet this person as far as, like, walk me through the infield fly rule if you've got a moment. So,
what, you trying to date Elliot Ramos?
Janice, let me.
I can understand.
Just one more question before I ask you out on a second date. First and second, 1 out. Okay, first and second, 1 out. Pop fly to the shortstop. It's an easily playable ball. What do the base runners do,
I have
Jenny?
no idea.
Yeah, that's not going to go very well. Don't be so picky.
I mean, you got to have standards.
I mean, I do not believe that the lovely Christy could tell you what the infield fly rule is, but boy, she's fun at a Giants game.
I bet you she would know. And
I'm bet
sure
you she wouldn't.
There was a certain
text her.
Do you know what the infield fly rule is?
Hang on. Could you
This is sexy.
explain the infield fly rules? Settle a bet between me and Dibbers.
And
Send.
if not, we need to talk about our future as a couple.
No, come on. I need some things to be able to mansplain to her.
There you
I
go.
don't want her
Golf
to know
is no
everything.
longer one of them.
Good Lord, if she knows everything, what does she need me for?
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying?
That's actually it's a good point, which is,
thank you.
When you think about a baseball game as a date, the rhythm is perfect and, 3 up, 3 down, and, a lot of strikeouts. Reminds me of my early dating life.
I'm getting the 3 dots right now. We're getting a response. No. I heard you. It was funny. I can't laugh at everything.
Joe Rizzo. It's Friday. You can, and that's what you do.
I'm trying to save some of it for 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Aren't we doing higher or lower?
We sure are, yeah.
I heard it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we have calls. Thank you. Was that Dave Fleming or Steven Risotto?
That was Flem, I believe. The crowd noise in the background.
I got to tell you, everybody, I'm a little uncomfortable with the way this went with Dave Fleming this morning. I'm a little uncomfortable. I wanted him to like it more. I don't know that he didn't. But he did sound a little like, me and Steven are going to have to talk.
Catch me outside, Risotto?
Yeah, no, like he's going to beat him up or something like that. But I wanted him to do what the rest of us are doing, belly laughing. I watched that thing 68 times last night.
I've watched it a few more times.
I cannot stop watching it. It's the best. I don't know which one makes me laugh harder, when he's doing it directly to John Miller or the one that he did with us on the crossover.
It's tough to choose.
I cannot stop absolute belly laughing.
So this morning I'm watching it again, and my almost 4-year-old daughter Mila's on my lap, and she's like, "I want to hear from you, Daddy." I'm like, "Well, this clip is not about me." And so we're watching it, and I start laughing, and now she starts laughing because I'm laughing. She's like, "This is funny."
It's exactly. It's
you're not even 4.
No, but it's infectious.
It's completely.
It's like when you want to watch a movie with other people around because it makes you.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
The verdict is in.
The lovely Christie's answer on what is the infield fly rule. Is everybody ready to hear this?
This is big.
All right. Her answer is, "Oh dear." Yes, I can explain it. And then she does. If it's hit high in the air and the infielder catches it without it bouncing, the batter is out. Very similar to the outfield fly rule. but it highlights the men in the dirt versus the men in the grass.
Count the bucket. We're going to count that. We're going to count that, lovely Christy.
That is the most adorable thing I've ever heard in my life.
That reminds me of every test I took in high school where you don't know the answer, but you know that there are words that you can throw in there and maybe get half credit.
Absolutely.
Christy, you're getting half credit.
She sent one more text and said, "Please follow me for more All Things Baseball."
There you go.
Let's go to Caleb, or no, let's see. Is it Colin? Colin in Livermore. Hey, Colin, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What you doing?
Just driving home, and I just wanted to say, when you guys are talking about the stats here for Coop and Kipe, that I think it should be them, like, sitting down, like, at a bench, like, on a table, like, they were broadcasting instead of standing up. And then you could possibly even put, like, chairs so people could, like, sit down next to them like they were, broadcasting a game or something, and, use it for photo ops as well.
I love it. That's why that's why. And by the way, I know you're not going to get the Johnsons to give up a few seats, but if you gave up a few seats, you could charge more for the seats right next to it. I mean,
there's always a way,
would you pay a premium to sit next to Kruk and Kipe's statue at the game?
That's pretty funny, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
If you had like a row of 3 and then Kruk and Kipe and then a row of 3 as opposed to a row of 12 or whatever.
I love what Colin's saying. Put this thing, have them sitting at a booth, have it somewhere near the stands, so either there are seats next to it that people can sit in to take pictures, or, if it's in the actual stands, watch the game with Kruk and Kipe. I'd pay extra for that.
No doubt. And those seats that you're talking about are like 9th row right behind home plate on the lower level, so they're already expensive. But you could boost those up a little bit and sit next to Kruk and Kipe.
888-957-9570. That is the number. I do think, and I'm going to use Grandy as the example here because we were just talking about this. I know he mentioned it before, but during the break, he's got the Niners going 0-4. I got the Niners going 0-4 against the Rams and Seahawks this year.
Oh, and I thought you meant to start the year.
No,
wow.
I just, listen, I can't say that you're wrong. I can't say that I don't get it. But what I can say is I really wish that 49er fans, and this is not all of you by any stretch, but I really wish that you didn't kind of come off as more wounded by the way that this has all gone. Sure, Rams are good. Seahawks are good. This just in. Niners are good. I get the whole bummer Super Bowl thing over the last 15 years, and that's not going to go away anytime soon unless they win one. I really understand the dynamic, but I think that when you're one of the better teams in the league, I don't know, isn't hope supposed to spring eternal? Aren't you supposed to go into the year kind of feeling good about your team's chances?
You should, especially when you're coming off a year where you were 12-5. And I guess it comes down to what kind of a person you are at your core, because you look at 12-5, and we ran this down earlier in the week. The level of quarterback that you faced was really, really paltry. This year is going to be tougher. So you can look at Schedule Sam and say, oh, of course you were 12-5, Schedule Sam. Or you could look at it and say, you played half a year with a backup quarterback, and he was amazing, and you beat the Rams on a Thursday night with your backup quarterback. So I look at last year and think 12-5, were they a 12-5 caliber team on totality? Probably not, but you won some games that other years you have lost. The Jake Tonjes catch on a ball that your guy threw up for grabs, Brock Purdy. Tonjes goes up and gets it. He high points it. You win. And there were a bunch of those little games, including the win over the Rams, where I think the Rams were the better team that night.
There's no question.
But you found a way to get the job done in a couple of key spots. So could you be better than last year and go 9-8? Of course. And you could be just like last year and go 12-5 again.
Sure. I mean, I get that. I would love to see 49er fans swagger into the room a little bit more this year. That's what I would love to see, and I think it's warranted. I really do. I understand that the opponent is really good week one, and they're not going to win all of the football games. They don't need to win week one in order to do anything. I heard some people already doing the conversation about who's this a bigger game for, and a lot of people are like, it's bigger for the Niners. I'm like, it's week one. Nobody is in trouble, and nobody is minted if they win that game either. So it's just week one. It's a regular season game. It's a division game. So is it worth a game and a half? Sure. I guess you can make that point. But I look at this Niner group right now, and I see answers to a lot of questions. Not all of them. You can worry about things if you want all the time. You can think that the offensive line is this big problem. You can want Kyle to draft more offensive linemen. You can worry about the substation and the injuries all you want. To me, there's time for that, man. There's time for that when things are not going well. But everything that could go wrong went wrong, led to 12-5 and a road playoff win. I don't know why I don't see more or feel more optimism from 49er fans right now.
I think a part of it is the injuries that seem to dog them every year in camp. And you're right, it's August 7th, so shout out Dwight Clark. It's Dwight Clark Day, 8-7. That's today. And so the injuries in camp are a thing. Seattle winning it all with Sam Darnold as the quarterback and the Rams defense looking like one of the best defenses in the history of football on paper, blah, blah, blah. So those things lead you to be a little bit cautiously pessimistic, I think. But I look at this team. You've got your franchise QB. You've got a top 3 head coach. Your veterans, I do think, will be healthy come September. And if you get a relative amount of health, Bosa, Trent, CMC, Kittle, Warner, like those are your core guys. If they can stay healthy, I don't see why or how you don't win 10 games.
I mean, the list you just rattled off, like most of those were the types of players that did get hurt last year, and they still won football games.
Right.
And sure, the schedule is harder this year, but let me tell you, based on metrics, it's not hard. It's not. I mean, it's hard because it's, the NFL. And sure, there's some good teams on the schedule. The majority of them are at the very end of the year. It's not considered one of the harder schedules this year in the NFL. It is considered one of the easier ones. I think the data out of Vegas is that it's the 7th easiest schedule in the entire NFL.
Based on estimated win totals of all the opponents, right?
Like, dude, walk into the room. Let's go. There's no penalty for being right. There's no penalty for being wrong. It just feels like there's a lot of worry right now. And the discourse around the Niners is either, what could go wrong, what will go wrong. And then I even think there's a little bit of too much focus on things that, quote unquote, have already gone wrong, that I don't think have actually gone wrong. This injury list on a daily basis is starting to bother me. Well, it's not really real.
Well, it's real for August 7th, but how does that pertain to September, whatever, when you play an actual game?
I think Forrester admitted that they are treating some people early on with kid gloves.
Of course they are.
I think they are being very, very conservative. So I don't think everybody who has missed a practice here or there is quote unquote injured or hurt or whatever. I don't see it that way. Joe from San Jose is next up on the phones with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Joe. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how you doing today?
We're great, man. How are you?
Excellent. I'm super excited about the season. I don't agree with a lot of my Niner fan friends who feel that this season is, gonna be horrible or trash or anything like that. I'm actually super excited about week 1. I don't think there's any reason to think that we can't win week 1. We won week 1 last year. That was a division game. That was supposedly going to be a rough game. And I don't know. I'm just like you, Willard. I'm optimistic. No reason to worry until there's a reason to worry. So I just wish that my younger Niner fans out there who are Super Bowl hungry would just exercise a little bit more patience and just bear with it. I come from the era where Niners won Super Bowls. We didn't lose them. So I do understand the desire to have that Super Bowl, but it's never all or bust. We're still in the conversation. We're still very much part of it. And, last season, everybody said we had an easy schedule. But if you look at the teams we played, most of the teams we played were over 500 teams during the year. A lot of the teams that were considered to be easy teams and we should beat them, they were competitive teams. So the schedule maybe on paper looked easy, but the reality of the situation is a lot of the teams that we played were definitely over 500 clubs. So, and we did very well. So I don't know. I'm optimistic, and I just wanted to put that out there.
Joe, thanks. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for calling in. Optimism, sure. I'm never going to ask others to be patient, particularly 49er fans who've never seen a Super Bowl before. We've talked about this dynamic before. I was having this chat with my daughter this morning, who's 17 and has seen 4 Warrior championships and 3 Giants championships.
Right.
If you count when she was like really, really little. She was 1 when they won in 2010.
It counts.
But she's been alive for 3 Giants championships, 4 Warriors championships. She's never seen a Niners championship, and that's what she wants. Like, those of a certain age, we don't necessarily get it. Like, it has flipped. We used to just be intense about the Giants and Warriors ever winning one because we had the Niners in the hip pocket. Now it's the opposite.
And Mark Grandy, our producer, who just turned 30, is one of those people who, well, he's 30, and their drought now is also 30. So you get into that spot where certain people have never tasted what you and I did a little bit older, which was that dynasty at the time. And this year, when you look at the schedule up front, pretty easy, I think. Rams in Australia, not easy, but then you have 3 home games. The back half of it gets a little bit tougher. So everything comes down to health, but hopefully this team is healthy in December when you start to face some of these better teams.
Guy Santos and Will Richard are going to join us out here at the Valkyries facility, the Sephora Performance Center in Oakland. We're at the Golden State Sports Academy camp and having a great time with everybody out here, putting on a great show. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And then I guess also next, so Bob Costas was on the show yesterday.
Yeah, I was here.
And apparently got up today and saw a lot of the 95-7 The Game discourse after the Krukow announcement and essentially was like, one more thing. And so I guess he's going to call in and maybe give us 1 or who knows, maybe 2 or 3 more things.
I love it.
Coming up next, it's Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any 2 offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
Hey, when was the last time you talked to your doctor about poop?
Seriously?
Well, if you have constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back, it could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C.
I don't, what?
So talk to your doctor, because Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Oh, you there.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Your daily commute could pay you back. With a rewards credit card from Stanford Federal Credit Union, you can earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026. Enjoy low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
It is not hard to destroy a college.
Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
We're out at the Golden State Sports Academy camp, Sephora Performance Center in Oakland. Guy Santos and Will Richard expected later on this hour. Willard and Dibbs with you and having a whole lot of fun on a Friday. Glad that you are with us. I can absolutely unequivocally say this is a moment in my broadcasting career I will never forget.
Yes, being here with me at the Performance Center?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Oh.
I have had the honor a few other times through my career of talking to the great Bob Costas, but never before in my history have I had the honor of doing it on consecutive days.
Wow.
This is quite a streak because Bob was on with us yesterday. It was amazing to have him on. His perspective, always fun, always educational with the announcement that Kruk was going to be stepping down at year's end. But out to the River Islands guest line because Bob Costas is with us again because I think he heard there was some discussion about the Hall of Fame, Kruk and Kite potentially together, and you had something to add. Is that right, Bob? How you doing? It's great to have you again.
Thank you. Hello, Willard. Hello, Dibbs. Yeah, there's one area that we didn't talk about yesterday, and I've noticed that there's a justifiable conversation about the Ford Frick Award, which is basically the broadcaster's wing of the Baseball Hall of Fame, and Krukow and Kuiper. And I have some insight because I'm involved in the process.
Okay.
Anyone who has won the Frick Award in the past, Joe Buck now joins that group, all the surviving members of the broadcaster's wing, along with 4 or 5 broadcast historians, put together the ballot each year. And there's a lot of discussion that goes into it. And as much as I am honored to be part in a very small way of the Hall of Fame, and as much as I love baseball history and all my trips to Cooperstown, so I'm saying this with tremendous respect for everything that the Hall of Fame represents and all the people there who do a great job of making it such a wonderful place to visit and the way they honor players past and present. It's all A+. but sometimes they are too formal and locked into process. And so they will not put, despite my pleadings and the pleadings of others, they will not put Krukow and Kuiper on the ballot as an entry. But we know that that's the whole story. They are so much greater than the sum of their parts. It's what they were together that made them great. And so since they won't put them on the ballot that way, none of us think that they should go on the ballot individually, because that's not the point. And if they did, whether it was one or the other, or even if you did it in alternating cycles of the voting, we'll put Mike on this time, we'll put Dwayne on the next time, they wouldn't get the traction because they're not viewed that way and properly. So I pleaded with the Hall of Fame to be flexible, but so far they haven't been. But I can tell you that those of us who have a vote, if that ever showed up on the ballot as a Krukow-Kuiper entry, it would get a lot of traction. And if they didn't go in the first time they appeared on the ballot, they would get in eventually and pretty quickly.
And that's the interesting thing, Bob, because I think we talked yesterday and I mentioned that Mel Allen and Red Barber were both inducted in the inaugural year of 1978. So there is some sort of precedent that's there. And you make an interesting case because last year, Mike Krukow was a finalist. This year, Dwayne Kuiper was a finalist. So do you think that you're going to have the wherewithal and the ability to get these people to wake up and do it the right way?
Well, I always, chime in. I'm not shy about letting them know what I think, but I haven't been able to carry the day yet. The example of Allen and Barber is not a good comparison, really, because they went in because in the minds of the people who ran the Hall of Fame, they couldn't separate them. One didn't deserve to go in ahead of the other, and so they each went in as individual play-by-play broadcasters. Krukow and Kuiper really are an entry. Now, these things go in cycles. So this year, it's only posthumous candidates, people whose careers pretty much predate the 1960s for the most part. So I don't think, obviously, Krukow and Kuiper are not going to be on this year's upcoming ballot. That's like every fourth or fifth year, it's posthumous. But they certainly could be on the ballot for the next year, and they should be. And if they ever put them in together, which is how they should go in on the ballot, I think that the support for that would be overwhelming.
Bob, I wonder, along the lines of this conversation, how have you seen the Hall of Fame evolve through the years? Because it does feel like something where if everybody's very motivated to kind of make something happen, then that's what does lead to change.
Yeah, you're speaking specifically of the Frick Award?
Well, I mean, it can be anything. I mean, as you said, they're very, very married to process. But have you seen that break down maybe in other ways in the past?
I think the way it's broken down has really been just through the writers. The way the writers' standards have changed over the years, some 400 writers. Don Mattingly, for example, never got as much as 30% of the vote. And yet others of lesser accomplishment, I just picked Mattingly out of thin air, of lesser accomplishment have gotten more traction right away, not because they're objectively better, but because the standards of the electorate have changed. There's more of a big hall feeling than there used to be. And then, of course, you have the veterans committees, and the veterans committees sometimes make up for oversights on the part of the big electorate and saying, hey, this guy was overlooked. We've thought about it. That's just a 16-person committee. That committee changes in each cycle. It's not the same 16 people. It's the same basic standard, though. You have to get 12 out of 16, which is 75%, which is what you need to get from the 400 in the big electorate. But I don't think that's because the Hall of Fame and its board of directors have changed their approach or their standards. It's just because the thinking of the electorate has become, I think, a little more lenient, or maybe the best way to put it is a little more inclusive than it used to be. But when it comes to the Frick Award, it has changed in this way. They used to have categories that made sense to me, made more sense than just putting everybody in one basket, with the exception of every fourth year devoting it to posthumous candidates. The reason why I was voted in was that I was in a category for national broadcasters. And that category included Al Michaels, and it included Joe Buck and others who did national games. So I got in. Eventually, Al got in. But then a few years ago, for reasons unknown, they threw everybody into the same basket. And I wrote a letter to the board of directors and said, look, this is like asking us to vote for gold gloves and throwing shortstops and catchers into the same category. How do you compare what a national broadcaster does to not just what a local broadcaster does, but a guy who's primarily a radio announcer as opposed to someone who's primarily a television announcer, or someone who's primarily an analyst as opposed to a play-by-play guy? How do you compare that? These are apples and oranges comparisons, and it had a lot more clarity when they had categories that made sense. Now everybody's been thrown into one basket. Joe Buck got in last year coming out of that one basket situation because it was just impossible to deny that a guy who was very good and did 24 World Series, more than anybody ever did on national TV, it was impossible to deny him. But in truth, this is a process that needs greater clarity.
And it also needs greater inclusion, and I love the fact that you used that word earlier, because with the regular Hall of Fame voting, they can now put 10 names down. So is there a chance that you can lobby your people to get, 2 broadcasters to go in a single year? Because broadcasting, as you know, Bob, is so inextricably intertwined with baseball. It feels to me we need more people recognized for the greatness that they've done.
I think that'd be a hard ask from the board of directors. I think they would want to stick with one electee each year, one sports writer and one baseball writer and one baseball broadcaster. And I would be content with that as long as they added greater clarity to the process itself. There are a lot of worthy people, but they should not all be in the same category.
Bob Costas is joining us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Hey, Bob, since you were kind enough to call back in, couple other things. Like, I know where the rules sit and where the recent news sits, but do you think in our lifetime we'll ever see Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame?
Well, it's up to a Veterans Committee now. And very often it depends upon the composition of the committee. When you have more than 400 plus writers in the main election, those things kind of even out. But with a 16-person committee, 2 or 3 people can exert significant influence. And I don't say this to disparage anyone. The least worthy person as a player who's in the Hall of Fame, whoever you think, in your opinion, is the least worthy player, has to have had a very good and admirable career. But Harold Baines did not make it with the general electorate. He did make it with the Veterans Committee in a year when Jerry Reinsdorf, the White Sox owner, and Tony La Russa, who had been Baines' manager, was on the committee. I'm not questioning for 1 minute the integrity of either one of those guys, but they had their affinity for Harold Baines. Nothing wrong with that. But that's 1/8 of the entire electorate in that case. So it would depend in large part. No one questions Barry Bonds' credentials. And even if some of the voters, as they obviously did, because the only reason not to vote for Barry Bonds, the only reason he wouldn't have been 100% in the writer's ballot would be those who held PED use against him. But if you looked at it this way, as some of us do, okay, we don't approve of PED use, and we don't think anybody ever hits a home run once every 6.5 or 7 times at bat without PEDs, and we don't think he overtakes Hank Aaron without PEDs, and we don't think he has a higher slugging percentage than Babe Ruth in some seasons without PEDs, and we don't think he exceeds his own established standard, which was a Hall of Fame standard to begin with, an elite inner circle Hall of Fame standard to begin with. But his lifetime slugging percentage through the first dozen years or so of his career was around .560. Then for a 4-year stretch, he slugged over 800 2 or 3 times and .799 or .790 another time. And he averaged 1 homer per 15 times at bat, again, through what should have been the prime of his career, and then more than doubled that home run rate. So you're out of your mind if you think that steroids didn't have an effect on his statistics and therefore on the record books. But you're also out of your mind if you think that Barry Bonds or Roger Clemens, for example, was a first ballot inner circle Hall of Famer without having used any performance-enhancing drugs. So on that basis, you can make an argument for him. The question becomes, at the end of this long-winded answer, the question becomes, what's the composition of the 16-member Veterans Committee when Barry Bonds comes up the next time? Because you're going to have some hardline people who say, yeah, he's one of the greatest players of all time. And I don't care if a guy hit 800 homers and used PEDs in the last year of his career. I'm not voting for him. If you got too many of those guys in the committee, he's got no chance. But, you know, he's still young enough that his cycle will come up several times. And my guess would be, just a guess, that he eventually gets in through a Veterans Committee.
And I think an interesting litmus test, Bob, is Alex Rodriguez, who comes up this year on election cycle 6 of 10. He's halfway through. He's trending at 40%. If Alex Rodriguez eventually gets in by the voters, would that be a harbinger for Bonds' Hall of Fame future?
That's a great point. Yes, it would be. Because many voters, not all, but many voters do use a whataboutism standard. Well, if this guy's in or that, here's the comparison. Sure. And A-Rod, forget about testing or whatever, you know, A-Rod admitted to using it. He was suspended for a full year. He sued baseball. He did fail a test at one point. You know, here's a guy who on his natural merits would have been a Hall of Famer, no question about it. So if he were to get in, no one disputes the evidence of his use. If he were to get in, then I think that would improve the chances of others. Maybe it would even improve the chances of people like Mark McGwire when they come up before a Veterans Committee.
Hey, Bob, what do you think happens with, I mean, there's definitely going to be a lockout in December.
Yeah.
What do you think happens with this season, and what would happen if this bleeds well into the season?
I think what would happen in the long run, because the game is so great, is that it would eventually come back, but they would squander, just as they did in 1994 into 95, they would squander a whole lot of goodwill. There's a lot going on that's very appealing in baseball now, and you don't want to squander that. But I can tell you that the owners are dead set, even if they don't get something that's called a salary cap. They are dead set on some sort of adjustments here that give them greater economic predictability. Now, the cynics say all they really care about is controlling their costs. But within baseball, they're making a case that even though they've expanded the playoff field, and even though this year kind of undermines their argument, because around 2/3 of the teams still have a legitimate shot at making it to the postseason, their argument, and they have statistics and recent results in the 21st century to back it up, is that only a small number of teams really have a great crack at consistent contention and making it to the World Series. So they're hell-bent on some sort of significant adjustments. But the players are hell-bent on maintaining the principle. Can't cross the line. It's a holy war principle. We will never have a salary cap. So when you have two sides that are that intransigent, you know, this could be a game of chicken, and we'll see who veers off the road first.
Bob, you're such a great historian, and because of that, we definitely want to ask you this question, too. We didn't get a chance. Yesterday wasn't the right day to do it, but the Giants are doing something this year that's never been done in history before, and that is bring a manager straight from college to the pros. Mm-hmm. And it's been bumpy. There's no two ways about it. Yeah. There are reasons for that, but definitely wonder what your perspective is on that, the current state of it, and whether or not it can work.
You guys know that I don't dodge many questions, but I'm just not close enough to this day to day. My opinion doesn't matter that much. Mine would be a 10,000 feet opinion. I just don't know day in, day out to say whether Vitello has done a good job or not, or how Buster Posey feels about him. So I don't even know if it's inconclusive. Someone might say it's inconclusive. I'm not even close enough to it and credible enough to say that. I'm not dodging the question. I'm just telling you that I'm not the best source for answering it. But another stray thought here. When we were talking about Krukow and Kuiper, as entertaining as they are, and part of what made them great was that they could be entertaining in a game that was 8-2 in the sixth inning, and they could be entertaining during a season like this when the team is disappointing and not in contention. But what they also have going for them is that their voices are associated with so many high points. We were talking about Barry Bonds before. There may be mixed feelings about Barry Bonds around the country, but in San Francisco, those feelings are pretty positive. And their voices are on all of his exploits in the 90s and early 2000s. And their voices are on the World Series runs of 2010, 2012, and 2014. And if you took that away, if they were just good as they would be on their own merits as broadcasters, but they weren't attached to those moments, then the feeling would not be as overwhelmingly positive as it is. They've earned that, but that's all a broadcaster can be, is adjacent to the great moments. They can't create them. As great as Vin Scully was, and man, was he great. He was the best ever. But if you don't have Sandy Koufax throwing the perfect game, and Kirk Gibson limping out of the dugout in front of a national audience in the World Series, then he doesn't have the same canvas to be as great as he could possibly be. And the Giants, in their own way, gave Krukow and Kuiper a hell of a canvas.
Bob.
Great way to put it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Love chatting with you. What time are we doing this on Monday?
I think we should give it a rest for a while.
All right. Maybe Tuesday. Okay. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Understood. And Bob, you're the best, man. Thank you so much.
Guys. Have a good weekend. Thanks
You
a lot.
too. You too. There he is. Bob Costas.
Strong.
Daily guest, Willard and Dibs.
I mean, Bob had something to add, so you called Bob, and, just a couple questions, and you figured 5 minutes and he's out. But no, not so fast.
I mean, the not fun part about the conversation is he does not paint a very optimistic picture with regard to the idea of Kruk and Kuip together in Hall of Fame.
Right, and that is just kind of a bit of a gut punch. And if you look at the Hall of Fame voting, as you know, that I kind of geek out on that, they aren't even eligible next year. As Bob said, next year it's going to be people whose career ended pre-1990. So if you're a broadcaster in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe into the 80s, that's going to be your time for the Ford C. Frick. So even if they could get Kruk and Kuip on the ballot together, it wouldn't be until the 2028 class at the earliest.
Yeah.
In other bad news, and I'm not sure if Bob is totally dug deep on the nuance of this, but
no, I know you mentioned this.
The Veterans Committee, where Barry Bonds, he in 2026, it was the vote in 2025 for the 2026 class, he was on that ballot with Jeff Kent. He didn't get 5 votes. He got fewer than 5 votes, which means that's a big check on your resume. When it comes up again in 2029, he will not be on that ballot. The one that happens after that, 2033, that will be his last chance to get elected through the Veterans Committee.
A full 7 years from now.
Correct. Because these committees, they rotate every 4 years. So the Veterans Committee doesn't meet every year. And the fact that he didn't get 5 votes, neither did Clemens or Sheffield or Fernando Valenzuela, all of them are now one bad ballot away from being off for good.
I get it. At the same time, no, and it's not even just the Hall of Fame. The longer I'm here and the more situations you and I get to talk about and the more things I experience, I think the word that I like least in the English language, outside of things like racism.
Yeah, sure.
Rigidity. Especially when it comes to things like sports. Rigidity.
I hate it.
I can't stand when we just go, those are the rules, because they get changed all the time. First of all, in sports and in all things, we make exceptions for stuff all the time. You'll change the rules to make it fit exactly what you think is overall the right thing to do. But furthermore, time cures all of this stuff. There was a time where the rule is that different skin colors had different water fountains. That was the rule. And you could just be like, that's the rule. Sorry, you have to get up off the bus. And again, that's a real life thing, and this is just sports. But I don't understand the idea of those are the rules when that rule is challenged by something that is so obviously the right thing to do. Like, get your heads together and use some common sense, because rigidity doesn't allow for that.
We don't do common sense, and one thing that the Hall of Fame, I guess it was the writers who made the change, because they're the ones who are given the task of electing Hall of Fame players, but they expanded to where you could now name 10 players on each individual ballot. And the other thing was the eligibility used to be 15 years, and they shortened that now to 10 years on the ballot. And that's why I was going to ask Bob about that. And he thought it was a good point. Not a good question.
Not a good question.
A good point, and I'll take it from a guy who is an absolute legend.
It's always interesting when people do that, though, because you asked a question, which by definition can't be a point.
There was a point
in the question. There's a point to the question.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying?
And the point was, and I'm proud of not doing the redundant part of it, but the point was, is Alex Rodriguez's case before the voters a harbinger for Barry Bonds?
Yeah.
Not a harbinger of things to come, because a harbinger is of things to come. So if anybody ever says to you, it's a harbinger for things to come. No, the harbinger is the things to come. That's all.
Love the rules.
I do. And you know what?
Love the factoids.
Kruk and Kipe, get in on your own merits.
Oh, wow.
We have rules.
Stop it.
That's it. Kukush.
God. Boosh. All right, Valkyries take on the Wings in Dallas today at 6:30. Listen to it on 95.7 The Game and the free Odyssey app. Guy Santos and Will Richard at some point soon, plus higher or lower today. Oh, and I was able to do this during a break. It's official.
Okay.
I know you love to host the game show. I got a game show, Guy versus Will.
Oh, boy, okay.
Yeah, we're going to call it Locked In Dub Nation. We're going to see which one of them knows their teammates better. Okay, so all that's still ahead on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you hadn't seen the Giants-Tigers game tonight, Bay Bridge metering lights are on, so you're in line at the toll plaza. You'll cruise into the city, then be under the speed limit past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 slows from 280, and northbound 280 solid from Cesar Chavez.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank. And you know it's been my bank for more than 6 years. And I made the switch because I wanted to be a part of a local bank that knows me and they know my family. I'm not just a 10-digit number or a routing number from a big box bank. I'm an actual person, and they're familiar with me and my financial goals. And that means a lot to me when I deposit my money, my hard-earned money, with Fremont Bank. They go ahead and repurpose it, and they use it as loans in the community, family-owned businesses and home ownership, and they support nonprofits and all the other good things that make our Bay Area so strong. And they also make meaningful grants for the betterment of our Bay Area communities. Fremont Bank launched in 1964 down there at Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue, and they've now gone to an absolutely award-winning building on that very corner, which will be the new epicenter for downtown Fremont. Go in and see exactly what a top-flight local bank looks like by looking at this building, and then the banking comes right along and is equally as good as the building. Do yourself a favor, go into one of the 21 branches and make the switch. It's Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years. Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. And we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division, or taking home the Cy Young or MVP, and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Car salesmen are annoying.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
Oh, no.
Get a great car? Switch anytime. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Looking for something fun and free to do midweek? Come explore Welcome In Wednesdays at History Park. Brought to you by History San Jose. Every Wednesday through August, step inside one of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park. All for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome In Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. Visit historysanjose.org for details. That's historysanjose.org.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit stanfordbloodcenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel? You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. San Francisco will be overcast tonight with a low of 56.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Hello, Willard. Hello, Dibs.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Hello, Willard. Hello, Dibs.
That's Bob Costas.
Bob Costas knows our name.
That's right. That's right.
And
hello, Willard. Hello, Dibs.
Steven Risotto, I think he knows what he's doing right here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pasta, but this music that you're playing was themed in one of the movies Cars. and Bob Costas was spoofed as one of the broadcasters in the movie, and then he throws his voice in there saying our name. Am I overthinking this, Pasta, or is that accurate?
You're not overthinking it. It's accurate. He was the play-by-play guy.
Yeah, he actually was the play-by-play guy.
Yes, he was. And then, but what they call him, what was the character in the movie?
That's a great question that I'll get an answer for you.
Pasta. I could look it up. But yeah, he was the voice of Cars.
Of the broadcaster.
Yeah, of the broadcast.
In the movie Cars, yeah. Definitely.
Buggity boy, let's go racing!
Right. That was a fan favorite for my son, Keon. He liked Lime McQueen.
Bob Cutlass.
Bob Cutlass, that's what it was.
Perfect.
Bob Cutlass. Should have asked him about that. We'll do it on Tuesday when
he comes back on. Yeah.
Hello, Willard. Hello, Dibs.
Hello, Bob. Wow.
Both of those voices are members of the Ford C. Frick Hall of Fame. John Miller's in. Al Michaels, as Bob mentioned. Bob is in. Joe Buck goes in this year.
And Steven Risotto will be in a number of years after yesterday's performance.
Eventually, no doubt. But it's just one broadcaster a year, and it feels to me like you could do a little bit more. But, the Hall, they're very, very prudent on who they go ahead and allow in. And I know you don't like that.
Yuck. Like everyone there is a stuffy librarian.
There are rules, but...
Of course I'm not for lawlessness. That's not what I'm saying. But, come on. You have to work with people. You can't... I don't understand anything that lives by that, where they're just like, yep, that's how it works.
Well, especially
because it doesn't work here.
Well, and it's a museum, so wouldn't you want the wider variety of people enshrined to draw the wider variety of fans of those teams?
There's a friend of mine who says, when we go, okay, what's the rule for Hall of Fame? Like, what are the numbers do you have to hit? This is one thing I appreciated about golf for years. Like, certain number of wins, Hall of Fame, period.
Yeah.
That's it. You win this many, you're in. You don't, you're not. Okay. But so when people go, oh, what's the criteria? There's a friend of mine who goes, I know it when I see it.
Yeah.
All right, well, this is that. We know it when we see it. Kruk and Kipe, this is that. But you've got somebody who wrote something down that prevents it, and it's like, that's wrong. It just is. That's wrong.
I mean, I like the fact that there are rules in a construct, but you should be able to, in special circumstances, go ahead and waive that and, get a situation where you get them both in. Like Bob was saying, when they're on the ballot as individuals, then they don't have the same steam. They don't have the same, head space to get them both in. 2 years ago, Mike Krukow was a finalist. This year, Dwayne Kuiper was a finalist. Maybe next year, although next year is going to be the early era, so neither one will be on the ballot. And then the year after that, maybe they're both on there. But if they're both on individually, they both can't get elected because only one gets elected.
We're going to have some fun the rest of the way here. We are live at the Sephora Performance Center in Oakland, the Golden State Sports Academy, where they are showing off their Shoot 360 technology, which you and Grandy both got to experience before the show today. Put up some shots. It's up all over social media, 95.7 The Game's Twitter and Instagram accounts. I couldn't do it. I was busy getting in another car accident and having a good time. So anyway, all good. But you guys got to do it and experience it. The campers are experiencing it. Guy Santos and Will Richard are reportedly in the building. And they are going to be talking with the assembled campers here shortly. And then they are going to stop by the set to hang out with yours truly, Willard and Dibs. And yeah, we're excited about it. We're good to catch up with them. Guy has been on the show a lot. And he is an absolute favorite. Not to say that Will Richard isn't. I know that you've had a man crush on him.
Oh, yeah.
Since the second he was drafted.
Since Summer League, yeah, especially.
So, I can't wait to see both of those guys, hear how their offseason's been going. But then, like any good friend does, you pit them against each other.
I can't wait to hear this game that you've concocted.
Well, it's just 5 questions each about their teammates. And I want to see who does better, and then we've got a tiebreaker in case they come up with the same number of correct answers.
You got to have a tiebreaker always.
Yeah, right. So as you well know, we've got higher or lower coming up here in less than an hour.
Yep.
So that's pretty much the show here for the rest of the day. We're hanging out here. Guy and Will be along soon after they talk to the kids in the next room, and they're all going to have dinner together here in just a little bit. And then we're going to play higher or lower, and I'll probably laugh a bunch. I'll probably crack up and lose it, and then we'll go home.
Yeah, we'll go home. Today's number is the number 40 for those of you playing along.
I'm a man.
It's because
I'm 40.
This is episode number 40 of Higher or Lower. So the number.
Oh, my gosh. Is it really?
It's episode 40.
Wow.
So the number off of which we will key will be the number 40. It'll be the first time we've had Grandy and Willard together. The last four have been either or, and neither of the guys was able to win in the absence of the other.
You know, it's kind of like playing down to the level of your competition. I just think both of us bring out the best in one another. And so when the other one's not there, we just kind of sleepwalk through the whole damn thing.
A little bit.
That must be what's going on.
The other explanation is that Ken Luttrell, when he plays, he's a monster.
Good player.
He's a good player at higher or lower. And Victor Harris with a debut victory, and our defending champ,
Steven Risotto
will defend, looking for his fourth crown, and that's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, of course.
All right, so before Guy and Will get here, let me throw this at you, and I just want to workshop it. You tell me. We were talking earlier about Niner fan wounding, and if Niner fans are having a hard time being optimistic this time of year because, the injury bug. and
the Rams are too good.
The Seahawks are too good. So is that like the dynamic that's overtaking a lot of you, or is it the very well-traveled dynamic that I think is something that this hits every single fan base, which is you're protecting yourself, and you sort of think, well, bad stuff's just going to happen to us. And therefore, you sort of assess your team in a lesser way than it actually is. What if I threw this at you? Have you ever heard the name Brandon Thorn?
I don't think so.
Brandon Thorn. Brandon Thorn is a offensive line and defensive line evaluator for the Bleacher Report, and has come up with his own series of metrics to evaluate NFL linemen and their performance.
Everyone's got their metrics.
Everyone does. So what he did, he took on a project this offseason, and I mean, you want to talk about something that even Greg Cosell would be like, dude, you should get out more. He decided to hop in and rank all of the offensive linemen.
All of them.
Over 180 of them in the NFL. And he wasn't just going to rank them like 1 through 180, but he went to each spot on the offensive line and put together a ranking. So in other words, we got the left tackle rankings.
Right.
We got the left guard rankings, center, so on and so forth. So 5 different lists. And he studied hundreds of games to do it, came up with individual trait grades, tiers, and scouting reports that then went all into a hopper and spit out these rankings. So, yes, there are some opinions that lead to the numbers, but not just an opinion that leads to the ranking. It's not just a guy that's like, I got Trent Williams, number 1, because I like Trent Williams. No, there's actual stuff that went into this, okay? And what that spit out for the San Francisco 49ers might surprise you. And I guess the question I want to ask is, are they actually better than we think they are? Because we're fans. And therefore, what we remember are the holding penalties and the sacks.
Yeah, and the fact that you couldn't run the ball ever.
Correct. Which was that the offensive line? I didn't think the offensive line had a bad year. I wouldn't say that. Their run numbers weren't great. Christian was coming off injury. Brian Robinson is, I think
wasn't a good fit.
Yeah, I don't think he's much more than a slightly above average running back. But I'm not blaming them either. They were better in pass protection than they were in run blocking. There's no debating that. But check this out. Left guard is kind of a set aside because the Niners don't know who their left guard is. So we're going to set, that one did not rate because we don't know who the person is. But the other 4 current starting offensive linemen for the 49ers, would this surprise you? Trent Williams at left tackle came in at number 3 out of 40 left tackles that were rated. He came in as number 3.
32 starters and 8 guys who played enough as a backup to where they actually got rated. So third out of 40, that sounds about right.
Some people might say, why not number 1? Well, if you go back a few years, sure, but he is now approaching 40 years old. There are other good left tackles, but this is their current performance. Trent Williams is number 3. Now go to everybody's favorite whipping boy on the offensive line, center Jake Brendel, right? Boy, they need to go. Jake Brendel.
Yep.
Jake Brendel came in as number 18 out of 35.
Okay, so
he's down the middle.
He's mid.
Hey, diddle, diddle, kittle down the middle.
He's a mid center.
Right.
He has him at 18th, and if you go to Pro Football Focus, they probably have him about in the same range. He's not terrible, but when you look at a team that has a real hard time running the ball, and your center is a guy who's undersized and you didn't have a good year, I could see him being about in the middle, 18 out of 35.
Right guard, Dominic Pooney, number 10 out of 34 rated right guards.
And I wonder if you would have done just the first 6 games where he would have landed, because I think looking back at the games, and I watch them all a couple of times apiece, he seemed to get healthier and stronger as the year wore on.
Agreed.
He had the knee issue in camp, and I think the first few games were him really fighting through it. And as we mentioned too, Big Dom, not that Big Dom, but our Big Dom, when he joined
call
us,
him Big Dom again.
He has not missed a snap. He's 100% in both his first 2 years.
I love that you brought that up when we had him on earlier this week, because that is an under-discussed fact.
Right. It's one thing for Pods to play all 82, and that's pretty cool. But this guy has played all 34 games and never missed a snap. That's what makes it even more crazy.
And then Colton McKivitz on the right tackle. This actually surprised me that it wasn't better.
Because fans don't like him as much as the experts do.
The Niners love him. The experts do. Fans think he's bad. Niners think he's good. Let's meet in the middle. Colton McKivitz, number 16 out of 32 right tackles.
Okay.
So once again, right down the middle.
I thought that would be a little higher also.
I do too.
So you've got an elite left tackle, a question at left guard, and then mediocre.
Well,
Pooney's
Don Pooney was top 10.
I apologize, Big Dom.
Don Pooney was top 10.
So you've got 2 of your 5 are dead mediocre. One's a big unknown. One is a first ballot Hall of Famer, and Dom is really good.
It's good. I would say it's a fine, it's a good, it's a fine, and it's a great. And then obviously one missing piece.
Right, the question mark.
And they've got a bunch of people running in and out trying to win that position, and whether it'll be Connor Colby or whatever's going on at camp, they're saying Don Pooney, his coaches say he looks phenomenal. They're loving what he's doing in camp. But the larger point is every single starter that the 49ers currently have comes in at the top half of the bracket, and 2 of them are top 10. I'm just trying to figure out, because I get, here's a question I have that more than a point. I wonder why Kyle Shanahan doesn't dedicate more draft capital to the offensive line. I think that's a fair question to the 49er brass. I think their response would be, we don't want to reach, and if the guy's not there, he's not there, and we've also got a process that we feel good about, and the fan base goes, why do you feel good about it? Like it's been a problem. Has it? I mean, it's a high-performing offense, and that's the engine. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, and I think that it's a bit of a misnomer when you say that they won't use draft capital, because Colton McKivitz McGlinchey, I apologize, was a first rounder.
This was a while ago now.
Aaron Banks was a second rounder. Pooney was a third rounder, and there have been other instances where you've used picks in the top 3 rounds to get offensive linemen. The problem of late has been you've been good enough to where you're drafting in a spot where the top 4 or 5 tackles are already gone. So like last year, they were sitting at 20 whatever, and they kept trading back all the way to 33. But the problem was when they got to that spot and they were on the clock, the tackles that you would really want with first-round capital, they were gone.
Yep. Yep. But I think that is, and again, this is always the case. Most people look at a draft and they just want a position. This is why I momentarily was like, what, Stribling? A wide receiver?
Right.
What are we doing? And we'll see. Now we're in the spot of like, let's see if he's amazing. They've explained it a little bit more. Okay, I get it. But most people just look at the position as opposed to a football team is going to look at whether or not this guy is the right guy at that spot, and we've got multiple needs and all of that. But I do think, even though Pooney was a third-rounder, 49er fans have long asked for, how come your first pick is never one of those guys, so especially with Trent Williams getting as long in the tooth as he is?
Yeah, and he's maybe not as long in the tooth as people would expect because he still looks to be an elite tackle. You mentioned he's number 3 on this guy's list among left tackles, and so long in the tooth all you want. The guy is still doing really well, and he's not ready to be replaced by a high draft pick.
No, and actually he's made some comments recently that make it sound like Trent Williams not planning on this year being his last year either.
Right.
I think right now what Trent Williams would like to see happen is 2 more seasons. 2 more seasons, and obviously fingers crossed that his body can pull that off, but that's his plan. That's the plan right now.
And so far, it hasn't really been a big issue health-wise. I mean, he's had some small injuries, and he had the personal stuff, which was a couple years ago, right, with his wife and losing the twins and all that. Yeah. And so those tragedies have nothing to do with being long in the tooth or anything else. It's just, life gets in the way sometimes. So I look at it and think 2 more years, yeah, I could see it, especially the way Kyle Shanahan goes about treating him and taking care of him. Every week during the year, vet day, guaranteed vet day, he doesn't play. Even in camp, Trent's not out there taking all the reps. He's getting every chance to just ease his way into the year.
If you're watching on YouTube, I hope you don't think it's weird that I'm getting really close to you. I'm
super close.
I'm snuggling with you, but there's a reason for it. Hey, Will, how you doing? It's because we're about to have a couple of guests. Hello, sir. How are you? Good to see you. Guy Santos and Will Richard hopping into the set here, 95.7 The Game, at the Sephora Performance Center here in Oakland, where we've been having a great time watching the kids and the camp and everything that's going on. So joining us on the River Islands guest line are these 2 Warriors. Hi, boys. How we doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Guy?
Good. Doing good.
How's the off season? Tell us what's going on.
A lot of work. That's all I can say.
Tell us about it. What's you been working on?
Everything you can imagine, most like physical stuff on a basketball court too, like all the, get better. I mean, everything you can imagine, like free throws, 3-point shots, mid-range, layups, everything you can imagine. Been watching my guy Will Hopin too, and it was good,
Hooping in Summer League, what was that like to go back? And we always talk about you because Mark and I, Grandy, we were doing the show, and you came up to our stage, and I immediately was like, that's the guy. That's officially my crush. And then you went back to Summer League this year. How was that to go back a second year?
Yeah, no, it was fun. I mean, it's always a good opportunity to go back and play and get better. And we had a great team, great coach. Lid did a great job of bringing everybody together, and we played the right way, so it was fun.
Oh, first impressions of Yaxel, getting to play with him out there.
It was fun. I mean, he's a winner, comes from a winning program, can do a little bit of everything on the court, so it was definitely fun to play with a guy like that.
You guys share national championship stories because, I mean, he was the guy when they won it, and you had the big game when you guys won it, so a little bit of a flex off there.
For sure, yeah. He swears his Michigan team can beat my Florida team, but I don't know about that one.
I mean, that'd be quite a matchup.
That'd be a good matchup. Guy Santos, Will Richard with us here on Willard and Dibs. And then for you, I would imagine maybe life a little bit different with a contract now here as an offseason. How is that kind of, I don't know, maybe on the emotional side, how's that been different for you?
So this offseason overall was a lot of going on. I got married in Brazil.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. I spent the most time ever, I think, like since I started playing. I moved out home. I spent like 3 months at home with the family, but I was working out there and everything. But this summer was great. You mentioned the contract and all that. So for me, the guy that got drafted in the second round, and you got the stability the contract gives you is different. So, but that don't change like who I am, how I work, and what I do on the court to get better. But of course, that gives you a good just be more ready for everything, and that everything is right there, you know.
And the expectations now obviously go up because you got the contract and you've shown what you can do. So I know you're pushing yourself to do more, but do you feel any added pressure, or is it just kind of a thrill to know that this is something that you get to go do?
I don't feel like pressure overall, because I know it's like by the end of the day it's basketball, you know. If I got to go there and just play and grab offense, rebound like I was doing when I got here, I would do it. If I have to score a little bit more points like I was doing last season too, like I would try to do it again, you know. But by the end of the day, it's just basketball and there is no pressure. That's what we do for love, so.
I would love to hear both of you answer this question, because I'm sure you're aware this offseason has had a lot of rumors and a lot of, you know, hopes and opinions and all of those things. But your roster, sure, there's a couple kids that were drafted, but your roster is very, very similar. So how does the phrase "run it back" hit you two? Will, what would you say?
Oh, yeah. For me, I just feel like knowing our team, I mean, we know we didn't accomplish what we wanted to last year, but it's an opportunity for everybody to take a step up and kind of provide something a little extra to get us in a position where we can succeed at a high level next year. And I love everybody on the team. It was a fun year, even though it didn't go how we wanted to, and we all know that we're capable of doing a lot more than we did. So definitely just want to come back with the right mentality, just trying to win at a high level next year.
Guy, what would you say?
I would say basically the same stuff, but also like last year we had a lot of injuries. That was a big thing that hold us back a little bit. This summer, as soon as we got everybody healthy, everybody together, we were rolling as a team together. When everybody was healthy, but as soon as we got everybody healthy this year, I hope you can keep playing the high level like we were doing last season.
The offseason kind of started with the question about Steve Kerr. What was your thought going in? Did you have a gut feeling that he was going to come back, or were you just totally unsure like most of us?
No, I wasn't sure too. I didn't know nothing. And as soon as I saw the post that he got, a new 2-year deal with the Warriors, I was so happy because he's the guy that taught me a lot of stuff that I know in basketball. I learned a lot with him being my coach, and also to have him back for 2 more years with us is nice.
I wanted to ask, were the two of you following LeBron rumors just like everybody else? What was that whole experience like for you?
A little bit. I wasn't too much invested in it. I was just going to let it play out, but yeah, a lot of my friends, they were definitely talking about it every time I talked to them.
So you didn't send him a voice note? Hey, LeBron, it's Will Richards.
Oh, no, I couldn't get in reach with him.
I'd love for you to come out and set screens for me so I can, put up 20.
Were you following all of this?
Yeah, as I was following it, everywhere I was going in Brazil, everybody was, Guy, you might play with Steph and Brown together this year. So I was just like, Will, we don't really be into it a lot, but everybody that cheers for the team that just be talking to us, Guy, that's going to be fun, bro. We're going to play with LeBron, Steph, and all of them together. And that was just like how we was, just dealing with that.
Yeah, if you weren't getting your fix, you could tune into Willard and Dibs, our show, because we talked about it for about, 4 or 5 weeks, would you say, nonstop?
Every day. Yeah. Every day, yeah. But I wonder what you guys sort of think even now coming into this year and sort of wondering how things will be different, right? Jimmy and Moses will not be there for the first half of the year. Yaxel is going to be a part of this. What do you see as different this year?
So we basically have the same team, Steve is still with us, so I think we have the same mentality. We just got to compete in the high level until we got Jimmy back, until we got Moses back, until we got everybody healthy again. And as soon as we got everybody healthy again in the team, that's going to be a huge jump for us, and just trying to get back playing in a high level like we were doing before everybody get hurt. So, yeah, I think that's my thoughts on that.
And hopefully it's a full season with Kristaps Porzingis.
Yes.
What has been both of your impressions of playing with a guy like that? I mean, 7'3" with guard-like skills. Will, what was it like playing with Kristaps in that short stint?
Yeah, I mean, it's great playing with a guy like Kristaps. I mean, he's tall, can space the floor. He can shoot it so well, so it creates a lot of space. Can make reads, can make passes and stuff like that. And then on the other end, he blocks shots, can guard multiple positions and stuff like that, can switch and still can guard and stuff like that. So it's fun playing with a guy like that. I mean, he's fun to play with. He knows how to play the right way, and he's about the right thing. So it's fun.
We're at the Golden State Sports Academy. What are you guys going to say to these kids?
I'm excited.
Is this,
I'm
is this nerve-wracking for you, by the way? Like, this isn't basketball. This is like public speaking, and they're gonna pretty wide-eyed in there.
I'm actually good dealing with kids like this. You know, I was here last season, so I am used to that. I like to be here and just just make their day better. And because at the end of the day, they see us as they want to be like us. They want to achieve where we are right now, and just show them that what's the way that they got to take is the best thing.
And it's crazy because some of the kids in there are about the same age as you were when you started playing professionally. Because you were 15, right? 15 or 16?
Yeah.
You were a teenager. You got some teenagers in there. So a little bit of a connection that way.
Yes, exactly. But the way, in overseas is kind of different. They have me playing really, really young with pro guys. But now just to have them to play against each other here, I just can teach them a little bit that I know, but that is nice. It's nice.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and we're hanging out here with Guy Santos and Will Richard. Before they go, I'll talk to the campers here at the Golden State Sports Academy. Since so many of your teammates are back, we figured that you guys would know each other and know your teammates really, really well. So we've developed
It's a setup coming, by the way. Just so you know, it's a trap.
A little game to see if you guys were willing to play it called Locked In Dub Nation to see which one of you knows your teammates better.
Okay.
You ready for a few questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, I got
Will versus Guy. Guy versus Will.
Don't look like the screen, bro.
I got to keep my laptop close because the answers are on here. All right, question.
It's getting heated.
Guy, where did Al Horford go to college?
Same school, college than Will, Florida.
Okay,
Florida
that's
Gators.
it.
Give him one, Rizzo.
Santos has one.
Santos 1, Richard nil.
Will, from what country is Kristaps Porzingis?
Oh, we got it. Oh.
Santos family wants to steal.
Latvia or something?
We're going with Latvia. The judges are going to have to judge.
I don't think is that.
It's Latvia.
I got it. It's Latvia.
We're going to count the basket.
All right, one to one.
Right, somewhere Ponds is twirling his finger. He wants it reviewed.
They will get tougher. Guy, which teammate was married in 2022 in the city of Malibu?
Ooh,
2022.
2022
in Malibu.
Your ring looks good, by the way. Are you going to wear that during the games?
Nah, you got just a solid ring, understated.
That's got to be
2022, married in Malibu. Guy Santos.
That's Draymond?
Draymond Green, that is a correct answer.
Guy Santos.
2 for Guy. All right, Will, on April 10th of this year, which teammate scored 30 against the Kings?
Brandon Pajemski.
Brandon Pajemski is the correct answer.
I got another. Him. You did it too.
Not April 10th, though.
Not April 10th. It's 2-2.
Oh, yeah,
2-2. All right, Guy, this teammate moved to the U.S. from Nigeria at age 14.
From Nigeria?
Age 14.
It's, yeah, okay.
You look stumped.
Okay.
I don't know. I know all moved from Dominican Republic, right?
Yeah.
Is him?
No. What?
No, it's
What's
not.
the answer?
No, wait.
No.
No.
I don't know this one.
Fire a guess.
I don't know. I'm going to say Al Horford, but I don't
Okay,
think it's
it's Charles Bassey.
Charles Bassey.
Charles
yes.
Bassey. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Chance for Will to take the lead.
Man, that's a tough one.
Yes. All right. This man has reportedly vacationed with Mark Wahlberg.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, probably a little ahead of your time, sadly. Mark,
wow.
That's a tough one, too.
It's tough.
It's going to get a little tougher.
He's bringing the heat now on the back nine.
Man.
Vacationed with Mark Wahlberg.
Jimmy
Butler.
Jimmy Butler.
Gotta be him.
All right, Will is up 3-2.
3-2.
All right, Geese. Speaking of Jimmy Butler, he was drafted by the
Chicago?
That is correct.
Chicago.
All right, Guy hangs in there.
Let's go, Guy.
All right, Will, back to you. In 2015, he was named Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year.
Pac-12.
2015.
2015.
Guy was 8 years old in his fourth year of pro ball.
Exactly.
Just trying to fill the space here, people.
Is it Gary?
Gary Payton is correct. All right, Will's a perfect 4 for 4. Gee, you're going to need this one to stay alive. All right. This player once played for the Dominican Republic national team in a game against the Bahamas.
Yeah, Holford, right?
No, that is Yaxel. That is Yaxel Lundeborg.
I didn't know that.
Yaxel Lundeborg.
Oh, yeah.
All right, just to see if you want to go 5 for 5 and be perfect. You're already the winner. But this player scored 22 points, his career high against Oklahoma City on March 7th of this last season.
I remember this game.
Against Oklahoma City.
Big fan of the player, this guy.
He scored what? Say it again?
22 points
okay.
against Oklahoma City on March 7th. It's his career high.
And it was this year.
This year.
Yeah. Yeah. God, he was unstoppable that night, as I recall.
Man. Was it LJ?
That's not your career high. That was my
29 against somebody.
No, that was my career high, but by that time. 22,
at that time.
But then I got 31 against.
Hey, you guys are good sports. Congrats on your championship.
Congratulations on the marriage.
Appreciate
you guys.
Congrats on the marriage, man.
Right on, brother. Yep. Thanks for coming by, guys.
Thank you guys very much for coming by. All right. Good luck tonight.
Yeah.
All right, there
Good
it is.
Sports. Dude, that is tough. That is tough.
I mean, Will was pulling out Mark Wahlberg answers.
Yeah.
Very impressive, Will.
And score the basket on Slatvia.
Close enough.
You know what I mean?
Close enough.
I think that's a win. Anyway.
My favorite part is when you'd ask Will a question and he was like, I know that one.
Totally.
He's like, that's not your question.
He knew that one.
That's not your question.
You know, a couple of one-liners along the way. That was great, Willard. Look at you with the games.
I mean, I don't think I'm going to steal your bit or your job, but anyway, I thought I'd give it a shot.
That was super fun. And you got me flat-footed on the Nigerian one because I was thinking Kuminga, and that's why I looked, and it's like teammate. I don't believe he's a teammate. I mean, he's still a free agent.
He's no one's teammate.
I didn't know that about Charles Bassey,
Charles Bassey.
Very good.
Charles Bassey is the answer. So there you have it. Guy Santos and Will Richard. Look at these guys hanging out with the campers tonight.
No doubt. And, you know, it's just interesting as you look at this upcoming season. It's going to be Will Richard and Guy Santos are going to have to be, you know, a key part of your top 10, wouldn't you think, in your rotation? Like, they're going to be,
you would think.
They're going to be guys who are going to be important and healthy and getting minutes and, you know, being a part of the solid rotation.
I don't know who is currently on the roster who's not going to be called upon especially at least in the first half of the season with Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody both hurt. I mean, you'd have to think that all of them, you know, Charles Bassey included, by the way, maybe even L.J. Cryer and the rest. Like, it's going, and then you have the Al Horfords of the world, Steph Curry maybe, who are going to be taking nights off here and there. I think if you're on the Warriors roster, you're going to be on the court.
Especially in the early going, like you're saying. And one thing we know about Steve Kerr is early in the year, he plays 10 guys a lot or even more. Yep. And it's not always by design, it's by necessity. But I think he's going to start out this year and say, all right, if it's Bassey and Cryer and, you know, Richard, I think Guy Santos and Will Richard definitely get a leg up on minutes. But there's going to be a certain feeling out period. And also you get to, you know, the Kristaps Porzingis part. Can he play back-to-backs? Can Horford? I don't know if he actually will.
Listen to this now. Here come the campers are seeing them for the first time. Oh, man, they're so excited.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you this is now actually because this moment is happening and we haven't shared it more than a time or two. You can hear the excitement, I think, of the kids through our microphones in the next room. But a couple of months ago, when I knew that this was going to happen and my son is among the campers who are in there, I am mindful of I remember exactly where we were. I was driving around the car. I go, hey, I got something for you for later on this summer. He's like, what? And you know how kids are sometimes when they get old enough to know. It's like, you're sending me away to camp.
Exactly.
Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And I go, hey, there's this opportunity that we're working on, and I think you're going to get to go to Warriors camp this year. And he's like, okay, Warriors camp. Like, that sounds fun. And I'm like, yeah. And it's like sleepaway camp for a few nights. Like, so you'll be gone. And he's never done that before. And he's kind of like, okay. That's when, he started to get a little suspicious. And then I was like, and Guy Santos and Will Richard are going to be there. And he's like, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
that was it. So this moment that they're having in there right now was for him the lead story about coming to get to do this.
And it's awesome. And this is, day one of actual camp. And so he'll be here tonight and tomorrow, and then you'll get to play Sunday as well. And just ducking my head in there to look at what's going on. They got 2 games full court going the short way, and they got drills in the middle. There's probably, 130 or so kids in there, and just everybody's active and dribbling and passing. You got games going, and now you get actual Warriors to interact with. It's pretty awesome.
It's phenomenal. I'm telling you, as a parent of kids of a bunch of different ages, you too, here in the month of August or any of the summer months, anything that has them doing this rather than being on their phones, I am all in favor of.
Yeah.
So this is like just during our breaks, poking your head in there, watching what these kids are doing. There's all kinds of skill levels. There's some kids who are ballers. There's some kids who are jumping off the wrong leg on their layups, and that is all good because they're working with all of them, and then they get the thrill of something like this. The whole thing just kind of warms my heart. It's really cool to watch all these kids here.
And just to see what has developed from this Golden State Sports Academy and all the camps they do, from 4 camps to 42 now year-round, as we were informed earlier. It's crazy to think that this is a whole nother arm of the Golden State Warrior machine.
We very much appreciate Guy Santos, Will Richard, the Golden State Warriors, the Golden State Valkyries, the Golden State Sports Academy for having us out here today, for putting this all together. That was a ton of fun to hang out with the two of them a little bit. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and apparently here for higher or lower. You're the game show host again now, bud.
I love it. It's coming up next. I can't wait.
Higher or lower is next on Willard and Dibbs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley, and before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. Who wins the division? Who makes the playoffs? Who's lifting the trophy at season's end? On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Right now, San Francisco is trading at 58% to qualify for the playoffs this season, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $165 if the red and gold were able to make it into the playoffs. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position, trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade 25. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Millgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $700 $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Milgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Matt Chapman is on a plane.
He's on a plane.
Bound for Philadelphia.
Okay.
It's a specialist. He'll see the specialist on Sunday. And the expectation is that he will have season-ending surgery on Tuesday. He has a hernia.
Yeah, I wonder which one. If it's a sports hernia, it's probably the one up in the stomach area as opposed to the inguinal, which is what I had, and the umbilical, which I also have. We're not fixing that one. We're just going to leave that one alone.
Susan Slusser calls it a hernia and a core muscle tear. He is likely to get surgery on Tuesday. If all of the reporters are saying he's likely to get surgery on Tuesday, he is going to get surgery on Tuesday.
Right. You don't go to Philadelphia for a second opinion unless you already have that second opinion confirmed and you're really going there just to get the surgery done. But you do your due diligence and you go out there, and I guess he has a surgeon or somebody that they're all comfortable with, and so you go there and you get it done. And what is it, like a 6-month recovery or 3 to 6 months, so to speak?
Yeah, I didn't get a timetable, but I think, we've sort of reached that moment on the calendar where I don't know that it matters. Like, I don't mean to be flippant about that, but he's going to be fine by spring training, and it's okay if he's not, because there's not going to be spring training.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can hold out hope and be positive. John Morosi joined us yesterday, John Paul Morosi, and he's an optimist, and he thinks there's a chance. But
my bet is that what you're going to get is like a truncated, rushed COVID kind of spring training where everything gets thrown together after a deal and, the schedule gets pushed around a little bit. But so there will be baseball, I think. Do they miss a few games? They might. We'll see how stubborn they all get on this. But what I'm saying is I don't think there's going to be a normal March to April spring training. That feels soon.
Yeah, and it's a shame because, as Bob Costas was saying when he joined us for the second time earlier today, that baseball's got a lot of momentum, and John Paul Morosi said it yesterday, and we all know this to be true. The rule changes and the influx of great young talent in the game, it feels like baseball has got some great momentum going, and you're going to head into a winter, and it's going to be the billionaires and the millionaires fighting, and you can pick whatever side you want, and we will. Bottom line, you get to March, if they're still having their arms folded and not talking to each other, we're the ones who lose.
Baseball for the moment coverage right here on 95.7. The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, really fun today out here at the Golden State Sports Academy. I think we learned some things, obviously, with Shoot 360. Really fun to get to visit with Will Richard and Guy Santos, and I say this not because they were just on the show. Those two dudes, I'm not going to act like we know the guys. They've been on enough, though, to know, and also when you're in the presence of people, you can kind of just watch them a little bit and see the kind of people they are. Those two dudes are salt-of-the-earth people. They're young bucks, second-round draft picks that are coming up through the Warriors system and already doing some good things, and I love that part of it. For me, that's separate for the moment from the stuff that's happening at the top and all the Warriors contenders and can they get out of the play-in and get Steph some help and all that. When you can put that aside for a second, you can look at a couple guys like that and just be kind of stoked to watch their progress. They're two stories I like following.
It's fantastic. And you think about, each of their cases, and Will be 24 in December, and Guy will be, I think Guy already is 24 because he's a June kid. So they're both just entering the peak of their athletic careers and little different journeys. Will Richard stayed at Florida and was able to win the Natty, led the team in scoring that night to win the national championship. And I was joking with Guy about how long he's been a pro, but we had him on initially, and I think he did turn pro at 15 or 16. And like he was saying, he's out there as a 15-year-old playing against grown-ups, grown professionals who have kids of their own. So two different paths, and they both got led here to where I was just writing down the roster, and they're both going to be in that top 8 or 9 for the majority of the year.
Well, Richard defeated Guy Santos in locked-in Dub Nation 4-3, which means we never got to the tiebreaker. You want to take a shot at the tiebreaker?
Oh, yeah.
How many regular season three-pointers has Steph Curry made?
I actually should know this for fact because I was looking at what he needs to get to 5,000. I think the answer is 4,371.
You're just a touch high. I got 4,248 at the moment, but it's a very, very good guess.
Because you and I were doing the thing on the air, like how many games would he need to get to 5,000? And it's probably 2.5 seasons of health and continuing to shoot it at this level. But it's remarkable when you realize that James Harden is second, and he's about 900 threes behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Almost 1,000 behind.
Long way. All right, I'm going to retire my game show host status and hand it back over to you. You ready to do a little higher or lower?
Let's do it. Music, please. Steven Risotto. It's time for what's become kind of a fun Friday tradition. Music, John. Thank you. It's time for Higher or Lower. Today is the 40th edition of Higher or Lower, and so as a result, today's number will be the number 40. I'll give our 3 contestants 10 items. They have to decide if that item's value is higher or lower than 40. We start with the all-time leader in wins. Although he had a couple of chances while Willard was gone, he could not convert. 12 wins all time. It's Mark Grandy.
It's great to be back, Tibbs. I missed it last week. I'm glad, just like me, Willard couldn't take advantage. But now we get Willard versus Grandy
And just
again.
one title behind Grandy is Mark Willard with 11. He's my partner, and he's our second guest. Hello, Mark.
How you doing, Dan? I've only been in one car accident today, so I'm really excited.
That was going to be my higher or lower. Higher or lower than 40 car accidents for Willard. Up next is our defending champion, and what a week he has had. He went from mostly anonymous to somebody Dave Fleming wants to now beat up. It's Steven Risotto, our defending champ.
What's up? I have been in no car accidents recently, and I kind of blew up overnight, so hello.
It's great, and maybe you can continue to parlay a great week by capping it off with a higher or lower victory. As the music dims, we will begin with our defending champion. Higher or lower than 40, Steven Risotto. Since 1900, the most wins by a major league pitcher in a single regular season, higher or lower than 40.
I will go higher.
Randy?
Oof, 40 wins.
Can I hear that question again?
Since 1900,
the
most wins by a major league pitcher in a single regular season.
Yeah, I'm also going to go higher, Dibs.
Willard?
Sure, higher.
Points for everyone. The answer is higher, 41. Wow. Jack Chesborough, 1904, won 41 games.
Yes, Jack.
No blood to start with Risotto. He's a Hall of Famer, Steven. Do your homework. Risotto, higher or lower than 40. Total number of knockouts delivered by Mike Tyson in his boxing career.
Higher.
Randy?
I'm going to go lower, Dibs.
Willard?
Lower.
The champ has scored again. It is higher, 44 knockouts for Mike Tyson. Risotto 2, Grandy 1, Willard 1. We stay with the defending champ for this one. Higher or lower than 40, Risotto. Total number of miles separating mainland Alaska from mainland Russia.
Oh, my God. Under.
The game is higher or lower, Steven?
Yeah, that's not an answer. Pasta.
Lower.
Randy?
I'm also going to go lower, Dibs.
I'll stick with lower.
It's a clean sweep.
Yeah.
All wrong. The answer is higher. Higher.
Mainland?
How many miles
That is the quirk. The mainland to mainland is 55 miles.
Okay.
Island to island is about a mile and change.
Oh, who cares?
That's why we went to the mainland. No points for the boys. Item number 4, we're doing higher or lower than the number 40. It's the 40th edition of higher or lower. Risotto, the defending champ, he's in the lead. He goes first. Steven, higher or lower than 40. Most touchdown passes thrown by Brett Favre in a single regular season.
Brett Favre.
Thank you. You do it better.
Lower.
Randy?
I'm going higher than 40, Dibs.
And Willard.
Brett Favre, we go higher.
It is lower.
Oh, no.
Crap.
Point to Risotto. 39
We're in
touchdowns for Brett Favre in one single season.
It's Pasta's week.
Risotto 3, Grandy 1, Willard 1. We start with the defending champ, Steven Risotto. Higher or lower than 40, Steven. Total number of years between horse racing Triple Crown winners, Affirmed, and American Pharaoh.
Oh.
Higher or lower than 40.
Higher.
And Grandy.
Higher.
And Willard.
I'm going lower.
Differentiation sensation. That's a buck and a point.
No.
Boosh.
No.
37 years. Affirmed beat Aladar, as you all well remember, 1978, and then American Pharaoh in 2015.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, I knew that.
Risotto 3, Willard 2, Grandy 1. We have reached the back 9. This is item number 6. Higher or lower than 40. We start with you, Risotto. You're in the lead. Higher or lower than 40. Most interceptions thrown in a single AFL season, set by George Blanda in 1962.
Oh, God.
Higher.
Willard?
Yeah, I'll go higher.
Grandy?
I got to go lower.
You got to. Do you have to, really? Because you got it wrong. It is higher. George Blanda threw 42 picks, and they went 11-3.
Shut up, Dibs.
I mean, that's a stat.
There were a lot of sports radio callers that were sick of him.
Yeah,
That's a stat.
He'd throw 4 picks and they'd win.
Yeah.
Risotto 4, Willard 3, Grandy just darn happy to be here. He's got 1.
This is embarrassing.
We've got 4 to go. Risotto, we start with you. Higher or lower than 40 in honor of the 40th edition of this fun game. Risotto, higher or lower than 40. According to the 2011 census, the total number of cities in India with a population of 1 million or more.
Oh, jeez.
That's a lot of people. Higher, lower.
Risotto goes lower.
So high.
Willard.
Oh gosh. Lower.
Grandy?
Higher, Dibs.
You got to go higher, Grandy, and you got to be right, and you are.
Yeah.
I knew it.
46 cities with 1 million people or more.
It's a lot of people.
And that was 2011.
Yeah.
I couldn't find updated data. Grandy back in it. It's Risotto 4, Willard 3, Grandy 2. We've got 3 items to go.
You're not really in it.
Higher or lower than 40 in honor of the 40th edition of this game. Risotto, we start with you. You're still in the lead. Steven, higher or lower than 40. Total number of gold, silver, and bronze medals earned by Norway at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
Lower.
Willard?
Higher.
Grandy?
I also think higher, Dibs.
Points for Willard and for Grandy.
Ooh, we got a game.
41 is the correct answer, and this game is tied. No! With 2 to go. So tied. We've got 2 items to go. Willard got the last one correct in a tie game, so he'll go first, followed by Risotto. Granny can continue to play the opposite. This is item number 9.
It's 4-4-3 right now?
4-4-3.
Right.
We start with Willard. Higher or lower than 40, Mark Willard. Total number of times combined that Steph Curry and Klay Thompson have hit 10 or more threes in a game. Steph and Klay combined, 10 or more threes in a game. Higher or lower than 40?
Lower.
Risotto?
Lower.
Grandy?
Oh, do I have to disagree?
No, you don't have to.
You don't, because you're only, if you
You're
guess,
only down by
This
one.
is question 9?
Yeah.
correct. If you disagree and you're wrong, it's over. If you play along and go with the flow.
A lot of pressure.
I also think it's lower, though. I got to stick with what I think is true. I'm going lower, Dibs.
Okay, I'm glad you did that. It is lower.
Yeah.
Points for everyone, 37. Steph has 28 of them. Klay has 9 of them. We have reached the final item, and for this, you will write down either higher or lower, and we will reveal.
I'll get you a pen, Will.
So, Steven Risotto, I'm going to need you to go on the honor system. We will start with you, though, Steven. So we're going to write down
I've got one.
higher or lower, and this could possibly decide it. If not, we go to a tiebreaker. This is higher or lower than 40, the 40th edition, and this is the closest ball game we've had. Willard 5, Risotto 4, Grandy 4.
Risotto 5.
Risotto 5?
Risotto 5.
You're
yes.
right.
Yeah,
okay.
he got that right.
Appreciate
Yeah.
you. Item number 10. Higher or lower than 40, my friends. Total number of players who have hit more career regular season home runs than Giancarlo Stanton. No si puesto parlo, Giancarlo. Total number of players
who
have hit more career
home
home runs than Giancarlo Stanton.
Oh.
This is higher or lower. The
Where
number
is he on the
is
all-time
40.
home run list?
You're going to write down either higher or lower. And if Willard gets it and Risotto misses it, then it's over. This one could be heading to a
Also true
tiebreaker.
the other way around.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to play out scenarios here. Steven, have you written down your answer?
I have written it down, and producer Chase is my witness.
Chase Kodich?
Yep.
Randy, have you written yours down as well? All right.
I have.
We'll start with Risotto. Again, this is higher or lower than 40. Total number of players who have hit more career regular season home runs than Giancarlo Stanton. Steven, what did you write down?
I wrote down lower.
Who?
And Willard?
I wrote down higher.
Oh.
And Grandy.
I also wrote higher.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's all over. Steven Risotto has repeated as higher or lower champion.
Good work.
The correct answer is 39. Giancarlo Stanton is 40th all time. There are 39 players ahead of Stanton on the list. Today's tiebreaker, just for Schmitz
Just
and
for
Giggles.
fun.
Schmitz and Giggles. Of the 39 players ahead of Giancarlo Stanton, how many of them are enshrined in baseball's Hall of Fame?
Well, not Bonds.
You can play the not. Yeah, I have
Not
the list.
McGuire,
Right now.
not
I have
Sosa.
the list of the nots.
How many home runs does Stanton have? What did
450 or
how
something.
many in the? I would say that it's
Of the 39.
How many are in the Hall of Fame of the 39?
33.
35.
Risotto?
32.
The answer's 26.
Wow. No way.
Pujols, in order, Bonds, Pujols, who will go in.
He will go in.
Alex Rodriguez, Sosa McGuire, Palmeiro, Manny Ramirez, Miggy Cabrera, Sheffield, Delgado, Nelson Cruz, Jose Canseco, Adam Dunn. That's your list of players ahead of him, not in the Hall, but
I feel like more than half of those were on steroids.
Bonds, yes. Pujols, I mean, depends who you ask.
Pujols is getting
A-Rod, Sosa McGuire, Palmeiro, Manny Ramirez, Miguel Cabrera.
I mean,
I don't think he's
hasn't been
eligible
implicated.
yet.
Hasn't been implicated.
Sheffield is a guy who
implicated.
There's a whiff. Delgado, Canseco for sure.
Yep.
So, anyway, Steven
All right.
Risotto wins a hard-fought battle, and he goes back to back.
Yeah, I had a feeling that he was going to win. It's your week, Pasta. It's just your week. It's his week.
So Risotto wins 6-5-4.
Very good.
Cue the music.
Very good.
Nice work.
Unbelievable. Back to the studio. Hey, Pasta, do you have, can we hear Dave Fleming's reaction again on the morning show of listening to you and your impersonation? I wanted to play that more than once today, but now even more so because I'm concerned. I'm legitimately concerned. Can we hear that again, please?
Yeah, you just want to hear the reaction?
Yeah, or just, play it so that people can, the whole thing. Play what you played for him and his reaction.
This is not Dave Fleming, but it might as well be with the next question for you here on this interview.
How you doing, John? Dave Fleming from San Francisco at the corner of 3rd and King from the Hawaiian Airlines broadcast booth. And I'm not here to tell you that Ruben Rivera missed second base, but I am here to ask you a question about the rest of the season for the 2026 Giants. And I want to know, what do you think is the outlook after the trade deadline, John?
Slim.
John.
Wow.
Wow.
That's great.
What do you give him? 5 out of 5?
What's that guy's name?
Steven Risotto.
What's that guy's name?
Steven Risotto.
Okay. I'll have to meet Steven someday. Yeah, I'll have to meet Steven. Let's make that happen.
Oh, that's fantastic.
For me. And I'll
Talk
whoop
to you
up
guys
on
soon.
risotto for you.
Well, no, I want to meet him. I'm doing it.
He's going to get stern talking to from Dave Fleming. Thanks, Dave.
And then he went on to say, did he say, we need to tighten this up?
Yeah.
I'm like, it's the best impersonation of anyone ever.
It's pretty tight.
It is very tight. And then Dave was just like, all right, talk to you guys soon.
Yeah. It's the end of the interview, and it was, I think, bonus phlegm anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Second appearance in the week. So,
yeah.
you can never read too much into it, but definitely there's a little bit of a twinge of, we're going to have to, I'll handle it. I'll meet him.
I'll handle it.
We'll go from there. That's pretty funny.
I don't know. Yeah, let's just put it this way. I wanted him to like it a little bit more than maybe he did. I'm not even saying he didn't like it.
Right.
I wanted him to like it the way we like it.
Well, it's easier for us to like it that way because it's not us. Although, in my own defense, when Steven does his, I was in need of a closer.
Yeah, do you like it?
I think it's phenomenal, yes.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
But the first time he did it, it was a little bit like, I don't really sound like that. And then it's like, I think I sound exactly like that.
when the numbers are numbers guy called in, I was belly laughing in the car. I think it's hysterical. And then I got to admit this too, almost to a sick level. I can't tell you how many times I watched this on YouTube last night and shared it and showed it to people. I mean, you and I, we got in the car for best of, and he's playing the crossover last night. I was only about 4 blocks away, and the thing comes up on the crossover where he does the Hector Borg came back for one game, and I am crying in the car again. I got to a stoplight, and I texted him. I'm like, dude, I'm crying again. And he knew exactly what I was talking about. That whole thing, it just never got old all day long.
And even in that clip that we just played when he's asking John the question and he breaks character for the slightest moment, just you can hear him laugh, but he gets right back into it.
It's my favorite part when he can't get it out because he's laughing.
Oh my God. Oh,
just
man.
so good.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope I don't get drop kicked by Dave the next time I'm at the ballpark, though.
No, I don't think Dave's that kind of guy. You know what I mean? I'm not. I don't know Dave well. I know Dave, but Dave does not strike me as the I'm gonna take you behind the woodshed and kick your ass kind of a guy.
Right.
Meet me in the clubhouse. How about that?
Exactly. I think you're all right, Risotto. I think you're all right.
Wow, dude.
What's your phone been like the last 24 to 36 hours, Steven?
It's been crazy. There's been some good feedback, but a lot of people in Bay Area media who know Dave well have been the ones that have been responding.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised. John Miller was one of them. He was very tickled.
Yeah.
So, all right, we're out here at the Golden State Sports Academy. The kids are eating. They have clearly talked to Guy and Will, and now they're out on the patio and the balcony out here, and everybody is getting some sustenance here. Happy kids out here at the camp, and so thanks again to everybody at the Golden State Sports Academy, the Valkyries, the Warriors, and beyond for letting us be a part of all of this today. Speaking of the Valkyries, they take on the Wings in Dallas today in less than an hour at 6:30. You can listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hello, Willard. Hello, Dibs.
Mike Krukow, you are one of the best to ever do it. That's how all of us feel. And we aren't the only ones.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line right here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game is none other than the great Bob Costas.
I think it's universal in the broadcasting community that Krukow and Kuiper is one of the great partnerships in the history of baseball broadcasting. There is no replacing that dynamic and that chemistry. It was one of the best ever.
And right now, let's talk about him with Joe Buck, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line.
I'm equal parts thrilled for Kruk if he's had enough, and also sad because he's just one of the greats to ever do it, and a wonderful, as you guys know, human being. So good for him. I wish him the best. He's awesome.
From all of us to you, Mike Krukow, thank you for being a part of our lives for the last 36 years.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're heading to see the Giants-Tigers game at Oracle tonight, be slow through the Bay Bridge metering lights, stop and go through the Island Tunnel and into the city. Northbound 101 solid from 280, and a hazard clearing on northbound 280 has you slow from Cesar Chavez to Oracle.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour. The greatest hits. August 12th. Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. John Mellencamp. Dancing Words Tour, the greatest hits.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division, or taking home the Cy Young, or MVP, and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any two offers.
Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Not too long ago, taking batting practice at 3rd and King, home plate, Giants home for the weekend. Marcelo Meyer, the Red Sox farmhand who was not that long ago one of the top 10 prospects in baseball, who now, courtesy of Eric Miller, is a San Francisco Giant. So he's in town for a few days, going to take BP with the team. Then they're going to send him to Sacramento for a rehab assignment, and then he will be up. And with the news about Matt Chapman, Casey Schmidt was already there. The infield is wide open for him to get as many starts as possible the rest of the way, see if they can get him going.
And is he primarily a third baseman? Is that what
He can play anywhere in the infield.
Right.
He's a second, short, third base type guy.
Gotcha.
Kind of like Casey Schmidt was when he came up.
What would be his best position, do you think?
He was playing second in Boston, wasn't he? I think he was playing mostly second in Boston.
Almost over his 2 years, hasn't had a ton of at-bats, but over his 2 years in Boston, he's almost an even split, second, short, and third.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So there you go. He can do all three, and they've got a lot of them open. So he'll be a handy guy to have as they take a look at a lot of guys coming in and out.
Yeah, that's going to be, you got Basabe, who's flashed in his early stint. So you're really looking at, tryouts for 2027. And I don't know if that helped to guide Chapman into the decision he made to have the surgery because, you've had a hernia, so have I. They don't just get fixed on their own, and you add in pulled or a torn muscle.
Core muscle tear.
Right. So that's another thing that it probably isn't going to just fix itself. So you get into a spot where the year is over for the Giants, and all that's left is, can they fight back to 500 for our bet, or can they win 6 in a row for the Steiny and Guru bet? Well, beyond that, it's like, bring up the prospects.
Yeah, and then obviously, and I said this yesterday, and I think it's a great way to kind of wrap our week here on 95.7 The Game, is actually Giants games the rest of the way, for me, have a completely renewed importance because of the news about Mike Krukow. And so whether it's Marcelo Meyer or, quite frankly, whatever and whoever they want to bring up from Sacramento and play baseball the rest of the way, this, for me, has suddenly become less about how many wins. Yes, of course, still tapped in to Giants baseball, and I want to see some of these young prospects and have them do very, very well. And I think that will serve them for years to come. These games are now mainly going to be about listening to as many quips from Kruk and Kipe as possible.
Yeah, I think tonight becomes an emotional start of the farewell, right? Because it's going to be the first game since he made that announcement. And so when you go to the booth for the first time and it's, Dwayne and Mike getting ready to call a game, it's going to hit different.
I would think the Giants are smart enough to, at some point in that game, 4th inning, 5th inning, 6th inning, whatever, take a moment and just put a video of him up on the big screen. I don't mean a prepared video. I mean just show him. The Giants fan base, good, bad, or otherwise, one thing they've always been is pretty tapped in, pretty educated, pretty understanding of things like this. There's not going to be anybody in the building that needs to be told anything about the announcement that was made. Just put the camera on him, put him up on the screen, and watch the standing ovation, and he deserves that. And I would think the Giants are smart enough to do that tonight.
Yeah, and I wonder if Mike, doesn't want that just yet.
Unless he doesn't want it.
Right, and because, you've got, 3-6, you've got a 9-game homestand. Are we putting them up every single game? Well, yes would be the easy answer because you're that guy, and every fan who goes there should have the opportunity to stand up and show him the love that we all show him. But he may be a little sheepish over that level of attention, but like you said before, it becomes something that is at the forefront of why we're going to keep watching. Yes, Basabe and Marcelo and all the rest of these guys we're getting to know, but it's Kruk. It's the end of the Mike Krukow era.
My mind actually, and I was listening on my way into Steiny and Goo, and they were talking about how the Giants end the season here in a little bit less than 2 months. Their final games this year will be against the Dodgers, and they were talking about that last game, and it just popped into my head, and I don't know why my head didn't go here yesterday with this announcement. That's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough one. The season's going to be ending with the Dodgers in town, and Kruk and Kipe are going to be in that booth for the last time together. And actually, the first thought that went through my head is not even our emotions, but theirs. I don't know how the hell they're going to do that, because it's not just broadcast partners, best friends. And how many years now?
30.
I know they started back in they started in the early 90s, but how many years have they been just by each other's side for every single game? I can't imagine how the two of them are going to keep their emotions and put words together as they get into the 9th inning of that baseball game.
They're not. And, it'll be just, it's going to be emotional, and it's going to be an honest sharing of their feelings toward each other. And the audience is going to be kind of the third member of the conversation. It's going to be incredibly special to see them, and whatever it's the final sign-off or however they go about handling it. If Mike says one last farewell message, or, the mind races on how it's going to happen. But one thing for sure, it's going to be emotional, and not just for those two.
No.
It's going to be emotional for all of us who have grown up watching these two guys, and they've been so intertwined with the Giants.
I was even thinking about how, you get to weekends, especially this time of year. It's summer. You got a lot going on. I'm heading out with the family in every single way, shape, or form. And Giants games become a very big part of the day, provided that the Giants are chasing something. And this year they're not. So on the weekends, it's easy to catch the weeknighters. You and I get done, go home, cook up a little dinner, let's put the game on. But on the weekend, it's easier to kind of, I think, dial out, head out to the golf course, whatever. That weekend, I'm literally, we're going to have to build the weekend around those games because I refuse to miss a minute.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the Sunday finale, which is listed at 3:05, is that Eastern time? No, it could be 3:05. It's that annual fan appreciation giveaway type of thing. No, it would be at 12:05. They have all these listed as
Eastern time up? Yeah, it's 12:05.
But
12:05 Sunday, September 27th.
That is right in the heart of the witching hour. So for you, it's like, are you going to be able to turn away from your beloved Scott Hansen in the red zone in order to catch the Giants?
That's a great question.
Because you can go two screens,
which we will.
But normally the mute would be on the secondary, but this time you're going to have to keep the volume up at a bit.
I tell you what actually just went through my mind. Like, is there a Niner game at that same moment? So Sunday, September 27th.
Right. Bang, bang, Niner game.
They sure do. The 49ers will host the Cardinals in Week 3 at 1:05, simultaneous to Kruk and Kipe doing their final broadcast together, which will probably, the ninth inning will hit somewhere between 2:30 and 3, you would think.
Right. And
halftime.
Sure. And, I know you're not a big, DVR guy, but you could pause the Niner game and go back to it, but you like to watch it live. It's going to be...
I might just DVR the entire Giants game and watch it at night after Sunday Night Football.
That's not a bad approach either.
I might just do that.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't even think about the fact they'd be going up against a Niner game.
Yeah.
It's kind of unfortunate, to be honest with you. But, yeah, we'll
I guess they don't flex games in baseball, and especially the last day they try to have everyone play at the same time now.
No, and the Dodgers are going to have somewhere to be after that game.
Maybe home.
I mean, not the next day, but, yeah, they're going to have somewhere to be after this whole thing. All right. Wow, what a great day. Wow. Great day out here at the Golden State Sports Academy. So one more thing.